FeedingAmerica.org. Feeding America. 200 food banks strong.
When I grow up, I want to be a teacher.
Because when I'm a teacher, I can help kids to learn and chase their dreams.
PI, a defect of the immune system, affects millions of children. Early and accurate diagnosis and treatment give children like Sam a chance to achieve their dreams.
It takes a lot of caring teachers to make school fun. It took a lot of caring people to keep my dream alive. And now, because of them, I can be head of the class.
For more information, visit the Jeffrey Modell Foundation at info4pi.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Week 5 in the NFL will get underway tomorrow, but the Arizona Cardinals will welcome the 0-4 Tennessee Titans to State Farm Stadium on Sunday with question marks surrounding what this offense will look like. Here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing on the need to get the offense going.
I think one of the things that the word we've used is consistency. Like, you've seen it happen, you've seen it get rolling, you've seen when we're operating at a high level, and we need to be able to maintain that for a longer period of time. I think it's really important.
The WNBA Finals are set. The Phoenix Mercury and the Las Vegas Aces. Game 1 against Asia Wilson and company will be in Vegas Friday night. And for the first time in WNBA history, it will be a best-of-7 series. For everything Suns preseason, D-backs offseason, or Cardinals midseason, head to ArizonaSports.com, and that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley. When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Happy October, everybody.
It is here.
October. Boy, is time flying.
Gives us Oktoberfest.
It does.
Which will mean...
Whiskey's Quicker.
The triumphant return of Whiskey's Quicker.
Don't call it a comeback. Out of Mothballs Tour 2025.
Printing up the shirts?
Yeah. We had
that means Jared's going to competitively eat bratwurst this month?
Well, yes, he is. And we're putting him down for 2.5. That's the betting line. 2.5.
I got to get to 3 this year. I got to.
Got to start training.
I am training. Speaking of mouth stuff, I was getting ready this morning, and I was thinking, the paste that you put on your teeth is called toothpaste.
Toothpaste, not teeth paste.
The brush that you use on your teeth is called a toothbrush. The pick you use on your tooth is called a toothpick. The string you use on your teeth is called floss. Why isn't it called tooth string?
It's a good point. It's a very, very good point.
That's what you were thinking about this morning?
Well, it's very early.
He's a deep thinker. Sammy.
Well, it's the same thing about getting a haircut. Why isn't it getting a hair's cut?
Yes.
Right?
Why do
all sorts of weirdness in the language.
Why do you drive on a parkway and park on a
driveway?
Why do these things happen?
Yeah. That's an interesting thought to have in the morning, Jared.
They have a whole genre of these types of thoughts.
Yeah, observational...
shower thoughts.
Shower
what
thoughts.
People call them, yes.
I just like the way you open that up. Speaking of mouth stuff.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
We're talking about
mouth
eating
stuff.
bratwurst.
Jared, how does one train to get better at eating hot dogs?
See,
it's a great question.
My biggest problem is I have a small mouth, so I can only fit so much food in it at one time, and it takes a while to chew it. The fervor, the zest, the zeal is there. I could eat a lot more.
The ambition is there.
The ambition is there, but I just can't physically do it. So I don't know how to do it. Maybe some sort of surgery.
No.
Elective or otherwise.
No, you don't want to have elective surgery just so you can jam more food in your pie hole. That's not a good idea. You don't want to do that. What do you want to do? Split open your lips like the Joker just to widen the
Some
intake?
people, get the lap band. They used to at least get the lap band surgery, so they eat less. I need to get a jaw widening surgery
so
to
you can eat more. Wow.
I'm not getting optimal intake, Doc. I need this surgery done.
Yeah, right. No, but Sammy brings up an interesting point. How do you actually get good at competitive eating?
I think it's just like anything else.
Yeah.
It's practice.
Practice.
It's stretching your stomach.
Stretching the stomach, I think, is the biggest thing.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Joey Chestnut back in the day, remember when sports science was a big thing on ESPN?
Yeah.
He was on that show, and I was a connoisseur of it.
It was a great show.
It was a great show.
And he kind of broke it down to the ability to stretch his stomach and have it be stretched for the period of time that he needs it most. So, like, he'll condition it, but when he locks in and the competition starts, it's at its largest margin.
Yeah.
And the explanation was crazy.
But this is also, again, bringing it back to Jarrett. He's been in conditioning for stretching his stomach his whole life.
Yeah.
Every time you go to the Chinese buffet,
that's right. You're training.
But that's not a time. Like, if it was over an hour or who could eat the most food, period, I could win contests like that, but it's the timed element. We only have like 5 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever it is.
You should declare yourself a professional eater, and thereby you can write off all your Chinese buffets as tax deductions.
And maybe even your cruises.
And even
Jared, this is big. If you win this competition, that would make you a professional eater.
It would.
Well, this is a tremendous idea.
See,
Get me the guys from Aspiration on the phone. I need to know how to launder some money.
You're declaring yourself eligible for the MLE draft.
Yeah.
All right. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen and retained manager Torey Lovullo addressed the media following the conclusion of the 2025 season on Tuesday. Hazen dismissed bad luck as the reason why the Diamondbacks have struggled to put together effective bullpens over the years, including last season. He said, quote, "We need to do a better job of putting together a bullpen and how Torey and I are using the bullpen." Lovullo also said he has not thought about any changes on the coaching staff moving forward, but evaluations are continuing. We'll still have more postmortems, more thoughts about the Diamondback season and what lies ahead for the ball club. All 4 wild card playoff series got underway on Tuesday in the American League. Detroit's Tarek Skubal struck out 14 over 7 2/3 innings. Tigers held on to beat the Guardians 2-1 in Game 1. Zach McKinstry's run-scoring sac bunt in the 7th scored Riley Green to break a 1-1 tie for the Tigers. More strong pitching in the other American League game. Garrett Crochet and Aroldis Chapman combined to quiet the Yankees' bats. Boston wins Game 1, 3-1. In the National League, Seiya Suzuki, Carson Kelly, back-to-back solo home runs in the 5th. That fueled the Cubs to a 3-1 win over the Padres at Wrigley. And in L.A., batting practice for the Dodgers. They built 5 home runs, including 2 each for Shohei Ohtani and Teoscar Hernandez in a 10-5 win over the Reds. All 4 of those series continue today. Game 2 in Cleveland, Tanner Bybee against Casey Mize for Detroit. That game goes off at 10. Then it's Cubs-Padres, Game 2 at Wrigley at noon. Andrew Kittredge going for Chicago against Dylan Cease. Game 2 in the Bronx, Yankees throwing Carlos Rodon against White Sox right-hander Brian Bayo. First pitch at 3, and then it's Game 2 in Los Angeles between the Dodgers and Reds. LA going with Yoshinobu Yamamoto against Cincy's Zach Littell. Until that last game, runs were at a real premium yesterday.
Yeah, when we get into baseball, there's a fascinating thing here because, it's patently unfair that any baseball season would come down to a best of 1. It's also patently unfair that any baseball season would come down to a best of 3, right? Most people agree on that?
Yeah.
We in Arizona, for all the trauma we've had as a sports town, we've fared well in those scenarios. We won the 1-game playoff against the Rockies. We won the 3-game series against the Brewers. My point is that things that are really inherently awfully unfair to the team that loses, we've never had to experience that.
That is true. 3-game series still way better than that 1-game wild card. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
The Angels are the latest team to change managers. Halo's announcing on Tuesday that Ron Washington won't be back as the team's skipper after he spent 2 seasons on the job. Although he didn't manage a game after June 19th because of health issues, Washington eventually had quadruple bypass surgery. So the Angels joined the Giants, Rangers, and Twins as teams seeking new skippers. Cardinals will be back on the practice field today in Tempe. We'll get our first look at the Week 5 injury report later today. The big news with the Cardinals from Tuesday was that the team announced a plan to construct a new training facility in North Phoenix, west of Scottsdale Road, north of the 101. Cardinals purchased a 217-acre plot of land over the summer for $136 million and plan to open the new facility, which will also house their business operations in 2028. It'll have 3 full-size grass practice fields, a field house with a full-size indoor field for indoor practices, and feature almost 100,000 more in square footage and more than double the acreage of their current facility, which opened in 1989. There's probably going to be a Starbucks in there, too.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. Cleveland Browns making a change at quarterback for Week 5. Veteran Joe Flacco to the bench, and rookie
Dylan Gabriel
will make the start this week against the Vikings in a game that will be played in London. Gabriel, third-round pick, has seen action in 2 of the Browns' first 4 games. Tyreek Hill had his surgery Tuesday to repair a dislocated kneecap and multiple torn ligaments after suffering a gruesome injury on Monday night against the Jets. Hill's agent, Drew Rosenhaus, somehow got in contact with a news outlet. Can you believe that? Drew Rosenhaus was on the news. WSVN TV in Miami said that Hill suffered no nerve damage, no blood flow issues, no broken bones, and his knee cartilage is fine. In the NBA, the Golden State Warriors and forward Jonathan Kuminga finally agreed on a new 2-year, $48.5 million contract. That deal includes a second-year team option that is designed for the Warriors or another team, if Kuminga is traded, still could happen, to tear that up, execute a new contract after the season. Of course, Kuminga was very hot and heavy in connection with Phoenix Suns trade rumors this offseason. So that's on hold for a little bit anyway. Warriors also signed Seth Curry. So now they have both Curry brothers. Phoenix Mercury finally know who they're going to play in the WNBA Finals. It's the Las Vegas Aces. They beat Indiana in overtime 107-98 in Game 5 of their semifinal series. Asia Wilson, 35 points. Jackie Young, 32 for the Aces. They are making their third finals appearance in the last 4 years. It's a best of 7 this year for the first time ever.
That's right.
Game 1 of that series, Friday night in Vegas. Game 2 is Sunday. Game 3 will be back here in the Valley at PHX Arena a week from tonight. And Minnesota Lynx star Felisa Collier, who didn't play in Game 4 of the league semifinals against the Mercury after she was injured late in Game 3, press conference yesterday, and you could say she strongly criticized WNBA league leadership for officiating issues. Quote, "We have the best players in the world. We have the best fans in the world. But right now, we have the worst leadership in the world."
Yeah. How about that?
Commissioner Kathy Engelbert was named by Collier in her complaint, released her own statement, said she was disheartened about how her conversations with Collier have been characterized. We're going to have more on this story later on.
Yeah. Lots of fun in the W.
Everybody's going scorched earth in the W. There you go. There is your splash for this first day of October 2025. Coming up, why did the D-backs decide to bring Torey Lovullo back? We'll hear from GM Mike Hazen or the manager, him and the manager himself. Next, it's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Wednesday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I'm assuming the decision has been made internally that Torey really is coming back. So now the question that came up a month and a half ago and kind of got buried by the fact the team went on a crazy run after that, can you bring Torey and Cattell back?
And how much did that actually have to do with them going on a crazy run? Did they address something?
Maybe they did.
And all of a sudden got it out and said, you know what? Look at me. Yeah, you can't have different... Maybe they yelled it out.
Maybe they did, because the team started winning right after that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So if you're a homeowner in Arizona, chances are really good you've had a really bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Maybe they charged you a fortune. Maybe they ghosted you when the work was done and something went wrong. Maybe they quit showing up. Maybe their work was really, really bad. Happens to everyone in Arizona. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, from fire pits to barbecue pits, patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. If you're a golfer, they're fantastic at state-of-the-art putting greens. In fact, they actually built the putting course at Dobson Ranch Golf Course. If you're a pickleball player, they're now in the pickleball business. They can build you a court right there in your backyard, whatever you want. They love creating a beautiful oasis for all of their customers. But here's the deal. At Turf Monsters, they believe in doing what they say they're going to do. They believe in professionalism. It's staying on schedule, sending a devoted crew to your house so you're not seeing different workers every time you look out the window. They believe in your happiness with the craftsmanship, with the finished product. Go check out samples of their work, turfmonstersaz.com, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Hey, it's Luke. What does Torey Lovello have to do to keep his job past 2026? We'll ask D-backs General Manager Mike Hazen at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
I know a lot of these. I'm aware that a lot of what happens during the course of a season falls on the manager producing wins. We're in charge of winning baseball games. Period. It's black and white. Both of us. And we can't do it without each other. And I can't give him a bad roster and then tell him to go out there and win 90 games. And I felt like from the engagement to the coaching to the pushing of the players to where they needed to go, I thought he did a good job. I do. I think he's a really good manager.
That's General Manager Mike Hazen of the Diamondbacks talking about Torey Lovello's season, his evaluation. Of course, we know Torey is coming back next year for 2026. Want to say a good morning and a shout out to our awesome listeners all the way up in Anthem, my old stomping ground.
Anthem, what's up?
Represent Anthem. Thanks for listening all the way up there by the outlet mall.
Okay. All righty then.
All right, Mike Hazen. The last part he said there, I think he did a good job.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, we know Mike Hazen's MO. He takes responsibility for things. He used the words or the phrase, I can't give him a bad roster and expect him to win games.
Mm-hmm.
I think the roster was exposed. Again, people don't want to hear this because it's the only reason it happened. They had a ton of injuries, and that's when the depth of the roster, it wasn't the ideal roster that they could put out there, and I think that's when things went sideways, and I think this team had a hard time recovering, but also closing it with he's a good manager. That's answering the question, Bick, of why Torey Lovello is back and why this evaluation and announcement of his retaining, of him coming back and being retained, why it happened so fast. There's still a lot of belief in Torey Lovello.
Yeah, no,
from the
yes.
organization.
Yeah, absolutely. I do not think on whole this was one of his better seasons. I think we learned some lessons about Torey and the way he rolls. I think he vibes much better with younger players. I think imported veterans might get a load of the free love and the hippy-dippy stuff that I like, by the way. But the be vulnerable, that kind of messaging, give me a hug. There's probably a lot of guys who are like, get out of here with that stuff. I'm just being real, because some athletes are hardcore and they don't vibe with that stuff.
There's not a lot of workplaces left in this country where you could hug your
that is true. It's a good point. It's a good point. But listen, Torey, I have a deep respect for people who have inherent respect for others, and Torey Lovello has inherent respect for everybody. Like, for instance, when he was talking about how people think his job as a manager is so easy. He said there's people who look from the outside think that's simple, and I respect that. And he was sincere.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would have said, there's idiots out there who think this job is easy. You know what I mean? That's not how Torey rolls. So I think from a personality standpoint, there's a lot of value with it. But you know what else to me, and this is meaningful to me, because this is a group with Derek Hall and Mike Hazen and Torey Lovello that have been together for a long time. I want to see this crew either get this done or not. The more I look at this, the idea of pulling Torey out because it's time for a new voice, you're effectively ripping up what is a very cohesive, collaborative group just to appease your need for a different voice at the top.
Yes.
And if you trust a guy like Todd Walsh, whom I do, he tells people all the time, the Torey you get is not the Torey the players get. That the Torey the players get can be more brusque and more in your face. Now, I'm sure it's not, Bill Belichick kind of stuff, but so it's not like he's, soft serve ice cream all the time.
No. And I think that balance needs to happen for any successful manager.
And
I don't think you can be switched on like that all the time.
No. And I also think that, listen, Mike Hazen has a lot of credibility in this market. His contract rolls through 2028. And part of the reason why he's got a lot of credibility, there's a lot of things that come to mind. But two things. Number one is the fast accountability. He always points the finger at himself first, and you can tell it's authentic. Mm-hmm. He's not doing it for show. Right? And then the refusing to whine about the money he has to put a competitive baseball team on the field. And we're going to get into this later on today about what the Diamondbacks are doing financially with their payroll going forward and what it really means. I believe Mike Hazen when he comes out and says, I don't care about that. I'm confident that the owner is going to give me enough money to find enough good baseball players to be competitive. And if there's anything this team proved post-trade deadline, it's that is true. You don't need high-priced players at every position to win baseball games. Sometimes it's just about having the right mix of defense and offense and pitching and energy and youthful.
Yeah.
And complementary players.
Look at some of these teams that are playing, still alive in the postseason.
Yeah. So again, there's people are really quick to jump to assumptions that, Ken Kendrick's not spending no more. What does that mean for us? They're going to try to win next year. Yeah, that came out of that press conference yesterday. Yeah. This is not going to be a reset year next year. Nobody's putting next year in a trash bin because of injuries to dudes now that are going to bleed into next year.
No, and by saying that, it's also they're going to try to win. They're going to try to win a little differently than they tried this year. This year, they went for it. They had a gift really fall into their lap. And Corbin Burns picking up the phone and calling up the Diamondbacks and saying, hey,
yeah,
I might want to play at home this year.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like being around. And that was nowhere on the radar going into last offseason. They're not going to do that again, but it doesn't mean they can't compete. That's the biggest thing. They have to be better. I believe Mike Hazen, and I respect Mike Hazen for saying, I have to do a better job.
Mm-hmm.
When he was talking about building the bullpen, every year when we have Mike on during spring training, I always ask him about the bullpen. And he dismissed the bad luck thing with the injuries. It wasn't bad luck. I need to do a better job. But conversely, I think if you are a general manager and a staff putting together a bullpen, you can certainly benefit from a little good luck. And I think they got that in 2023, and there was a large reason why they played for a World Series title. By and large, they haven't had that much good luck because we talked to Jack Summers yesterday, and Jack pointed it out, and he's got a lot of data behind this. For about a 9-year period during the Torey Lovullo era, the Diamondbacks bullpen has been, over that 9-year span, the worst in baseball. You can't win consistently that way.
No.
So the responsibility does have to lie on Mike Hazen.
So I'm appreciative of this group. I'm appreciative of Ken Kendrick being measured enough to not let his own emotions about what happened this year guide his decision. So he got on a phone call with Mike Hazen and Derek Hall, and Mike Hazen and Derek Hall, and they probably made a few points, and they concluded, this is not fair to Torey to wax him now after this season. So listen, I think the right moves were made, and I also think that Torey Lovullo, after that last game in San Diego, I think he was a little bit concerned, and I think so too. And I started thinking about it, and I thought, okay, what does Torey even really want to be back? Now this is before yesterday's press conference, because I thought about all the stuff he kind of revealed on Friday about how it's so collaborative and he's only got a seat at the table, and he's got to wear a lot of this stuff. He wears a lot of criticism for moves that aren't always his own, and we don't always know that.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's willing to do that, and the fact that yesterday it was pretty clear that he was relieved and very happy to still be here, that also says something.
Yep. Coming up next, how do the Cardinals fix their offense, and what was the deal with that kick? We'll hear from Cardinals coaches on those topics and more next as they get ready for the Tennessee Titans. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They have margin for error. They're 2-0. They're not going undefeated in the Big 12.
The ASU's going to lose a Big 12 game. And when I say they got everything back that they lost that night in Starkville, Mississippi, I don't mean the ranking necessarily. I mean that mojo. You know, that spirit. What's the word? Clout. Clout.
It was clout.
That clout that they lost that weekend. They got all that back. They look like the team that was ranked number 11 in the country to begin the season.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Okay, so I just saw 2 houses for sale, same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard why. Well, the first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they ended up settling for less than they'd hoped. But the second homeowner chose Orchard, and they got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list the home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, that homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings, and you can too. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. Then Orchard's experts take it from there. They make repairs on your old home, price-boosting upgrades, and they list and sell your home for top dollar. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks offseason has begun, and General Manager Mike Hazen shared where his focus will lie.
We will find ways to improve this roster going into the offseason for sure. The starting pitching is going to be something we're going to need to focus in on going into the offseason for sure. That's probably the number one area outside of building the bullpen again that we're going to have to focus in on.
The wait is over. The Phoenix Mercury are set for a WNBA Finals best-of-7 series with the Las Vegas Aces. That'll get underway on Friday night. The Phoenix Suns preseason will get started Friday night as well in Palm Springs against the Lakers before the Suns will head to China for 2 games against the Brooklyn Nets. And the Arizona Cardinals continue prep for the Tennessee Titans this Sunday as they look to get back in the win column after dropping 2 straight, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. How can the Arizona Cardinals correct their offensive line issues? We'll ask 2-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks at 11:15 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
You know, one of the big things got going there in the fourth quarter was really excited with how the guys stayed resilient and kept playing at a high level and playing hard. I think you saw that in the way we were able to claw back in that game. You know, Seattle's certainly a really talented defense just based on how they played and the players they have, the scheme. You know, I think it was a number of things. You know, I think some of the penalties hurt us early in some tough situations. You know, some of it was execution. It's going to take all of us to operate at that level like we did in the fourth quarter, but certainly that's the goal. And I think now we kind of saw it and we need to find a way to maintain it.
Drew Petzing, offensive coordinator of the Cardinals, addressing the media yesterday when he was asked what was better in the fourth quarter against Seattle. And I think that's what everybody's wondering. Hey, where'd that come from? Where did that come from late in the San Francisco game when the offense was so vanilla and so pedestrian for 3 quarters? And then when a little desperation set in, a little downfield passing set in, it looked like there were some things unlocked. And yes, they had this mini bye. We talked to AQ Shipley on Monday. How much can you actually change philosophically at this point, even on a mini bye? And he said, look, not much. You've got your whole install. You have your playbook in place. Tweaking is what needs to happen. And I think one of the things that needs to be tweaked is the level of aggression early in football games by the Arizona Cardinals offense. Regardless of who's out there and who's not, there is not consistent, aggressive play calling slash execution early in games, and that needs to change.
There are a lot of smart football people who believe explosive plays have become probably the most important thing in football, and it's an area where the Cardinals are really, really bad.
Yeah.
And it does a lot of things. Not only does it empower the defense you are facing to not take you as seriously or fear you as much as they should, it can exhaust a fan base who like the thrilling kind of stuff. And I just think the Cardinals have got to find a way to execute this. It might be a little early for this, but you used to always talk about how you want to see Cliff Kingsbury with a different quarterback and you want to see Kyler Murray with a different coach. And we got the Kyler Murray with the different coach part. I would like to see for one game, theoretically, I would like to see what Jacoby Brissett could do with exactly these same offensive plays that Drew Petzing has been calling for Kyler Murray. I really would love to know what are we talking about here in terms of balance, in terms of missed opportunities, receivers who are open, who are not spotted, because I think that for a lot of Cardinal fans, this is getting really old fast.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't thought of it that way. I think I know what you'd get from Jacoby Brissett. You'd get a responsible backup quarterback performance. That's what he's proven to be throughout his career. He's a trusted veteran, good teammate, does a lot of the right things. I think if you were pressed into starting him for more than a game, you probably wouldn't be interested in seeing those results.
So listen, there are people, and Wolf is one of them, who believe that if Kyler Murray is going to be good, he has to be operating in a balanced offense, that you have to have a strong running game for him to play off of. That is just an admission that Kyler Murray is a top 15 quarterback and no better, right? Because great quarterbacks like Josh Allen, if you don't have A, you find a way to get B done somehow, some way. So that brings us to the fact of what are the Cardinals going to do about their running game? If they can't get a running game going, where are you pivoting? Where are you going?
It's a good question. Drew Petzing was also asked in his media session yesterday to evaluate the offense of the Cardinals through the first 4 games.
Yes.
Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Yeah, I hit the wrong soundbite there.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the assessment to me is, did we score more points than the other team? 2 times we did, 2 times we didn't. So there's always going to be room for improvement. I think one of the things the word we've used is consistency. Like, you've seen it happen, you've seen it get rolling, you've seen when we're operating at a high level, and we need to be able to maintain that for a longer period of time. I think it's really important.
Yeah, but the question you asked about the running game, where do you pivot? This is still what they want to do. I don't think there's anybody in those offensive meeting rooms, coaches or players, that has worked this long since OTAs and minicamp started in April that wants to abandon what the bread and butter of this offense should be. That's the run game. But last week, Jonathan Gannon was pretty open about it. We knew we were going to have to throw the ball more against Seattle. Throw it all over the place was the phrase that he used. They ended up throwing it more than 40 times. And the run game, because they were playing from behind, did suffer. Drew Petzing asked that same question. Might they go to the pass more?
It's different week to week based on who we're playing and kind of the matchup. And I think you saw that last week in the game in terms of how things played out. I never want to go into the game saying it has to be this or it has to be that. It's more of, hey, who's available? What do they do at a high level? And how does that attack who we're playing against?
You also hit on something, too. This is the struggle of NFL offense versus defense in the year 2025. Explosives are currency for offense.
Yep.
Every defense is playing coverages to take away explosive pass plays, right? So you see the butting of the heads.
Absolutely.
The butting of the heads right there. What's frustrating to me about the Cardinals' offense, as opposed to others, is like I said, every defense has that on their to-do list. Take away the explosive plays. Other teams will still try them.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, you have to rely on your playmakers to make a play. Marvin Harrison Jr. might be covered, but also you drafted him 4th overall. Empower him. Trust him to make a play when he's covered.
Mm-hmm.
It might not always work out, but it also, to me, beats the alternative of just always taking what the offense or defense gives you.
Right.
And that just frustrates everybody.
Well, but then if you're Kyler Murray, you might say to yourself, but that route runs counterintuitive to people telling me to be careful. But what you're bringing up is a really good point, because when you're the Cardinals and you are assigned to fix this offense and get this thing rolling, there's no unanimity on where the problem lies. A lot of people think, well, if we get that offensive line corrected, everything is going to be just fine.
Yeah.
Maybe the running game in Arizona really has been about James Conner more than anything else.
It certainly is shining a light on that possibility. I still look at the line as a big part of that equation. Also, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say this. The reason why not loading up with more receivers leading into the season, why it seems problematic now, is the really good, super serious football teams, they have other ways to beat you. You take away something, they've got something over here. They go open another door on you.
I found the numbers. Explosive play rate. Where do you think the Cardinals are in the NFL?
4th from last.
Okay.
28th.
I would say that same neighborhood.
Exactly 28.
Really?
Wow. 3.8% explosive play rate. They're tied with the Browns. The other two teams with a worse explosive play rate are the Bengals and the Saints.
So you're talking about 3 teams with terrible quarterbacks.
Terrible quarterbacks. And ironically, the team right above them are the Eagles.
That is interesting.
Has not been good.
No, it has not.
But it's also not an offense built for explosive plays.
No.
It's a methodical, run first, tush-push offense, defense.
And the Cardinals have the 7th worst yards per play in the NFL.
Yeah, see, those are numbers. You can't build anything on those numbers. They have got to get this riddle solved.
And even those are deceptive because of a huge Kyler Murray run and a couple of big Trey Benson explosive runs that sort of skew those numbers.
The Trey Benson numbers don't skew it because that's coming from a running back.
I guess you're right. That's
but the Kyler Murray
play.
one does. Yeah, I agree with you on the Kyler Murray one. But either way, we're all circling around the same thing. This team has got to get its act together this weekend. The time has come for them to put a really competent game on the field. No drama.
They just need to prove of what they're capable of offensively. They haven't done that yet, and I fear Monday morning we're going to be coming in here and talking about, well, the Cardinals won again, but
it was 13-10, and
we're hoping that they haven't proved what they're capable of.
Yeah, well, that's it. There's still hope there. You're right.
We're hoping that they don't come in on Monday and Kyler Murray says, "We ass."
For real. Yesterday, Nafisa Collier fulfilled the fantasy of many American workers. She told off her boss, in public no less. Was she out of line? Did she have a point? And what does the WNBA do about it now? We'll get into all that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona sports host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
Yeah, the leadership aspect is going to be more important than ever this year.
I believe in Devin Booker. He's our guy, and we're building around him.
It's extremely exciting what we've done and also where we're going.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
Spinatos has been a Valley favorite for well over 50 years, and if you've got game day at your place and the whole crew coming over, they've got you covered. Hey, it's Vince Murata to tell you more about Spinatos' legendary catering menu, crispy Chicago-style pizzas, mouth-watering pastas, wings, meatballs, fresh salads, other appetizers, desserts, even gluten-free options, everything you need to feed the whole crew without missing a play. Just simply hit up the catering menu at SpinatosPizzeria.com. Place your order, and you'll be the MVP, regardless of how big the group you're feeding is. And now, something cool for the rest of October. Spinatos has brought back a fan favorite on the pizza menu, the Wizard of Za. It is a spicy chipotle peach pizza. Yeah, it's brimming with sweet heat. They're pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. It is bold. It's different. If you want to try something bold and different, it's on the menu through October at Spinato's. Whether it's game night, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's delivers 6 Valley locations: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Tempe, Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, and Gilbert, and the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. All your catering needs for game day can be taken care of, and place your order at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, the Phoenix Mercury of the WNBA sat back, watched Game 5 between the Aces and the Fever last night, and they finally learned who they'll play in the WNBA Finals. It'll be the Las Vegas Aces, and that will start on Friday night in Las Vegas, best of 7. And look, when a league gets down to the championship series, the World Series, the Super Bowl, it should be a great time that has fans and observers of whatever league it is focusing on the championship, correct? Mm-hmm. Nobody is talking about the WNBA Finals really outside of Phoenix and Vegas because they're focused on another WNBA story. We played the Cheryl Reeve rant that she had after Game 3 when the Lynx lost to the Mercury. She got suspended. She got fined $15,000. Nafisa Collier, her star player, who was injured late in that game, not by a dirty play, not by a missed call, by an unfortunate collision after a steal with Alyssa Thomas. She missed Game 4. She had a press conference yesterday as the Lynx wrapped up their season. And she, like her coach, I mean, she showed more tact than her coach, but she also went scorched earth on the league. Here's part of what Nafisa Collier said.
I'm not concerned about a fine. I'm concerned about the future of our sport. At some point, everyone deserves to hear the truth from someone who I hope has earned the benefit of the doubt to fight for what is right and fair for our athletes and our fans. We have the best players in the world. We have the best fans in the world. But right now, we have the worst leadership in the world. If I didn't know exactly what the job entailed, maybe I wouldn't feel this way. But unfortunately for them, I do. We serve a league that has shown they think championship coaches and Hall of Fame players are dispensable, and that's fine. It's professional sports. But I will not stand quietly by and allow different standards to be applied at the league level.
Now, the league leadership, Commissioner Kathy Engelbert, she was singled out in this rant by Nafisa Collier.
She was reading from a statement.
She was reading from a statement. Here is Nafisa Collier talking and giving details about a conversation she had with the commissioner.
At Unrivaled this past February, I sat across from Kathy and asked how she planned to address the officiating issues in our league. Her response was, well, only the losers complain about the refs. I also asked how she planned to fix the fact that players like Caitlin, Angel, and Paige, who are clearly driving massive revenue for the league, are making so little for their first 4 years. Her response was, Caitlin should be grateful she makes $16 million off the court, because without the platform that the WNBA gives her, she wouldn't make anything. And in that same conversation, she told me players should be on their knees thanking their lucky stars for the media rights deal that I got them. That's a mentality driving our league from the top. We go to battle every day to protect a shield that doesn't value us.
I will say this. I have no reason to doubt what Nafisa Collier said. If those things are true and those were said by the commissioner of the league, she should be removed from leadership immediately.
And she might be. There's the story might be kind of spinning to that conclusion, which is, but I don't think anything's going to happen now.
No, not during the finals.
It'd be a terrible look. It would overshadow. It's already threatening to overshadow everything. But this is the state of the W. It should be pointed out that Nafisa Collier's comments were backed by many big-name WNBA players on Instagram, on social media.
Caitlin
Many
Clark, Paige
people.
Beckers, Angel Reese were three that came out that were mentioned by Nafisa Collier. Asia Wilson, she made a statement last night as well. This is prevalent. Sophie Cunningham said it because she has to make a statement on everything. But this is a very prevalent
She does like attention. There's no doubt about that.
She sort of said the quiet part out loud here that was being rumored, buzzed about, chatted about for the last 2 years on how they view Caitlin Clark and how they view the star players and stuff in this league.
But what Nafisa Collier said that Kathy Engelbert said is what WNBA haters have been saying. This is how it comes off. She comes off almost as a hater of the league. Oh, stop complaining. I got you a great TV media rights deal. It's going to pay dividends down in the future. For Kathy Engelbert to even suggested that she said she wouldn't have a platform without the WNBA. Did you not see all the NIL money that Caitlin Clark made in college basketball?
Yeah, listen, look, that's a different issue, but it's also under the same umbrella. The idea that this league just doesn't understand how important Caitlin Clark is her own economy. And she's brought that to the WNBA. That does need to be recognized. I think there's a lingering feeling that, look, the NBA has subsidized and funded you girls for 20 years. We have finally broken through, and you're still not happy. I think that's the feeling that's coming from the other side. Like, we're making progress. Why are you doing this now? But at the same time, there's also this suppression of these players and some of their very valid concerns. I don't think the players did themselves any favors around the All-Star game when they showed up with T-shirts saying, pay us what you owe us. Nobody wants to hear, pay me what you owe me. What do I owe you? Bad messaging. And then they went out and didn't even compete hard in an All-Star game. They mailed it in an All-Star game in front of fans who paid to see them. So there's blame all over the place in the W. This has been one ugly, grotesque season, given the fact that the league has never been on higher ground.
Well, that's what critics, and this might be pointed right at the leadership of the league as well. Critics will say they don't know how to handle success. And they're 2 years, and really this was a lost year for Caitlin Clark. She didn't play that much, and so there wasn't the same boost in television ratings, but the interest was there. But people last year said, wow, they weren't ready for this. They weren't ready for this at all.
No,
the thing that is somewhat ironic in all of this, too, is okay, Nafisa Collier was the voice of it. Many people think, like, why is Caitlin Clark and Paige Beckers and Angel Reese not benefiting more? But yet, one of the stories over the last 2 years about Caitlin Clark and the WNBA is the animus from inside the league from players toward her. because of her profile.
It's grotesque.
So, I mean, there's so many different tentacles on this thing.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of entitlement in these statements, certainly. At the heart of it, they're looking at the leadership to improve the officiating. The officiating in the WNBA is awful.
Yep.
We know this. You
Yes, it
watch
is.
one game and you'll agree.
It's
but
terrible.
I wonder if the last boost from the NBA is, hey, we're making all of our officials year-round employees. And oh, by the way, guys, when the NBA season's over, you're reffing in the WNBA. At least there's no way to fix it completely. These are not totally unqualified officials. These are highly trained officials that are working in the WNBA. There's just not a lot of great basketball officials out there.
Yeah, well, that is...
Watch college basketball.
Yeah, no, that's very, very true. So these are all the things that are circulating around the Mercury's surprise appearance in the WNBA Finals. We're going to talk to Josh Bartlestein a little bit. The Mercury, by the way, are playing home games next Wednesday and Friday. Games 3 and 4, Wednesday and Friday of next week. You'll be able to see him if you want to get down to the arena. I just think that even going back to last year's Olympics or the Paris Olympics, the decision not to have Caitlin Clark there, it was such a whiff. It was such a miss. Remember at the end of the Olympics going, everything was great, except for that gold medal by Team USA. It just didn't feel good.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to find a way to better handle the success that is coming their way, regardless of where it came. It's ironic. A white girl goes to the W, and all this happens, and all this money is coming in, yet there's all this resentment and jealousy and divisiveness. Same thing as when a young black man went on the PGA Tour named Tiger Woods. Same thing happened.
There was a lot. We talked about it in real time. There was a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
It's also like this young superstar is getting all the attention. How about us that we've been here for years? Why don't you want to interview me?
That's it, Jarrett. That's exactly what it is. And
why don't you want to interview Tom Weiskopf?
Exactly. I was actually talking to somebody in the golf industry who told me that during that Tiger breakout period, the resentment and the divisiveness and the jealousy was as much as it is in the W with Caitlin. But the agents got involved and told players, knock it off. You're going to get paid.
Look at the purses.
Look at the money.
Look at the TV
Yes.
money.
Yeah. Yes.
The lack of patience if you just stay the course in what you're doing, you're going to reap the benefit.
That's it.
They don't want to stay the course.
That's it.
When in reality, if you do, it's all going to come back.
Yep.
Which, part of that is understandable.
Sure.
Because they're toiling now.
Mm-hmm.
So... I mean, it's a very complicated subject.
But how about this? But how about the underdog Mercury giving the W the Cinderella ending, the fairy tale ending to a rocky, bumpy season?
Against the big, bad Las Vegas
There you
Aces,
go.
the super team.
Scorching hot.
Yep, coming up next, the Diamondbacks check their box. Their manager will be back for 2026. Another box to check, improving the roster for 2026. How do they do that? We'll get into that straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sonic. People are loyal to Sonic for a whole bunch of different reasons. Some people love the side item like the tots and the onion rings at Sonic, which are pretty tremendous. Some people, like my beautiful daughter, love the drink menu. Features 10,000 different combinations of drinks and slushes. Some people love the ice cubes at Sonic and even buy them in bulk. Me, I'm a huge fan of their all-star lineup of burgers. I alternate between the garlic butter bacon cheeseburger, which is sensational, and their smash lineup is out of this world good. They're great additions to the lineup of burgers at Sonic, and I'm also a huge fan of the experience. So cool. You pull into a shaded parking spot. You've got this great menu outside your driver's side window, a menu that is diverse, full of great choices. You place your order, you sit back, you are being served curbside by an iconic car hop. When you're done, you're already in your car, you're back on the road. That is exactly the way I like it. Also, remember to order ahead with the Sonic app. Cool stuff happening there. You score exclusive rewards, half-price drinks, discounts on burgers. Make sure you download that and use it. Live free, eat Sonic.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal, Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Week 5 in the NFL will get underway tomorrow, but the Arizona Cardinals will welcome the 0-4 Tennessee Titans to State Farm Stadium on Sunday with question marks surrounding what this offense will look like. Here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing on the need to get it rolling this weekend.
I think one of the things the word we've used is consistency. Like, you've seen it happen, you've seen it get rolling, you've seen when we're operating at a high level, and we need to be able to maintain that for a longer period of time. I think it's really important.
The WNBA finals are set. The Phoenix Mercury and the Las Vegas Aces Game 1 against Asia Wilson and company will be in Vegas Friday night. And for the first time in WNBA history, it'll be a best-of-7 series. And for everything Suns preseason, D-backs offseason, or Cardinals midseason, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today or book your free consultation.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What is one move you would like to see the Arizona Diamondbacks make this offseason? Talk about that, and we'll react to the playoff games on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We will find ways to improve this roster going into the offseason for sure. I don't think on the whole, building a better defensive club comes at as high a cost as having to put together a huge offensive club. The starting pitching is going to be something we're going to need to focus in on going into the offseason for sure. That's probably the number one area outside of building the bullpen again that we're going to have to focus in on.
Mike Hazen, wrap up yesterday, speaking with the media along with Torey Lovullo, who will be back for a 10th year in 2026 as the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. But finding a way to improve the roster. Ken Kendrick was on with Burns and Gambo and said, basically, I wouldn't expect us to spend the way that we've spent. I wouldn't expect the payroll to be what it has been. Mike Hazen, you pointed it out, he is consistent every year. Whether it's spending or not spending, he doesn't care about the payroll. He knows he has a job to do. And look, Torey Lovullo has been widely criticized by the Diamondbacks fan base. I don't think Mike Hazen has been criticized nearly as much. These guys work as a tandem. And I still have faith in Mike Hazen to accomplish the goal that he set out, to find a way to improve the roster. Improving the roster doesn't mean the team's going to be better. You have to have some good luck involved as well. They really didn't have much luck this year on that front.
Yeah, I think all of that's accurate. And I do think that Mike Hazen, because he has done so many really good things, really good trades, competing with the monopolistic Dodgers, always being very, very accountable and out in front and blaming himself. I think he's got a lot of credibility. But you know what? I think he deserves it. I still believe that he is an elite general manager. I think they get down rabbit holes sometimes. I think this whole think tank committee thing that we've been discussing might be beyond the pale a little bit. But then again, I'm old school, and I believe in the manager's ability to kind of have some autonomy, some power that he can leverage to get results. You know what I mean? When Torey told that story about Sparky Anderson and Sparky telling him, hey, listen, you're not a good teammate. I'm sending your backside out of here. He told that story for a reason, because managers who have that ability thereby have the ability to make players listen, because they know if I don't do what this cat says, he's got the power to get me out of here.
I wonder, is that exclusively a thing, though, from 40 years ago that's outdated now? Because also in that statement, he also mentioned, I don't know what goes on in other clubhouses and other dugouts and stuff like that. This just might be 2025 baseball.
But it's not everywhere. I do not believe that every single manager is operating under those kind of constraints. Now, again, I'm using the word constraints, but to Mike Hazen, it's enlightenment. This is the way smart organizations operate.
Yeah, I mean, elsewhere in the last couple of days, they were having the conversation about it this morning on ESPN Radio, on Sportsmanlike, which precedes us here on Arizona Sports, having that the same discussion, that managers are there basically to take the arrows for the decisions that are made by the people around them. That's what it's become. Last night, Aaron Boone, the manager of the Yankees, puts out his Game 1 lineup. Jazz Chisholm's not in the lineup because Ahmed Rosario had success against Garrett Crochet. So Chisholm doesn't play. They lose. They score 1 run. Aaron Boone's getting raked over the coals. And the response to that was, you people really think Aaron Boone is setting the lineup every day? What's wrong with you? It's a Brian Cashman and committee exercise.
But it's also fair to wonder that if the people who are running baseball franchises, GMs particularly, and team presidents, if they're not taking all this analytical data and AI that they've got access to now and overusing it and not trusting the organic human intuition, manager running a team from the dugout on the fly. Listen, I don't know what the right way is. I really don't. I just know that I think as a team, these guys are very collaborative. And the reason it has worked here without the manager squawking about it is because he's a very collaborative guy. And he and Mike Hazen are very, very tight. So to me, I think that everybody needs, all the really extreme critics of Torey Lovullo, you need to take measure of what is happening at the ballpark. out of fairness to Torrey. You can disagree with me. You can disagree with Vinny. You can remain firm in your belief that the Diamondbacks needed to change the manager. That's your right. No one's going to argue with that. But please be measured with the fact that Torrey isn't the one making all these decisions.
So the devil's advocate counter argument to that is, if you can't blame Torrey, then can you give him credit? Like, does it matter who the manager is then?
Well,
if it's such a collaborative effort?
It still does, because as Torrey outlined, that between innings 1 and 9, or whenever that game ends, he is the autonomy. He's not checking with the front office. Yes, he's got information and analytics available to him in the dugout, but he's making those baseball decisions on the fly. So from that front, yes.
Listen,
but you mentioned analytics changed the whole thing.
Of course it did.
And that's why I do believe this is widespread throughout baseball. Because what team, other than the Colorado Rockies, hasn't invested heavily in an analytics department? Those people are not drawing yearly salaries to not have that information used. And how do you get that information used? You make it a collaborative effort. You don't say, okay, manager, here's the packet of information I've prepared for you. Whether you use it or not is up to you.
Right.
No, it's
that's not how it goes.
Being used.
Yeah, no, yeah. That packet will have about 10 items that are non-negotiable. Right? So, yeah, listen. So, when it comes to Torrey Lovullo, if it isn't a playoff game, I rarely ever get involved in decisions of in-game strategy. The Geraldo Perdomo sack bunt was an exception. Generally, the things that will get me in that lane is just leadership or lack thereof. Torrey's leadership in the 2023 run to the World Series was scintillating. It was next-level kind of stuff.
People don't know this. You literally ran through a wall.
Literally. There's a hole in Chase Field that hasn't been repaired yet.
Wile E. Coyote.
Yes.
But it will be now that the
That's right. Now the money is
finances are in place. They can finally patch it up.
That's right, yeah.
No, but he became the face of Arizona sports during that run.
Yeah. Yeah. And this year, my complaints with him were also leadership-based. I thought there was a lot of wishy-washy stuff when the team needed a stern voice, maybe through the media. But Torrey doesn't roll like that. So I would just say that everybody who's got a strong opinion against Torrey Lovullo, you're perfectly fine to have that.
Yeah.
And even Torrey himself would say that. Just understand that it's not probably like you think it is. Well, and that other people in that committee, they also deserve a share of your outrage, because that's where it's coming from. It's coming from a collaborative approach.
Yeah, and we just don't know what that committee is comprised of, who it's comprised of.
Yeah.
In terms of young players that are very important moving forward, 2 names come to mind. Blaze Alexander, Jordan Lawler. We saw them in big doses down the stretch. Here was Mike Hazen talking about position plans for those 2 players moving forward.
I don't have a great final answer for you on that yet. We'll see what happens through the course of the offseason. I think Jordan's going to go down and play winter ball. Blaze did a great job for us at third base. We know Blaze can play second base. We know Blaze can play center field. I'm curious to know if Jordan can play center field. Tim Tawa can play center field. Obviously, we have Jake and Alec and Barossa. And then, there's kids coming up in AA and AAA that are also can man some of those positions.
Look, of the players that got extended looks down the stretch, Blaze Alexander was the player, even though Jared thinks he's not good at baseball. He's the guy that sees the opportunity. And I think Blaze Alexander, especially defensively, and Mike Hazen went on and on about the defense at third base and how he would get you out of innings by making spectacular plays. He's locked that up. That job is his to lose next year.
Yeah. To the point where they're going to try Jordan Lawler out in center field.
Which I'm okay with.
Yes, so am I.
Because, Blaze Alexander's got third lockdown. Jordan Lawler didn't look comfortable at third base. You have Ketel Marte at second, unless you're going to DH Ketel every day.
I'm cool with another year of Alec Thomas, not so much with Jake McCarthy, with all due respect.
But you know what's going to happen next year? Jake McCarthy's going to hit 320, and Alec Thomas is going to hit about 79.
100%.
That's 100% what's going to happen.
They take turns.
That's fantastic.
My Chemical Romance is heading to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets are now on sale. You can win a pair now by texting the word romance to 620-620 for your chance. That is romance to 620-620. Coming up next, the Browns have closed the door on Joe Flacco, but they didn't open Shador to replace him. Oh, my goodness, Jared.
Wow.
The door.
I like
wow,
that
that's
one.
a pretty good turn of a phrase.
We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
We want to thank you for tuning in on this Wednesday morning, but a special shout out to our great listeners in the fine city of Scottsdale. Thank you, Scottsdale listeners.
Scottsdale, what's happening?
That's not a city I've ever called home. But someday, Vic.
Goals, Vinny. It's good to have goals.
Shout out Scottsdale. Thanks for listening to Bickley and Murata Mornings. The news from this morning, another quarterback change coming in the NFL, and it's the Cleveland Browns. And look, we knew this was a matter of time.
Mm-hmm.
You don't go into a season with very little in terms of championship aspirations with a veteran quarterback who's 40 years old and 2 draft picks invested in quarterbacks. You don't see that quarterback job security very long. They say, Flacco, you're going to the bench. Dylan Gabriel, you get first dibs. You're getting the start this week against the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was an opportune time for the Browns to do this, but this ain't it.
Well,
they're going to take on a Brian Flores Minnesota Vikings defense. That's his first start against maybe the most complicated defense, and the defense that everybody points to in the NFL as that's really hard to figure out. Flores can make life just really miserable for young quarterbacks. Not only that, they're going across the pond to London to take on a Vikings team that's already been hanging out in Europe for a week because they played in Ireland.
Yeah, that's going to be a big advantage for the Vikings, but the Vikings were not very good in that game against Pittsburgh. Their offensive line was just destroyed.
Yes.
The way I look at it, if you're Cleveland, Joe Flacco is not your future. I mean, come on. He's what, 40?
Yep.
So at some point in time, you do need to pass the baton. You need to find out what these two kids, Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders, have in them. What's interesting is that the Browns, for all the abuse that they take, their rookie class has been really, really good so far. Mason Graham has been outstanding. Quinshawn Judkins has been really good. They've had a lot of contributions from young kids they just drafted. Must be nice. Now Dylan Gabriel is up for the Browns. It's not the best time to begin because, like you said, the team that arrives for a game in Europe to face a team that's already been there, that's a big disadvantage.
Yeah, and I don't think it hasn't been very often that this has happened. I think the Jaguars a couple of times have played back-to-back games in England, but in those years it wasn't that much of an advantage because the team wasn't very good. And you might be wondering, why are the Browns doing this now? Their bye week is not until week 9, so they're getting antsy.
That's when they'll trade to go to Shedeur.
Yeah, they've scored 16, 17, 13, and 10 points this year. They need to kickstart something. But again, doing it against the Vikings defense, their offense, the Vikings offense, they got the push a little bit when they had to change quarterbacks and go with Carson Wentz the first game. Mostly it's looked terrible. With J.J. McCarthy or Wentz at quarterback.
Go ahead, Jared.
I was going to say, what do you think the leash is now for Gabriel? Like, is this his job for the rest of the season, or do you think that Shedeur eventually would get a chance?
Well, it depends. I think if he's mediocre, if he has highs and lows, and they'll weigh that, and if the lows get really bad, they might try Shedeur if he takes the opportunity and runs with it. I think what's more interesting to me is here we are in the NFL. We're entering Week 5, and there's very little definition to what we're watching here. Okay, the Kansas City Chiefs were 0-2. They bounced back with a couple of victories, but are they any good?
Yes.
The Ravens, their defense is an abomination. The Ravens used to be known for defense.
Yeah. That's why I drafted them in fantasy
look,
league.
the Steelers now have a clear path in the AFC North.
Isn't that nuts?
Or not the North. Where are they? They're
the North, yeah.
Okay, AFC North, yes. Yeah. So the Steelers have got the inside leg. Yes, it's nuts. And then you look in the NFC. Drew Brees just said the Eagles are not the best team in the league, that they're a CeeDee Lamb drop and a chip shot field goal from the Rams away from being a 2-2 team. No sooner did he say that than an Eagle fan clapped back and said, yeah, well, you know, if that referee in the Super Bowl didn't flag Bradbury, Jalen Hurts and Mahomes would each have 2 Super Bowl rings, 2 Super Bowl MVPs, and there's a real discussion as to who's the best quarterback in football. Patrick Mahomes or Jalen Hurts. And I'm bringing this all up because there's a lot of confusion at the top.
See, what you just said, the clap back from the Eagles fan is interesting to me. Because I was at that Super Bowl in Glendale when they called that penalty, and it was the most anticlimactic ending to a Super Bowl maybe ever for what was a really entertaining game.
Yeah.
Had that happened, let's do the Wayne's World thing.
Okay.
Let's say that happened, and Jalen Hurts and Mahomes each had 2 Super Bowl rings, 2 Super Bowl MVPs. Do you really think Jalen Hurts would be getting that much love? He's got 1 now, and he gets no love.
They are the most, for whatever reason, either underappreciated, unnecessarily hated on, great team that has been great now for like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
They're undefeated. whether it's people that don't like the head coach, they don't respect Jalen Hurts, they don't like their style of play, whatever it is, they seem to never get their due.
I think it's mostly the style of play thing, Jarrett, because even before Mahomes ever won a Super Bowl, the aesthetics of a revolutionary offense were there. I watch the Chiefs offense play now, and by and large, I think that's turned into a boring offense too. But at least you have the memories of him flinging the ball all over the place or uncorking a no-look pass or throwing for 450 yards and 5 touchdowns. The Eagles just aren't built that way, and I don't think if you don't have the aesthetics or the stats to go along with the wins, I think it's unfair because I think Jalen Hurts is a winner, and he's been a winner everywhere he's gone. But he's almost tasked as like a level unto himself as a game manager. Do you agree with that?
I do. Listen, but this is also a football team that I believe has won 20 of their last 21 games.
They're 20-1.
And the game that they lost, Jalen Hurts didn't finish the game.
Oh.
They're 20-0. In the last 20 games, Jalen Hurts has finished under center.
But it's interesting because we've seen this argument a couple of different times. When the Eagles get into big games, Jalen Hurts is more than accountable. He is money in big games. Calm, poised, makes big passes.
I feel like people think that, one, they're getting away with something with the tush-push stuff.
Yeah.
And because they're getting away with something, that they're not as good as you think they are. And plus, I think it's just not the most aesthetically pleasing form of basketball. It's not
basketball.
Well, because
certainly not the most
football. Because it makes me think of 2 other great teams in history: the New Jersey Devils of the mid '90s and late '90s that were really great, winning Stanley Cups and played super boring, dump the puck in.
Left
wing lock, Jarrett. Don't forget the left wing lock.
And the San Antonio Spurs of Tim Duncan. That they were
too fundamental.
Too fundamental, not exciting. This is not what we want. And I think the Eagles are kind of the modern day. They win with defense. They win with running the ball. They win with those boring tush-push plays.
Yeah.
No, they haven't been running the ball that well this year.
It's an interesting point. And to your historical examples, I don't think it's necessarily fair to the Eagles or to the Spurs. But the New Jersey Devils ruined hockey.
I know.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Remember how much back in the day we would talk about that style
Well, that
of play?
came right after the Rangers won the Stanley Cup, and people were saying that NHL is surpassing the NBA in popularity. And then the next year the Devils won, and that was it.
Well, you look at the NFC. The Rams for that first half against the Eagles looked like the best team in football. Then the second half happened. So it feels like it's wide open.
And then the first half against Tampa Bay, they kind of looked like the best team in football again. And
The
then
Packers,
the second half happened.
the
But
Packers
they still find ways to win.
The Packers were supposedly, Micah Parsons, we're next level elite, and the Cowboys hang 40 on
Takes
them.
more than one player, I guess, on defense to fix that.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona sports host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
The energy's high, and that's what it's going to take. It starts now.
The best part about Devin is he wants to be here just like we want him here.
We want a team that Arizona and Phoenix can be proud of.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. It's almost Suns season. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products. Now that I've done business with Advanced Window Products, now that they've currently been at my house installing the windows, I can tell you I am super stoked at the finished product, at how awesome my windows look, at the framing of them all, at the installation, the quality of the craftsmanship. I could not be happier. I took advantage of a great special where you buy 10 or more windows from Advanced Window Products. You are getting $2,500 off your price. It's a great incentive. If you need new windows, highly recommend you take care of that. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. No middleman markups. Windows and doors can be installed in one day. Sales and installation all in-house. No middleman markups, like I said. At Advanced Window Products, they build the windows, they install the windows, they guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable to the next homeowner. These are the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find in the state of Arizona. Invest in your number one asset, your home at Advanced Window Products. Great time to take advantage of that. Once again, that great special they've got going on. Buy 10 or more windows, you get a discount of $2,500. Call them at 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks offseason has begun, and General Manager Mike Hazen shared where his focus will lie in the offseason.
We will find ways to improve this roster going into the offseason for sure. The starting pitching is going to be something we're going to need to focus in on going into the offseason for sure. That's probably the number one area outside of building the bullpen again that we're going to have to focus in on.
The wait is over for the Phoenix Mercury as they're set for a WNBA Finals best-of-7 series with the Las Vegas Aces. That'll get underway on Friday night. The Phoenix Suns preseason will also start on Friday night in Palm Springs against the Lakers before the team will head to China for 2 games. And the Arizona Cardinals continue prep for the Tennessee Titans this Sunday as they look to get back in the win column after dropping 2 straight. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Bellotto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Every morning, 7:30, Sammy gives us the big stories in the reboot, and it's happening now. Prepare. What do you got, Sammy?
It's happening now. Yes, this is the reboot. If you want to watch the reboot or any part of the show, be sure you head to YouTube, type in Arizona Sports, and we'll pop up and you can see our lovely faces every single morning. But we'll start with the Cardinals. The offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing, he met with the media yesterday and he discussed how the offense has looked through the first 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the assessment to me is, did we score more points than the other team? 2 times we did, 2 times we didn't. So there's always going to be room for improvement. I think one of the things the word we've used is consistency. Like, you've seen it happen, you've seen it get rolling, you've seen when we're operating at a high level, and we need to be able to maintain that for a longer period of time. I think it's really important.
So the Titans are the 25th defense in the NFL, the 28th against the run. If the Cardinals offense can't get it rolling against the 0-4 Titans, what will that tell you?
That we got a lot of issues here in Arizona.
A lot of issues with you people.
Listen, they're already 0-2 in the division. Okay, so that's not ideal. When all the national analysts are looking at 2-2 football teams and distilling which ones they believe in and which ones they don't, now many people are believing in the Cardinals. So they've got to find a way to unlock this. I'm also curious, based on, I don't know if you guys all saw the Darius Robinson Instagram post.
No.
Well, apparently last night he posted that I trust the next chapter because I know the author. And now, remember, this is a guy that suffered a chest injury against the Seahawks. Is he telling us something?
I saw people reacting to it that way. I didn't read it that way.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Okay.
I guess we'll find out.
Cryptic athlete posts.
Yeah. They're the best, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. They tell you so much.
That would be dreadful if there's something that's going to affect him to that degree.
But again, Pro Football Focus's win rate among defensive linemen through Week 4, Calais Campbell, 13%. Dante Stills, 11.5%. Dalvin Tomlinson, 5.1%. Darius Robinson, all the way bottom at 0.0%.
0.0%.
He's not been good.
Are you saying he's the John Blutarski of NFL?
That's exactly what he's saying. It is amazing on those stats, too. Calais Campbell has been the best player on the Cardinals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Totally agree with you.
Amazing.
Totally agree with you.
Now,
so maybe I'm just misreading this, but this is just something I came across.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah. I'll just go brass tacks here. They don't get it done against Tennessee. They got major problems.
Yep.
Yeah, and is the offense getting right? There you go. Is the offense getting right more of an eye test thing, a specific number on the scoreboard, or, I mean, it's definitely a combination of both, right? Or what is it more to you guys?
The eyeball test, it holds some weight. I'm not gonna lie, but just look at the numbers. Look at Jonathan Gannon's talking very regularly about we need to score more points. You look at the numbers in the yardage totals. They have not reached 300 yards in 4 games. It's got to pick up in all ways.
Yeah. All right, ASU, we're a month into the college football season. We've learned a lot, both about ASU and some other teams in college football. Right now, The Athletic gives ASU a 19% chance to make the college football playoff. And right now, they only give the nod to one Big 12 team. Things will obviously change, but do you agree with that assessment, both on ASU and kind of the disrespect towards the Big 12?
Yeah, the more and more I see the Big 12 and the more and more I've seen some other big programs kind of flounder about, I'm not accepting this idea that this should be a one-team league.
one bid team.
But again, this is going to have to play out over time. From what I've seen so far, I mean, the Baylor game, the TCU game, what we're going to see coming up with Utah and Texas Tech, it just doesn't seem fair that this league would be, sentenced to having one berth. That's just too much greed on the SEC and the Big Ten.
It is, but those conferences have staked their claim, and they've augmented it with their play and their importance. For the Big 12 to be more than a one team invite to the playoffs, they're going to have a team run the table and beat a team that had run the table until the Big 12 championship game. That's how you get 2 in. That's the reality of what this conference. Right. Depending, and we're assuming that those other conferences, the top-heavy SEC and Big Ten, are going to hold multiple spots, which is always the case. I think that's the reality of where the Big 12 is right now.
Yeah, right now they have 4 SEC and 4 Big Ten teams in there, so that weight is heavy. All right, on a Diamondbacks front, here was General Manager Mike Hazen yesterday on improving and the need to improve the roster this offseason.
We will find ways to improve this roster going into the offseason for sure. I don't think on the whole, building a better defensive club comes at as high a cost as having to put together a huge offensive club. The starting pitching is going to be something we're going to need to focus in on going into the offseason for sure. That's probably the number one area outside of building the bullpen again that we're going to have to focus in on.
Okay, so we're going to do a quick little, the Diamondbacks could do this, the Diamondbacks should do this, or absolutely not. So first and foremost, revamping the outfield aside from Corbin Carroll. Could they do that? Should they do that? Or they won't do that?
They should do that.
Yeah, I think they should do that as well. And we've already discussed maybe a plan of trying Jordan Lawler in center field because Blaze Alexander is clearly a much better defensive infielder.
Right.
So, yes, I agree with that.
All right, my next one kind of in that token. The Diamondbacks trying out Ketel Marte at first base. Could they do that? Should they do that? Or nope, it could open up Blaze and Lawler in the infield.
Whew.
I would say no.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
Compound, then you're going to have 2 bad defenders instead of 1. If you're going to play Lawler at third and, Ketel could be good at first. I don't know, but why?
Luis Arraez just did it in San Diego. It worked out for them. We've seen other infielders go to first base.
It's an interesting thought. I'm still not convinced they're not going to test the trade market on Ketel Marte and see if that can solve a lot of their issues.
And if I had seen more from Jordan Lawler in the latter part of the season, I would probably be more on board with that, but I say no on that.
Okay, and Ken Kendrick, he mentioned the dollars being spent, so this might come down to him, but the Diamondbacks entering the Pete Alonso business. He would solve the issue at first base. Could they do that? Should they do that? No.
Listen, the polar bear, man, that would put some slug in the lineup, but it just doesn't jibe with the idea of reducing payroll a little bit.
Yep.
That's gonna be a heavy price tag.
Yeah, so what's he gonna get? $35 million plus?
Oh, like 3 years, $120 million, something like that.
Yeah.
That's a nice thought, though, Sammy.
I'll give you the line that is uttered in every poker scene in every movie ever made. Too rich for my blood.
There it is. All right, and there's the reboot for you guys. Happy Hump Day.
Let us know now. Have you started getting recognized in public yet, Sammy?
A couple times.
Okay. I want somebody to run a semi by you at some point in time.
If Sammy is the new "Shut Up, Jarrett."
That's it, because people will say, "Shut up, Jarrett."
If I'm in public and I get like not even like a tap on the shoulder, but just like a Sammy like coming from, I will get a little giddy because that scene in Sinners still lives in my head.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, so all right, there you go.
And there's 2 instances of it in the movie. There's 2.
Yes.
Sammy.
Got me both times.
We need the second instance.
It sounds exactly the same.
Does it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I still haven't watched that movie.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, the Mercury are headed to the WNBA Finals. Suns are headed to China. We'll talk about both with their president and CEO, Josh Bartlestein. He joins us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think Calais Campbell has been maybe the best player on the Cardinals this year, and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. I think it's cool that Calais Campbell is playing at this unbelievably high level, I don't think it's a great thing when a 39-year-old has been your best player through 4 games, because that to me says more about the other guys who haven't been your best player than it does about Calais.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Okay, so I just saw 2 houses for sale, same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard why. Well, the first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they just finally settled for less than they had hoped. But the second homeowner, they chose Orchard, and they got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list the home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers, and they brought in a pro to handle everything. And then even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, that homeowner got to move into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings, and you can too. Orchard will help you buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. Then they'll make price-boosting upgrades and sell your home for top dollar. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home even before your old home sells. It's a great setup. So start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Let's go!
On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard.
Tippers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Charlotte Speedway, Saturday at 1:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Hey, it's Wolf. How can the Arizona Cardinals correct their offensive line issues? We'll ask two-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks at 11:15 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
We continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, taking you up till 10 o'clock. Big happenings downtown Phoenix. Of course, the Phoenix Mercury getting ready for the WNBA Finals, which will roll through town next week for games 3 and 4 at least. And the Phoenix Suns on the verge of their new season with a trip to China for preseason games against the Nets upcoming. Busy times. We appreciate Josh Bartlestein, the CEO of the Suns and Mercury, for joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Josh, good morning.
Josh.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Are you packed for China yet?
I got to do double. I'm not a good packer. I got to pack for Vegas, and I got to pack for China. So I'm overwhelmed. But that's going to start tonight.
Good
That
problems
is overwhelming.
to have. Congratulations to the Mercury on this season. And for a team that had such a massive change of talent on the roster, and a lot of that talent obviously pops off the page. We know that doesn't always work out, especially when there's a lot of different personalities involved. But when did you kind of know in your mind, Josh, that this team was something special?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know what? It's been an awesome season. And kind of all parts of the way. I remember talking to Nick and Nate and Matt just saying, like, I think we have something here. And not to get too far ahead of yourself, but I would just watch as much as the way we play as the results. You know, there's sometimes you win – it's fluky or it's based on shot making. Mm-hmm. This team won on substance, and the substance I thought would carry over through a long season and into the playoffs. And I remember, ironically enough, beating Minnesota at home on camp day in front of a bunch of kids, and it was a gritty game. No one could make a shot, but we just kind of found a way, and we were hurt. And I just believe that what we were doing, we give ourselves a chance. And it's not been an easy path, right? Like to play the defending champs in round one, the first seed in round two in Minnesota. Obviously, now we have Vegas. Nothing's been easy, but that's kind of how we like it, and I can't wait for Friday night.
Listen, one of the things I like about the Merc is, in paying very close to attention to them during this postseason run, is their relentlessness, and there is no deficit that is too much for them to overcome. And the way you guys kept coming back from big deficits basically made the Lynx coach lose her ever-loving mind. Josh, talk about just the competitive spirit of this team you've got right now.
Well, it's not good for my health. My heart can't take it. I'd rather just be up 15 the whole game and not have to worry about it. But you're right. There's the belief that at some point it's going to break through. And I think it starts with the big three and Alyssa Thomas. She just keeps going and going, and Saksu and Clea. And the depth just kind of come in waves. And you got to give Coach Tibbetts a ton of credit. But you're right. I mean, I think the stat was like 2 in 155 of teams down 13 or more points starting the fourth quarter. And honestly, the people in the buildings are like, we're going to figure this thing out. We're going to come through. So it's been that way all year long. But I think it comes down to our defense. Like, this team is not built on flash and scoring. It's built on getting stops. And when you have your defense is your core, you're never out of the game. And you saw we turned up the pressure in the fourth quarter. It's incredibly physical. And the arena was rocky. And the next thing you know, we take the lead.
Josh Bartlestein, CEO of the Mercury and Sons, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings as the Mercury get ready for the WNBA Finals against Las Vegas. And look, this is a shift for the whole league. This is a shift for all of these players. With this being the first ever best-of-7 finals series, none of these players in this league for either team have ever done this before. How much of an adjustment do you think that'll take from a coaching standpoint, from a preparation standpoint?
Yeah. It's a great question. The first round best of three is one of those things where, like, game one happens and then either on the verge of clinching or you're, for us, we were one loss away from being out. Mm-hmm. So it's such a small sample size. And then you get to 5 and you have a little bit more of a feel. But I remember after game one and loss in Minnesota, it's like you can feel it. It's that close. I think 7, the key is still having the same level of urgency, but settling in. You can't just assume you're going to win 2 games in a row in a series because these two teams are so good. But I think it will be different in that whichever team kind of comes off first of urgency, but also realizes how long you get a 7-game series is. There'll be a ton of adjustments and changes. You have 2 great coaches and elite level players. So it'll be good. It'll be a 2-week, it'll be a sprint and a marathon at the same time. And got to keep your composure, and it'll be a lot of fun.
All right, Josh, for all the criticism that Matt Ishbia has taken, he's done a lot of good things. A couple of them I'll mention real quick. Keeping the Suns on free television at a time when so many broadcasts are going behind paywalls, and then treating the Mercury with equal reverence. He makes that very, very clear in every press conference. And if the Mercury wins a title, what do you think that might mean? Because you obviously went out and hired a really good general manager who went out and hired a really good head coach, and you revamped a roster, and here you are back in the WNBA Finals as a franchise. What might this mean for the perception of your boss?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously he's my boss, but he's an incredible owner, and I've grown up in sports my whole life. The things you want your owner to do is have an incredible care factor in every single detail, and give you all the resources in the world. And I think that impacts teams and fans. To talk about the team, the Mercury 2 years ago won 9 games, and the investment was in let's bring in a big-time GM, a big-time head coach, and on the margins, every resource you could think of, we were going to make A+. So facility, A+. The way they travel, A+. Team dinners on the road. We've doubled our medical staff. And it wasn't because of, caring about valuation or profitability. It was the Mercury and Suns are on the same pedestal. And in my first meeting with Matt, that was the thing is, with the Suns have the Merc left, our goal is to build a world-class organization on both sides. And you do all that, and free agents and players figure it out. And Phoenix is an amazing city. You know that. It's a destination, and they've done great. Now, the winning of the Mercury has created substance where it's going to last and stay. So he gets a ton of credit because it was his vision from day one. Same thing with the fans. The TV deal, which is a massive thing. I have more teams call me about that and how we did it than anything else we do. And it was all his vision. Again, one of our first meetings, I don't like where we're at with local TV. I don't like all these different options. People can't find games. I want it quick, easy, and for everyone. And we did it, and it's worked. And then you go on to our food and beverage deals and $2 menus. I can go on and on. But I think it all comes down to his care factor. Like, my first call in the morning is Matt because he's thinking about the Suns, Mercury, and our fans. And my last call is Matt. And that's what makes a great owner. And you're seeing a breakthrough on the court with the Merc. You see it in a million ways in the community, the stuff we do, the team. And I think you'll see it with Suns season 2.
Josh Bartlestein, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Obviously, the WNBA Finals is a big story. There's another big story in the league. It's kind of the elephant in the room right now with a lot of star players in the WNBA voicing their displeasure with league leadership and how it pertains to officiating. What is the concern level league-wide right now about this? Because I in my lifetime, Josh, I don't think I've heard athletes from any single league voice their displeasure as vehemently as is what's happening right now in the W. So where is the concern level and how possible is change?
Yeah, look, I think one thing we've done a good job on, whether you watch Nate's press conferences or our players, we focused on the basketball. And that's what we're going to keep doing as we play Vegas is there's incredible basketball taking place. The arenas are electric. The games are physical, but our fans love that. And all we want is it to be called the same on both ends. And we think it's been that way on our series. So that will be the message today when we practice and meet is just focus on the incredible basketball, how close you are to something special, keep our locker room really, really tight, and then we'll figure everything else out after that.
All right, give us some info on the Suns after a few days of practice. We were all there at Media Day, and we got to meet all the new faces and hear from Jordan Knott and all that. But what's going on at practice? Give us an update on what you're seeing.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, guys, it's the most competitive training camp I've seen. Jordan Knott, Coach Ross has done a phenomenal job. I mean, we are going at it. That's the nice thing about going to China is you basically have an extra week of practice, which for a whole new team and a new head coach is really important. So it's been super competitive, getting after it. The vibe is completely different. The impact Dylan Brooks has made is just a competitive spirit. Jalen Green's in a really good rhythm. So it's a ton of fun. It's a young team that gets after it. They're hungry. They're the hunter now. Like, we're going after people. And I think it's been really fun, and I'm excited for Friday night. Friday, you'll have to have 2 TVs on for you guys. You're going to have Suns preseason against the Lakers. I'll be in Vegas with the Mercury. But it's a great time of the year. But I really think this team's got the right attitude, and Devin's leading it, so it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, too, and I told Bick this, Josh, that at FanFest on Saturday, not only was the crowd into it, the buy-in from the players, and you mentioned the word vibe, there was a vibe among the guys on the court just having fun and being together that it didn't look like a team with 14 new players on the roster. It looked like these guys were really vibing with each other.
You're spot on. I mean, you saw it. It's a great point. That FanFest was a team that wants to embed itself in the community. That's something that Matt, BG, who's Brian Gregory, our GM, done a great job with. The community here is going to buy into the team when they like the people on the not just the players. You got to give. Our fans are amazing, but they want to know not just the athlete, who the person is. And stuff like FanFest, when our players are out in the stands signing autographs and throwing shirts, it matters. And that's intentional. We've talked about that with our guys this summer is we're going to spend more time connecting with our fans. We're not too cool to do anything. And then the connectivity you see is that training camp, we've been doing this for months, all voluntary, but our guys have been in the gym. They've been building relationships. So that's why I feel like we're in a really good spot. Is we didn't just start this week, we're ahead, and then we've really made a stand on investing in our community, and our players understand the importance of that.
Josh, great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck to the Mercury and to the Suns on their preseason and the trip to China.
Appreciate you guys having me. Have a great day and a fun time.
Thanks. See you, bud. Josh Bartlestein, Suns Mercury CEO. He was our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the midway point of the day, the midway point of the week. The first Bickley blast of the second part of the week is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. What are the 3 T's that can put the Cardinals defense firmly in that elite category? The Diamondbacks are focused on pitching and defense entering this offseason, and Steve Nash's new gig with the Suns represents Jordan Knott's willingness to lean on others. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here on the court, on the field, on the baseball diamond. Sports fans know the 3 magic letters in sports: MVP, most valuable player, but on the roadways in the automotive world, it's BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Head on down to Chapman BMW, check out their incredible inventory of vehicles, take a test drive, and if you've never been behind the wheel of a BMW, it will literally change the way you feel about driving. It will change the way you feel about your commute. It'll change the way you feel about the open road. It's the handling, it's the power, it's the comfort. It's mind-boggling how great they are as a car manufacturer. You will literally look forward to every trip, long or short, you take in a Chapman BMW. As one of their young techs once famously told me, there's greatness in the DNA of every car they sell at Chapman BMW. Also, there's something for everybody at Chapman BMW. As a luxury provider, BMW vowed to never forget the average car buyer. Chapman BMW takes it to the next level. They've got a great reputation for making luxury attainable, and you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. So when you find what you like, ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Great dude, personal friend of mine. Guaranteed that all listeners of Arizona Sports are going to get the hookup, the best price you're going to get in Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com. Where Arizona saves.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date. Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Every day, community. Supporting. Giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Week 5 in the NFL will get underway tomorrow night, but the Arizona Cardinals will welcome the 0-4 Tennessee Titans to State Farm Stadium on Sunday with question marks surrounding what this offense will look like. Here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing on the need to get the offense rolling.
I think one of the things the word we've used is consistency. Like, you've seen it happen, you've seen it get rolling, you've seen when we're operating at a high level, and we need to be able to maintain that for a longer period of time. I think it's really important.
The WNBA Finals are set. The Phoenix Mercury and the Las Vegas Aces Game 1 against Asia Wilson and company will be in Vegas Friday night. And for the first time in WNBA history, it'll be a best-of-7 series for everything Suns preseason, D-backs offseason, or Cardinals midseason. Head to ArizonaSports.com, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Sometimes Valley sports fans get a really bad rap. When given a reason to care, they are as loud and as passionate as you want them to be. For instance, look at ASU football, where members of TCU's team are currently praising the crowd at Mountain America Stadium for producing very loud and a very hostile environment during last Friday's showdown. And look at Diamondbacks owner Ken Kendrick, who just thanked the 2.4 million fans who showed up at Chase Field for a baseball game in 2025, the highest figure in 17 years. Which brings us to the Arizona Cardinals and what feels like a pivot point for a season and beyond. Because this football team badly needs a raucous victory. Something to inspire the fan base that after 2 years of a slow cooker rebuild, that we are back in the big game. Now, I believe there is significant K1 fatigue. It's year 7 of watching the same quarterback, the same movie with the same ending, namely the late season carnage and the 0 playoff victories Kyler Murray has produced. The fan base has been very patient, but it badly needs a rallying point, something to ignite their dormant passion. You would hope a home game against the terrible Titans is exactly the kindling you need to start a fire, but if not, we'll have real issues in Arizona. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
When you turn on a tape, it catches our guys' attention. This is, I know their record, where they're at right now, but they got really good coaches, really good players, and we're going to have to play probably our best game to date to beat them.
That's Jonathan Gannon talking about the Titans coming in at 0-4, and we've joked around about it. This is not a Jonathan Gannon phenomenon. This is everybody in the league leading up to a game. They're going to say really nice things about the opponent, even when it's hard to find nice things to say about the opponent. The Tennessee Titans are 0-4. It's an ugly 0-4. They lost in week 1 at Denver, 20-12. They lost at home to the Rams, 33-19, and that was rather competitive. Then they lost to the Colts by 21. And last week, they lost to the Houston Texans 26-0 and didn't run a play inside the Texans' 23-yard line. That's how bad it was.
Yeah, that's how eminently beatable this week's opponent is. So the Cardinals really need to take care of this. So I'm curious, do you sense the same kind of frustration or maybe anxiety among the fan base? A fatigue. It's a better word. Because I do encounter this. I encounter, and I've told you this a lot, I get a lot of people who are always complaining to me about Kyler Murray and Kyler Murray and Kyler Murray. And for a guy that gives a lot of highlight reel moments and a guy that is tantalizingly good in short stretches of football, it just feels like there's never going to be that breakthrough that we all want. And year 7 into it, that's a long time to be watching the same movie.
Yeah. I mean, I could say this about Kyler Murray from my viewpoint. You know what you're going to get. He's become very consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Is it consistently, spectacular? No, he's not going to play a terrible game. He's had very, very few terrible games in his career. But what he's become now in this offense with Drew Petzing leading it as offensive coordinator is he's averse to risk in the passing game.
Mm-hmm.
More often than not, in reviewing his performance, somebody will point out a play or 2 or 3. Well, wow, look at how wide open that guy was. Why wasn't that throw made? He'll have a spectacular run or 2. He'll have a couple of frustrating plays mixed in there.
Mm-hmm.
He is what he is at this point.
So
we haven't seen a breakout, unbelievable game from Kyler Murray in quite some time.
Now, I really don't want to. I'm not trying to bash the quarterback over the head with a sledgehammer, but there is something, we know this from fans watching teams and players that show great joy on the court, that really look like they're having a great time. Kyler Murray comes up very short in that department because it's just his personality. He's a very serious-minded kind of guy, right? Yeah. There's not that joy de vivre. There's not a lot of that backslapping and hand slapping and hugging of teammates and the kind of stuff you see elsewhere in the NFL. Now, it's not something you need to get where you want to go, but I do think it influences the way people feel about him because I do hear that. So my hope is that what happened at the end of last week's game with Marvin Harrison Jr. and that connection that was formed and that offense that suddenly seemed to kind of percolate a little bit and looked a little bit dangerous and inspired and letting it rip and all that. I hope that they have found a way to bottle that, and I hope that comes out on the field Sunday, and I hope they win by 20-plus points, 2 touchdowns, maybe just double digits is good enough. But I really think this fan base needs something to validate the last 2 years of waiting for year 3 to get here.
I totally agree with that. I want to go back to your point, too, that you talked about the joie de vivre of Kyler Murray and how it's just not part of who he is as a player. And I've noticed a lot of Cardinals fans say that they're frustrated by it, that there's not more rah-rah leadership, which is not his style of leadership. But I'll say this, too. When you're not winning consistently, people look for reasons to criticize you. Go back and watch the end of the Eagles-Rams game in week 2 or week 3, whatever that was, week 3, when the Eagles blocked that second field goal, basically clinched the win. But Jordan Davis, big man, got the fat guy touchdown, ran it in for the touchdown. The place is going bonkers.
Yep.
The cameras go from the celebration to a close-up of Jalen Hurts, who looked like his dog just died. Not a smile, no interaction with teammates, stoic. But he wins. Nobody says
he's the exact
anything.
Same way. Yeah. That's a great point. That's a really, really good point. Jalen Hurts does none of that. You're right.
He leads by example, and he wins a lot of football games. So he's risen above that criticism.
That's interesting.
But and I didn't want to slight Kyler Murray completely either. I said, you know what you're going to get.
Right.
You're also going to get 3 or 4 throws where you say, how the heck did he get the ball there?
Yeah.
And look at the placement on that ball. And this year it's been, look at the placement on that ball. Why wasn't it caught?
Or look at the placement on that ball. Why is it 2 yards from the line of scrimmage?
No, it's waiting is a perfect way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
we're waiting.
Coming up next here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, what will happen to the Diamondbacks' attendance, payroll, and expectations next season? We'll get into all of it straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Nitschke. You know who Nitschke was, Frederick? He was a tool.
He used to play for the Packers?
Yet at the same time.
That's a different.
Yeah, no, yet at the same time, he said this. Hope in reality is the worst of all evils because it prolongs the torment of man. Okay, hope in reality, not a hope where you're hoping for something, but in reality is the worst of all evils because it prolongs the torments of man. I don't believe that, Basinonians, but it certainly applies to the Arizona Diamondbacks of 2025.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and maybe you've wondered about that name. Sweet James, what is that all about? Well, it came from Petros Papadakis, former USC fullback, Fox Sports analyst, good friend of the show, because he met James Bergner, who is Sweet James, and he couldn't believe a Bulldog attorney could be so nice outside of a courtroom, and the name just kind of stuck. But know this, if you're injured in an accident, Sweet James and his accident attorneys will be anything but nice to your opposition, primarily the insurance companies you're going to be battling with tooth and nail if you've been hurt in an injury. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll get your car fixed. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve, and they are going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. Their accident attorneys have a lot of trial experience, which means a lot. It means when they're dealing with and negotiating with those insurance companies, the insurance companies cannot deny, nickel and dime Sweet James, not when they can win big in a court of law. That's why they not only win 98% of the time, they consistently deliver the largest settlements in Arizona. You can expect maximum compensation from Sweet James. Do not settle for less. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Luke Lipinski back to remind you that nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. They've got great deals. They've got an adventurous drink menu that is second to none. Plus, the great scenery that Twin Peaks is known for, and football on a lot of TVs. If you're ready for all this, stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Sports fans, it's showtime at Talking Stick Resort. Rock out to ZZ Top, the global symbol of rock and roll. Laugh out loud with multi-platinum comedian Bill Engvall or viral sensation Matt Matthews. And get your country music fix with chart-topping artist Jody Messina. Or celebrate the holidays with two-time Grammy Award winner Leanne Rimes and her greatest hits Christmas concert. Talking Stick Resort is your go-to spot for incredible entertainment. Grab your tickets now at TalkingStickResort.com. Just 2 home matches left. Don't miss this one. Phoenix Rising host regional rival New Mexico United on Saturday, October 4th at 7 p.m. for Breast Cancer Awareness Night. Grab exclusive Rising gear from a limited edition training top and merch line with a portion of proceeds supporting breast cancer research and treatment. It's a match with heart and high stakes. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Rivalry, purpose, pride, be there. Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision tune-up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
Hey, it's Luke. What does Torey Lovello have to do to keep his job past 2026? We'll ask D-backs General Manager Mike Hazen at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Having said all of that, I want to be sure that I thank our fans. The fans stepped up, and we didn't give them the result that they deserved for the investment they made in coming to our games. And that's not lost on me at all. And we are going to reinvest in putting a really, really capable team out on the field. We have 3 or 4 of the very top players in baseball on our team. Very few teams can say that.
Yep.
And that's a core around which you can build. And they're young and they're talented and they are deserving of support from ownership to give them the chance to be as successful as their talent will allow.
That was Diamondbacks owner Ken Kendrick on with Burns and Gambo earlier this week on Monday, tipping his cap to the fans who stepped up. And we want to tip our cap to our great listeners out in the West Valley and Goodyear. What up, Goodyear? Goodyear! We appreciate you listening out in Goodyear. The fans did step up this year.
Mm-hmm.
The fans, this was a top 10 attendance year in the Diamondbacks history. 2,393,973. The pandemic was weird for everybody. The pandemic for baseball was really weird because the Diamondbacks played 30 home games in a shortened season with no fans.
Mm-hmm.
But ever since the pandemic, the attendance has gone up every single year at Chase Field.
Yeah.
And this is 2 years removed, the 2025 season, 2 years removed from a World Series appearance. They went up from 2.34 million to 2.39 million this year. The fans made their statement.
Mm-hmm.
But we also know a lot about the behavior of sports fans / consumers in this market, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
They're not all that patient. And I'm not saying you should be. You want to spend your hard-earned money and your time and put your support behind a winning product. So I think with all the challenges that the Diamondbacks have with injuries going into next year, we've heard Ken Kendrick say, we're not going to spend as much money as we were last year. They've got some real big, heavy issues in terms of keeping this fan base engaged with a competitive team on the diamond.
Yes, I think that the 2023 run to the World Series was absolutely magical. It transformed the Valley. It made Chase Field a destination. I think that certainly carried through the 2024 season, which was seemingly on the right track until that ungainly late season collapse. And the fallout from that collapse was pretty profound. It was the first time we kind of had to deal with the Ketel Marte story. That was the first iteration of Ketel Marte in the days off. But that was soon vanished and whitewashed by the addition of Corbin Burns and by Josh Naylor and seemingly adding significant pieces to a team that was in the World Series 2 years ago and made another good run in 2024. How will this market react to 2025? That's a big question. You know what I mean? Will the frustrations of 2025, will the injuries, will it get people back in a wait-and-see mode, or are they going to come back to the ballpark based on the way the team finished the season and by the fact that Geraldo Perdomo, along with Corbin Carroll, are 2 of the more popular athletes, and I'm going to put Ketel in there as well, 3 of the more popular athletes in the Valley. I don't know who the 4th best player that Ken Kendrick referenced was. Who's he referring to?
Probably Gabby Moreno.
Okay. Yes. I don't think Gabby. I think Gabby was on that path for a while. I'm not sure he's in that conversation.
I mean, let's be honest. The team. One of the things they turned is when McCann got here and started handling the pitching staff.
Yeah.
I'm not going to underestimate the importance of Gabby Moreno.
Oh no, listen.
McCann was a great
but that's
addition.
not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm not talking. I'm not putting Gabby Moreno in the conversation of best players in baseball. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous.
No, that's fair. But I think it's hard to do that too, and it might be easier to gloss over or glaze over what he means to this team because he did miss a substantial amount of time this year.
Mm-hmm.
And
he was really good at the end of the year with the bat. So listen, he's very good, but we're not talking best in show.
But I was the one 2 years ago that was saying he's an all-star. He hasn't been an all-star yet.
I thought so too.
I would love to see that happen. And if that happens in 2026. All right, that's good news.
The pitch sequencing was a big issue in Arizona before James McCann kind of took over. And you could see down the stretch, James McCann was getting a lot of starts. He was the guy that was allocated to Zach Gallen. Zach Gallen obviously had issues with Gabby Marino and the calling of the game. Now, Gabby's fantastic at throwing out base runners. We know that. And we know he's got a potent bat. But if you're talking best in baseball, it's enough that the Diamondbacks have a big three. And I made that joke a while ago that the big three is no longer a viable strategy in the NBA. We're proof. We're the last ones to try it. But in Major League Baseball, it's probably a pretty good thing.
Well, and Jarrett mentioned it at pre-show, but how is it just okay to run back the big three with Gabby Moreno, try to get some bullpen arms, and like tinker with your starting rotation? Is that okay? Is that enough for Diamondback fans next year with the three best players out of Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and Geraldo Perdomo?
Can you give the jobs to the young guys at third base, at first base, at center field?
Could Gabby Marino play first base?
He's a great catcher.
Again, I think his defense behind the plate is too valuable, and he's still young. You'll see that transition, I think, at some point with Gabby Moreno.
Right, but again, not to repeat myself, but this team was increasingly going to James McCann down the stretch.
They were, but
you don't do that to a superior catcher.
What plagued the Diamondbacks at the beginning of the season? One of the things that plagued the Diamondbacks was sloppy defense, and you knew there was going to be a step backwards on infield defense, and they tried to sell us otherwise. And if you knew, you knew. Christian Walker going elsewhere and being replaced by Josh Naylor, their defense suffered. Not a knock on Josh; he's not as good a defensive player as Christian Walker is. Hell, few people are.
Right.
But I mean, if you want to build this identity of playing solid, clean baseball, I'm not sure you can. To Sammy's point earlier, I'm not sure you could put Ketel Marte at first base and expect all-world defense. You can't put Gabby Moreno, a catcher, at first base where he's never played before, and expect the defense to help you to win games. They have to prioritize that.
Well, I think to be a good defensive first baseman, you've got to have some presence. You've got to give your throwing your infielders a big target, and you got to be really good at scooping balls out of the dirt. I'm not sure Gabby couldn't do that. I'm just spitballing. I'm not advocating it. This is not something I'm saying they should do. It's just something, because you know that they were thinking at one point in time of Adrian Del Castillo maybe finding a home at first base.
Yeah, but I think also, and I'm trying to rack my brain, I'm pretty sure I heard Mike Hazen make reference to needing a backup catcher. This James McCann came to the organization midway through the season. I don't have his contract status in front of me. I'm sure he's a free agent, and I'm sure his performance here is going to make him pretty attractive as a backup catcher option in free agency. I know he said he loves being here. Money talks.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, that was a 1-year contract for James McCann. I think he's a free agent.
Yeah. He's 35 years old. So.
Yeah. He wasn't making a ton of money.
No.
Yeah, no, he's unrestricted.
What did I think about ADC also? Del Castillo, is he someone in the future plans for the organization? Do they want to try to move him to first base? Is he going to be the backup catcher next year?
Of all the options, I'm not saying that it's a great one, but I think that's the most possible of those because I don't think they're enamored with ADC's catching skills.
Well,
they love the bat.
Mm-hmm.
But is that enough? I mean, they're also counting on a couple of these young guys.
I mean, Locklear was the first baseman of the future when they traded for him.
He was, and he didn't really instill much confidence that he could hold that down. Now, good spring training and an offseason of work, that might turn things around, but they have holes to fill. There's no doubt about it. Coming up next, here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Yes.
It's an annual tradition in the NFL, and it gets louder and louder every year. The uproar and furor Over the Super Bowl halftime show?
No,
we'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great success story from Life Change Your Loan. This is the story of Vince and Jody, a couple of our listeners. He's a fireman, she's in education. They have an interest rate below 3%, which is good, but they've got 26 years left of mortgage payments. Plus, due to medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to a Life Change Your Loan. They're going to pay off that house, all that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. It's proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear, because you always have access to your equity. That is the magic of a Life Changer loan. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first, which means you pay off your house in years, not decades, which means on the back end of this, you got a lot of time to build personal wealth, get 24/7 access to your equity, gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want, whenever you need it. Lots of great things that come with a Life Changer loan, but there are caveats. This is not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. You got to be a good fit. Find out if you are, because if you are a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks offseason has begun, and General Manager Mike Hazen shared where his focus will lie in the offseason.
We will find ways to improve this roster going into the offseason for sure. The starting pitching is going to be something we're going to need to focus in on going into the offseason for sure. That's probably the number one area outside of building the bullpen again that we're going to have to focus in on.
The wait is over. The Phoenix Mercury are set for a WNBA Finals best-of-7 series with the Las Vegas Aces. That'll get underway on Friday night in Las Vegas. The Phoenix Suns preseason will also get started Friday night in Palm Springs against the Lakers before the team will head to China for 2 games against the Brooklyn Nets. And the Arizona Cardinals continue prep for the Tennessee Titans this Sunday as they'll look to get back in the win column after dropping 2 straight. And that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. How can the Arizona Cardinals correct their offensive line issues? We'll ask 2-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks at 11:15 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
We are still like 5 months away from the Super Bowl being upon us. And I know that because we had WM Phoenix Open chairman on yesterday.
Yeah.
And determined 5 months away from that. So we know those two events, they line up. But there's already talk about the Super Bowl. People are talking about a specific part of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It happens every single year.
Right.
When the announcement of the Super Bowl halftime show artist comes out, people lose their damn minds. And then come February, when this season, Bad Bunny performs, the furor on the day of the Super Bowl will be just as loud. People complain about it incessantly.
Yeah, it's amazing how people have reacted negatively to the announcement of Bad Bunny being the halftime entertainment. It really is. This is the most streaming. Now, I'm not a fan, but I know a ton of young people are. And if you know anything about the NFL, that is who they are marketing to.
Well,
there's a story in the New York Times today by our buddy Jordan Rodrigue, who's now covering national football issues and doing a great job with it. Just how enamored Roger Goodell is with YouTube influencers. And she relates a scene where they were all together at a game, and these young kids who are content creators for YouTube, they're just being treated like kings, right? It's because they're going for that audience. Where are you going to find young people? Right? That's where you're going to find the young people. So this is why Bad Bunny is your halftime Super Bowl entertainment. I'll say this.
Well, can I just interrupt real quick?
Yeah.
There's another layer to it for me. Because the other thing that Roger Goodell, that is he's completely enamored with, obsessed with, maybe to his detriment, is global domination. So how do you appeal to young people, a new audience, and a global audience all in one fell swoop?
You hire Metallica.
Get the get the biggest international global music superstar. Whether you're a fan or not, those are facts. I couldn't name one Bad Bunny song.
Yeah, me neither.
My experience with Bad Bunny is seeing him host Saturday Night Live and appearing in Happy Gilmore.
I thought he was great in Happy Gilmore.
He was great in Happy Gilmore. He is an excellent professional wrestler, too.
What?
Yes.
I've seen that. He is really good.
He is, believe it or not. He's a humongous. Now I'm going to turn you guys off of the halftime show, but he's a humongous wrestling fan, and he's appeared in WWE a few different times, and he takes it really seriously, and he is really good at it. He does really cool moves.
Yeah, and I know this, like most things in contemporary American society, it gets politicized, and Bad Bunny's made some comments about United States policies, whatever. And I'm not going to get into that. And if those things bother you, I think that's a separate subject altogether.
Yeah.
But the quicker, and I struggled with this for a really long time, when you realize that everything in life is not geared toward you and your personal taste, and you're not, quote, always in the demo, you're going to be a lot happier about things. And maybe check it out. I wasn't really a fan of The Weeknd, and most people hated his Super Bowl halftime show. I thought it was cool.
Listen,
I got a new respect for him after that.
I'm vibing on what you're saying right now because I had never heard of Kendrick Lamar before last year's Super Bowl, and there were a lot of people.
Heard of him?
I had heard of him, but I had never heard anything that he had done, and there were a lot of people complaining about him. I thought his halftime show was scintillating, and I become a big fan of his. So open mind. It's art. It's music. It doesn't have to be tailored to you.
The NFL reached another young person.
Yeah. I'm young at heart, Vinny. I've been stuck on 28 for a long time between my ears.
It is a weird thing because the halftime show is the one part of maybe not even the one part of the game, but it is a part of the game that is not geared towards the hardcore football fan.
Right. That yes, and there I've read from a lot of rock and roll stars who really hate that because the guitarist for Disturbed goes to a lot of football games, and he's said, I go to these games and I'm hearing our music constantly during the games. But at halftime of the biggest game, it's not the music they play in the stadiums.
We're all going to us four are going to watch the Super Bowl no matter what, no matter who the teams are, no matter who the halftime show is, we're going to watch it. I don't think, let's say they picked Metallica. Do you think my mom likes Metallica? Do you think my 7-year-old nephew likes Metallica.
No.
Like, you have to have a variety of things, and that seems to be their focus recently. For a while, they were doing, like, The Who and Bruce Springsteen and Prince. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
They had a trend where they were doing these old-fashioned rock stars on the halftime. But now they're trying to get younger, trying to get more diversified.
I would say this, with all the divisiveness and corruption and everything that's going on in this world right now, we need to keep sports free of all this stuff. Sports, it's becoming clear to me, sports is the last thing in civilization that you cannot buy. Money cannot buy you a championship in sports.
Tell that to the Dodgers.
I was going to say, when the Dodgers win their third World Series in 4 years.
The Dodgers have been, last year was their first one in how many years?
4.
They won in 2020.
I forgot
bought the one in 2020.
I forgot the COVID one. Forgot about that one. All right, but generally it's true. And there was a football coach who recently said, look at this diversity of my locker room. Everybody gets along. Why can't we be a model for everybody else? Let's keep sports clear and clean of all that nonsense.
I think you made a good point also about how Roger Goodell cares about one thing, and it is global domination and making money.
Yep.
No, it's always about with Roger Goodell, and I have a different philosophy, just generally speaking. He prioritizes bigger over better. A lot of NFL fans will say, look, there's a lot of issues in the league that need to be addressed, but it's more about the global. It's branching out to new people. That's why I'm not the leader of a corporation, because I don't think that way. Everybody thinks bigger. This is all about just bigger. And
it's exactly what it is.
And again, does the Super Bowl need a halftime show extravaganza? At this point, they do. Once upon a time, it wasn't a thing. And then they started getting into the show business part.
Yeah. Well, it's just funny because the people who are accusing the NFL of being woke, it's the wrong term. It's greedy. That's the word you need to put there.
Yeah, I guarantee you, like they picked Kendrick Lamar because he was extremely popular. Recently, they picked Beyonce because extremely popular. I guarantee you their first choice was Taylor Swift for this halftime.
I think you're right.
Because she's the biggest star in the world. That would have come with its own, political thing and Michigas and stuff like that.
But you don't think Roger Goodell is doing cartwheels every day that Travis Kelce worked up the nerve to ask
to shoot his shot?
Taylor Swift? Do you know how many millions of fans that brought in? People who would not be watching NFL football or paying attention to it in any single way? He loves it. It's perfect for the league.
But it is true. People always complain. Like, they had a completely opposite act a few years ago, Coldplay. And people hated that and complained about that. So it doesn't really matter who you pick. It seems like nothing's going to make everybody happy.
No, there's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. But again, it's just art. It's just a halftime show, right?
By the way,
you never know when a nipple's going to pop out.
I think we do know when it's not going to pop out, and that's during the Super Bowl halftime show.
I think I told you this, that I covered that halftime. I believe it was in Carolina. Maybe I'm wrong.
It was in Houston.
It was in Houston. Okay.
Yeah. Carolina played that game.
And I got up to get something to eat at halftime, and I was walking back, and there was a young girl who was a press box attendant, and she literally went, and I'm like, what? What did I miss? Well, a lot, apparently.
Made my nips a little hard right there. Had some nip action going on right there.
Who's that? Is that A-Dub?
I forget who that was.
That sounds like Adrian Wilson.
Yeah, it was somebody, I think, from the Big Red Rage discussing his excitement about a certain play. That's one of my older drops
That is old. I hadn't heard that one in a long time. But that one little act during the Super Bowl halftime show changed life for a lot of people.
Yeah, it did. Yes, yes, it did.
In big, big ways. Coming up next, Sam Levitt isn't exactly currently a Heisman candidate as he was preseason, but is the ASU quarterback's play trending in the right direction? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Ken Kendrick is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Ken, is there something you'd like to see Torrey do differently next year in 2026 as the manager of the Diamondbacks?
Win more games.
anything beyond that, or is just win more games?
Sports news.
Yeah, there you go. That's gonna lead the Sports Center update right there. That's for sure.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Not that long ago, I learned Parker & Sons is great in your time of need, in your time of emergency. They'll be there in minutes, not days, no matter what time you call them. A live person will be on the other line. Even if you call them at 4:30 in the morning like I did, you'll never have to leave a message. And by the way, after I called them at 4:30 in the morning, they were at my house at 8 a.m. the same day to deal with my plumbing emergency. But Parker & Sons can also make your everyday life better, especially with fall coming, cold and flu season coming. If you want to improve the air quality in your house, highly recommend the Captura air scrubber that cleans the air in your house 24/7, removes a lot of that gunk, and it makes a big difference because a lot of people have no idea how bad the air quality is inside your own home. The Captura air scrubber makes a big, big difference. They can also help lower your bills and enjoy clean, pure water with a Parker & Sons water softener. If you're drinking water straight from the tap, you probably don't want to know what's in it. This is another thing that can help you maintain your health through the rough months ahead when sickness seems to kind of sprout up everywhere. At Parker & Sons, they also give you the best techs in the business. They're all trust certified, which means they've been licensed, bonded, insured, they've been drug tested, and they have all passed background checks. They are the company you let in your front door and feel great about it. All you got to do is call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Our office computers were from like 2012.
What? They had computers then?
Yeah, I don't know much about new tech.
Apparently.
So I went to Staples and saved big on an AI-powered HP laptop and HP OfficeJet Pro printer, which also came with 3 months of free instant ink.
And we're back in this century. During Staples HP Tech Event, save up to 35% on HP printers and up to 40% on AI-powered HP PCs.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. Until 11/1, select models only.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life, nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, it's Gambo. How does Kyler Murray plan to carry their fourth quarter performance into their game against the Titans? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
2nd down and 10 for Arizona State. 2:24 left first half. Levitt again wants to throw. This time pocket caving in. Sam takes off. He runs. He gets inside. Breaks a tackle. And Levitt goes all the way down to around the 10-yard line before Canada trips him up. What a run by Sam Levitt of 24 yards.
One of the highlights from Sam Levitt last Friday night's win by ASU over the TCU Horned Frogs. That win propelling ASU back into the top 25. And through 5 games, Sun Devils on their bye week this week. Really in the middle of a difficult stretch of schedule, even with the bye week. But 4-1 through 5 games. These have not been easy games by any stretch. Every game, even the NAU game and the opener, there was a lot of kinks to work out. Mississippi State, they slipped up. But the last 3 wins against Texas State, Baylor, and TCU have all come a little harder than I think most Sun Devil fans would like. Sam Levitt, we talked a lot about it before the season started. For the first time really in Arizona State history, he was the guy who was the most viable Heisman Trophy preseason candidate this program has ever had. It did not take long for him to fall out of Heisman contention. After 2 weeks, he was pretty much off the boards, if you will. But the last 3 weeks, we're starting to see the Sam Levitt of 2024. When he caught fire and became one of the best, most productive quarterbacks in the country. And there's an interesting piece on ESPN.com this morning that goes through the exercise. Bill Connolly put it together, and he's a really detailed college football writer, ranking every Power 4 quarterback 1 month into the season. Sam Levitt comes in at number 31 on this list out of 68 quarterbacks ranked. Not exactly where, again, we would have projected him to be at any point or where Sun Devil fans want him. But the thing is about the trajectory, how he's playing. And Bill Connolly wrote this about Sam Levitt. After an offseason of pretty large hype, Levitt stumbled out of the gate in 2025, but he's picked up steam since. His first 2 games, total QBR 42. Last 3 games, total QBR 73.6. He's increased his completion percentage by 10, and he has not thrown an interception in those last 3 games. He writes he hasn't been a top 30 quarterback over 5 games, but the guy we've seen in recent weeks sure is. This trajectory continues. A, it's very similar to last year, and B, really good news for the Sun Devils because they need him to be spectacular.
Yeah, they do. And I think this is just something of, Sam Levitt early on did not live up to the hype, and that hype was insane. I mean, you heard former Sun Devil quarterbacks talk about how Sam Levitt might be the most influential one in history, where he might lead this team if they get back to the college football playoff. So there were incredible expectations placed on this young man, and mostly because of how well he accounted for himself in that college football playoff loss to Texas. He's single-handedly kept that team in the game early and was fantastic throughout most of the entire game. We have seen more of that. And like I said, I think with Sam Levitt, he's got to be one of these guys who really puts his physicality and his passion on the field every time they play. And you saw how that game changed against TCU with that incredible scramble. That game against TCU started off with Tim Brando and his color commentator raving about Josh Hoover, who's a very nice quarterback. But by the end of the game, there was no doubt in anyone's mind who was better, at least in my opinion. And that's because Sam Levitt was just big time, competitor, fire all the way to the end and got his team to the finish line. Sam Levitt, by the way, there were also 3 Steelers scouts in attendance, so the Steelers' interest in him is apparently very, very real.
Yeah, it's interesting in the same piece that Josh Hoover and Sawyer Robertson of Baylor, 2 quarterbacks who arguably were outplayed by Sam Levitt in ASU wins, both rank higher on this list. Robertson at 21, Josh Hoover at 23. I think Sam Levitt's going to continue to rise on this list. But it is interesting to note as well, Bick, that going into the season, and we kind of jumped into this conversation with this point, that Sam Levitt was a preseason Heisman candidate. 2 other guys that were right up there with him, maybe even getting more hype than he did, Cade Klubnik of Clemson and Drew Aller of Penn State. Their stock is falling fast.
Boy, is that a hard one. Cade Klubnik of Clemson.
Cade Klubnik of Clemson.
Wow.
Clem Kadiddlehopper. He's been really bad. And he doesn't have any receivers, but there are people that are genuinely shocked at how bad
Arch Manning
plays.
too.
Arch Manning. Arch Manning is 41st on this list.
Listen, and that's the whole thing. If you want to look at somebody where the play hasn't matched the hype, that's the guy you look at.
Yeah. But in fairness to Arch, there wasn't much of a track record. Klubnik was arguably the best quarterback. I mean, he was right there with Levitt, but he was going to be the top quarterback drafted, I think, going into this season. I don't know if that's the case anymore. People are just going to look at the measurables and still drool over him, but they've been terrible.
It's so far from the case of Klubnik going 1 overall. I was one of the people in the camp that I thought, Clemson was going to be very, very good. The amount of returning people that they had, I still think Dabo Swinney is a good coach. But to have Cade Klubnik be he's just average. And the fact that he's been that since he's been at Clemson, aside from 1 or 2 games, I mean, I'm mad at myself for not seeing it, but many, many people are in that boat of thinking he was going to win the Heisman.
There's a lot of big-name quarterbacks that haven't produced, though. DJ Lagway of Florida is one of the lowest-ranked guys on this list. Nico Iamaleava from UCLA. Awful.
Yeah,
that whole team is terrible. Drew Aller, 55.
Not good.
I can't say Cade Klubnik at 54. Kenny Dillingham, after that win on TCU on Friday night, also was asked about Levitt and Jordan Tyson and their chemistry, that connection, always making timely plays in big spots.
Winners win. I mean, I can't give you like a real answer how they find ways. Some people in the biggest moments are their best. You know, some people love the ball with the game on the line. Some people don't. And Sam's somebody who loves the ball with the game on the line. And so is JT. And I think hopefully we can not have the game on the line as much. But if we do, I hope it's in their hands.
On Jordan Tyson, I started thinking about this too. ASU's had a real good recent run of very good college wide receivers. Jalen Strong, great college player. N'Keal Harry, first-round pick. Brandon Ayuk.
Yep.
I think, with all due respect to all of those guys, I think Jordan Tyson's better than all of them.
Certainly, certainly he's trending in that direction. But, again, I think he's going to have to add some bulk.
I would agree with that. And I think one of the things and where he's improved, I mean, he's a highlight reel. Every week he's getting into the end zone in spectacular fashion. But one of the things, especially in the first half of the season, that plagued him, he would make a spectacular play, then he'd have a terrible drop.
Yeah.
He's really eliminated the drops this year.
Well, listen, he's very, very twitchy off the line of scrimmage. He's very, very hard to deal with. He seems to get open effortlessly. And you know what? When you talk about the ball in the hands of the quarterback at the right time, let's not forget just how important that touchdown pass to Jordan Tyson was last week, because that offense was floundering in the red zone. They didn't know where to go with the football.
Yeah.
And then on the biggest play, it was just, okay, bud, it's me and you, Sam and Jordan.
And I don't think that should be overlooked in a college game where if you have one of the best quarterback to wide receiver connections that you can rely on constantly, down the stretch in games, that's going to help you win games when opposing teams don't have that.
I recently heard a very wise man tell me 3.2 million times over the course of 3 hours, players, not plays.
Yeah, that's right,
players, not plays. Coming up next, we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour on this Wednesday. Sammy will take us through some social studies as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. Not that long ago, they had a former rugby player come into their Chandler facility. He had crippling back pain, no relief from it, whether he was sitting, standing, or lying down. As soon as he began advanced regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics, he started feeling better. After his third treatment, he walked into QC Kinetics and was so grateful, he handed them back his walking cane, which he no longer needed. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is literally transforming lives, helping tens of thousands of people across this country with chronic joint pain, and they're doing it with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. What QC Kinetics does is they harness your body's natural ability to heal itself by restoring and repairing damaged joint tissue. The patient satisfaction reports at QC Kinetics, 92%. That includes me. I've used them twice. Once they helped me avoid surgery. Now they're working on my bad case of tennis elbow, and it also includes Emmett Smith, who raves about QC Kinetics. Go find out what these cutting-edge options can do for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books for a free consult by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to What's Next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Week 5 in the NFL will get underway tomorrow night, but the Cardinals will welcome the 0-4 Tennessee Titans to State Farm Stadium on Sunday. With question marks surrounding what this offense will look like, here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing on the need to get things rolling.
I think one of the things the word we've used is consistency. Like, you've seen it happen, you've seen it get rolling, you've seen when we're operating at a high level, and we need to be able to maintain that for a longer period of time. I think it's really important.
The WNBA finals are set. The Phoenix Mercury and the Las Vegas Aces. Game 1 against Asia Wilson and company will be in Vegas Friday night. And for the first time in WNBA history, it'll be a best-of-7 series. For everything Suns preseason, D-backs offseason, or Cardinals midseason, be sure you head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is upon us on this Wednesday. Time for some social studies with Sammy Sabolka. Hey, Sammy.
Hey, what's going on, guys? If you don't know where to find us, you can find us at Bickley_Marotta on X. We're at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook. And I don't know if you guys heard, but we're on YouTube now. We are at Arizona Sports. If you type that in the YouTube search bar, we will come up. Click the icon, and you can watch us every single day.
We're right on the watch page at ArizonaSports.com.
Yeah, that too.
Pretty much everywhere, Sammy.
You can find us so easily. You don't need a lot, but you can find us. So our first question that we posted on X was, which is the hardest sport to manage/coach? And we list 4 options, or tweet the answer if not listed, and why. So is it baseball, football, basketball, or hockey?
Ooh, this is an interesting
To me,
question.
it's football. Yeah, it's the biggest group of men you've got to manage and direct and handle. The numbers of it, the enormity of it, the play calling aspects. I think it's football.
I believe it is football as well. And one of the things that I marvel at when it comes to football, and Vic mentioned it, the number of people, the number of coaches coordinating from a head coaching standpoint, coordinating how a practice goes, game day operations. Most teams make it look so smooth, and it's so complicated and so, what's the word I'm looking for? So involved.
Yeah.
And that's not even just the instruction. Being a head coach, yes, you're an overseer, but delegating is hard. I think it's got to be football.
It's also the sport where you specifically prepare for one game each week and one specific opponent. You can change the entire way you play your strategy each week. Other sports, you kind of just have your identity and then you play the games.
Yeah. And I think with football, too, the lack of games, there's only 17 of them. When things go wrong, there's no more pressure on a football coach than any other coach in sports, in my opinion.
I agree with that.
The results are overwhelming. 57% of the vote to football, 20% to baseball, 14% basketball, 7% hockey. And in the responses, a lot of football. Tony Height says football due to it having the most players on the roster and the most positions on the team. But he said an honorable mention should definitely be managing a fantasy football team. Don't you think, guys? You got all those players.
I'm particularly terrible at it.
Hockey.
But as somebody who's also, I've coached youth basketball and baseball.
Wow.
They're all hard. Coaching is hard.
I've coached youth basketball as well. I coached my brother's team back in the day. It's pretty fun though. When things are going well, you feel like you have an impact on the game and winning, even if you maybe don't.
Is that because they literally thought you were part of the team and passed you the ball when they looked at you?
Hey, I was drawing up plays.
Wow. It can be fun if you're, like my experience with basketball specifically, not all the kids wanted to be there.
Sure.
So when you're coaching kids that don't really into it, and one kid in particular that I'll never forget, He was a bit of a heavy-set kid who just liked to punch people. And yeah. That kid ran a lot at practice.
And on a hockey coach, it's interesting because on the one hand, you see that they literally do line changes during a game. That's different than any other sport. But other than that, I have no idea what a hockey coach does during a game. Because they don't exactly run plays and stuff.
Dude, do you not know line changes?
That's what I just said that.
And matching line changes.
But I'm saying other than line changes, it's not like they draw plays though. Like at a break, like maybe they do. I don't know.
I think it's similar to soccer in that it's in-game tactics. I think that's what they're kind of, and in between periods. All right, our next question.
Easiest sport to coach, by the way, tennis, because on match day you just sit there in the crowd and drink and eat.
No, you don't.
Not anymore.
You're screaming at your player from the player's box.
It's
yeah,
a lot of this.
hand signals.
Yeah. All right. Our next question. If you missed it this morning, Jarrett is. It's October. That means Oktoberfest. So Jarrett will be eating hot dogs for a contest, and he wishes that he could be better at it. Bratwursts. My bad. So what is something in your life you want to be better at, or what is a skill or talent you wish you had, or something you wish you could do, and why?
I'm going to give you the general feel-good answer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thriving every day, striving every day to be better at all aspects of my life.
There you go, Vinny.
Every year, and this gnaws at me, because every year when New Year's is rolling around, and you start to make goals for the year or resolutions, which is a dangerous road to go down. I've often said at the beginning of every year, what I want to accomplish this year is I want to do something difficult. So I want to do something that takes me out of my comfort zone. I want to learn a language. I want to take guitar lessons. I'm baffled by the guitar. I have no idea how it works. Learn how to play an instrument, something like that. And I still haven't done it. So those are all at the top
3
of the
months.
list.
It's fair. Vic?
Yeah, listen, I've spent a lot of time trying to get better at golf, and I've made really good progress most days. I took a little break because I was kind of worn out, and I went out and played around yesterday, and to quote Cam Ward, I ass.
It's funny you say that because I did the same thing. It's funny you say that because I did the same thing with golf.
Yeah.
I took about 2.5 months off in the summer. Kind of just worked on other things.
Yeah.
And I bought a grip trainer.
Okay.
Because I'm like, that's where it's going to start for me.
Of course.
Went to the range, put it on, working through the kinks. The 2 rounds that I've played post, not bad.
Good.
And I think, especially in golf and maybe it's tennis or mental sports, taking a step back and then being excited to go play again is like a big thing for me.
I was holding a putter yesterday, and it felt like I was holding a machete in my hands.
Yeah.
I had no feel. It was just, man, do I hate that sport.
Yeah, right.
And I was playing with a couple of dudes. Every tee box, they're 3 bills straight as an arrow, and I'm like,
that's frustrating. I played by myself, so I just.
Speaking of golf, Sammy, do I got time to interject here, or do you got ground to cover?
Go.
All right, so there's a golf source on the internet. You know the cliche about wanting it more. There's a source that says the biggest problem was how poorly Team USA was prepared. Europe played 18 holes in 8 different times in the 10 days leading up to Friday at Bethpage Black. The U.S. played 9 holes twice, and the one rainy day they hit 5 holes across the road. It felt like they just didn't care. Europe knew those greens, those pins, and those conditions inside and out, while the USA was sitting in the clubhouse having lunch.
So they
just a little something more to that Ryder Cup stew.
They played Bethpage. Europe did.
They played it. What did the source say?
18. Like 8 times?
They played 18 holes, 8 different times in the 10 days preceding the Ryder Cup.
Wow,
that's crazy that they allow that. In my opinion.
Yeah. Well, clearly the wanted it more is on display there.
Yeah. All right. Next, we'll fit this in.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to sidetrack you, but.
Yeah, Jared, I'm going to refrain from what should we call floss, tooth string, teeth string, or gum string.
Floss is the answer.
Floss is the answer.
Running away with it, but still time to vote.
Yes. Lastly, real quick, if you could, in a dream scenario, pick your Super Bowl halftime performer, who would it be?
Somebody who made the most people happy.
No.
Yeah, right?
And he's clicking all the boxes today.
I would love the Deftones to perform at halftime. That would be cool by me. I'd love not AC/DC. No, they're not even AC/DC anymore. They're Angus. But I'd go Deftones.
I don't think I would pick one of my favorite bands.
You wouldn't?
No, it's like a 10-minute performance. I'd rather go see a regular concert from them.
Okay.
I'd rather see someone that I'm on the fence about and they're really good. Kind of like I'm excited. Like Bad Bunny, I don't know anything about him, but I'm excited to hear his music.
I'll check it out. It's going to be a spectacle. I'd like to hear what some of the answers were on this.
Yeah, real quick. Tom Foss said a combination of Aerosmith for 2 songs, Eminem, Dr. Dre, Sabrina Carpenter, followed it up and ending with a mind-blowing performance from AC/DC. Justin Prestegard said Prime, Freddie Mercury, and Queen. I think that's a great answer. And then Dad Bod Figure said Blink 182.
Oh,
let the 80s and 90s kids have their day with punk rock band.
Wow, that's so many things wrong.
Jared,
with that.
Pearl Jam for you?
I love Pearl Jam. They would put on a great show.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd be great.
They'd be great. It has to be somebody who can put on a show.
Yes,
it can't just be good music.
No,
because it's a whole spectacular performance.
That's another thing that's changed because back in the day, it was mostly more about the music. It wasn't necessarily the spectacle. Even though Prince in the Rain in Miami, just playing music was kind of a spectacle, but it wasn't.
With those heels he had on?
Yeah. Just the fact that he didn't fall on his butt.
That dude was one of one.
Yeah. All right, there you guys go. Hope you learned something about us on social studies.
Sammy!
So much. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, we're going to learn more about the NFL, our weekly visit with the one and only Mark Schlereth. This is next, Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I do think there is a moment. You got to know your teammates specifically what they need. And I just don't think Marv is the sort of guy that you want sitting there stewing on it. So whether Kyler needs to go talk to him, it really needs to be Kyler, to be honest. But somebody, like Jacoby Brissett was at least talking to him after he had that drop that turned into an interception. If you've got an immensely talented individual on your team that is sitting there in his own head, maybe go talk to him. Even if you got to get in his face, just don't let him sit there and think, man. They just kept showing it, and they just don't speak.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Earnhardt Ford has been helping Arizonans get great deals on new Fords for over 74 years. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and traditions that were started by Tex Earnhardt back in 1951 are still very much in practice today at Earnhardt Ford. Whether you're looking for a truck like the F-Series, America's best-selling truck brand every year since 1977, or any of Ford's full line of gas-powered, hybrid, and all-electric SUVs, Earnhardt Ford has you covered. Visit them in person at I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or complete your purchase online at earnhardtford.com.
Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Sit down, take a look at yourself.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NFL analyst Mark Schlereth talks football with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop local. Shop earnhardtford.com.
Heading into week 5 in the NFL, it is that time of the week we talk NFL with Mark Schlereth from NFL on Fox Denver Sports, the Stinkin' Truth podcast, and he joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Mark, good morning,
Mark.
Sir.
Well, good morning, fellas. How we doing?
We're doing well. We got to go back to last Thursday night, though. And I would love to get your thoughts on this. So I'm going to ask the question. What did you make of the strange 60-minute journey / adventure for Marvin Harrison Jr.? Because that first half was nightmarish, Mark.
Yeah, it was. And, you know, from the first interception where he just essentially stops running his route and like, what are we doing here? Like, you know, we always look at that. I had an offensive coordinator once tell me, he said, you know, if you look at all the interceptions that are thrown in the National Football League, he goes, probably 65% of them are the fault of the receiver. And, you know, that's just one where you're expecting your receiver to be in a certain place and you just stop running your route. Like what are we doing? Mm-hmm. What are we doing? And just the overall nature of pouting and being challenged. You know, this is why it's never a sure thing. This is why the draft just is a crapshoot, because when you've always been the best and you've been big and you've been physical and you can run and you truly have never been challenged, how do you react to being challenged? How do you react to that? Like when all of a sudden it's not easy, because it's not. It's professional football. And how do you react to that stuff? Do you have, you know, what you have to have? Are you made of the right stuff? And you know, you look at those interceptions, and you know, I just think, what are we doing here? We're off the hands. Like ultimately, like what are we doing, and how do you respond to that kind of stuff? You know, I'm sitting with Chip Kelly 2 weeks ago when I was doing the Raiders game, and Chip Kelly said, "Hey man, you know what? At Ohio State, we were 9-0 on signing day."
Wow,
that's college football,
right?
We're 9-0 on signing day because ultimately college football is easy. He goes, the NFL is based on third downs. It's all situational football. At Ohio State, I'm 2nd down and 2 on just about every first down.
Yeah.
So it's not about third down football. So you get in the NFL, man, how tough are you?
Yeah.
I mean, because you're going to get challenged. And you know, it's always interesting because the guys that play in the NFL, they're not scared of you. You don't threaten them. Mm-hmm. Every dude is a type A personality ready to fight. And you get overwhelmed. Like college, one of the things about college football coming into the NFL is there's very rarely a time when you were ever challenged. You get into the NFL and you're challenged every week. I love young pass rushers that think they can bull rush, that think they can just physically dominate you. Because I'll eat that guy alive 100 out of 100 plays.
Yep.
I'll eat him alive.
Yep.
Because I ain't scared, and there's nobody on the planet stronger than me. So please run into me. Please. Most young defensive players can't pass rush because they've never had to, because their dominant physical presence in college football. So yeah, the Marvin Harrison thing is like, dude, it's time to grow up.
Yeah.
It's time to take off the diaper. It is time.
Yeah, that's a great analysis. Now, the Cardinals are also having a hard time running the football. 2 questions related to that. They're saying that their biggest issues right now are they're not getting their blocking coverages correctly diagnosed at the line of scrimmage. How does that breakdown happen with a pro football team? And secondarily, how hard is it for an offensive or a running game to flourish when you lose a guy like James Conner, who takes that fight to the defense, who can hype up an offensive line with his sheer physicality?
Yeah, I mean, James Conner's a big loss. You know, I've always believed in this kind of philosophy of a +2, +3 runner, meaning, hey man, if we block it for 2 yards, you're going to get me 4 or 5, and that puts us in front of the chains, right? That gives our offense an opportunity to just do whatever we want to do, and then all of a sudden, when you get one of those guys that's not that's tough. The other thing, you know, from an assignment standpoint, is a great back will block the second level without the offensive line ever getting to it. He'll block the second level by the way he runs the football, right? He'll just peek his nose out to the right a little bit, peek it out a little further, wait for the linebacker to commit, and then cut right behind it. And the offensive line never actually gets up to the second level. But it looks like an incredibly well-blocked play. Well, I mean, you know, it's because the back actually blocked that guy for you. And that's what you have to have. When you miss assignments, like one of the things that ends up happening to you in the NFL is there's so much late movement, so much stem, so much rotation, and you've got to know how you're going to deal with all those things. So you're going to have to know, like, hey, man, if we're running, let's call it, you know, a wide zone play to the right, and they roll down a strong safety, whose responsibility is that? Are we going to climb to that strong safety, or does the wide receiver have push crack on that guy and it's his responsibility? And then, you know, are we in one back? Are we in two back? And where do we go? How do we identify the mic? How do we identify who we're blocking? And that takes communication, and it takes reps. And then, you know, you've got to understand and be smart enough to understand, hey, when they change the defense, how are we going to roll and who's got who? What's the assignment? So there's a lot that goes into it. There is a lot to decipher on the line of scrimmage, and sometimes that's why I would like I like two things. One, I'd like to get up the line of scrimmage so I can see it all, right, and so I can adjust on who we're going to block. Number two, I like call it and run it plays, and one of the issues we have in the NFL, and I hate it, is everything is a can it principle, because we want what I always hear. We want premium plays. Well, sometimes I just want to line up on the line of scrimmage and hit somebody in the freaking mouth on go, right? And don't give you time to roll down a safety or boss the backers over strong, or, you know, or send them over weak. Sometimes I just want to line up and hit somebody in the mouth and have, you know, those call it and run it or just tank plays. Let's go. This is good against everything. Are we tougher than you? And in today's NFL, there's just a lot. It's just a lot of softness, you know. Oh, if we get this look, we're going to throw it. If we get this look, it's going to be an over. And if we get this look, and then you got, you know, your hands in the dirt, you're looking through the top of your helmet. There's a guy that's across from you that's 340 pounds, and you know, and you can't see the linebacker behind you. So there is some of that goes on as well. Like we overcoach some things at times.
Mark Schlereth, our weekly guest, talking NFL from NFL on Fox, Denver Sports, the Stinkin' Truth podcast. I want to shift over to Philadelphia. They're 4-0, and they are really, really good at figuring out ways to win games. 20 out of their last 21 in the win column, an amazing run. But there's always this A.J. Brown issue. A.J. Brown, after a game where he had 2 catches for 7 yards in the win over Tampa, and their offense did nothing in the second half of that game. But there he is again with the cryptic tweets and the woe is me, and I want to contribute more, and it causes a reaction. How does that go over in a locker room where a team is 4-0 and the defending Super Bowl champions, Mark?
Like for me as an offensive lineman, I just look at it like the ultimate in selfishness. Like, first off, wide receivers are like dependent toddlers, right? I mean, that's what they are. They're toddlers. Like, first off, 10 other guys have to do their job for you to get the football. You realize that you're completely dependent on 10 other guys.
Yep.
And then you piss and you moan and you whine until we feed you, right? Because you're cranky. If we don't feed you, you cry and you whine and you piss and moan until you get fed. They're toddlers, and it drives me crazy. Like, this is probably why I'm not coaching right now, because what I would want to do if I was the coach is I want to get you in full pads and take you down to one-on-ones where the offensive lineman play the defensive lineman set you up at guard, and just have my defensive line rotate on you and beat the living piss out of you. So you know what everybody else on the team has to do for you to sniff a football. I want you to have some perspective, right? Just give you some perspective on what other people have to do for you to have some success. Instead of winning's not good enough, apparently. I want to win the way I win. Like, the problem that I have with guys like that is most of them are okay with a loss as long as they get 12 targets and have 8 catches for 140 yards and a touchdown. Then they feel they're right out to dinner. Like, it wasn't my fault we lost, man. I was awesome. I thought this league was about winning football games, not about putting up and compiling statistics. But that's what fantasy – I blame your listeners. You guys with the fantasy football, like it's all about the wide receiver position, they have become completely overinflated from an importance standpoint, and have gotten. I mean, they just we have just fed into it as a league, and it just makes me sick.
Mark, you're the best, man.
It's fantastic stuff.
We'll talk to you next Wednesday. Enjoy the week.
All right, be good.
Thanks,
see you, buddy.
Mark Schlereth, NFL on Fox, the Stinkin' Truth podcast, and our sister station up in Denver, Denver Sports. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, we roll out a Wednesday edition of Mock My World. It's Bickley and Marotta mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
He got the first 3 quarters, and then all of a sudden the fourth quarter happens. He has the unbelievable touchdown. You could just see the relief after he kneels down. 4 catches overall, contested catches. Is it enough to say that there's a solution there? The answer is no. I might be able to say that could be a start, that could be a turning point between him and Murray, but to say that it's a solution now, it was only 9.5 minutes of football in which those 2 guys excelled together. It's not enough of a sample size to say that that's the solution.
Yeah. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so not that long ago, you would have seen a Waltz van out in front of my house. That's because my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, came out to my home with an 83-inch OLED television, a wonderful soundbar, put him on a downstairs wall, and bam, just like that, I had magic. They had upgraded my viewing experience to the next level. They gave me a great price, and they can do exactly the same thing for you. Waltz has got an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll get you into the inventory you are looking for. Not all televisions are built for live action sports. You need some expertise that you'll never get from a big box store. Also, the installation from Waltz, fantastic. It's not just programming a remote so it will work, because guys like me need that kind of stuff. It's just getting your television up and situated and angled at exactly the right level. They take care of all those little details, and that means a lot as well. You also get unbeatable prices from Waltz, and to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. They offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. And like I said, you'll enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, when you're at Waltz, drop my name. You get 10% off that installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks offseason has begun, and General Manager Mike Hazen shared where his focus will lie this offseason.
We will find ways to improve this roster going into the offseason for sure. The starting pitching is going to be something we're going to need to focus in on going into the offseason for sure. That's probably the number one area outside of building the bullpen again that we're going to have to focus in on.
The wait is over. The Phoenix Mercury are set for a WNBA Finals best-of-7 series with the Las Vegas Aces. That'll get it underway on Friday night in Vegas. The Phoenix Suns preseason will get started Friday night as well in Palm Springs against the Lakers before the team will head to China for 2 games against the Brooklyn Nets. And the Arizona Cardinals continue prep for the Tennessee Titans this Sunday as they'll look to get back in the win column after dropping 2 straight, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is what position is the biggest need for the Diamondbacks to address this offseason? Is it bullpen help, starting pitching, first baseman, or left fielder?
Yeah, it's the first 2. I'm not sure which one I'd pick out of that.
We split the vote today.
Yeah, right? It's the first 2. Where you want to vote, Vinny?
I know starting pitching is going to be stressed, but it's hard not to look at that bullpen and say it just needs a complete overhaul.
Agree. 63% of the vote, bullpen help, 32% starting pitching, 5% first baseman, and 0 votes for left field right now.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata, Mock My World.
It's a very serious condition. I'm glad I'm over it.
Yeah.
Mock My World is back. Last week, we explored the world of athletes with animal nicknames.
Uh-huh.
And it was close. But Dan Bickley.
Oh.
You pulled off the win with the Black Mamba, the Crime Dog, Beast Mode, and the Cheetah. 35.1% of the vote.
Really close voting.
I finished second at 32.2%. Jarrett right there at 28.4%. And Sammy with a 4.3.
Wow.
Is that one of
the lowest ever?
The
lowest ever is 3.7.
And you had the Iron Horse, Lou Gehrig, Paul Bear Bryant, the Kung Fu Panda, Pablo Sandoval, and Greg the Shark Norman.
The team's not that bad.
No, you shouldn't have gotten dinged that bad.
I just think there's an anti-Greg Norman bias.
Yeah, that might be it.
Maybe. Still
all right, the good news is, Sammy, you will get the first pick in this week's competition. Jarrett will go second. I will go third. And Bick will go fourth. Reverse order of last week's results. And this week's topic, we are drafting our teams of the dumbest rules in sports.
All right.
There's a lot to choose
from. Sure is.
Yes, there is. So my first pick, and At this point, it's got to be a rule because it's not changed. I'm going to take the NBA draft hat rule.
Oh, I love it. That's a good call. That's a good call.
I didn't even think of something like that.
I didn't have that either.
And that's something I complain about every
single year
during the draft.
That's a good call. Good pull, Sammy.
Thank you.
My pick is, it is very exciting. I will give it that. It is extremely stupid. Playoff soccer games ending in penalty kicks.
Oh, I love it.
I don't know.
I love penalty kicks.
It's like ending the World Series in a home run derby.
Hey, I mean.
Okay.
I know it's controversial.
It's your team.
I know.
That's good. It's okay.
Right. I know some people like it, but
I don't know how to phrase this, but I'm going to try to explain it, and maybe you can help me with the wording. The fact that NFL games can end in ties.
Yeah. NFL tie rule.
NFL games?
NFL tie rules?
Do you want the NFL tie or do you want NFL overtime?
Just
no,
games ending in tie. NFL can end
because I think
it's fine.
The overtime is fine as long as it determines a winner.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. So the NFL tie rules, that makes enough sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Okay, I've got 2 picks. I'm going to take my first pick, managers wearing uniforms in baseball.
I like that.
It's about the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
They should do that in all sports.
Stupid.
You want to see Andy Reid in a football jersey, Jared?
That'd be great.
You seen this
and
guy?
the pants.
You ever seen this guy in the pants? And number 2, I'll take the fumble touchback rule in the NFL.
Okay.
If you fumble it through the end zone, suddenly the ball goes to the other team, even if the other team never touched
Stupid.
We haven't seen that one pop up, but when it pops up, people lose their minds.
Yes.
And people will come out of the woodwork to say it's the dumbest rule in sports. I'm going to go to the NBA for one. The rule requiring high school players to be 1 year out of high school before they're draft eligible.
It's good.
NBA.
Oh, so like you think high school players should be able to go to the draft?
Yes.
Okay.
I think, I mean, what world experience are they gaining in 1 year? And it just, it makes college basketball even that much harder to follow and watch and enjoy.
Yeah. Jarrett?
I'm going to go with the possession arrow in college basketball.
That's a good one.
No.
Why don't they just do jump balls?
The alternate possession rule in college basketball. It's really, especially in key moments, it's terrible.
College hoops, alternating possession. I know the answer to that question, Jarrett.
Because there's more tie-ups?
No, because have you seen these...
You can't throw a jump ball?
Referees that can't throw a jump ball.
Oh.
They can't do it in the NBA
They
either.
struggle in the NBA with it.
That's true, but how
Shouldn't they
frustrating...
have a machine where the ball just pops out?
right onto the floor?
Yes.
It's so frustrating
Or
when you...
drops from the ceiling.
There you go. That's even better.
Oh, that would be cool.
Drop it from the scoreboard. That's a great idea.
That's like something like the XFL would do.
Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, I have 2 here.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to take the drop third strike rule in the MLB. That even if they swing and miss and it goes to the backstop, you get 3 strikes.
So that's
3 strikes.
That is
and you're
unusual. I don't know if I don't like it though.
It's a dumb rule.
It's a dumb rule.
It is.
I agree with Sammy.
It also leads to 4 strikeout innings for some pitchers.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? In 150 years that there's never been a 5 strikeout inning with that rule in place? Because there's been lots of 4 strikes.
That's true.
Not lots, but
I
there's
love that you know that, by the way.
Well,
that there has
He
been.
also told us Shohei's the first guy ever to hit
55.
exactly
That's
55 home
unbelievable.
runs in a year.
Yeah.
All right,
baseball's my wheelhouse.
My
You're
next
like
57
Jason,
now.
You're like Jason Stark light.
all right, my next rule that is just absolutely abysmal. I'm going to the world of golf. The divot rule.
Oh.
If you hit
How
a ball
about it?
into a divot, you have to play that. It's unbelievably bad. It needs to be fixed. People have lost tournaments because of it, and it's terrible.
Back to you, Jarrett.
Boy, do I go? I'm going to go back to college basketball.
Oh, man.
Why don't they play quarters? They play 2 halves. They play quarters in high school. They play quarters in the G League. They play quarters in the NBA. Stupid. They play quarters in women's college basketball.
It's the only level of basketball now that is not separated into quarters.
And they play in women's college basketball.
Once again, the dichotomy of you're in college, their goal is to prepare you for your professional life, and they're giving you a brand of basketball that doesn't exist in the real world.
How did in women's college basketball they play quarters, in men's they don't, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Back to me. I'm going to go with a new one. The NFL kick landing zone.
Oh, you don't like it?
One of the inspirations for this topic.
Ah.
It leads to a lot of stupid
It led
stuff.
to maybe a Cardinals loss on Thursday, which sucks.
Why can't the team kick the ball where they want to kick the ball?
Because that's not fun.
It is a dumb rule.
It is dumb. Dan, 2.
2 for me?
It's dynamic.
Oh, yeah.
Those kickoffs are dynamic.
All right, my third selection will be taunting penalties in the NFL. Can't
That's a good
stand
one.
them. And my last one, all unwritten rules.
Oh, that was my pick.
That's a funny one. You are consistently in hating those too. Anytime
Yes.
they come up in sports,
Yes.
mostly in baseball.
Dang it.
NFL taunting rules.
And all unwritten rules.
I think you just won with your 4th round
I
pick.
cannot
That was a
believe
good one.
that. I thought no one had that.
You got to get up pretty early in the morning
Oh, man.
to get past Dan Bickley.
That's so brutal. Oh, my gosh. All right, Vinny.
God, this is hard.
These are the dumbest rules in sports.
I'm going to go, you're going to be surprised. In golf, disqualification for not signing your scorecard.
That is pretty stupid,
Terrible.
too.
Terrible.
That is
Golf
stupid.
has got a
That's
ton of dumb rules.
Such a technicality. My last pick, college football overtime.
No way.
I don't like anything that makes it so you're playing a different game essentially than you do the entire rest of the game. That's
Where
why I
like
don't
a game
penalty
that's 21-21 finishes 56-49 or something like that.
And they start it nowadays, especially. You start in field goal range.
Yes,
So
you do.
anyway,
Those are my. I cannot believe
Last
you took
pick.
that one. All right. NBA continuation.
Oh, that's a good one, too.
that one's one of those confusing ones
It's
too.
awful. A foul occurred there. You don't get to keep playing.
You don't get a step and then another half step and then lay it
Well,
up.
it's even more frustrating because it's been applied and interpreted so many different ways, and people long for the old way when it
Yeah.
benefits them. That's pretty bad.
There were so many I left on the table too.
Yeah.
It hasn't started, but the heave rule, it already sucks in the NBA.
You're taking a shot. It should count again. Yes.
I agree.
All right. Dumbest rules in sports. Sammy's got the NBA draft hat rule. Good one. Drop third strike rule in baseball. The divot rule in golf and NBA continuation. Jarrett's got PKs in soccer. College hoops alternating possession. Men's college hoops quarters. And college football overtime. You just hate college athletics.
I do. PK's in.
You're just a hater,
In
Jared.
postseason soccer or tournaments, not in regular season. You know what I mean? That determine like big games. Because they have penalty shots in hockey in regular season too.
I'll just say World Cup.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Perfect.
But why don't you hate it in the regular season?
Because I understand it. You can in a regular season to end a game. You
He's
need to end
just
the
getting
game.
in your kitchen, Jarrett.
I've got NFL
and we know
tie
what's in your
rules.
kitchen, Jarrett. A lot of soup.
Yes, unstirred,
Stirred.
I got NFL tie rules, the NBA one-year draft eligibility rule, the NFL kick landing zone, and golf scorecard signing rule. Vic's got managers wearing uniforms, fumble touchback rule, NFL taunting rules, and all unwritten rules. That's going to be tough to beat. We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner. It's Mock My World every Wednesday here on Bickley and Murata Morning. Some final thoughts straight ahead here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
Yeah, the leadership aspect is going to be more important than ever this year.
I believe in Devin Booker. He's our guy, and we're building around him.
It's extremely exciting what we've done and also where we're going.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231. Or visit CarolHasTheBuyers.com. That's CarolHasTheBuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Just 2 home matches left. Don't miss this one. Phoenix Rising host regional rival New Mexico United on Saturday, October 4th at 7 p.m. for Breast Cancer Awareness Night. Grab exclusive Rising gear from a limited edition training top and merch line with a portion of proceeds supporting breast cancer research and treatment. It's a match with heart and high stakes. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Rivalry, purpose, pride, be there.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Here's a song from me to you. I hope you understand me. I can't forget that day.
All right, going real deep into my own personal collection for a song I absolutely love from 1993, but there is tie-ins to this. This is a band called the Candy Skins from England, and this song is called Wembley, which is where the Arizona State Sun Devils are officially going to play the Kansas Jayhawks next September 19th.
Wow.
All the documents are signed. Let's start planning the trip, Vic.
I'd love to.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Wheels in motion. Get the show to London, for goodness sake.
I know some good pubs, Vinny. Been there a few times. I know where to take us. Can you make that happen, Ferret?
Yes,
Come on,
I can make that happen.
You're a man
it.
of action.
Absolutely.
You're
Whoa.
Man of great power. Wembley by the Candy Skins, celebrating this London matchup for the Devils. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
Yeah, it's breaking news, and it's not good news coming from Cardinals facility in Tempe. Jonathan Gannon meeting with the media just moments ago. Running back Trey Benson headed to injured reserve.
Oh, no.
With a knee injury. Gannon did add that Benson will be designated to return after the 4-week window. But here we go. A running game in dire need of a jump start, and they've lost their top 2 running backs. One for the year in James Conner, and Trey Benson now for at least the next 4 weeks.
Michael Carter, your moment has arrived.
Michael Carter, Amari DiMercado, and Zonovan Bam Knight.
Is Hank Gudgley available?
Is Alvin Kamara available?
Is Biff McSchmuckface available?
Arvid Fungelbuck.
Arvid Fungelbuck.
Underrated. So that's the breaking news. Trey Benson, unfortunately, and we heard it. Jonathan Gannon was asked pretty point blank by Burns and Gambo in his Monday visit, and he didn't want to talk about it. Said we'll get the news to you guys on Wednesday, but there was a little bit, and Gambo even said, you seem a little nervous about this, and Gannon ended it, said, I'm not worried about nothing, not nervous about nothing, and laughed, and that's how the interview ended. But They probably knew on Monday that it was not good news for Trey Benson.
Yeah, listen, I think what that indicates to me that Trey Benson gets the opportunity to replace James Conner. Remember, these guys were called 1A and 1B at one point in time, and his opportunity didn't last long. It just shows you how durable James Conner is, as well as how physical he is, right?
Yeah.
It's rare to find a dude who plays the sport and the position the way James Conner does. Even rare to find one who stays relatively healthy playing that way.
Do you want to do something we haven't done in a while?
Sure.
How about great moments in New York sports radio?
Oh, I love these.
It's epic, too.
I love these.
Don LaGreca from ESPN New York, a Mets fan. Not exactly happy with the end of the season from his team.
You don't think that's a chance for a team like the Marlins to flex? They are worthless. The players know it. They've got no chance to win. They've got literally the lowest payroll in baseball. They've been handed a gift of relevancy on the final weekend. You don't think they're going to relish the chance to beat the team that's got the second highest payroll in baseball? Give me a break. You don't have a chance to complain when you blow it the way they did. You take it. You take it. You get smacked in the face, you take it. You don't defend yourself. This team is not worth defending. We're a worthless piece of garbage organization right now. Hopefully we'll get up from it. Hopefully they'll make the right decisions. But stop complaining about the Marlins. Stop complaining about the Reds. Stop thinking you're better than you actually are. Stop worrying about the Yankees and worry about yourself. Own the town. My ass. How about owning a above 500 record and making the playoffs with the second highest payroll in baseball? Look in the mirror. The words Yankees or Marlins or baseball or Manfred or anything coming out of your mouth other than we suck, I don't want to hear it. So shut your mouth.
When that game ended and we played it, I played it during Hardware on Monday. Gary Cohen, the play-by-play announcer, I thought did a really good job of voicing the frustration. But in the aftermath of losing to the Marlins players were... It was their last home game. It was their last game of the season. They knocked the Mets out of the playoffs. There was a little feather in their cap, but they're posing for pictures. They're posing with fans. And they took great offense to that, the Mets broadcast team. Ron Darling is like, yeah, look at them. They're posing like they won the World Series. And Gary Cohen added, yeah, this is like the World Series for them. I agree with Don LaGreca. Look inward. Don't be mad at the team for competing down the stretch.
I cannot stand when somebody in defeat blames the other team for taking it too seriously, for trying too hard, for celebrating too much.
Because how many times have you been either in support of a team or there is a team that is making a push late and they need a little help on that last weekend, and the team that you need help from is mailing it in?
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Credit to the Marlins.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree with that. We started the show with Jarrett's shower thoughts on why toothbrush, toothpaste, toothpick, why is floss not called tooth string?
Right.
Oh, yeah. 92% of the people agreed with floss, I think, on your poll question. Yeah. You want some more shower thoughts? This is just a random sampling. You see people every single day that you'll never see again. I don't think about that one as much as I think about the passing of time.
Mm-hmm.
And that one will drive you crazy. Every second that passes, A, you're never getting it back, and B, you're closer to the end. You sound like Mike McDaniel all of a sudden.
Oh, my goodness.
Here's another one. The more serious a relationship gets, the more casual it gets.
Oh, that's a good one.
I had never thought about that.
That's
but
a good one.
Exactly right.
That's true.
Yeah. If dogs actually understood people, they wouldn't like us as much.
No, that is so true.
I think that's why people love dogs so much.
100%.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they know they can be lousy human beings.
And their dog will still love them.
Spot is still going to cuddle with them at the end of the day.
Right.
Unconditional love.
Yeah.
As long as you have food.
In other words, dogs need some conditions.
Although I've heard people say like, oh, the dog loves you so much. Oh, he's your baby. Oh, he worships you, right? Go ahead, open the door for 5 seconds. See what happens when you open the front door.
Worship after he's got a path to the outside. You might have made a decision that saved your life without knowing it. That's another one.
Plenty.
That will rack your brain. You changed your You changed your path to work. You left 2 minutes
point.
later as opposed to 2 minutes earlier.
I like that.
Oh, how many times do you drive by an accident on the path you always go that like just happened? You're like, if I would have left 2 minutes earlier.
Yep.
And this one, I'm not condoning any of this. Kids are bullied for being different while adults are praised for being different. There's a lot.
Not anymore.
What? Adults aren't praised anymore? Or kids aren't bullied?
Kids are still bullied.
Yeah. I thought that's where you were going.
That's good.
I don't know.
Wow, getting deep and off the grid.
Yeah. Kids are morons.
What a show.
That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Mark Schlereth for joining us. And
The
Josh
great
Bartlestein.
Mark Schlereth.
We will be back bright and early. More reaction to the Trey Benson injury coming up with Wolf and Luke next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Look, I got kids. You think I care where they're at?
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouthwatering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Week 5 in the NFL will get underway tomorrow night, but the Cardinals will welcome the 0-4 Tennessee Titans to State Farm Stadium on Sunday. With question marks surrounding what this offense will look like, here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing on the need to get the offense rolling.
I think one of the things that the word we've used is consistency. Like, you've seen it happen, you've seen it get rolling, you've seen when we're operating at a high level, and we need to be able to maintain that for a longer period of time. I think it's really important.
The WNBA finals are set. The Phoenix Mercury and the Las Vegas Aces. Game 1 against Asia Wilson and company will be in Vegas Friday night. And for the first time in WNBA history, it'll be a best-of-7 series. For everything Suns preseason, D-backs offseason, or Cardinals midseason, head to ArizonaSports.com, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on a Wednesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
What's going on, YouTube? How you doing?
Immediately addressing YouTube.
What's up, YouTube? Yeah, we're broadcasting the Wolf and Luke Show. Broadcasting, of course, on a very momentous Wednesday right now. Well, Wednesday. Why is that momentous? Well, you know what's it's in September. Is it not, brothers? Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
It's
October.
Did you notice? Did you notice what I did? Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. It is October 1st. Set Luke up, as a matter of fact. I have the jeans on today. Oh, it feels so good. October, of course, is when you put the jeans on. October 1st. That's when it always is. And then the short pants go on May 1st.
May 1st. And for people that don't know, maybe you haven't been watching on YouTube, you should. But for people that don't know, Wolf follows this policy to a T.
Yeah.
If you see Wolf and he's wearing jeans, it is between October 1st and the end of April.
That's right.
And if you see him in shorts, it is between May 1st and the end of September. There are no exceptions.
I don't know why that has been the case, but ever since I have been in Arizona, that's been the rule in the Wolfley compound. You know what? October is here. October 1st. Man, here it is, basically. So think about this. October 1st, we have 8 months in front of us. That is going to be real nice. I mean, maybe the best weather on the planet. Maybe.
What are you doing? We broadcast
for
outside
8
of this
months,
city.
man. It's just so awesome right now. And yeah, you know what? Okay, Commie Red Joe. They're the only ones that walk around in shorts in October.
Well, you can hear this show outside of Phoenix. So just when you're stuck in traffic behind like 8 million people that aren't from Phoenix in a week, just know it's Wolf's fault for throwing out the amazing weather. So I'll throw this out since you just said that.
Yeah.
You know, maybe go to San Diego. They have nice weather.
Oh,
too.
yeah, San Diego. Okay,
You can
San Diego.
watch playoff baseball
Very
for
nice.
maybe one more day, but either way, you can go to San Diego and watch
Wear
that.
your jeans as well.
Yeah, never wear shorts after October 1st. Is Rick wearing shorts?
As a matter of fact,
yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
okay,
I
yeah.
see. The thing that I love about Arizona is that I feel like I can wear shorts every day of the year.
Okay. Well, there you go.
It's going to be a tense
Rick.
show now.
Yeah.
Just Rick brazenly breaking the rules on.
That's all right
on
if you want to do
October
that,
1st.
if you feel that way.
vote for the communists as well.
Let me get you some annoying football news, okay?
Yeah.
Trey Benson going on IR. That's my annoying football
Man, that
news
is
for today.
sobering. I didn't want to talk about that. I really
know.
did not.
That's why you were talking about
He's
fashion.
going on IR, Basinonians. Now, listen, he's not done for the year, of course. You can bring him back, designate him. He's going to have to miss 4 weeks, of course. At the same time, it's not good. This is bad. It is bad.
Well,
the offense right now for the Arizona Cardinals, it's in trouble.
This was his chance to kind of get running too.
Yeah.
No pun intended, to just kind of see what you have in Amari. Well, now you're going to see what you have in Amari DiMercato, but you had a chance to maybe see what you had in Trey Benson. It was already bad circumstances to even be in that position. You wanted to see James Conner and Trey Benson run in tandem. You can't now, so okay, we're all kind of wrapping our head around, well, let's see Trey Benson. I mean, Trey Benson was a third-round pick last year. He was one of the top running backs taken in the 2024 draft. There was a lot of hype in the running back community about him. So here we go. Well, now he's dealing with a knee injury, and he's out too. So you're looking at Amari DiMercato. You're looking at Michael Carter, who just got called up to the active roster earlier this week. So you knew something was up at that point. As when you see the Cardinals trying out 4 running backs yesterday,
right.
You know something's up.
Yeah, of course. Okay, let's start with Amari DiMercato. It was interesting because I even said yesterday when we didn't know that Trey Benson might actually go onto IR, I said that Amari DiMercato, for the most part, I've got all the confidence in the world that he could be a rundown running back. He could be that guy that can come into a game and pick up blitzing linebackers. He can be that guy who can run the ball aggressively in between the tackles. He's got a little butt to him as well, Basinonians. He's got a little something. He can actually jack you and run. He can run you over. He's a physical guy, and he can catch the ball coming out of the backfield. For me, when I think of Amari DiMercato, I think of a guy that is ready for this. And I feel confident, especially against the Titans coming up, that the Arizona Cardinals can still go out and run the ball and do it with malice, do it with intent, and actually do it well with Amari DiMercato.
It's a cool story. I mean, he wasn't drafted. He's an undrafted rookie free agent in 2023. Yep. And if you're a Cardinals fan, I guess if you're a TCU fan as well, you know his path here. He's stuck on this team. They've had some tough running back decisions the last couple of years coming out of camp. But he was never even really, I wouldn't say his job was on the line at all this year. He's kind of established himself as who he is, as the role he's been in, kind of that third running back, special teams guy, can catch out of the backfield. But now the question is, can he be a 3-down back? And that question was asked to Drew Petzing yesterday because, again, we didn't know Trey Benson was going on IR for sure yesterday, but everybody could read the tea leaves that Amari was probably going to have to step into a bigger role when the team starts bringing in running backs for basically tryouts 5 weeks into the season. Here's Drew Petzing's answer.
I feel really good about just about everybody we have in that room. If you look at what they've done throughout preseason, throughout their time in this building, I think all of them can handle the rock. I think they can protect on third down. I think they're dynamic out of the backfield. So it could be any combination of those three.
Yeah, and you know what? Michael Carter, I think, is going to be the third down back. Michael Carter is a guy that will stick his face in there. He'll try to blitz pick up, of course. He'll try to do that and do his job well. At the same time, he's very good coming out of the backfield. I think Michael Carter is going to step right into that role. Now, again, this is not good news. This is not.
It is not.
This is bad news for the Arizona Cardinals, and in particular, with their offense being what it is right now. This defense has got to step up and play even better going forward if they want to win 2 of the next 3 games that they're playing before the bye. They're going to have to step up and perform. Now, listen, as a player inside that locker room, Basinonians, next man up. That is the mentality that you have. Next man up. It doesn't matter how many guys go down. You have to step up. The next guy has got to do his job. You do your job, I'll do my job. And you know what? If you focus on your job and I focus on my job, we'll have a chance to go out there and actually win a game. If not, if you start thinking about all this other stuff, you're doomed to begin with.
Here's Jonathan Gannon from this morning talking about Trey Benson.
Trey Benson is going to go IR to return. He came in Friday, and it's a knee, but he should be able to return at some point this year.
Now, IR to return is a big distinction. It's one of those things that kind of gets lost in the moment right now of like, are you serious? James Conner's done for the year. Now we don't have Trey Benson either. And as you've been saying, Wolf, the running game right now is probably your biggest issue, the thing you need to fix. This sort of feels like the Diamondbacks, and they're trying to get the bullpen right, and you're losing Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck, the guys that you trusted to kind of lead that charge. But it is important to note that Trey Benson can come back this year. It might, quote, only be 4 weeks. But either way, now you're in a tough spot right now. You are playing the team. I think if you could select any team in the NFL right now to play in this situation, it probably would be Tennessee. But they're an NFL team. You know what I mean?
Yes, they are an NFL team.
They're going to win a game at some point this season. They might win a couple. You don't want it to be at your expense. And this is really tough now because you are built as a run first, I should say, offense. That's just the way this team's been built. You're having your offensive line issues, whether that's communication or something else, and now you're down to your third-string running back, and it's October 1st.
Yeah, it's not good. You were talking about this and have been talking about it for a couple of weeks now. The Arizona Cardinals defense is going to have to carry this team and win games. They're going to have to step up and play well going forward, or the Arizona Cardinals are going to be in a whole lot of trouble
tough spot
if this offense doesn't get going. And right now, when you're dropping people like Trey Benson and your offensive line is playing the way that it's playing, and you're not having success running the ball, which is integral to the success of your football team, I think, man, it's really a tough situation for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, the Tennessee Titans, number 28 and 25 respectively, and rushing yards per game allowed and rushing yards per play allowed, giving up 4.8 yards per carry. Number 28, number 25 in the league. This is exactly what the Arizona Cardinals might need to get this offense going.
All right, we come back over to baseball. The big news of the week here locally is that Torey Lovello is back for 2026. So we'll get you what he had to say about his logic for what happened at the end of the season and the beginning of the season, and his thoughts on being back for 2026. You'll hear all that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They have margin for error. They're 2-0. They're not going undefeated in the Big 12.
The ASU's going to lose a Big 12 game. And when I say they got everything back that they lost that night in Starkville, Mississippi, I don't mean the ranking necessarily. I mean that mojo. You know, that spirit. What's the word? Clout. Clout. It was clout. That they clout that they lost that weekend. They got all that back. They looked like the team that was ranked number 11 in the country to begin the season.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about right there. It's the anniversary sale at Brooklyn Betting, and it's game on, Basinonians. That's right, everything in store and online is 25% off. It's October 1st, 25% off, Basinonians, because it is the anniversary sale at Brooklyn Betting. Maybe you're upset your fantasy team stinks. Well, you know what? Get on over to Brooklyn Betting and get over yourself. Get yourself over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the anniversary sale. That's right, mattresses, sheets, pillows, adjustable frames. They're all 25% off during the anniversary sale at Brooklyn Betting. 30 years of the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do. You go to brooklynbetting.com for more information. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too. And we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine, and that is why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery, and they're getting lasting relief from QC Kinetics, where they use advanced cellular level treatments and regenerative medicine to revitalize your aching joints using growth factors from your own body. So if your back or knees or shoulders hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Do not let them tell you that more pills or surgery are your only choices. Thousands of patients around the country are finding a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. So look beyond the old solutions. Call QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Hey, it's Gambo. How does Kyler Murray plan to carry their fourth quarter performance into their game against the Titans? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, welcome back to the show. Try and be more optimistic after that Trey Benson news earlier today.
Yeah, there was a downer.
Lots to be thankful for, like our listeners in Buckeye, Wolf.
Yeah,
Very
Buckeye.
thankful for our listeners in Buckeye. I was just there actually a couple weeks ago.
Okay, that's, Buckeye.
So thanks to Buckeye for being a part of the show today.
What up, Buckeye?
What up, Buckeye? There you go. You've officially, you've made it when Wolf says what, just like YouTube.
Man, you're out there in Buckeye watching YouTube.
YouTube officially became official a few months ago when Wolf started saying, "What up, YouTube?"
Man, all those YouTubers out in Buckeye.
Oh, they're
interesting.
Torey Lovello spoke yesterday, and I want to play as much of what he said as possible just because it's been an interesting start to the week around here with the Diamondbacks. I mean, you look at baseball and you see guys like Bob Melvin out in San Francisco. Did Bruce Bochy leave Texas too? I think that happened. Texas just won the World Series, obviously, a couple years ago.
I think Torey's got family in Buckeye.
Does he?
Yeah,
there
I
you
think
go.
So.
All right.
Interesting.
So you've got Torey coming back, but also, and this I appreciate this about the Diamondbacks. You have Torey coming back, and it's not like Torey's coming back and you can talk to him in March. Like he spoke yesterday, and he was asked how worried was he about his job status.
First of all, I'm grateful for Mr. Kendrick, Derek, Mike, and his team for believing in me and saying, "Hey, let's keep going. Let's make this happen." I asked after the 21 season for an opportunity to manage the group of players that we have here and see where we can take this. And I think we've won a lot of baseball games. We went to a World Series. We won 89 games last year. We've come close the past couple of years. That's not a consolation, but I think when I was getting asked the questions, I was at peace with whatever was going to happen. Because I've done my absolute best, and we all know when you do your absolute best and it just doesn't meet the mark, then you have some satisfaction and walk away. You can walk away from that. But I'm not ready to walk away from this. I want to win a world championship here in the Valley. I want to celebrate with the fans. I have dreams that we all talk about, and I'm just grateful for that being in place still.
Yeah, you know what? Gratitude is a wonderful characteristic of many, many human beings that are out there. Gratitude, to be grateful for something, and Torrey certainly is one of those guys. Would also say that, being a manager for a decade in Major League Baseball, you don't see a lot of guys who actually manage for a decade or more.
With the same team.
Yeah. You just don't see that very often, and Torrey Lovullo's certainly going to be one of them.
Yeah, we did the math the other day. There's 3 or 4 managers in baseball that have been with their current teams longer than Torrey Lovullo. He's going into year 10 now with the Arizona Diamondbacks. This whole season has had sort of a unfinished business vibe with this group, and Torrey's part of the group. But I think you would say Gino's part of the group, and you would say Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly are part of the group too, and Gino's already gone. Merrill's gone. Maybe he comes back. I don't know. And we don't know about Zach Gallen either, but there's a vibe right now of let's run it back one more time and see what happens. I think if the Diamondbacks miss the playoffs again, it's going to be real interesting to see if Torrey survives that with his contract status at the end of next season and everything. But you can justify bringing him back fairly easily. You can go 3 seasons ago, we were in the World Series. 2 seasons ago, we won 89 games. That's typically enough to get you in. And this year, everybody was hurt. But I don't know if you'd be able to justify it next year.
For me, I'm fascinated. You know this. This is not going to be a surprise to anybody that is listening. I'm fascinated as to what goes on inside the clubhouse and what has changed inside the clubhouse. I can assume this, Basinonians, that it wasn't Torrey Lovullo. It wasn't Torrey and how Torrey managed these guys in the first half of the season. It wasn't that. I believe Torrey Lovullo has a very consistent approach as to how he manages his team. I'm not talking about just in-game. I'm talking about people and how he manages players. To me, again, personnel, and we were talking about this yesterday ad nauseum. Personnel, it appears as though there's a lot of seats at the table in regard to personnel, but you still have to have a coach or a manager managing people and personalities inside that clubhouse, and that's what he does.
And I went back and listened to that cut from Torrey that was last Friday talking about personnel. It was like a minute and a half long, so I didn't want to play it 9 times on the air, but I went back and listened to it a few times. And when he says personnel, he does also say like lineup and rotation decisions, because it's easy to take personnel as who we're calling up or who we're trading or who we're cutting or whatever. But when he says personnel where he has a seat at the table, at least the way he said it sounds like maybe who's playing tomorrow or if we're going with a bullpen day or if we're going with a starting pitcher. I don't know. Their system has worked in the past. And I never took that cut as Torrey complaining about the system. I took that cut as Torrey's tired of taking 100% of the blame publicly.
Yeah.
That's how I took it.
Yeah, and, for me, once again, I doubt that Torrey changed his managerial style at all. I doubt that would happen. Where a team suddenly, something happened at the trade deadline, basically. Something happened at the trade deadline. That is what we know. Something happened inside the clubhouse to me. I don't think that was a managerial change or a paradigm shift from Torrey.
No, I think something organically changed.
I think something organic inside that clubhouse changed after the trade deadline. Why? That is what I want him to. There's one answer we could have. It would be that one. I don't think we'll ever get it.
I have a broader question of why do our teams in this city play so much better when they are written off or underdogs? Why is that? How does that extend across the board? Teams in this city seem to struggle with high expectations, but if you write them off, then they go on a crazy run. Here's more from Torrey Lovullo yesterday. He was asked if there's going to be any changes to the coaching staff.
I don't know if you guys were paying attention, but yesterday was a really big day in my life, and I'm getting my own footing right now. So I haven't given any of that a second thought. So I'll just leave it at that. But I'm going to send out an internal staff evaluation form, and we're gonna start to get some information and move this thing downfield.
Can you imagine if we had internal staff evaluation forms coming to us via email here?
Yeah.
Like 40% of them would accidentally get deleted by people before they read them.
Yeah. It just seems so weird right there. Tori, we want you, now that you've just been named manager, we want you to tell us, are you going to let somebody go? Can you imagine how brutal that would be?
Yeah,
if
right
you
here
did?
on the podium.
Right here.
Oh.
Right there. As a matter of fact, it's interesting you asked that question because, we just blew out the entire, can you imagine?
What kind of coach is there a coach or manager that would do? Maybe Jim Harbaugh. Maybe Harbaugh. I could see him be like, well, now that you mention it, so-and-so's just gone.
At some point in time, listen here. We're going to give it a little room. I'm going to give my coaches a little room here. Okay?
I'll just tell you this. One of them's gone, but I haven't told him who yet. You guys all try and guess who it is. That would be messed up.
Can you imagine if that... Well, it's interesting you asked because I have an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen.
Where's my ideas?
Step up. I have an announcement. Yeah, man.
I liked his answer there of, no, I don't know that yet. I'm going to send out an email blast and we're going to have an evaluation.
Everyone, I have an announcement.
You know what? Take a PR hit. Tori doesn't need another PR hit.
No, I think he probably handled that question the right way.
Yes.
And that he answered it with the most median
This
answer.
is going to be a process. We're going to work through it. We're not just going to overreact.
If I'm going to sit up here and spin a wheel with all the coaches' names, and if it lands on one of them, they're gone. All right, coming up next, our top 5 heading into Week 5 of the NFL season. It's the Power Poll. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information, 480-990-3300. Are you interested in wealth management that is designed to protect, maintain, and expand your financial portfolio? Well, I certainly was. Trajan Wealth understands the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights for growth in line with your risk tolerance, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Pick up the phone. Give them a call today. I used to wonder, do I have enough to retire? Am I missing something? Then I met with Trajan Wealth. Now I have the answers that I wanted, a real plan as well. They're not just advisors. They are fiduciaries, ladies and gentlemen. They treated me like family. I'm a client today because they earned my trust. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Having your car serviced is never convenient, but when you drop your vehicle off at Liberty GMC in the evening, you can pick it up the next morning. It's almost like no downtime. That certainly helps. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, and only at their certified service center can you get free wiper blades with every oil change as well. Liberty GMC is family owned. They've served the Valley since 1997. In Peoria at the Highway Loop 101 on Bell Road and 87th Avenue, or check them out online, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Some bad news for the Arizona Cardinals. Running back Trey Benson is headed to injured reserve with a knee injury. According to head coach Jonathan Gannon, Benson's injury is not season-ending. In ASU football news, the Sun Devils' 2026 game in London against Kansas is official. The inaugural Union Jack Classic will be played on September 19th, 2026 at Wembley Stadium. And the WNBA Finals are set. The Phoenix Mercury will be taking on the Las Vegas Aces. Game 1 is Friday in Vegas. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Who is the best in the NFL? Wolf and Luke's NFL Power.
All right, time for the Power Poll heading into Week 5 of the NFL season. Of course, Week 5 kicks off tomorrow night with Thursday Night Football, Niners-Rams. Let's get a little NFC West
Man, how about that?
clarity to start off the way. I feel like Thursday Night Football is typically an ugly game, and Niners-Rams is typically an ugly game. So get ready for 13-11 or something.
Oh, I'd love that.
I know you would.
Kidding me? What a beautiful thing that would be. Defense is part of the game of football as well, my young crunks.
I actually have one of those teams in my power pool right now. So let's start with number 5.
Number 5.
Number 5, Wolf, I have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I know coming off a loss, but a loss to Philly is a loss I don't necessarily hold against you. I think Tampa's doing a lot of good things this season. I don't quite see them holding the Lombardi Trophy at the end of the year, but they are the team that could really mess things up for some of the other teams in the NFC playoffs. And I could see them there in like the NFC Championship, having taken somebody really good out. One of the few teams I could actually see surprising Philadelphia in the playoffs.
Yeah, okay. Just for the record, base earnings, I despise my power poll, just so you know.
Yeah, that's what you said, and I made mine.
Give me number 5
as
a matter.
Surprisingly easy this week.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you ready for number 5?
Give me number 5.
Number 5.
All right, number 5, the L.A. Rams at number 5. That's right, the 3-1 Los Angeles Rams.
You're so L.A.
Can I just say this now, that this defense has not even played anywhere close to how well they're going to play, in my estimation. And yet they've been solid for the most part through 4 games. They're 3-1 right now. Matthew Stafford is looking like the Matthew Stafford from his Super Bowl year. 105.3 is his quarterback rating. Okay, 105.3. Matthew Stafford going out and throwing the ball so much better through 4 games than what I thought he was going to with all the back issues. Where's the back issue, Matthew?
Swing
The
it
Rams
fast.
are 5.
You just need an epidural, apparently, and you're fine.
Everybody knows if you have a back issue as you get older, it gets better. And that's what's happening with Matthew Stafford. So Wolf has the Rams. Command and control. Is anybody more Hollywood in this building than Wolf?
I mean, he does have the all-on-4.
Yeah, well, that's true. Ding!
Hey!
Yep.
He all on 4. Look at that grin.
Speaking of that, number 4.
Number 4.
Number 4, I have the Rams. The Rams look pretty good across the board. Matthew Stafford doesn't seem to have any lingering back issues. No, look, the receiving game with Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua is quietly one of the best in football. That defense, I completely agree with you. That defense has not hit its pinnacle yet this season. And much like Tampa, their only loss is to Philadelphia, and Philly had to scramble to beat the Rams. Another team that I could see messing things up for people in the NFC. I think the Rams that's a really good football team.
Somebody told Sean McVay, somebody needs to tell him that your quarterback needs to be a dual threat. Okay?
Yeah, it
needs to
doesn't
be a
seem to
dual
really be an
threat,
issue.
Sean. I don't know what you're doing. Turning the clock back to 1995. Okay, I'm over
I thought you were going to
it.
say 1985 so Rick could play the song.
You know what? Number 4, this is why I hate my power poll. The Seattle
Don't do it.
Seahawks are number 4. The Seattle you know why? Because the only one in the division who has a higher quarterback rating than Matthew Stafford is Sam Darnold, who's got a 105.6. And oh, by the way, when you flip that over and you look at the Seahawks defensive quarterback rating, they are number 4 in the National Football League with a 76.4. They are excellent on defense. Their defensive front is one of the best defensive fronts maybe in football. Their pass defense is excellent. And you know what else? They don't give up points. They're tied for number 2 in the NFL through 4 weeks with a 16.8 points per game allowed. The Seattle Seahawks, they look like the Baltimore Ravens.
All right, so your time's up. You know I love the city of Seattle. We were just talking earlier this week. Rick and I are going to adopt the Mariners in the playoffs. I don't have Seattle in my top 31, the Seahawks. I can't give the Seahawks credit. I can't. I refuse to. They are absolutely not in my top 5, and they never will be, even if they go 16-1. On to number 3.
Number 3.
All right, number 3, the Detroit Lions. Oh, do the Detroit Lions look good after that week 1? There's always a couple week 1 games where you look back later in the season and you're like, yeah, maybe we all overreacted to that one. Detroit getting handled by Green Bay in week 1.
Yeah.
I didn't overreact in the sense that Detroit was bad. You and I had this conversation. We both still loved the Lions at that point. We were getting tweets from people being like, you're overrating this team. They lost an assistant coach.
Yes.
But I did overreact in the sense that I thought Green Bay was going to be really good. And Green Bay lost to Cleveland and tied Dallas. So Detroit, number 3, and I think a legitimate Super Bowl contender.
Do you have any idea how important Ben Johnson was?
He's looking less important to them by the day.
Yeah, you know what? Number 3 for me, the Detroit Lions. This is, in my estimation, by the end of the year, will be the best team in the National Football League. Now, again, that's not a prediction based on earnings. That is nothing more than a guess. And a lot of it is because I love what I see when they play the game of football. You want to talk about blocking and tackling? How fundamental is blocking and tackling to the game of football? Would you say it's important? Yes, we all. Thank you for that, Rick. That was nice. Yes, the Lions at number 3 because fundamentally they're better than you are.
By the way, how about that trend last year? You play Detroit and you don't look right after that.
Yeah.
Green Bay beat them in week 1, and I know Green Bay won in week 2, but they have not looked right since that game. Lost to Cleveland, tying Dallas. Baltimore just played Detroit on Monday Night Football last week, and Baltimore looked like a mess against the Chiefs, even before Lamar got hurt. And Cleveland just played Detroit this past Sunday. And obviously, Cleveland hasn't played yet this week, but I'm going to go ahead and pencil them in for a loss, probably. Although they're playing Minnesota in, Bulgaria or wherever that game's being played this week, so who knows.
I think Minnesota, that's London, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Did they relocate? the Vikings like permanently to the UK?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on here?
I mean,
of
all the teams to play in Europe, it should be the Vikings.
Yes, especially Northern Europe.
Yeah, they should have them play in Scandinavia.
That's right.
Maybe that's next week. Who knows? On to
Norway.
Number two.
Number two, I have Buffalo. Because you know why, Wolf? I love Orchard Park.
That's right.
And I have deep ties to it. And since I've said that, that means you can't possibly have as deep of ties to Orchard Park as I do, even though I've never been there.
Yeah, okay. I grew up there, Bay Center Orleans. Of course, it's built on a hill, ladies and gentlemen, Orchard Park.
The park on a hill.
The higher up the hill you go, the more money you had. We lived below sea level. The Buffalo Bills, number 2 on my power poll as well. Josh Allen, ladies and gentlemen. This is the year, isn't it, Josh? This is the year you guys win the AFC. Right, Josh?
Right.
Right.
On to number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
I think if they win the AFC, they'll win the whole thing. If Josh Allen can get past Mahomes,
Well,
I think he wins the whole thing.
I'm not so sure about that.
Except the team at number
Got
1.
to ask people in Orchard Park.
Yeah, I guess
There'll
that's
be a
true.
little.
Now that I think about it, there's some history there.
Yes.
We've both got Philly at number 1, I would assume. 4-0.
Yes.
Just cruising. Right through
Philadelphia
these
Eagles
games.
look really, really good. Isn't that right, Jalen Hurts?
Isn't that right, A.J. Brown? He's still on the team, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Occasionally, he's still on the team. When Jalen Hurts says he's allowed to be on the team. Our list, Wolf, we have 4 of the same top 5. Not the exact same order. The difference, I have Tampa at 5, you have Seattle at 4, and they play this week.
Yeah.
So we'll get some clarity there, too.
That is going to be, Sam Darnold, once again, I'm not a believer in Sam Darnold yet through 4 games right now. He's played really, really well.
When we come back, how can the Cardinals' defense make life miserable for a rookie quarterback this Sunday? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
2 of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision tune-up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hundreds of collector cars and millions of memories. Join Barrett Jackson this October at the Scottsdale Fall Auction. Presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Special pricing available for seniors, military, and students. Free admission for children 12 and under. Tickets on sale now at barrett-jackson.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. We'll get deeper into the Cardinals-Titans matchup, and we'll explore whether or not Cam Ward is right about his own team. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, in case you're just joining us, the Cardinals news of the day is that Trey Benson is going on IR. He can return. It's not season-ending IR, but all the reports out there right now are saying 4 to 6 weeks with a knee injury.
You're not helping people get over hump day.
No,
You're not.
I'm not. Actually
Yes.
running face first right into it.
Yes, the weekend is coming. Yes, Luke is so filled with positivity.
The weekend is coming. It's Wednesday
Well,
morning.
it's hump day.
Okay, well, we're not even to noon
What
yet.
everyone talks about.
Everybody out
Hump
day.
That's right.
Everybody out there's talking about the weekend.
Of course,
right now.
everyone's getting jacked up.
Okay,
It's,
well.
we're getting ready to go into that weekend.
All right. Well,
on hump day.
when you go into that weekend, just know the Cardinals defense might need to win them this game over the Tennessee Titans. Okay.
And where do you begin on this?
Well, I begin with a rookie quarterback in Cam Ward, and I don't say this as a knock on Cam Ward because he was the number 1 overall pick for a reason. I wasn't the greatest quarterback class ever, but there's no way to know if Cam Ward's going to be good or bad or amazing or a bust after 4 games. He doesn't have a lot of help, and the Titans aren't moving the ball very well. Now, they've also played the Broncos, the Rams, the Colts, who are somehow amazing, and the Texans. So 3 teams that were supposed to have really good defenses. I put the Cardinals in that group too. They are supposed to and do have a really good defense. But the Titans have scored 12, 19, 20, and 0 points so far this season. The lowest point total in the NFL, 51 points.
Yeah.
The Cardinals' defense has an opportunity to win them this game this weekend.
Yeah, what's your point?
And they need to.
They've got to, honestly, I wrote this down on my notes. Is this a must win? And then I laughed. I really did. I laughed out loud as I wrote it down. Is this a must win? Of course not. We all know it's not a must win for the Arizona Cardinals. Based on earnings, the Arizona Cardinals could lose the next 2 games, as a matter of fact. And suddenly they're 2-4. They could lose the next 3 games, and all of a sudden they're 2-5. Ron Wolfley reporting, and guess what?
And I'm
they
the
go
one-
on a run. They go on a run.
I'm the one who ruined Hump Day.
Yeah.
With my Trey Benson news, you're talking about a 5-game losing streak going into the bye.
I'm just saying right now that could happen, and then things could totally change. What is the likelihood of those things totally changing if you go 2-5 going
Not
into
great.
the bye?
Second
right?
half of
so,
the season,
So
no.
that's what we're talking about. Always keep that in mind. It's the odds of things turning around that we're looking at right now. In this, if ever there was a game where you look at this and you say, this is a game the Arizona Cardinals must win, even though it's not a must win, it would be this game right here.
Tennessee's head coach, Brian Callahan, I just saw a list earlier today that he is the favorite to be the first coach fired. He just got hired last year, but he is 3-18 as Titans head coach.
Okay.
They are giving up points. They just gave up 26 to Houston. Houston doesn't score on anybody right now. And as I just detailed, they can't really score a whole lot of points. We had Patrick Peterson on yesterday, and we asked him specifically from that defensive mindset when you're facing a rookie quarterback, and not just a rookie quarterback playing in just his 5th NFL game, and he doesn't have a lot of offensive weapons at his disposal. How would you attack Cam Ward?
You know, when we was playing defensive coordinators, always wanted to, force the rookie quarterback to beat us. So we never really did anything too exotic. So we played and really put the ownership on the front four to apply pressure on the quarterback, because the more eyes you have on the quarterback, the better chances you get the better chances you have of picking him off. So we always did things like that. Maybe showed him that we was in man and popped into a zone. But we didn't do anything too exotic as far as pressures, because at the same time, maybe we talked about this a couple of weeks, Wolf, as well, like those fire zones and those zeros and things like that. You have to make sure that you're on the same page, and you never want to give a rookie quarterback an easy read or easy touchdown. So that's what we used to do when I was playing.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, it makes so much sense what Pat P is talking about. You got to force a rookie quarterback to beat you. And the best way to do that, base earnings, of course, is to sit there and say, okay, we're going to play some base coverages. We're going to go ahead and do that. And you're going to have to prove to us that we've got to do something exotic. We've got to bring the chi as opposed to the chung, which is the base. We're going to bring the extraordinary to get to you. And the only caveat I will ever put on that, because I think it is the best way to go. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna force you, Cam Ward, to prove that you can beat this defense and move this team down the field and score points. The only thing I would say at the very beginning, I'll come after him. I'll do some weird stuff
just to make him think about it.
The first third down, just to get in his head. Come after him, and yeah, this is the way that it's going to be for you. And all of a sudden, you start seeing ghosts, because the first couple of third downs, you come with some really exotic stuff. And after that, man, I'll go base and have you throw me the ball.
Well, I like the way Pat P said that too. I mean, you're essentially going into this game with the advantage. You can look at that a bunch of different ways. You can say because they're an 0-4 team. There's other ways you can debate it, because the Cardinals, I mean, we just detailed, you don't have James Conner or Trey Benson. The running game's been an issue. But on defense versus their offense, you have the advantage. It doesn't mean Cam Ward can't make plays. If you get too crazy, and as he said right there, you give him something easy because you're trying to get super aggressive and it doesn't work, and all of a sudden he's throwing a pass to a wide open receiver, and Mississippi State's beating ASU at the end of the game, or I may have slipped into something else right there that I'm still working through emotionally. But you know what I mean?
Get over it.
If you give him an opportunity where he ends up, he gets confidence early in the game, it gets tougher. But if you can keep this in front of you, and maybe he does throw you the ball, he doesn't have a whole lot to work with. And then I like what you're saying, Wolf. Occasionally just dial up something he hasn't seen yet. There's probably a lot he hasn't seen yet at the NFL level. And Nick Rollis likes to dial up stuff that guys haven't seen at the NFL level. So I think you can make Sunday pretty miserable for Cam Ward if you do this right.
Yeah, once again, I would agree with that. I'm not saying that Pat is wrong. I'm saying what he is, I agree with 100% in regard to what he is saying. And
I agree with your agreement.
I might tweak it a little bit just to get inside his head. Okay, here we go. You're going to go out here, third down, it's 3rd and 8, and all of a sudden 0.
Does it have to be third down?
And yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good question.
Oh, look, you just throw it at him at second down just to see what he does?
That's right, out of nowhere.
All right.
You think we're just going to give you a 2nd and 7?
Yeah.
No. We're not going to just line up and play cover 2. Here it comes. We're coming with a 5-man pressure, and you're going to think we're bringing 7. Blitz bell. We're going to line up, and, oh, man, there's so many different things you can possibly do. What Nick Rollis will do, I'm really interested to see.
Speaking of Nick Rollis, here he is talking about Cam Ward.
I think it's only a matter of time before it clicks. Hopefully it doesn't click for him this week, but you can see the talent, and you can see that he runs the show. Like that, there is a calmness and a leadership, and he's able to get him in the right calls. Often he's dangerous because he's got arm talent, and he can throw it at some really, cool trajectories. And then when it's not there, to me, he can move to push the ball down the field. So I'm a fan. I think he's going to be a good player, and we got our work cut out for us this week.
Yeah, they do. They've got their work cut out because Cam Ward is very, very talented, and the Tennessee Titans have NFL players. And it's not like the defense has been lights out. They've been really, really good, I would say, but it's not like they have been lights out as well. They got to prove it.
Yeah, no, I mean the Cardinals are in a tough spot right now. I mean, they are in a good spot this week in terms of who they are playing and how the defense has clearly been the Cardinals' strength, and that could really help them in a big way this week given the opponent. But let's not lose sight of the fact that the offense now doesn't have James Conner or Trey Benson. They have questions on the offensive line, whether it's communication or personnel. I think we'll find out some of that this week. And the way things are going on offense, more and more is being put on Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr., which right now is your least reliable part of your offense. So not ideal on that side of the ball.
No, it hasn't been ideal. And, again, when I say this Cards defense hasn't been lights out base earnings, I'm talking about number 23 in terms of total yards per game given up. 23, number 28 in passing yards per game. Those are not good metrics. Those are not good. They have given up yards out onto the field. Now, they've situationally, I think, have done a really nice job. Third down percentage is number 11. That's as high as it's been, in a long time. Let's put it that way. Red zone, number 8. Really, really good. Defensive quarterback rating, number 11. 86.6. That's pretty good. Anything in the 80s as a defensive quarterback rating, I'm big on this, Luke, but anything in the 80s is a good indicator that you're playing some tough pass defense. The Cardinals have done that. Points, they're number 6. They've done an excellent job situationally. Out on the field, though, they've given up a lot of yards.
If you're going to get anywhere near my bold prediction at the start of the season of 50 sacks for this defense, right now they have 8. They're on pace for 34. This would be a good week to rack up like 4 because Tennessee, in addition to everything else we just said, they have given up 17 sacks so far this season, which is number 2 in the NFL behind only the Minnesota Vikings. All right, when we come back, let's talk some basketball. Suns preseason begins on Friday. They added one of the most polarizing players in the NBA this summer. After hearing what he has to say about this season, ask yourself if you're on board. We'll get you what he said next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. What a great time for sports. I'd argue maybe the best time of the year. Football is all around you, college and pros. Follow along with all your favorite teams at Twin Peaks. It's like one big indoor tailgate with great food and great people. And with all their TVs, you can keep up with your fantasy football lineups as well. I'll let you decide if that's a good thing or not. Plus, the baseball playoffs are going all month long. Anything can happen. Step up to your plate. Watch every game with scenic views on deck. Basketball and hockey are starting now, too. So call some friends, get to Twin Peaks, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. You're good to go with all those TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action. And while you're there, enjoy their outstanding food selection. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs, burgers, wings, loaded fries, flatbreads, like the Italian, the backyard barbecue brisket, or the OG pepperoni. Plus, nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks either. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. Don't even need to wait for the weekend with Twin Peaks. Never settle. Stop by. Experience the great scenery and lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Lowe's knows how to help make your home holiday ready for less. Get Select Style Selections vinyl flooring for just $1.99 per square foot and have it installed before the festivities begin. Our team can help you every step of the way. See a Lowe's Red Vest associate or visit Lowe's.com/holiday install to get started. Lowe's, we help, you save. Basic install only. Date restrictions apply. Subject to availability. Installed by independent contractors. See associate for details. Contiguous U.S. only.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Let's go.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Just 2 home matches left. Don't miss this one. Phoenix Rising host regional rival New Mexico United on Saturday, October 4th at 7 p.m. for Breast Cancer Awareness Night. Grab exclusive Rising gear from a limited edition training top and merch line with a portion of proceeds supporting breast cancer research and treatment. It's a match with heart and high stakes. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Rivalry, purpose, pride, be there.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Some bad news for the Arizona Cardinals. Running back Trey Benson is headed to injured reserve with a knee injury. According to head coach Jonathan Gannon, Benson's injury is not season-ending. In ASU football news, the Sun Devils' 2026 game in London against Kansas is official. The inaugural Union Jack Classic will be played on September 19th, 2026 at Wembley Stadium. And the WNBA Finals are set. The Phoenix Mercury will be taking on the Las Vegas Aces. Game 1 is Friday in Vegas. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy. If you need your roof checked, save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. We'll get deeper into the Cardinals-Titans matchup, and we'll explore whether or not Cam Ward is right about his own team. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Just for you, Wolf.
There we go, Luke. Broadcasting, of course, on Hump Day Wednesday. Getting ready to go into the weekend. Getting ready to crest that hill and go down that hill into the weekend, of course, broadcasting. So you don't have to.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here for hour number 2 of the show. Wolf, I want to talk basketball.
How to ruin a song in 5 seconds.
We're taking Wolf to a System of a Down concert. We're going to do that.
Yeah.
We were out there at Suns Media Day last Wednesday, okay, and we had crazy access. I think we ended up doing 14 interviews, I believe, over the course of the show. One of them, a few of them stood out, but one of them in particular, before I play any cuts from this, because, then you had the Cardinals playing on Thursday, you had ASU playing on Friday, and you had the Diamondbacks season on the line and then wrapping up on Monday. And so we haven't got a chance to revisit a whole lot of these yet. I want you to reset, if you could, where you were on Dylan Brooks when the Suns added him, because I think a lot of Suns fans were in the same spot.
Yeah, for the most part, Dylan Brooks, just watching him play in the association, of course, it used to drive me crazy. I consider him to be a cheap shot, a guy that would start stuff, just instigate things, a guy that almost premeditated a lot of the stuff that he was doing. And didn't see him as a genuine tough guy. I saw him more as a guy that went out there and wanted you to think that, so he was going to go out there and actually do stuff to make you think that as well. That was his whole goal, was to go out there and instigate something and feel like it was his job to, I'm going to jab you in the ribs, and I'm going to keep jabbing you in the ribs.
I poke bears.
I poke bears. There it is, like a cheap shot mentality that I'm going out here not to win, not to beat you. I'm going to go out here to beat you and cheap shot you in the process, if you know what I mean. That was my image of Dylan Brooks. And honestly, I knew players like that in the NFL-based earnings, and I couldn't stand it. Why don't you just go out there and play, give your best, I'll give my best, and you know what? Stuff kind of happens. It kind of happens out there where suddenly, I'm not going to cheap shot you, but I'm going to take you out and do it legally. I used to, guys like that, it was awesome to play against guys like that. Cheap shots? No way, man. No way. That was not cool. Dylan Brooks, I think I might have had a bad take on Dylan Brooks.
He's a polarizing character. I mean, I think a lot of Suns fans, when they added him, were like, I don't know, Dylan Brooks. I said on the air at the time, I'm mixed emotions on this, because what he brings 90% of the time, 80% of the time, whatever the ratio is exactly what the Suns need. I keep using the Memphis example with that game from last year, but there were plenty of games where other teams, and not even their good players, felt like they could just push the Suns around. You're not going to push the Suns around this year with Dylan Brooks out there on the floor. So I'll continue to take the wait-and-see approach to see how this fits for the Suns.
Yeah.
But we talked to him last week. I will play a couple of cuts here. After talking to him, I'm a lot more on board with him being maybe exactly what the Suns need right now. So we asked him where his mentality comes from in general.
That comes from, my dad being the man who he is, coming from Nova Scotia, had nothing given to him. He had to go get it. Helping his mom out with anything that she can. And then ultimately, me going out there and trying to be tough, coming from the city. They used to always pick on me over there in the country about I'm a city boy, I'm this, I'm soft. I hated it, didn't like it. So I try to prove every single summer, to the point where it was just rooted in me. To be this competitive, to be this strong-minded, and never to back down.
Okay, see, right there, that didn't sound so premeditated.
No, if it's an act, he's an amazing actor.
Exactly. That was the thing that, I thought it was kind of disingenuous. He was going out there and he was going to be a guy who was going to poke you in the eye. I was going to predetermine poking you in the eye. I'm going to instigate poking you in the eye, as opposed to just going out there and laying it on the line and playing hard physical basketball, where you might take exception to that. Until I had that conversation with him and he said what he said.
Yeah, and this is the first time I've gone back and listened to it, because I didn't know if maybe we're sitting right next to him when we're talking to him. It wasn't a phone interview. So I didn't know if it had more gravity to it because we were talking to him in person, but even just
it did.
And I
it did for me.
It did for me too, but even that cut, I think right there is probably enough. I would encourage people to listen to just the whole interview. It's only 5 or 6 minutes from last week. I'm sure it's on our YouTube page, and it's up on the ArizonaSports.com too, because I think collectively the whole interview kind of really gives you a sense of who he is, but that is the main cut in terms of, I don't think this is an act, playing the villain role. He might lean into it sometimes because he's been labeled that, but when you hear that that's the way he's been since he was a kid, and he gives you the reasons why,
you could see it on his face, Basinonians. You could see it in his eyes when he was saying it. This is what he just revealed to you right there is deep, deep stuff.
I would say nobody's going to push Devin Booker around this year. Nobody's going to push anybody on the Suns around this year.
You know, honestly, he could be exactly what this team needs in regard to, hey, listen, you want to understand what it's like to go out and compete and give it everything you got? Hey, sometimes it gets a little intense out there on the floor, and it can. And it gets physical sometimes out there on the floor. And I'm not talking about punches. I'm not talking about fights. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about competing so hard and so physically that sometimes, you know, people are going to take exception to you. And that's, as long as it's genuine, I'm okay with that.
Well, here's more. We asked him what he feels like he brings to this Suns team that is a pretty young team. You know, Dylan Brooks is one of the vets. He could be potentially a leader on this team.
Bring a lot of energy, a lot of, you know, competition, competing, and, you know, fun. I feel like when I was watching this team last year, they weren't having no fun. And, you know, competing and having that energy and being happy, you know, brings that fun, and it brings, you know, guys together and happy to come into work every single day, especially in this, you know, beautiful weather in the city. Like, you know, being in Memphis was, you know, a dread to, you know, go to work every single day, but I love those guys. But, you know, being out here, beautiful weather, people are great, the organization is great, you know, why not be happy? Why not be, you know, together most of the time? So, you know, just us being together, you know, and I'm trying to, you know, be the head front of that, and being happy and being able to, you know, lean on each other when we go into games or before games, and having that sense of confidence going out.
I will say this. A, Dylan Brooks is intense. But B, what he said at the beginning of that this team didn't look like they were having any fun last year. Yeah, give him the ding for that. Spot on assessment of the Phoenix Suns last year. Did not look like they were having any fun playing basketball in 2024.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that 100%. But once again, just to hear Dylan Brooks say some of these things and know that it's genuine, the way that he's going about competing, it's genuine. He's going to go out there. You know, I talk about it all the time in the game of football. You go out there and you're supposed to have a painted face. You're supposed to smear the eye black on and go out there and bloody up your knuckles, if you know what I mean. It's okay. And you know what, to me, Basinonians, to play so physically over the top, the joy that would bring competing on the field where you were able to tap into the primal side. Thank you, Lord God, for creating that and letting me go in between those white lines and give everything that I've got so I could be happy on the field. Bob Marley.
Wow. Not the song I think of when I think of last year's Phoenix Suns. All right, My Chemical Romance is heading to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets are now on sale, and you can win a pair by texting ROMANCE to 620-620 for your chance to win. Again, that's ROMANCE. Text that to 620-620. When we come back, is it possible to fix your offensive line mid-season? We're going to ask two-time Super Bowl champion and offensive lineman Max Starks. He's going to join us from London. I think he's in London this week. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Ken Kendrick is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Ken, is there something you'd like to see Torrey do differently next year in 2026 as the manager of the Diamondbacks?
Win more games.
anything beyond that, or is just
breaking
win more games?
Sports news.
Yeah, there you go. That's gonna lead the Sports Center update right there. That's for sure.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Installation, shades installated by All Pro Shade Concepts. It's all done in-house. There's never any subcontractors whatsoever. The installers are shade experts. They've installed thousands of shades right here in the basin. They'll work around stucco or tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open that same patio with a touch of a button. That's what they do. These shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they have them all, Basinonians. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discounted advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So, folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football.
With Wolf and Luke.
Luke on a Wednesday. Give a special thanks to our listeners in Queen Creek, Wolf. Good food out in Queen Creek.
Man, really good.
Thanks to the listeners in Queen Creek.
Yeah, Queen Creek.
You gonna do a what up, Queen Creek?
Yeah, what up, Queen Creek?
No, I don't feel like we've had a conversation until you say what up, something.
Yeah, all right.
Now you can say what up to Max Starks. He's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. We only get a segment with Max this week because he's on the other side of the planet, but he's maybe the perfect guy to talk to right now, considering the Cardinals' biggest issue is probably on the offensive line. Max, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I heard you guys talking about Queen Creek, and I just passed the Queensway exit here on the London Underground Tube. I'm about one exit away, so wow. I tried to time it up, but I fell fell paltrily short by one exit.
Now you got to fly all the way back here, then fly all the way back there so you can time it out perfectly. Oh, well.
Yeah, you know what?
Exactly.
Max, I got to know, logistically, how are you doing? How are you doing over there? You're overseas. How are you holding up?
I am doing well for being that the last time I was home was a week and a half ago, and I won't be home again until Sunday because the Steelers are on bye. So I'm actually doing the Broncos-Eagles game in Philly this weekend. So, yeah. I'm pretty much doing that essentially backpacking style with 2 carry-ons. So, yeah.
So
logistically, it's been wonderful.
For as much as you have to work and as much as you travel, Max, you heard bye week as an invitation to go work in Philadelphia. That was your plan, essentially?
Yeah, well, that's what ESPN believes. When they hear I'm not working a Steelers Sunday, they're like, hey, guess what? Funny story. We got this game going on this weekend.
Should be a good
so
game,
you're in charge of that. You got it? You're good? Bye.
Perfect. All right, Max. Well, while we have you, the issue in a lot of people's minds, one of the biggest issues, at least for the Arizona Cardinals, has been their offensive line, which is kind of weird because the offensive line wasn't really an issue last year, at least not to the point where you would look and say it was some major weakness. So I ask you, if you're having offensive line issues into the season, how easy is it to fix that, while you don't have an offseason now, you've got a few days before Tennessee?
I mean, the biggest thing is you look at what your personnel and your staff is, right? I mean, that's what generally dictates your capabilities and your willingness to adjust, to make those type of tweaks, so to speak, to your offense. I think the question really is, for Drew Petzing, is it the scheme or is it truly the personnel? Because sometimes you can have the personnel and you might be in the wrong scheme. And you have to figure out what your group is good at and whittle things down to where they can operate. And it doesn't matter about, the overall success play after play, but it's about building continuity. It's about building trust with that group amongst each other. And so, when I look at some of the things, and I didn't get to see all of the Cardinals game on Thursday because I was still traveling around Ireland, and that game came on about 1:15 in the morning after I'd been traveling all around Ireland for 4 straight days. So I caught some of the highlights just to kind of watch and get a good feel for what, kind of was happening against the Seahawks. And I thought the biggest thing was continuity within scheme. And that's where Drew Petzing as an OC has to figure that out. You can't continue to jam a square peg in a round hole.
Yeah.
I think that's where you see that. If the team cannot run outside zone, stop running outside zone. Run inside zone. Use a little bit simpler scheme so they can build confidence within the run structure, and that'll lead to better protection because you can soften guys up with the run if guys are doing things that they feel good about and feel comfortable with.
Yes. Max, what do you know about the Tennessee Titans and their defensive front seven specifically right now? What do you know about this team in terms of stopping the run?
I mean, they throw a lot of resources at trying to stop the run. They love an 8-man box because they haven't had success either. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing. So it's not that they're philosophical. They're just trying to figure out what works because nothing else has worked so far for them. And I think that's where you get a team that's essentially throwing everything against the wall to see if it sticks. And I think they're a more dangerous team because they will blitz a lot just for the sake of blitzing. And there's no rhyme or reason to it just because they don't have success. Like they can't hold up as a front 4, front 7 with 4 and maybe 5-man rush. So that's why they bring 6 and 7 guys because I don't think Callahan really knows what he has,
Yeah.
So I think that's what makes them a lot tougher of a team to deal with in those moments. So I would say the biggest thing is I haven't seen any one guy that's truly dominant amongst their front 7, but that doesn't dictate success or not. It's because they're willing to just blitz and they don't care what the result is because they know this is a rebuilding year for this team.
We're talking to Max Starks. Max, Jonathan Gannon had a quote earlier this week saying he thinks some of the issues on offense are correctable. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but essentially because communication is an issue right now up front offensively. If that's the case, how easy is that to fix?
That's simple. I think kind of like how I laid it out, Luke, is simplify the scheme. If the scheme is complicated, that means you're having to talk too much because guys don't know what they're doing. And when you simplify the scheme, the less talking, the better. The less verbal that you have to get. I mean, when our offensive line, when I played, was at its best, we just had to look at each other.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, hey, so this is a Mike Wright protection. Make sure that we have the dual 2 guys for 3, and you guys have the slide going from center. It was none of that. They called the protection. We looked. We either identify one guy with the Mike ID. We knew what to do after that. That's where it has to get. So you can't, and I know today's NFL is a lot more motion, a lot more window dressing, a lot more, scheme. But at the end of the day, it comes down to you need to have simple communication. And all the best teams don't talk that much along the offensive line. If you look at them pre-snap, they're not ones that are going to talk a whole lot. The heads are staying straight ahead on their offensive lines. And so that's one thing that I think for Drew Pesky, he has to get comfortable with that. When you have new people, sometimes the old ways are the simplest ways, but sometimes they're the best ways in moments when you have a new team. When you've had a team for 2-3 years together, yes, throw in the nuance, throw in all the window dressing you want, right? But right now you're trying to reestablish yourself, and the new stuff isn't working. So go back to the old.
So, Max, I'm going to ask you this. You're 2-2 on the season. Is there such a thing as a must-win in Week 5 of the NFL season?
No, there's no must-wins at this point because, I mean, you look at a lot of these teams, you're sitting right in the middle of the pack. As long as you're in striking distance by the end of September, you just have to survive September. And the Cardinals did exactly that, right? Because this is essentially the extended preseason because teams don't play their personnel. So the first month of the season now has been looked at more as the preseason and guys getting back into shape, getting back into the mold. So if you can end the end of September at 500, now October now matters, but it's not must-win territory. Must-win territory is November. And when you're in the hunt and you're looking at your division rankings and you're below 500, that's when you got to kick it into gear if you have the aspirations of a playoff push. But at the end of September, I don't think there's a must-win game right now. It's a we-should-win game against Tennessee.
Yeah.
I think it's in a we-should-win, but it's not a must-win.
Okay, I got 30 seconds here. What's the best thing you've eaten over there?
All right, the best thing I actually had was actually not British over here.
Okay.
It was actually South Chinese food. I had wasabi prawns. And they were magical. They were magical.
Magical.
Yeah.
Sounds so good, wasabi.
That actually does sound really good.
Wasabi.
On
Yeah,
stuff.
it was the best.
Max, great stuff,
Thank
buddy.
you, Max.
Enjoy the wasabi prawns over there.
All right, boys. Y'all take it easy.
Right.
Enjoy the burritos and all the Tex-Mex food.
Okay, Hoopy said she loves you, by the way, and hi, just so you know.
Please tell Hoopy I said I love her back. I saw
Okay.
Kyle. I saw Kyle last weekend, by the way.
That's right.
as well.
Oh,
Kyle
no.
he flew over from Germany.
That's
So
right.
I got to say, I got to give Kyle a big Wolfley hug.
Right
and
on, man.
he's coming back home soon, which is nice. He'll be in Virginia. So
Okay, brother.
Let
Thank
you know that
man.
little update.
Thank you, Max. Appreciate it. Worldwide.
You saw
man.
my nephew, basically. That's what he's talking
nephew
about. Saw him
Kyle.
over there, Lieutenant Colonel.
That's a pretty high status.
That's right.
To have. That's not just walking around.
Kyle
That's-
Wolfley. What up, Kyle?
Thanks to Max Starks for joining us there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, we'll stick with the Cardinals. Defense has been great to start the season. Is there a way it could get even better, though? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Weekly and Marana mornings.
Geraldo Perdomo talking about what happened at the trade deadline and how he wishes it didn't happen at the trade deadline. There was no reason for the front office to keep that together at the trade deadline.
No, I agree.
The way that they were playing, I don't think I've ever seen a team as affected by trade rumors. Had they been playing competent baseball around the deadline, I don't think Mike Hazen is as quick to do it.
Well, listen.
And we might be previewing a wild card series right now.
Absolutely.
But they played their worst baseball right around that time. They made it an easy decision.
They sure did.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Let's go!
On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard.
Tippers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Charlotte Speedway, Saturday at 1:30 on CW7 Arizona.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Some bad news for the Arizona Cardinals. Running back Trey Benson is headed to injured reserve with a knee injury. According to head coach Jonathan Gannon, Benson's injury is not season-ending. In ASU football news, the Sun Devils' 2026 game in London against Kansas is official. The inaugural Union Jack Classic will be played on September 19th, 2026 at Wembley Stadium. And the WNBA finals are set. The Phoenix Mercury will be taking on the Las Vegas Aces. Game 1 is Friday in Vegas. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy. If you need your roof checked, save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How does Kyler Murray plan to carry their fourth quarter performance into their game against the Titans? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. All right, welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. Mike Hazen's going to join us in about 10-ish minutes, 12 minutes. So stay tuned for that.
The freaky Mike Hazen.
He's always one of my favorite interviews, but especially right now with all this stuff going on this week in the Diamondback season, ending earlier than any of us expected back in March, but being a lot closer than any of us expected in early August. So kind of a roller coaster, and by kind of I mean one of the most extreme baseball season roller coaster rides I can remember. Right now, though, Wolf, let's stick with the Cardinals, and I'm going to ask a potentially unfair question here. Is there anything more this defense could do right now? If you were looking and you set special teams aside for just a second, and you were just saying offense and defense. I know it's tough for you to set special teams aside, but
yes,
just for just a second,
of course.
If you were just looking at a pie chart that just said offense and defense, who's pulling their weight right now for the Cardinals? It would not be even right now. The defense, whatever percentage, would be substantially higher than the offense through the first 4 games. But could you ask him to do even more?
Yeah, you can ask them to do even more. Right now, again, we talked about this and have talked about it. They're number 6 in terms of points allowed per game, 18.5. Number 6, man. The fact that they're 2-2 and they're 18.5 points per game allowed through 4 games.
Yeah,
man, it's kind of stunning. It is. It's shocking to me, frankly. If you would have told me that was going to be the number. That was going to be how many points they've given up per game in their 2-2 through the first 4 games of the season. I would have said, okay, what happened to Kyler?
Yeah.
Right?
That's what
I would have assumed that their offense was really hurting because they lost their quarterback. That's not been the case, of course. So this defense has over-delivered as far as I'm concerned, but it can get better. Where? Pass defense. They're number 28 right now in passing yards per game allowed, number 28. They're not turning over their opponent to the degree in which they need to. They're number 23 in terms of interception rate. And then sacks per attempt as well. Now, I understand sacks per attempt. It's not the end-all, be-all. But it really is a good governor for the most part as to what kind of pressure you're able to bring on an opposing quarterback. And can you deliver on that pressure that you're bringing as well with sacks? They're number 23 in terms of sacks per attempt, which is a better way of actually going about measuring the sack number.
We're going to try and do collective math and logic on the air right now, and you don't even know what I'm about to ask you, and I don't even know if I should ask you this, but what you said about the passing yards allowed per game, okay? What was that number again?
28.
Okay. They are on the field defensively for 68 snaps a game, which is Baltimore's the worst, then Cincinnati, then the Cardinals.
Wow.
The defense is on the field more than 29 of the 32 teams in the NFL right now. How much of that do you think plays into the passing yards allowed per game?
Man, that's a really, really good question. That is well done by you, Luke. Yes, I think they've also allowed a lot of first downs. Number 26 in the National Football League in first downs allowed. So, again, I think it all is tied together when I look at this as well. When you think of what we've seen on tape so far and the numbers that I'm talking about, brothers, I think it all goes together when you think about the passing yards allowed. and you're not getting to the quarterback at the rate you need to get to him at. I think Josh Sweat has had a very good start to the season. I think a very, very good start to the season. But I think there needs to be more involvement. Other guys got to step up and get pressure as well. But I think it's all tied together. The fact they haven't come up with a lot of interceptions, of course. It's still early in the season, number 23 in that regard. And I think the passing yards and the sacks as well per attempt, I think that's all tied together. I think they can do better. Situationally now, they've done a really good job. And when I say situationally, of course, you're talking about the red zone for the most part. You're talking about goal-to-goal situations. You're talking about third down. These are huge areas that you look at and think situationally, how much better can we get? And the situation is obviously inside the game.
Calais Campbell and Josh Sweat each have 3 sacks right now for the Cardinals. They have 8 as a team. That's what puts them right on that pace for 34. But those 2 are tied for 12th in the NFL, just to give you some context, because we're 4 games in. Brian Burns of the Giants and Byron Young of the Rams are tied for the NFL lead with 5 sacks. But 3 sacks for each of those guys through the first 4 weeks is great. They just need more guys delivering sacks. So
I would say yes, delivering pressures as well. Yeah, not just sacks.
Well, here's Nick Rawlis yesterday was asked how he feels about the pass rush right now.
It's good and bad. We did some good stuff in terms of like normal down. Sweaty had a strip sack. We didn't get on those normal down rushes are huge. You could argue they're more important than getting a sack on third down because it's setting them behind the chains for, second or third down. But there's things that we can improve on. There's some things that I thought we have improved on, and we're able to affect the quarterback. So week to week, we just got to keep getting better in terms of our plan and just our technique of winning our one-on-ones.
Yeah, again, when you're talking about the Tennessee Titans as well, they have, oh my goodness, they have struggled mightily to go out and actually protect their quarterback and throw the ball down the field as well. They are not moving the ball via the pass. Number 32 in passing yards per game and number 32 in passing yards per play. Not only that, they've given up a lot of sacks and pressures. If you go back and look at it as well, pressures they've given up, and they're 30th in terms of sacks per attempt.
Imagine if your nickname was Sweaty. That's what he called Josh Sweat.
Yeah.
Sweaty.
Sweaty.
I mean, if your nickname is Sweaty, you need to be a professional athlete. You can't be the guy in the office.
Yeah.
And nobody wants, but hey, Sweaty's here. Great. I'm in the cubicle next to Sweaty.
Sweaty's so easy to say, though. It just rolls right. Sweaty.
Well, if you're a pro athlete, it's great. I mean, for the position that Josh Sweat plays in the NFL, that's the perfect nickname. All right, we come back. Go over to baseball. How can the Arizona Diamondbacks bounce back in 2026? And what was the logic behind keeping Torey Lovello as manager? We're going to ask the Diamondbacks general manager, Mike Hazen. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it. Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's, official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose choose something better. Because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
Welcome back, Wolf and Luke, on a Wednesday. We're going to talk to Mike Hazen here shortly. Thanks to Max Starks for joining us earlier in the show. And we're going to talk to Jeff Munn, some ASU football later in the show as well.
Man, I haven't talked to Money in a long time.
Oh, really?
I can't wait to talk to him.
Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really cool.
Rick and I just saw him on Friday at the ASU game.
Oh.
But he's going to join us at 1:15.
The legendary Jeff Munn.
Got to get some ASU talk in there for sure as well. Like I said, we're going to talk to Mike Hazen here shortly. The offseason in front of the Arizona Diamondbacks. I don't want to fall into the trap that it's easy to fall into with some of these teams of, oh, this is the biggest offseason ever. Oh, this and that. Oh, will it ever be more important than this?
Right.
I do think the offseason the Suns just went through was one of their biggest ever because you were undergoing massive changes on every level. I don't think the Diamondbacks are doing that. You already know that Tori Lavello's back. Obviously, Mike Hazen's back. I don't know how different the roster is going to look. I mean, it's going to look a little bit different because they need some starting pitching, and I would assume the bullpen's going to look significantly different, at least than it did a couple months ago. I think maybe they found a couple pieces late in the season.
Yeah, you know, for me, it's interesting you bring up the Suns in regard to talking about baseball because I'm thinking to myself, that's exactly how I feel in regard to this season with the Diamondbacks. The level of disappointment is critical. It is the disappointment, the expectations I had coming into this season for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? This is going to be huge. The Diamondbacks, I thought, were poised to have an unbelievable season. We were all wildly excited about it. And, man, the fact that they fell short It was really disappointing, and I think everybody would agree on that.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how to process it because it was disappointing, obviously, and you know what my personal expectations were for this team, but I did like that they fought back the way they did the final 2 months of the year. That shows something. Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Mike, thank you for the time here. As always, we were just kind of debating how to process this season now that it's officially over. Where do you come out on that?
Yeah, it's hard for me to process it too. It's a very complicated season. Very disappointed is where I'm at. As you could imagine, we get paid to win and lose games, but like it all comes down to that. And so very much at the forefront, we know that's why we're here. How it all comes together and what happens is all just usually excuses to me. But if we're just dealing with what the dynamics were during the course of the season, certainly losing those three pitchers early had an effect on what was going to happen during the course of the season. I don't think most teams lose their number one starting pitcher and then their two best bullpen guys, and it doesn't leave a mark, and it certainly left a mark for us. And when we got through the trading deadline and sold off, I think the die had been cast until it wasn't. And so it's hard for me to not at least look at those 6 weeks, I think very well evidenced by the 100,000 plus people that were here for the Dodgers series that probably wouldn't have all been there if we weren't in it in the end, to show the excitement and I think the reward for how that team has played. And then falling short, losing the last 5 games, certainly the 5th game back, the way we lost, that we probably had won in some regards, or at least we all felt like we had a strong chance to win going into the bottom of that inning, having held them scoreless. It became a tough pill to swallow. When I stepped back from that and was pissed off like everybody else was, it's kind of hard for me to be that upset when I kind of step back from it, that, in most realities in this game, especially selling 5-6 good players at the deadline, being in contention with 5 games to go is not a reality. And so then getting mad about that is a little disingenuous in my mind, because the alternative of just playing out the string, which is what almost every other team does and did, we didn't do that. So I still feel like I can be proud of the way the team fought and played at the end. Where the expectations were at the start of the season to where they ended, we failed. That's the fact. We should not have been selling at the deadline. We should have been buying at the deadline. Unfortunately, we played our worst baseball at the deadline. And all of that is unfortunate. I didn't do enough in my job to support the team when it hit the fan on injuries on the pitching side of things early. And that's something that we're going to have to improve on going into the offseason.
To me, Mike, I've always wondered this. After a season ends, when it ends, how long do you give yourself to come to conclusions about what went wrong and what you have to fix? How long do you give yourself to get yourself a little bit of separation from the season that you've lived every day?
Not much. We're already at it right now. I think, in all honesty, a lot of things you're talking about happened a long time ago. Especially as it relates to the formation of the pitching staff, and then knowing where Zach and Merrill are going to be, from a contractual standpoint. So we've known what was going to happen to the pitching. I probably knew about it before the season even started, frankly. Wow. And so what the marching orders were going to be going off into this offseason, which is going to be probably fairly pitching heavy. So there's not really a lot to process there. Yes, like as it relates to, personnel changes or, things, obviously we discussed the Torrey, that probably takes a little bit of time, but you're walking through all those things in August, September. We don't have a lot to do as it relates to the roster. Most of that's done, other than just monitoring and dealing with the roster on a daily basis. We're having a lot of those conversations all the time. And yeah, I try to step back and look at the entirety of what happened, and not to get clouded by the last 5 days, because I think building on some of the good stuff that happened that we are going to be taking into next year Geraldo Perdomo becoming a top 5 to 10 player in baseball. Those things are the things that I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of, even though this season didn't go the way we intended it to.
We're talking to Mike Hazen. Mike, you mentioned Torey Lovello in there. How much of that, or how much did that improbable run after the trade deadline weigh into the decision to bring him back? Was it his relationship with the players? Was it just, the idea of continuity going into next year? Like, what in your mind was the biggest factor that he's back next year?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that probably had to do with it. Continuity was not a factor. Continuity, I value. Continuity is not at the top of my priority list, honestly. I know I hear this a lot. Our relationship is not at the top of that list. That is false. We are in a business, a very significant business, and my job is to win baseball games. It's not to, have a great dynamic everywhere. I think we have a very challenging dynamic. I understand that, we are in charge of putting the best in front of our players. I felt like he brings a lot to the table. I feel like the work he puts in, I think it's not a given that a team that loses 8 of its opening day starting players at the deadline with 2 months to go, playing not probably the hardest schedule in baseball from September 1st on, because we looked at that. It was making me nervous, obviously, given the roster that we had still in place, and playing to the last couple days. If I'm going to penalize him for the things that I penalize him for and the coaches for, then I also have to look at the positive stuff too. And it's not always 0 and 100. It's not a black and white example. I very much believe in him, but this stuff isn't black and white. I'm trying to take and cultivate all the best things that we do and make them better. And all the worst things that we do and the things we need to improve upon, if that's not going to be fixed with a personnel change, then I'm throwing away all the good stuff to roll the dice on a personnel change just for the sake of doing that. I don't really believe in that. I think people can adapt in different circumstances if they put if the motivation, the mindset, and the push to be really good at your job is all still there, then there's stuff that we build on. If after the trading deadline, all I heard is about how everybody's getting screwed down there because of look what me and the position I'm in did to them, I never heard that once. And I think we played as a reflection of that. And I like that. I think that's when we're at our best baseball team, is when we have a team that goes out there and challenges every day to win a baseball game. And I want to build on that. I didn't want to just strip that away just to make a change.
Mike, what are the possibilities that Zach Gallen is going to be a Diamondback in 2026?
I try not to put any possibilities of those things. Obviously, we're going to be in the market. Everything's possible. I think we have a good relationship with the players that are here and the ones that we traded. We work hard at that. There's a reason for that. I think that having players that want to play here is important to us. It's not, at the end of the day, the biggest factor, as we all know, in a market. The dollars are going to talk, and they should. Players should be in a position to maximize their earning potential, and I appreciate that about this sport. Like you can't run against that. You have to run with it, in my mind. And we'll see what happens. Look, I don't think it's realistic we're going to put the band back together. I think that we're going to try to be in the marketplace in all ways, and pitching is going to be a focus for us.
Mike, before we let you go, just now that the season is over, I know we asked you a version of this during the season, but do you feel like this year sets you back at all for next year since you had to make moves for prospects, or can you contend next season?
I don't think it sets us back. I think we were going to be standing in this spot regardless. I think if we had gone for it and didn't make the playoffs, that would have been the worst case scenario, because I would have lost the same players theoretically in free agency, see what happens, but just assuming nobody comes back. And I wouldn't have gotten 9 players at the deadline that we can kind of build with moving forward. So in theory, if you weren't going to make it, we are certainly in a much better position than we were or would have been. I don't know the alternative universe, which is what I would have chosen, which is to go for it and see what happens, roll the dice, get into October and see where we're at. I don't think it changes where we were going to be standing. We knew we had 5 to 6 pending free agents that were going to become free agents. I think we have an opportunity to make this team better. We have really good players that are young and under control on this roster, and it's going to be on me to see how far we can push that in terms of where we're going to be standing on paper. Starting in March, I will caution that starting in 2025 on paper is not what happened. And so, that's not going to decide how good the 2026 Diamondbacks can be.
Mike, do you see any changes whatsoever to the coaching staff coming up? Do you see any changes structurally?
I think there might be some minor things that we make. I think the coaches did a really good job. I think they are a reflection of the manager. I think that when I said what I said about Torrey and the mindset and what gets delivered to our players and the expectations, that ran through our entire clubhouse. And I will just say that in my seat, I appreciate that because I don't like to listen to excuses. Frankly, I don't listen to excuses. And so there's really no alternative. But it does happen in professional sports, as you know. But that didn't happen with us. And I do think it's part of the reason why we overachieved in the second half the way we did.
Mike, it's always great to talk to you.
So
we
much,
appreciate
buddy.
your time all season. Thank you.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Right, take care. That's Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And we will react to that, obviously, shortly, because there was quite a bit in there. When we come back, though, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, you don't want to move yourself. It really can be difficult, right? Moving Team 6, they want to move you. They want to remove the stress from the equation for you. Let Moving Team 6, the professionals, hand you an awesome move for yourself. Moving is difficult, as we all know. Trust me on this. Professionals, that's what you need. In Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence, ladies and gentlemen. They are the moving and storage pros right here in the Basin, whether it's local or a long-distance move, commercial, residential, with a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix as well. That, man, you're going to love. If you need to store your furniture, it's great. Moving Team 6, they train all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and to customers as well. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Arizona's only professional bull riding team, the Ridge Riders, are back in action at Desert Diamond Arena October 10th through the 12th. Feel the heat of the desert as the Ridge Riders defend their home dirt, battle for glory, and fight for bragging rights against the toughest teams in the league. This is bull riding like you've never seen before. The most exciting, heart-pounding sport in America. Get your tickets now at PBR.com or Ticketmaster.com.
He's a world arm wrestling champion, Michael Todd.
I'm globally known as Monster Michael Todd. I'm 52 years old. I've won 23 world titles and 36 national titles.
This tough guy never backs down, but a horrible bicep injury almost ended his career. Enter QC Kinetics and life-changing regenerative treatments.
Most people thinking that I'd never be able to compete again. Within 8 months, I became number 5 overall in the world. Now I'm marching towards that number 1 spot.
So how did he do it?
I'm a big regenerative medicine kind of guy. Once I found out about QC Kinetics, I wanted to try their protocol.
Those treatments use a patient's own orthobiologics concentrated and placed into the troubled area to help heal and restore the damage. No scalpels or harmful meds, just long-term relief.
QC Kinetics definitely have helped me be able to live this dream and be able to do what I want to do and continue to do it for a lot more years.
When the others say, time for surgery, you're finished. Not so fast. Call QC Kinetics. The consultation's totally free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
You know what? We get it. In today's real estate market, it really feels impossible to know when to finally get off the fence. And the pressure of making the right decision at the wrong time could cost you some real money. Well, here's the deal. Lund Mortgage makes it very easy with their free mortgage rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates to fit your specific situation. Then when the right rate hits, you're going to get the heads up so you can move forward with confidence. You owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Some bad news for the Arizona Cardinals. Running back Trey Benson is headed to injured reserve with a knee injury. According to head coach Jonathan Gannon, Benson's injury is not season-ending. And the WNBA Finals are set. The Phoenix Mercury will be taking on the Las Vegas Aces. Game 1 is Friday in Vegas. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Wednesday. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, and it is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick?
Some unfortunate Arizona Cardinals news dropped right before our show. Here is head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Trey Benson is going to go IR to return. He came in Friday, and it's a knee, but he should be able to return at some point this year.
How big of a loss is Trey Benson?
It's big. To quantify it exactly is sort of an unknown because this was Trey Benson's opportunity to really take this job and run with it for the whole season, honestly. I mean, a guy that, he was one of the top running backs taken in the draft last year. One of the other ones, Jonathan Brooks, hasn't even really played for Carolina. So, unfortunately, injuries are an issue for that position. But this was his runway to potentially take off as an NFL running back, and now he's out for at least 4 weeks.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really tough because this is the last thing this offense needed was to take a talented player like Trey Benson and suddenly say he's not going to be available to you over the next 3 games. At least the bye does show up in the 4 weeks that he's going to be on IR. So that to me is some solace. Yet at the same time, this is not good news to an offense that needs players to step up and play. And Trey Benson was going to be given that opportunity to truly be RB1, especially in this game against the Tennessee Titans, who struggle mightily to stop the run. And now he's not going to play. And that's really disheartening to me.
Some more fun Cardinals news. They're planning to build a new practice facility north of the Loop 101 and west of Scottsdale Road. It will be 30 acres and 250,000 square feet. Their current practice facility in Tempe is 14 acres and 156,000 square feet. How big of a deal is this?
I think it's a big deal. I mean, it's the NFL. You need to have the best possible practice facility you can. I know what you're going to say, Wolf. Wolf's going to say, hey, just go lift whatever weights are in front of you. I don't want a guy who cares about the practice facility.
So true.
And I don't disagree with you, but I also just know that this is the NFL, and this stuff is important, and this is a step forward for them, and I congratulate them on being able to get land and do this.
The stuff is important to a lot of these players today, based on earnings. They are. For me, get in shape, do it yourself. This is how you make your living. This is how you're supporting your family. This is generationally, you can set your family up for years. Just go out and do your job and work at it. Okay. Yet, in the year 2025 of our Lord Basin earnings, the facility does matter for free agents. It does matter for an organization, and it does matter what guys you're going to be able to bring in. Having said all of that, can I just say, man, this would have been nice if it would have happened 15 years ago, because this facility is going to be right next to my house. It's not going to be 40 minutes away. It's going to be right next to my house, man. That is going to be awesome. You know what, honestly?
I love that move.
Maybe I could get a pass and just show up to practices.
I love the move for that reason. Oh, Wolf, you're not gonna do color anymore. You're gonna retire. Okay, we're gonna build this new practice facility in your backyard.
Right. You can throw a stone and hit it.
You can look out your window and see this every day of the year.
Really?
Here's what I think about this practice facility. I think, you look at the Suns. They built their new practice facility. Chris Paul comes here. They go to the finals. You look at the Mercury. They build their new practice facility. They get 2 new stars to come, and they're in the finals. So I think there's a pattern here.
One's a point. Two's a trend.
And
three's a pattern.
Exactly.
That works for me.
Exactly.
I'm on board.
Sold.
I am totally on board with this.
And then when the Coyotes got that new arena instead of a landfill, they won the.
Yeah.
Drove by the landfill.
Why do you got to bring things down?
I drive by the landfill every day, and it's such a beautiful landfill. All right, sorry. Go ahead, Rick.
All
What do you
right.
have?
Well, I'm about to bring us down again.
Oh,
it was a disappointing season for the Arizona Diamondbacks, which takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at arizonasports.com. It asks, what position is the biggest need for the Diamondbacks to address this offseason? Starting pitching, bullpen help, first baseman, or left fielder?
Well, those are some significant positions of need. I think they can figure out left field, so I'm going to take that one out of the running. First baseman, I'm going to say it's not the most pressing, but it is pressing. I don't know that you feel like Tyler Locklear is a bona fide, here we go, right now, starting first baseman on a playoff team yet. So it's bullpen help or starting pitching. They're going to have to address starting pitching, whether that means bringing Zach Gallen back and adding somebody or adding 2 somebodies. But there's no way I can answer anything other than bullpen after the way the bullpen looked this year.
Yeah, for me, it's going to be starting pitching. It is. The Zach Gallen question needs to be answered, of course, and one way or the other. Corbin Burns, knowing he's not going to be back till at the earliest July. I think the rotation, obviously, that's an area of concern for me, and I think that needs to be addressed first.
Well, Luke, you win, because I'm voting
Nice.
bullpen help.
Sweet. I'm guessing that's going to lead the way pretty substantially.
Yeah, you guys were both up there. So
Okay.
bullpen help 64%, starting pitching 31%, first baseman 4%, and listen to this. I don't know if we've ever seen this before. Left fielder 0%.
Wow. Well, everyone
I like
expects Lourdes to come back as well at some point in time.
He's hurt too.
I know.
But either way, I think that the logic there is probably, okay, they maybe have a guy in the system they can move, whatever. Like, you can do something to address left field until Lourdes is back or whatever, however that plays out. Bullpen help and starting pitching, you can't start next season without addressing those.
Yeah.
And they will. We just had Mike Hazen on. He said expect a lot of A lot of pitching issues to be addressed this offseason. That was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Speaking of Mike Hazen, he did just join us. You can hear the whole interview. Go back, listen to the podcast. You can see it on YouTube. But we're going to react to some individual cuts next. How does Mike Hazen plan to right the ship for the Diamondbacks as soon as 2026? Does he think it can be done in 2026? And how is he processing what just happened with this team? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports Host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
The energy's high, and that's what it's going to take. It starts now.
The best part about Devin is he wants to be here just like we want him here.
We want a team that Arizona and Phoenix can be proud of.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. It's almost Suns season. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Go to santanford.com if you want a Ford, whether it's a newer pre-owned, ladies and gentlemen, because it's October everywhere else. But at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronktober. That's right, Bronktober. Yeah, that's right. Listen, all Broncos are on sale right now. And, man, I love the big boy Bronco. I'm sure you do as well, Basinonians. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels. A legitimate selection over at Santan Ford right now. All on sale big time. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket for you. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. Think about that, man. $29,000. It's the original Bronktober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Offer expires 10/31/25.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's that time of year when golf is king in the Valley of the Sun. Hi, it's Jim Hill from the Bunker to Bunker Golf Show.
And I'm Greg Ellis. The best place to catch up on golf from just about everywhere is right here.
So whether it's the PGA, the new TGL, or even what's going on with LIV, Bunker to Bunker is the place to be.
Join us for some fun and fill out our foursome Saturday mornings at 7 o'clock on 98.7 Arizona Sports, or hit up bunkergolf.com anytime.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Cardinals running back Trey Benson is being placed on injured reserve with a knee injury. ASU plans to spend $135 million for upgrades to Desert Financial Arena and a new football practice facility, and the Diamondbacks are focused on pitching and defense entering this offseason. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, welcome back to the show. Jeff Munn's going to join us in about an hour to talk ASU. Thanks to Max Starks, who joined us earlier. Thanks to Mike Hazen, who joined us earlier. Thanks to our listeners in Surprise, who are joining us right now. If you're in Surprise, turn it up right now.
Surprise. Surprise!
I just wanted to hear you say surprise.
Yeah, you knew that was coming in.
I used to live there.
Did you really?
All right,
used to live
did
in
you?
Surprise? Nice.
Yeah, I drove 45 minutes here every day. That was right in the early portion of our show.
That's commitment right there.
Cool is that? Can you imagine when somebody asks you, where are you from? Oh, Surprise, Arizona.
I like their baseball stadium.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say, great spring training park out there.
Definitely. I mentioned Mike Hazen. You can go back and listen to the whole interview on YouTube shortly. I don't know if it's already up, but it'll be there. You can listen to the podcast version of it, but we're going to play you some of the cuts right now. We're not going to be able to get to all of them here. That's why I'm saying just go listen to the whole thing. But, Wolf, I'm going to start with one of the things we asked him late in the interview, how much this season sets them back, or does it set them back? Because we've talked to some national analysts who have said, I don't see how this doesn't set them back. But listen to his reasoning for why it maybe doesn't set them back at all, because logically what he's saying does make a lot of sense.
I don't think it sets us back. I think we were going to be standing in this spot regardless. I think if we had gone for it and didn't make the playoffs, that would have been the worst case scenario, because I would have lost the same players theoretically in free agency, see what happens, but just assuming nobody comes back. And I wouldn't have gotten 9 players at the deadline that we can kind of build with moving forward. So in theory, if you weren't going to make it, we are certainly in a much better position than we were or would have been. I don't know the alternate universe, which is what I would have chosen, which is to go for it and see what happens, roll the dice, get into October and see where we're at. I don't think it changes where we were going to be standing. We knew we had 5 to 6 pending free agents that were going to become free agents. I think we have an opportunity to make this team better. We have really good players that are young and under control on this roster, and it's going to be on me to see how far we can push that in terms of where we're going to be standing on paper.
Boy, that is really interesting, isn't it? That they were pretty much, unless I'm reading this incorrectly, he said basically we're going to be standing where we are right now, whether we won or didn't win.
Yeah, there's
right?
Basically,
isn't that right? Isn't that what he said? Right.
There's basically 3 ways this could have played out. Okay, there is where they are right now, missed the playoffs, but did get some prospects. There is the scenario where you were in it at the deadline, and so you didn't sell. If anything, you bought, and you made the playoffs. And you probably, when the dust settles on the season, are in a, quote, worse spot personnel-wise, but it was worth it if you made the playoffs and made a run. So that's option 2. Option 3 would have been the worst, where you went for it, you don't even have the prospects, and you missed the playoffs.
Yes.
Of those 3 scenarios, they are in the middle one. The worst one would have been going for it and not making the playoffs. And I'm just talking about going forward now. It doesn't really have to set you back, because if you're operating from the idea that Gino was a free agent anyway, Josh Naylor was a free agent anyway, Merrill Kelly was a free agent, you didn't trade guys. It's not like you traded Corbin Carroll or Geraldo Perdomo or guys that were supposed to be here for prospects. When this season is over, which it is now, you've actually added prospects going forward. You didn't lose anybody that you were going to have.
Yeah, we've talked about it ad nauseum, but, how could you have possibly seen this team getting better at the trade deadline? How could you have seen that? I mean, when you move some of your best players. You were a definitive seller at the deadline. We all knew that. We all wondered why Zach Gallen. What happened with Zach Gallen? What was going on with Zach Gallen? I thought his answer on Zach Gallen was very interesting as well. You know, with the freaky Mike Hazen base and earnings, the guy's brain is so massive. I mean, he's really an incredible, freaky smart
Mike Hazen,
human
wheeling
being.
and dealing.
He is freaky Mike Hazen because he is wheeling and dealing all the time with a massive brain. It's almost like you have to listen to everything he says very closely to get a feel on the question that you asked. And I asked him specifically about Zach Gallen, and I don't know if you have that queued up. Ready to go? Do you have that, Rick, ready to go in regard to Zach Gallen? No, we do not. Okay. Yeah, I thought his answer was very interesting because, once again, he didn't say, oh, of course, yes, Zach Gallen is coming back.
Yeah.
He didn't say that, nor did he say, well, you know what, Zach Gallen is, you know, he's going to be gone, and, you know, we want to wave goodbye to Zach and say thank you very much for your 7 years of service here. He didn't. He answered it in a way in which I read it. I'd love to get your opinion on this, but listening to him talk about Zach Gallen made me think there's a chance that Zach Gallen will stay here.
That's how I read it. I sort of, I don't know, I interpreted it as don't count on it.
Yeah.
But don't write it off completely. And I wouldn't even say 50-50. I would say I read that as like a 25% chance he's back. But if he isn't, they need to address pitching either way, essentially. So
I try not to put any possibilities of those things. Obviously, we're going to be in the market. Everything's possible. I think we have a good relationship with the players that are here and the ones that we traded. We work hard at that. There's a reason for that. I think that having players that want to play here is important to us. It's not, at the end of the day, the biggest factor, as we all know, in a market. The dollars are going to talk, and they should. Players should be in a position to maximize their earning potential, and I appreciate that about this sport. Like you can't run against that. You have to run with it, in my mind. And we'll see what happens. Look, I don't think it's realistic we're going to put the band back together. I think that we're going to try to be in the marketplace in all ways, and pitching is going to be a focus for us.
Yeah. Once again, I don't think it would be a 50-50 possibility. I think it'd be more, listening to Mike, it'd be more like a 70-30 possibility.
You stole my percentages, but yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's just exactly what I said, 70-30.
You know what I also love, too, because this is what the freaky Mike Hazen does from time to time. He throws something out anecdotally, and he threw something out anecdotally in that answer. And the ones that we have traded. Okay? Think about that. Now, why would you say that in regard to the possibility of Zach Gallen being traded and the ones that we have traded? You know, we haven't ruled out the possibility. Like Merrill Kelly is the first thing I thought of.
I don't know how many years we've been doing these interviews with the D-backs front office. And I think it's 4 years we've been doing it. I think it's since we started the show, basically. I have learned in that time to listen to everything Mike Hazen says.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if he's necessarily doing it intentionally, but just when the guy talks, there's meaning behind pretty much every word. I don't necessarily go back and listen to my own interviews very often. Like, I'm going to go listen to myself. But I do re-listen to our Hazen interviews because there's a lot you can kind of glean from his answers the second time through.
Agreed.
And, you know, today there's a billion questions we wanted to ask.
Will you just do me a favor and play the beginning part of that last
Well, I'll have it, Rick.
Oh, Rick, could you do that for me? And Basinonians, listen to what he says in regard to the players they have traded.
I try not to put any possibilities of those things. Obviously, we're going to be in the market. Everything's possible. I think we have a good relationship with the players that are here and the ones that we traded. We work hard at that. There's a reason for that.
Okay, that's good, Rick.
I think
that's good. We work hard with our relationship with the players that are here and the players that we traded. You know, again, immediately. Do you think of a name when he says that? Of course.
How can you not? I'll ask you the question again. Who's more likely to pitch for the Arizona Diamondbacks next season, Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly?
Merrill Kelly.
And it's possible neither of them do. I guess it's possible both of them do, but it's certainly possible neither do. There's a lot more I want to react to with Hazen because we asked him, obviously, quite a bit about LaVello, and he gave us 2 pretty solid answers. So we'll mix that in a little bit later on during the show. Next time we talk D-backs, we'll get into that for sure. All right, when we come back, in case you missed it, another big loss injury-wise for the Arizona Cardinals earlier today. We'll react to that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
He got the first 3 quarters, and then all of a sudden the fourth quarter happens. He has the unbelievable touchdown. You could just see the relief after he kneels down. 4 catches overall, contested catches. Is it enough to say that there's a solution there? The answer is no. I might be able to say that that could be a start, that could be a turning point between him and Murray, but to say that it's a solution now, it was only 9.5 minutes of football in which those 2 guys excelled together. It's not enough of a sample size to say that that's the solution.
Yeah. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleer from our brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Whether you want a total makeover and want to build a luxury resort-like pool, or you want a pool that doesn't break the bank, listen, Presidential Pools, they've got you covered, Basinonians. They have a 5-year warranty at Presidential Pools, and they can build that pool in 60 days. And let's not forget the value that this will add to your house, man, into your home. But you know what I really realized when they built our pool at the Wolfley compound? It's not just about the money, Basinonians. It's more about the memories, and the memories you're going to build with your kids and your family, hanging out by the pool, the backyard, the barbecues, friends and family. If you want to finance your pool or just set a payment for each month, Presidential Pools has you covered with their in-house financing. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
I'm retired, newly retired, so this was my first summer not working again. But I had problems with my shoulder. I mean, it was just like 1,000 needles going into my shoulder.
Mike didn't want surgery. 6 months in a sling was not how he planned to spend retirement. That's when he heard about QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It's a free appointment. And after the first treatment, the next day, I went out and played golf. The pain just wasn't there.
No drugs, no surgery. Just your body's own natural healing power. Orthobiologic concentrated and placed exactly where you need them to go to work.
I couldn't have asked for a better experience. I don't want to take on Mike Tyson, but he'd know I was there.
Now Mike's heading back to QC Kinetics to get his knees treated.
It changed my first summer being retired. It's one I can remember instead of regret.
Get back to doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today to schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Some bad news for the Arizona Cardinals. Running back Trey Benson is headed to injured reserve with a knee injury. According to head coach Jonathan Gannon, Benson's injury is not season-ending. And ASU football news, the Sun Devils' 2026 game in London against Kansas is official. The inaugural Union Jack Classic will be played on September 19th, 2026 at Wembley Stadium. And the WNBA finals are set. The Phoenix Mercury will be taking on the Las Vegas Aces. Game 1 is Friday in Vegas. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey, it's Gambo. How does Kyler Murray plan to carry their fourth quarter performance into their game against the Titans? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
That's the 1985 song. You haven't even said 1985 yet.
No, I haven't. What a good year that was, based on these. 1985. My rookie season, of course, in the National Football League. Oh, that was unbelievable. What a great year.
Do they mention Ron Wolfley's rookie season at all in that song?
No, but wasn't your rookie year the year you got like duped into buying a turkey or going in like...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they thought there was going to be a free turkey there.
Of course, I will tell the Turkey Day story when Turkey Day gets here.
In about a month and 27 days.
That's exactly
when a Wednesday's
right,
a Friday.
Man. Blew my mind. Absolutely still does to this day that my older brother Craig at that point in time never told me about it.
And he knew.
And he knew.
That's kind of awesome.
Yes.
To be honest. The bad news for the Arizona Cardinals today's version of that is that Trey Benson is going on IR. Here's Jonathan Gannon this morning.
Trey Benson is going to go IR to return. He came in Friday, and it's a knee, but he should be able to return at some point this year.
Yeah, at some point this year. What a sobering bit of news that was. That Trey Benson, for so many different reasons. I'm glad he's going to return. At least it appears that way. I'm glad he's going to get the opportunity to truly be RB1 once again. That's my biggest disappointment right now. The fact that he's not getting the opportunity to go out and show that he could be that guy.
The only silver lining's too strong, but the only maybe okay thing, you have to deal with the James Conner injury, and even that's setting aside just the human side of all James Conner has gone through and what he means to this team as a person and how much everybody likes James Conner. Even dealing on the human level with the fact that James Conner is hurt, then what it does to your team. The only thing you were going to get out of any of that just awfulness was that Trey Benson was going to get an opportunity to show what he can do. I mean, he is someday your running back of the future, and he immediately gets hurt too.
Yeah. And, this game, too, you think about this game. I can't bring myself to say it's a must-win. It's week 5. And, that's why I asked Max Starks specifically that question. I asked him, is this a must-win situation for a 2-2 team? And he said, no, of course it's not a must-win situation. But having said that, it feels like this game this game is perfect for the Arizona Cardinals in terms of the Tennessee Titans not being able to stop the run. They're really, really bad in terms of stopping the run. So no matter what back you have back there, maybe this is a get-right game for the offensive line to come off the ball and actually open up holes for running backs to run through. And I think that really is a big deal. And not only that, too, Cam Ward, being a rookie quarterback, they don't have a juggernaut of an offense. Ron Wolfley reporting. They do not.
You don't say.
This is a game playing at home. This is a game you would think the Arizona Cardinals are going to win and get to 3-2.
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm distracted by this headline that I need to read to you. Okay, we're going to get back into Cardinals in 2 seconds. This is from 5 minutes ago. The headline is Shadur literally speechless at staying third-string quarterback. And then underneath it says Shadur Sanders mimed his answers in the Browns locker room after it was confirmed he'll stay Cleveland's QB3 even after the news that Joe Flacco will be benched.
Oh. Wow.
So I don't have a way to listen to it because obviously we're on the air, but I guess I don't need to listen to it if he mimed all his answers.
Wow.
I'd love to play it for you. I guess I could tell you we are right now because he didn't say anything. So that's going well in Cleveland. Anyway, back to what you were saying as far as how important this game is.
What round was he drafted in again? The 5th round?
Yeah, 5th round, yeah.
Boy, honestly, I think one of the better kept secrets in the National Football League is just how badly Shadur Sanders interviewed.
Well,
can I just tell you that? Honestly, he must have been horrific to be drafted where he was, and this news right now
sort of just leans into that. Like, I haven't seen it, so I don't know if he was just messing around or what, but
yeah,
the reports you heard around the draft from certain teams were like, this guy just assumes he's the best in the world, and we're just going to hand him everything. And I don't know, Wolf, would you say Cleveland's offense is a powerhouse right now?
No.
If he can't crack the top 2, even when they bench a guy, maybe he's not as great as at least he thinks he is. Sounds like Dylan Gabriel is going to be the starter in Cleveland.
I think head case right now at this point in time, and maybe that's unfair, but boy, it sure seems that way.
I would say he's at least coming off as immature or entitled, one of the two. All right, back to what the Cardinals have in front of them, though. This game, you ask, is it a must-win? Well, Max said it pretty well. In fact, I don't know if he realizes he hit something on our sliding scale of significance, but he said it's a should win, basically. You've got 3 games left before the bye week. Tennessee, at Indianapolis, home for Green Bay. And this is why when the schedule comes out and we're all like, oh, they're going to win this one, they're going to lose this one, the game a week and a half from now is exhibit A of, but by the time you play these teams, they're so different than what you think they're going to be. The Colts were supposed to be awful. The Colts are not awful. They are 3-1 and honestly could be 4-0.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say that. They could have beaten the Rams.
They could have beaten the Rams. They really, you could make a case maybe should have, although if you're going to make that case, you also would make the case they should have lost to Denver, if not for a leveraging call on a 60-yard field goal. But either way, the Colts are 3-1 and they're a tough team. So you've got Tennessee at home, you've got the Colts on the road, and you've got Green Bay at home. Those are your 3 games before the bye week. I really think you need to go into the bye week at 4-3, but you at least need to be 3-4. And if you don't beat Tennessee, then you need to beat Green Bay. And or the Colts. How about just beat Tennessee, take the win where you can get it right now, and then figure things out?
Yeah, no, I'm with you on this. I really do believe that when you have the Titans at home, you have the Colts on the road, and I know the Colts are, surprise, man, they are so much better. The Colts are, with Daniel Jones, are you kidding me? The Colts are so much better right now. The matchup in this game is going to be the Colts offense against Big Red's defense. And whether or not Big Red is going to be able to keep them in the game, because the Colts offense has been that good so far.
Never would have thought we were going to say that about a Daniel Jones offense.
Unbelievable.
Tyler Warren is amazing. I think a lot of people expected that. And Jonathan Taylor is staying healthy. When he's healthy, he's amazing too. But yeah, for the Colts to be what they have become, that's at the very least, not an easy win for the Cardinals.
I think when we looked at it at the beginning of the season, brothers, I think we all said, 5-2 is something that they could be. They could be 6-1, though. Remember, we were thinking about that. Not now.
Now it's going to be tough.
Not now. So at this point, I honestly think if they, just to be reasonable, if they could get in, and you already said it, 4-3 at the bye, to be over 500 at the bye, and knowing that they've struggled in the second half of the seasons that we've seen so far, and knowing that that's the tougher part of their schedule.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to happen with the Cardinals, but to be anything other than at least 4-3 going into the bye, boy, that'd be rough.
It is the second half of the season, or coming out of the bye week, is the tougher part of their schedule. But I'll say, the opposite of with Indianapolis. The Colts was like, they should be able to beat the Colts, and now you see the Colts, and you're like, that's going to be tough.
Man.
The flip side to that is, they play Dallas coming out of the bye week. Never easy, but they may not have CeeDee Lamb for that game. Later in the second half, they play Houston. You would have thought at the beginning of the year that's going to be really tough. Not that it's going to be easy, but Houston doesn't score points, so that helps. Atlanta on December 21st, people thought maybe they were a playoff team. They are kind of Cincinnati, week 17. If they don't have Joe Burrow back for that game, and if they're not still in it, why would they rush him back at that point? That feels like a game that you probably thought would be a loss that should be a win with the way the Bengals are playing. So it evens out, but I think you got to go into the break at least at 500 or above 500 at 4-3. When we come back, what's the biggest priority now for the Arizona Diamondbacks? And what was Mike Hazen's logic for keeping Torey Lovello around? You're going to hear both next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings. I think Torey Lovello, through all of this, still resonates with his players. You heard from Zach Gallen, you heard from Corbin Burns, you heard from Brandon Pfaadt. These guys, by and large, love playing for Torey Lovello, even though the results haven't been there.
Players understand decency and kind-heartedness and empathy, and they get all that from their manager. So if they're in a situation now to give a yay or a nay to a manager, the thumb up or the thumb down, I have a hard time thinking that you're going to put the thumb down on somebody who's been so fundamentally decent to you as a person.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Choosing dental implants, one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make, Basinonians. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust, brothers. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you might see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health. Come experience the Aria difference. You'll be glad that you did. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options before you list your home. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. What is one move you would like to see the Arizona Diamondbacks make this offseason? Talk about that, and we'll react to the playoff games on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. All right, we are back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. Wolf, as we dive into this topic of what the biggest priority is for the Diamondbacks this offseason, because we just had Mike Hazen on an hour ago, I'm going to play the two cuts about Torey Lovullo first. Okay, don't you think we kind of need to reset that? So we asked him, all right, kind of you're bringing Torey Lovullo back. What was the logic behind that? And he said this.
I felt like he brings a lot to the table. I feel like the work he puts in, I think it's not a given that a team that loses 8 of its opening day starting players at the deadline with 2 months to go, playing not probably the hardest schedule in baseball from September 1st on, because we looked at that. It was making me nervous, obviously, given the roster that we had still in place, and playing to the last couple days. If I'm going to penalize him for the things that I penalize him for and the coaches for, then I also have to look at the positive stuff too. And it's not always 0 and 100. It's not a black and white example. I very much believe in him, but this stuff isn't black and white. I'm trying to take and cultivate all the best things that we do and make them better. And all the worst things that we do and the things we need to improve upon, if that's not going to be fixed with a personnel change, then I'm throwing away all the good stuff to roll the dice on a personnel change just for the sake of doing that. I don't really believe in that.
Yeah. You know what I believe in? I believe in people that are capable and have proven themselves capable. I believe Torey Lovullo has proven himself capable. I think the World Series run, once again, I think back to that. I think he has proven the kind of manager that he is. And I don't believe that managers suddenly forget how to manage a game. That's just me, okay? For me, it's more about the people and managing people, especially at the major league level where you're talking about a player showing up every day ready to play. Again, the mental side of 162 games is so important for a manager to actually be able to manage those people and get them focused. I think Torey is really, really good at doing just that. But having said that, guys got to play too. These are pros we're talking about.
Yeah.
You got to show up and be responsible.
Well, and at a certain point, teams do move on from managers. Like, you don't just manage a team for 40 years, and obviously guys get let go that didn't, forget how to manage, like you said. But I think that what he said there at the very end, and this is just my philosophy in general across any sport. If you're just making a change just for the sake of making the change, with a guy like Torey Lovullo, they were just in the World Series 23 months ago, right? You are giving up a lot of good if you move on from Torey Lovullo. Now, I'm not saying you can't ever do it, but if you're giving up Torey Lovullo, you need to be getting something back that's better than what you're giving up, right? And so, you know, what he said right there, we're giving up a lot. I didn't want to do it just for the sake of making a change. Now, we all know the situation. He's under contract for next year. If they don't make the playoffs next year, then the equation changes. I get that. But right now, that logic in the next cut I'm going to play, they do at least make sense.
Yeah. Can I just say quickly, based on what you just said right there, I do wonder about what kind of impact Ketel Marte might actually have on this team now that Torey is definitely coming back.
Yeah.
I just wonder what kind of impact it might have actually moving a Ketel Marte. Now, again, Ketel, his talent is off the charts. We all understand that and know that. Yet at the same time, I do wonder about that. The whole Ketel Marte issue that happened after the trade deadline, the way that was addressed or not addressed and suddenly dissipated and went away. I'm just wondering how big that was inside the clubhouse. How much did that really contribute to them actually becoming a winner after the trade deadline? That is the question that I know Mike Hazen would never answer.
No.
And may not even know himself.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, you're involving other people at that point. And that is, you know, one of the biggest questions now this offseason, because the optimistic side of me wants to believe that they already got that worked out. And the only thing I can point to with that, other than trying to be optimistic, is they did start playing a lot better baseball, winning a lot of good games.
A lot better.
So maybe there is a chance that it got worked out. Again, I said this yesterday, it's not like some unforgivable thing. Ketel Marte, it's not great. You know, they just kind of disappeared for a few days during the season, but it's not unforgivable in the sense that maybe you talk that out behind the scenes. And I don't know, maybe you go from being 10 games out of a wild card spot after that to almost making the playoffs, and then you just keep Ketel Marte for the next 5 years or however long he's signed.
I just kind of think those two are tied, and that's why I thought it was interesting that Torey was coming back. And my gut feeling, you know this. Mm-hmm. My hot take, Basin audience, is the fact Ketel Marte is going to be moved in the offseason. And you know what? Honestly, Mike Hazen is never going to say anything to you about that. He's never going to answer that question, even if it is a possibility. He'd never do that.
I think the only way he could answer that is if there's no way he's trading him. That's the only way he could answer that. If there's even a thought that you might.
Think about it. How can you ever say there's no way when you don't have any idea what you might be offering? Every man has his price. Does he not?
Especially because we were getting reports around the trade deadline that teams were asking for guys that were not free agents at the end of the year, that were asking for sort of more untouchable players. You know what I mean? I don't know. Is it more likely a team would call the Diamondbacks in late July and say, hey, how tied are you to Ketel Marte? As opposed to, hey, what do you think about trading this Corbin Carroll? I mean, at the time, they both seem ridiculous. But if a team called me and I was the GM of the Diamondbacks and asked for Corbin Carroll, I would not only hang up, I'd block their number. Like, you're wasting my time. So if they're asking about players that were somewhat untouchable, I wonder if teams already were asking about Ketel Marte. Just to finish up the Lovullo conversation, we also asked him what the factors were in terms of him coming back next year.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that probably had to do with it. Continuity was not a factor. Continuity I value. Continuity is not at the top of my priority list, honestly. I know I hear this a lot. Our relationship is not at the top of that list. That is false. We are in a business, a very significant business, and my job is to win baseball games. It's not to, have a great dynamic everywhere. I think we have a very challenging dynamic. I understand that, we are in charge of putting the best in front of our players.
Yeah, the relationship. I thought that was my biggest takeaway from what he said right there.
That does get brought up a lot.
Relationship, it gets brought up an awful lot with Mike Hazen and Torey Lovello. He says that is false. That is false. And I can imagine these guys having this unbelievable relationship, this incredible brotherhood. I can see them having that. And at the same time, being able to separate themselves and say, this is a mercenary league, as we all know. I will love you forever. You will be my friend forever. Yet at the same time, we know what this league is about. And because of that, we've got to make some tough decisions. Torey understands that better than anybody else, and Mike Hazen does as well. I could see them totally just sitting down, talking about it. We're going to let you go. And everything would be fine between those two guys.
It's not
I believe that.
It's not a normal job. You know, it's not like if you work at an office or, 90% of the industry's out there. If you work in this industry, if your friend hires you, they don't necessarily know going in that they're going to have to fire you someday. You might work there for 40 years. But in professional sports, I'm sure when they first took this job, these roles with the Diamondbacks, they probably had the conversation of, hey, this is Major League Baseball, and these are two of the highest profile positions. There's probably going to come a day where either you leave or we part ways on good terms, one of those, whatever, they mutually decided to part ways or we have to let you go.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably had that conversation 9 years ago.
Have you ever had to look a friend in the eye and tell them the truth, Basinonians? Yeah, you can do it, and your friendship remains.
We come back. The Cardinals are already down to their third string running back, and I don't think any other team in the NFL is in that position yet. So how much trouble are they in, and who on the offense can step up to fix it? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Some bad news for the Arizona Cardinals. Running back Trey Benson is headed to injured reserve with a knee injury. According to head coach Jonathan Gannon, Benson's injury is not season-ending. And the WNBA finals are set. The Phoenix Mercury will be taking on the Las Vegas Aces. Game 1 is Friday in Vegas. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. We'll get deeper into the Cardinals-Titans matchup, and we'll explore whether or not Cam Ward is right about his own team. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Final hour of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday, and you heard in Rick's update right there, Trey Benson going on IR, not ending his season, but going on IR, which means at least 4 weeks. I've seen a few reports out there suggesting 4 to 6 weeks before they would get him back. Wolf, you brought this up earlier. One of those 4 weeks is the bye week at least. Yeah. So if it is 4 weeks, it's 3 games. But now you're down to your third running back already, and we just flipped the calendar to October.
Yeah, especially now when the offense is struggling as well. It's a tough situation. The offensive line is struggling, and now all of a sudden Trey Benson is going to be gone. It's not like the offense has been a juggernaut in terms of throwing the ball, and Trey Benson is very good actually coming out of the backfield and catching the ball as well. This is not good. The way that it's trending for the Arizona Cardinals right now is just not good, period. There's no other way to say it other than the defense, which has balled out for the most part. The offense has really underachieved, and the offensive line specifically. And the fact that Trey Benson isn't going to be available over the next 3 games going into the bye, that's a downer.
It's not great that you already have James Conner, Trey Benson, and Garrett Williams, among others, on IR. The fact that they got hit really hard in the cornerback position. I mean, they also have Star Thomas, Sean Murphy-Bunting. I mean, they aren't going to play at all this year. And then you have Will Johnson still working his way back from an injury, and Max Melton playing banged up, but everybody's playing banged up. I get that. But in terms of guys you just don't have 4 games into the season, you just don't have James Conner anymore. You don't have Garrett Williams. He wasn't ruled out for the year, but it doesn't sound like he's coming back real soon. And he might be out for the year. Who knows? At least Trey Benson, it doesn't sound like he's going to be out for the year, but it could be a little while here. And those are significant injuries. Every team has injuries. I get it. You see some of these other teams, they have injuries. They played San Francisco, 2 games ago? San Francisco's beat up too. The issue the Cardinals are having this year is when they get hit with a rash of injuries, they're all at the same position. Like, here, we're going to take out your entire cornerback room. Now we're going to take out your top 2 running backs as well. Jonathan Gannon this morning was asked if they have to change anything now because it's not just RB1, RB2's gone too.
Not a ton to me. We will make some tweaks no matter who's back there moving forward, but to your guys' eye, probably won't look a ton different. Hopefully we have some more efficiency and run the ball a little bit better. But with saying that, knowing that the guys that are going to be carrying the ball, their skill set is different than 6 and 33. We got them put them in good. We have to put them in good spots that they feel really comfortable and they can execute what's being asked of them.
Yeah, again, for me, I think of Amari DiMercato immediately. And can I also say, too, that Trey Benson and how he was running the ball was a little bit of a disappointment to me as well before he got hurt. And the reason why I say that, it was nothing drastic. It was just he was not stoking it the way that I wanted to see him stoke it. This is something we saw him do in the second half of last year. I've talked about it before, but it's the truth. When he first got here in the first half of the season, he was kind of dancing, kind of waiting, kind of being over-patient, trying to make every play a home run play, when sometimes you just got to dip and rip, babe. Just got to do it. And James Conner, I think, had a huge influence on him his rookie year because in the second half, go back to last year and look at it, he was dipping and ripping it a lot more. Not so much in the first 4 games of the season when we watched him play. Not so much. And that really was disappointing to me. Having said that, I told you on Monday, man, I'm ready to see Amari DiMercato. Now, again, Trey Benson, I'm not giving up on him, but at the same time, I thought Amari DiMercato would do a good job being put in a situation where he could stoke it, pound it, catch the ball coming out of the backfield, and actually pick up blitzing linebackers as well. I think Amari is capable of doing all of that. So I'm okay with Amari DiMercato getting a shot to run the ball.
Well, the question is how much of the hesitation and the dancing and indecisiveness, as you were kind of alluding to there with Trey Benson, how much of that is on the offensive line? I mean, that's the other part of this. James Conner, who I think we all know just how good and how great and how capable James Conner is. James Conner was averaging 3 yards a carry this season behind the offensive line. So if we had never seen Trey Benson look definitive and just kind of hit the ground running, then I would be a little more apt to say that's probably him. But we did see it in the second half, like you said, of last season. And now this season, nobody can run behind this offensive line. The only reason I bring that up is because I don't know, are we asking Amari DiMercato to be superhuman back there? Or is he going to bring a different look? Or is the offensive line going to get better? I still think, to a certain extent, if James Conner is only averaging 3 yards a carry, it doesn't really matter who your running back is if they don't get the offensive line fixed, unless you have like Saquon back there.
Yeah, it does, but it still matters how you run the ball to me. And James Conner, you know what, honestly, if there's nothing there, he's going to run up your back. How'd that feel?
And he's going to like it, too. The other part of this equation is Michael Carter is now back in the mix. Here's Jonathan Gannon on Michael Carter today.
Mike Carter can play football. He's a good football player. You know, I've seen that since we've been here. So roster construction, your first part of the question, Teo, and then obviously it made sense for us. And then best thing for the team. And I'm excited for him. I really am.
Also talked about Michael Carter's locker room presence.
He's fun to be around, man. He's got a smile on his face. He's positive. He works at improving his game. He'll do anything you ask of him. Loves ball. He's been a great teammate. He'll go out and play well.
Yeah, not only that too. He's going to make a play.
Yeah, give him the ball, he's probably going to make a play.
Every time you give this guy the opportunity to play, he seems to make a play. And the Arizona Cardinals need somebody to step up and become a playmaker for them.
Now, I don't know how great Michael Carter is at the mundane, as you say sometimes. Like, what is he doing when he doesn't have the ball? And maybe that's why he's lower on the chart than Amari DiMercato or Bam Knight even. I mean, he was low. Bam Knight made the team. Michael Carter didn't. But we've seen Michael Carter fairly consistently make plays when he gets the ball, whether it's in preseason or the regular season. Not like he's Jonathan Taylor out there, Bijan Robinson when he gets the ball, but they need somebody to make some plays, and he might be able to do that. JG was also asked who's going to take over for Benson.
I don't know. We'll see how kind of the week goes, but we obviously know we got to pick up that role. But feel good about Bam and Amari and Mike Carter. I'm sure all three of them will play.
I mean, is this a committee? Is there 1A, 1B now? I wonder if some of that really is still up in the air, because I think at this point you're going to ride the hot hand. Somebody's going to get the first crack at it. But if Michael Carter ends up running more effectively or Bam Knight ends up running more effectively, why would you go away from that?
I think the rundown situation is going to be Amari DiMercato, and I think Michael Carter is going to get the first crack in regard to third down back.
When we come back, how about a little college football? What's the biggest thing ASU football needs to be working on during its bye week? We're going to ask Sun Devil broadcaster Jeff Munn will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think Calais Campbell has been maybe the best player on the Cardinals this year, and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. I think it's cool that Calais Campbell is playing at this unbelievably high level. I don't think it's a great thing when a 39-year-old has been your best player through 4 games, because that to me says more about the other guys who haven't been your best player than it does about Calais.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Maybe you've got some disc issues. Maybe you got some back issues. If you do, you need to go see the good people over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I can tell you, as a former professional football player, ladies and gentlemen, did a lot of damage to my neck, a lot of damage to my spine. And the good doctors, Dr. Chris, little shout out right there over at DISC. They've helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation to you. DISC treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging disc, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease as well. DISC surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that cares for you. Go to sciatica.com for more information or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Are you ready for a smile makeover? Have you dreamed about a beautiful new smile that you can be proud of? If the answer is yes, then let's get you in for a free consultation with Pro Smile Dental, where they specialize in no prep or minimal prep cosmetic veneers. Have Arizona's top cosmetic dentists customize your smile with the Valley's only on-site cosmetic dental lab, where they custom create your designer smile with the exact color, shape, and size that you want. Pro Smile has locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
All right, welcome back to the show. Wolf, I feel like we're activating the Valley right now. Let's give a shout out to Buckeye, all the listeners out there in Buckeye.
Buckeye!
Thanks, Buckeye.
What up, Buckeye?
Appreciate it. Actually got my dog from Buckeye.
Really?
Yeah, did.
That's cool.
We're going to talk a little ASU football right now with Jeff Munn, who likes to talk about ASU football. So this is a pretty good combination for us. He's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line as ASU is on a bye week. But when they come back, the schedule is brutal. 4 straight games against teams.
You see the logo?
What's up, Jeff?
You see the logo?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. I didn't even
nice.
Yeah, look at that.
Money, how you doing?
I'm good, Wolf. How you been?
I'm doing okay for an old guy, no doubt about it. Savage. Savage.
Join the club.
Yeah, right. Speaking of joining the club right now, just give us your overall opinion on what you're seeing from ASU so far this season.
You know, a number of people have asked me how they keep doing this. I mean, they have exceptional talent, but these late game comebacks and the slow starts, it's just amazing to me because this isn't happening against inferior competition. Baylor, quality opponent. TCU, quality opponent. They nearly pulled it off against Mississippi State, who's starting to look a lot better than people thought at the beginning of the year. Wolf, you know this as a former player. There is an intangible with football teams or teams in any sport when you have that inner confidence to know you can come back. It's not a matter of, gee, I think we can do it. They know they can do it. And it really, you see it on display just about every week. My impression of what's going on, I did hear Burns and Gambo talk about this yesterday. I am a loyal listener, by the way.
Nice.
First time caller, long time listener.
First time, long time. I like it.
They said ASU's got its swagger back. And I think that's a good way to describe it. I think it took them a few weeks to kind of not so much recapture what they had last year, but just capture what they're supposed to be about this year. So I'm really impressed. This team they have a knack, and it has activated the Valley.
We're talking to Jeff Munn. Jeff, I'm sure you hear this. You heard it last year. I'm sure you've heard it prior to last year, too. There's a small subsection of the Sun Devil fan base that gets nervous when ASU is ranked because they feel like superstitiously that means they're going to lose. I don't necessarily buy into that, but it seems like this year's team, and maybe even last year's team, does seem to play better when they feel like they're being overlooked. Why do you think that is?
I think it goes back to that mentality, chip on your shoulder, us against the world, whatever term you want to use. I don't get into the rankings, especially this time of year. The ranking that comes out after the college football playoff, that one I care about. But you're right. They do seem to play with a little bit more of an attitude, not an arrogance, but a swagger when they are not expected to do something. And you know, coming out of the Mississippi State game, there were a lot of questions. There's still a few questions with this team. But, you know, we were kind of thinking, okay, the Big 12 is really going to be difficult. And, oh, boy, Baylor's tough. And, you know, you got a short week before TCU. And all of a sudden they go out and they just – the two games almost mirrored one another. And the two teams they were playing almost mirrored one another. So I do think there's something to that, Luke, that they do play a little bit better when they are not expected to do well.
Money, what would you say right now is your biggest concern for ASU and how they're playing? What is your concern?
The red zone offense.
Right,
You know, and look, I'm no football strategist. But I thought to myself as I'm watching a series of plays the other night, I don't recall that they ran any play action, just something to get the defense to bite on something. I think the other thing, and again, I'm not a play caller, but I thought to myself, you know what would really be a good thing to try? Bring Mateo around on a tight end around and just have him go right at the right side of the line or left side, whichever, just something, I think that's my biggest concern is when you get turnovers and they do a great job of getting turnover, that's gotta be a touchdown. If you get a turnover deep in the other guy's territory, and I know I'm preaching to the choir on this, you have to score a touchdown. Settling for a field goal is almost like a non-victory. I don't want to say failure because you do get points, but you didn't really achieve what you set out to achieve when you got the turnover. So that would be my biggest concern. I also, I don't know if I'd use the word concern, but the fact that this defense gets itself into tough positions in the first halves of games, and some of it is due to the fact that the offense starts slowly. I just wonder if there's going to come a week, and I hope it's not Utah or Texas Tech or anybody for that matter, where that slow start is they're not going to be able to dig their way out of the hole that sometimes they dig for themselves.
Talking to Jeff Munn, Jeff, you bring up the next two games, actually. The stretch coming up before the next bye week, they're playing Utah, Texas Tech, Houston, Iowa State, a combined 17-1, and the one loss was Utah losing to Texas Tech. Wow. So these teams haven't lost to anybody else. Whether it's one of those four teams or a team we've already seen or even a team ASU won't see this year, I mean, the Big 12 is huge. Outside of ASU, like, who do you feel like is the Sun Devils' biggest competition or threat to winning the Big 12 again this year?
I guess it's Texas Tech. Everybody talks about, and they did put a pretty serious hurting on Utah, who then turned around and dropped a hammer on West Virginia in Morgantown. Sorry, Wolf.
Yeah, please. Money.
Yeah, the less we talk about
these are the things we do not speak of, Money.
But I mean, Texas Tech, everybody raves about how talented they are. Every projection for the CFP shows Texas Tech as the Big 12 representative. And unfortunately, in a league that has as much balance and good football as the Big 12, I think it's going to be really tough for a second Big 12 team to get in to the CFP. I guess Texas Tech is the one that you are most concerned with. But every one of these games, we know how difficult a game in Salt Lake can be. Texas Tech, Houston's undefeated. Obviously, Iowa State and Ames the first Saturday in November. Whoa, that's going to be quite an assignment. I like West Virginia. I think the fact that Rich Rod is back there means they're going to be a better football team all the way around. And then who knows about Colorado? I like the way Coach Sanders is trying to get his team. They've had some good victories. So they're not a pushover. And they're really, if you look at the remaining schedule, I don't think there's a pushover on there. That team down south isn't all that bad. They're 3-1.
Yeah, Money. Talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing from Sam Leavitt and Jordan Tyson. Do you expect more from them, or are they pretty much delivering everything you expected?
Oh, they're delivering. I mean, last Friday, the touchdown pass that went for 57 yards was the thing that I think woke the team up. I understood early in the year why Sam was targeting Tyson so much. He is. You guys have said it. A lot of people said it. He's the best receiver in college football. Why wouldn't you target him as much as possible? But it's basic football. If you go to other targets, and I think that was a problem early on, that they weren't utilizing their other targets, Mateo in particular. If you utilize those other targets, obviously Tyson's going to find more single coverage. He's not going to be double teamed as much. The other thing that I see about Sam, and I didn't see it until Friday, he seems a little bit more settled in the pocket. He is running, but it's more design run or a run that has a purpose. He's not just scrambling to get away from trouble. He had the long run in the ball game against TCU. And to me, that was, while it wasn't a planned run, it was once he got in the open field, he had a very good sense of where he wanted to go. I'm a little more comfortable with the protection that Sam's getting. And I think also, and this has kind of gone under the radar, I think the offensive line has settled down quite a bit. You know, there were so many questions about who's going to play center, and if you go Coleman, who are you going to line up on the left side? I think that's all kind of settled itself down, and Sam's getting better protection as a result.
Money, why do you think ASU really consistently now for the last year and a half in these games seems to get better after halftime? Every team wants to do it. ASU seems to do it every game. And I've asked Kenny Dillingham this, and he just kind of downplays it and says it's not coaching, it's the players or whatever. But that's the way he's going to answer that. Why do you think it is?
Some of it is the coaching. I'm telling you, I've been involved with the football broadcast now. This is my 8th season. I have never seen a team, especially the defense with Brian Ward, I've never seen a team be able to make second half adjustments the way this team does. First half, Hoover is just dissecting the secondary. It was just crazy how he kept finding open receivers. And then in the second half, that was it. And, teams, as Wolf knows, you always like to make second half adjustments. I've never seen a team do it better. Maybe some have done it as better, but none better than what Brian Ward in particular has done with his defense. And you could say the same thing about the offense. Is that the player? Well, sure. A lot of it's on the players, but some of it too is your coordinators, start to figure out, okay, here's what we can do. Here's what we can't do. And both Marcus Arroyo and Brian Ward, the only thing I worry about with those guys is how long they're staying.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Jeff Munn, always great to talk to you, buddy. We'll talk to you again soon.
Great to see you guys. Thanks for not kidding me about the cowboy hat.
Nice shirt, too. Like it. The logo.
Yeah. I'm an alumnus.
That's Jeff Munn joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. It's funny, too, what he said. It's going to be tough for the Big 12 to get a second team into the playoff. He's right, but that's not right. It shouldn't be that way. Because think about this. If ASU goes undefeated the rest of the way with the schedule they have and loses in the Big 12 championship to, say, Texas Tech, you're going to tell me ASU shouldn't be in the Big 12 playoff? They play like 5 ranked opponents coming up. And the flip side, what if Texas Tech runs the table, goes undefeated, but ASU beats them in the Big 12 championship? You're telling me Texas Tech doesn't deserve to be in?
Yeah.
It's the most frustrating thing about college football.
You had to get that off your chest, didn't you?
I mean, there's other. Iowa State could make a case too, and it's just there are voters that have already made up their mind of, well, the Big 12 only gets one. It doesn't matter.
That's right.
It doesn't matter if they have 3 teams deserving. Only one gets in. All right. When we come back, do the Diamondbacks foresee any changes with their coaching staff? We asked Mike Hazen this earlier. Torey Lovello even talked about it as well. We'll get you all that sound next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana mornings. I think Torey Lovello, through all of this, still resonates with his players. You heard from Zach Gallen, you heard from Corbin Burns, you heard from Brandon Fott. These guys, by and large, love playing for Torey Lovello, even though the results haven't been there.
Players understand decency and kind-heartedness and empathy, and they get all that from their manager. So if they're in a situation now to give a yay or a nay to a manager, the thumb up or the thumb down, I have a hard time thinking that you're going to put the thumb down on somebody who's been so fundamentally decent to you as a person.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Well, all right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. For over 25 years, Legacy Green Solutions has been family-owned and rooted right here in the Basin, delivering the best in artificial grass and professional service. Simply the best, brothers. Imagine a yard with no mowing, no mess, and no more money spent on reseeding your lawn. Just clean, green perfection all year long. Why wait? Call my friends at Legacy Green Solutions today and upgrade your outdoor living with artificial grass, your most trusted landscape company right here in the Basin. They did the Wolfley compound, and I can tell you right now, it looks fantastic. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Right now, they're offering 15% off for a limited time. Just mention Wolf or text GREEN to 620-620. Mention Wolf, that's me, or text GREEN to 620-620, or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Mark your calendars for Saturday, October 4th at 6 p.m. for the Beatitudes Campus Gala. Beatitudes Campus is dedicated to its mission of igniting purpose and vibrancy throughout life's journey. Celebrate 6 decades of community, care, and connection at Beatitudes Campus on October 4th for an evening of music, candlelight dining, and stories that inspire. Proceeds go towards enhancing the programs and services that help residents thrive. Get your tickets at beatitudescampus.org. That's beatitudescampus.org.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Some bad news for the Arizona Cardinals. Running back Trey Benson is headed to injured reserve with a knee injury. According to head coach Jonathan Gannon, Benson's injury is not season-ending. And the WNBA Finals are set. The Phoenix Mercury will be taking on the Las Vegas Aces. Game 1 is Friday in Vegas. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 in Ray Road.
Roll with the punches, cause you know that it's a
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a Football Thursday. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a Football Thursday where we'll give you our picks ATS and we'll break down a key NFC West matchup between the 49ers and Rams. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, well, thanks to Jeff Munn for joining us last segment. Good guest today. Mike Hazen.
Yeah, right on, money.
Jeff Munn. Max Starks all the way from London.
Man, some big brains, all 3 of them right there.
Max was the only one eating wasabi prawns, though. Pointed out. And his description of them was that they are magical.
Just raise your hand if you like wasabi, basically.
I mean, I'm wasabi. Anything hot. I'm always.
Okay.
I've never had it.
Jamal,
on
no. Jamal was the only one here in the.
Jamal's like, I'll walk out of here right now if you ever bring up wasabi.
Yeah, I'll storm out. Don't you dare.
No way.
Not a big spot like wasabi.
Yeah.
Specifically wasabi. No, not a big fan.
Well, now hold on. What about hot sauce?
It depends. I'm not a very big spice person.
Right.
You eat the spicy barbecue sauce every Friday.
That's like tasty, and it also like won't cause my tongue to fall off.
Yeah,
that's a good thing to look for.
Okay, I don't know if you like sushi, Jamal, but if you do,
Love sushi.
Next time you get it, the key is to mix the wasabi and the soy sauce, and then it it cuts the wasabi a little bit, and then it creates a nice little sauce.
I
for
do
you.
enjoy that as well.
Yeah. Rick's not wrong, but Rick, you said that as if you had discovered something that nobody's ever tried before.
No, I'm sure plenty of people have done that.
You know what's really cool too? Smelling salts. They seem to have had wasabi in them. When you think about it.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten that where it goes right up your nose, the wasabi? Man, it'll make you,
Smelling salts are not fun.
Oh, man.
Wasabi, more fun.
I love that when it happens, though. You eat the wasabi base and all of a sudden.
That doesn't shock me.
The pain in your nose because of the wasabi.
Wait, we have an opportunity here to do a Jamal or nothing because we haven't brought this up since he became a part of the show. Okay?
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask this question. That's going to be a game. You're going to throw out a question. We have to bet on if they know who it is or not.
My young crunk brother. Yes.
Jamal. Are you ready for that question?
Yes.
Jamal or nothing.
Okay. This isn't a have you ever heard of this? This is just I need your thoughts on it, okay, Jamal? Ice cream with hot sauce on it.
I should be in prison immediately.
All right. Don't knock it until you try it. I'm just saying.
Definitive.
Okay, wait, what hot sauce?
First of all, it's vanilla ice cream is what you would use based on onions. And then you take Frank's Red Hot. Just drizzle it right over the top. You'll be blown away at how good that actually tastes.
So how do you feel now, knowing as we do the final 25 minutes of the show, that Command and Control, Jamal doesn't like hot sauce and Rick is wearing shorts after October 1st?
Yeah, well, once again, to each his own, based on onions.
Wait, Wolf, can I ask how you came about that? Like, were you just like, you know what? I need some heat in my life.
I'll tell you why. Because basically, would you say that dipping wings into ranch, even though everyone knows it's sour cream you want to dip it into. But
I don't dip wings.
No, blue cheese, not sour cream. Blue cheese.
Blue cheese is
Dip
awful.
it in there.
Go
Oh, man, blue cheese is excellent with a hot wing.
Anything's excellent with a hot
But
wing.
if you go ahead and you dip a wing into ranch basin onions, it's really, really good for a lot of people.
Agreed.
They like that. Well, you know what? How about a little sweeter? You dip it into ice cream, vanilla ice cream. It's the same thing.
I tell you, I ran this by Kenny Dillingham once off the air.
Yeah.
Your theory.
Right.
And he gave me a look sort of like Jamal just gave you, like, what's your problem?
I'll guarantee you Kenny went and tried it.
But then he was like, those are my two favorite things. Maybe I should try it. So I don't know if he actually did.
You should try it, Kenny. Seriously.
For the Diamondbacks.
You just don't douse it. You just drizzle it over the top. It is so good.
Sorry, it's really quick. Well, you still didn't really answer the quick. Like, how did you, one day were you just eating ice cream or I want spice?
I sat there and said, you know what? Why not? Why not try it?
So
I tried it.
You did it intentionally. You didn't accidentally spill it into it. Okay.
Yes.
All
No.
right. That's what I was thinking. I was like,
I tried it. I looked at it and said, man, you know what? I wonder. Sure enough, that was good.
Some of the most genius inventions happen because the hot sauce fell on the ice cream.
Yeah, I'm not saying this was genius. I'm not.
Well, either way.
I'm just saying that it was good. Try it. Don't knock it until you try it.
Let me play these cuts real quick before we go to break since our cooking show is really taking off. Mike Hazen was on with us earlier today.
What up, YouTube?
And he said, what if we did just start cooking for YouTube? Like while we were talking,
that would be
Wolf
seriously
was grilling up some.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Yeah.
We had a cooking show.
Let's do that. We'll bring in a little grill, and I'm sure we'll be escorted out of here very quickly.
And here we go. Yeah, that'd be great.
We asked Mike Hazen if there's going to be any changes coming to the coaching staff now that we know Torrey will be back next year. This is what he said.
I think there might be some minor things that we make. I think the coaches did a really good job. I think they are a reflection of the manager. I think that when I said what I said about Torrey and the mindset and what gets delivered to our players and the expectations, that ran through our entire clubhouse. And I will just say that in my seat, I appreciate that because I don't like to listen to excuses. Frankly, I don't listen to excuses. And so there's really no alternative. But it does happen in professional sports, as you know. But that didn't happen with us, and I do think it's part of the reason why we overachieved in the second half the way we did.
Yeah, minor changes could be coming. I wonder what those minor changes are. Just how minor? Can you define minor? Why did you follow up with that, Luke?
Because we were already late to break at that point.
That's why.
That's why.
That's right. I asked that. Oh, I should have followed up with that, though. Define minor.
When you start getting into the portion of the interview where you're asking the guest to pull out a dictionary and give their definition of specific words, I think the interview's over at that point. Torey Lovello, this was not with us. This was yesterday at that press conference. He was asked, hey, Torey, any other changes coming to the coaching staff, or I guess any changes coming to the coaching staff?
I don't know if you guys were paying attention, but yesterday was a really big day in my life, and I'm getting my own footing right now. So I haven't given any of that a second thought. So I'll just leave it at that. But I'm going to send out an internal staff evaluation form, and we're gonna start to get some information and move this thing downfield.
Yeah, that's not a no, is it?
It is not a no.
It's not a no. Just saying.
That is a respond to my email blast. That's what that answer was when I send these surveys out. That's what it sounded like right there.
Yeah, it's certainly not no. It doesn't mean it's yes either, but it's not no. You could easily have just said that.
It's not
no. If you would have asked me that, I would have gone no.
That's even if you didn't know, you would just said
no.
No.
I would have known at the time. No. If I knew that I wasn't going to make any changes, I would have said no.
Can we pull any? I don't.
Do you know what I mean, Luke?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
100%. You're
Okay.
right. He left that very vague. I wonder what interviews with you as a player were like. Did you give 3-second answers?
Yeah, no, I was really good at speaking median. I would answer your question, but he wouldn't give you anything.
But you would talk for more than 3 seconds?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, not a shred. It's one of the reasons why after all the games that we lost, and we lost a significant amount of games in my tenure as a Arizona Cardinal base audience, why they would all come to me with a microphone. They wanted something. Give me something. And I would give them something.
You would give them something that was ultimately nothing.
Well, it was something.
Hey, a lot of times that's all you're looking for.
It was something. It sounded good.
When we come back, final segment of the show, what is Kyler Murray doing to improve this Cardinals offense? You're going to hear what he had to say. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It wasn't Jamal.
Arizona sports host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
Yeah, the leadership aspect is going to be more important than ever this year.
I believe in Devin Booker. He's our guy, and we're building around him.
It's extremely exciting what we've done and also where we're going.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Okay, so I saw two houses actually for sale a little while back, same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it ended up selling for a lot more. So I asked my friends at Orchard why, and they said the first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they ended up settling for less than they had hoped for. But the second homeowner chose Orchard, and they got more. The local Orchard agent didn't just list the home, they actually marketed it, which makes a huge difference. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers, so they brought in a pro to handle everything. And then even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market, so it didn't mess up their whole life. They skipped all the hassles and showings. You can too. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs. They are able to sell your old home for top dollar. It's what they do. So never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home even before your old one sells. Start with your free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. We'll get deeper into the Cardinals-Titans matchup, and we'll explore whether or not Cam Ward is right about his own team. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Final segment of the show on a Wednesday. Wednesday means Kyler Murray just spoke during our show, Wolf.
Yeah.
I got some Kyler audio that you haven't heard. I haven't heard because we've been in here talking to each other.
Okay, cool.
So I'm going to start firing some off. Starting with Kyler being asked how tough it is to lose another running back. The Cardinals, in case you missed it earlier today, put Trey Benson on IR, not season ending, but at least 4 weeks, maybe a little bit longer. Here's Kyler.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to lose any of them, you know. You never want to see any, of your boys, teammates go out. But he'll be back. We'll be back. I'm confident in that. Next man up, I got full faith in the running back room. Those guys got to step up, and I know they will.
So he was asked what he likes from the rest of the running back room, which is now Amari DiMercato, Michael Carter, Bam Knight. They tried out 4 guys yesterday. Maybe somebody new comes in at some points.
Versatility, obviously with James and Trey, you know what you're getting. Super confident in those 2 guys. But I'm excited. These 3 guys, they get opportunity to prove themselves, show the skill set, show that they can play the game, more than what they were getting, So I'm excited for those guys. I know they're looking forward to the opportunity.
That is the reason why I do believe Amari DiMercato is going to be RB1 going forward for the Arizona Cardinals because of his ability to be versatile. This is a guy that has already proven he can run the ball when given the opportunity, especially in between the tackles. He's no withering lily, Basinardians. He's got a little butt to him. He's got some size to him. He's got a little square to him. He'll run the ball in between those tackles and hold up just fine. He also is very, very good in terms of coming out of the backfield. So, once again, he's been a third down back for the Arizona Cardinals for the most part, but that's because they had 2 guys they really, really liked in rundown. James Conner. Would you say James Conner's pretty good? He's very good.
Decent.
And then, of course, Trey Benson, given the opportunity to actually show what he can do. And that, to me, is the biggest disappointment of this whole conversation that we're having, that he's really not getting that opportunity to go and show what he can do, and that bothers me.
Well, and it's the NFL. He might miss 5 weeks, and ideally, Amari DiMercato or Michael Carter or somebody takes this job and runs with it, and Trey Benson comes back, and he might be the number 2 running back again behind whoever took over here over the next month or so. And if you're a Cardinals fan, in a weird way, you're hoping for that because you need somebody to take over here in the next month. You got some games you need to win.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about it is there's an old adage that you can't lose your job due to injury. In the National Football League, you better believe you can lose your job due to injury.
The list of guys that have lost their job due to injury in the NFL, more from Kyler. He was asked how beneficial is it for him in the offense that Amari at least already has reps with this offense?
Yeah, I don't see it phasing Amari much. Obviously he'll get more time in the game, I'm sure. I'm excited to see what he does with the opportunity.
All right, on to the passing game, because you knew these questions were going to come up. Okay, Kyler was asked about Marvin Harrison Jr.'s touchdown celebration that we all kind of saw on Thursday Night Football. Is like, it wasn't one of exuberance or joy. It looked like it was more of relief. Kyler was asked about that.
Oh, no, I'm not sure. I when he called it, I saw him celebrating, or whatever. But that's his moment. That's his moment to do what he's got to do. It's a good ass catch. But yeah, I wasn't, making it more than what it was.
GAC, not to be confused with yards after catch.
Yes. Yes.
GAC.
Okay.
Look for that in the stats.
For me, again, is this the beginning of something? Is this the beginning of something that we saw in the second half in particular of that fourth quarter? Is it something that we can see going forward? I don't know, but it's going to be interesting to see this game. Can they follow it up with the same kind of production?
Let's not forget that catch was over Devin Witherspoon, too. One of the best at what he does in the NFL already. So it was just kind of a reminder of when Marv is on and locked in, he can score against anybody. He's fairly matchup proof. If you can make that play, you're fairly matchup proof as long as he's, I don't know what it takes, but as long as he's in that zone. Here's more from Kyler. He was asked how much it helps him do his job when Marv is out there making contested catches.
Any quarterback to speak to, I feel like when you got a guy making plays like that, it obviously gives you confidence to keep going back at him, keep going to him. But like I said, my confidence didn't waver. Obviously we had the two mishaps in the first half. But I'm counting on him. He knows that. He knows I got full faith in him. And I'm going to continue to.
Yeah, that is good to hear from Kyler, because once again, that's the one thing you don't want to see is a lack of confidence, especially between those two guys. And if you throw the ball to a wide receiver and he drops the ball the way that Marvin Harrison Jr. has done from time to time, that was the first thing that crossed my mind. Mm-hmm. I hope that Kyler continues to target him and go to him and give him the opportunity to make it right. But that's the first thing you think of when you see a wide receiver go out there and drop a ball he should have caught.
Well, didn't we all at that point watch after the Marv drop against San Francisco? Weren't you watching to see if Kyler went back to him fairly quickly? And then, the one against Seattle wasn't as bad of a drop, but it was a more costly drop. I guess San Francisco, you maybe could have scored a touchdown, but Seattle, you handed them an interception with the drop. Both of those games, Kyler went back to him. And I know Kyler after the game on Thursday was like, I don't want to misquote him, but he was essentially like, I don't have a choice. I got to go back to him. You could take that a lot of different ways. You could take it as, this guy's going to be great. I have to keep feeding him to get him there. Or you could take it as, he might not have much of another choice. This offense, the passing game is built around Marvin Harrison Jr. and, Trey McBride as well. Kyler was also asked if these last-second losses hurt more than other losses.
In the grand scheme of things, you're looking at it like you lost two games. You feel like you kind of let off the hook or could have won this one. In the moment, it hurts. Feel like we had a chance to take it overtime or whatever. But I try not to look at the big picture because it's, you get frustrated looking at the big picture. So I'm just focused on today.
I think that is a good way to proceed, especially if you haven't had a ton of success. I think it is to get myopic, of course, to focus on the process. I talk about it all the time, but it's the truth, especially when things are rough. If you're going to get out of it, if you're ever going to come out of it, what you need to do is focus on the process, not the end result, not what has happened. You need to focus on the present. Forget about the future, forget about the past. Focus on today, the process. It's not just some cute coaching technique.
Not even just sports.
It isn't.
That's life.
It's not. It's life. Thank you for that.
And to your point on that too, you said if you haven't had a ton of success, you shouldn't be looking big picture. I think about the guys who have had a ton of success, like Tom Brady, obviously won what I lost count of Super Bowl 6. I truly lost count. I've never heard an interview where he was like, well, my second year, I was like, I'm going to win 6 Super Bowls, and here's the years they're going to be. I mean, those guys that have had the greatest success in the NFL or, even these other sports, they seem to have been really good at focusing on the present, not getting too caught up in the past and not getting too lost in the future, but focusing on the present that's right there in front of them because it's all you can actually control. Another one from Kyler on being in 11 personnel a lot against the Seahawks.
I think that's just what the situation called for, what the game called for. Felt like obviously they did a good job stopping the run, and it was, with JC out and then Trey getting hurt, put the ball in the air. I think in the second half, D-line definitely was affected, fatigued, tired. Rush kind of slowed down, allowed us to work.
Yeah, you know what? They've run a lot more 11 personnel as of late. 12 personnel has gone down from 39% to 35%. I'd still like to see the run pass be more 50-50, but it's 59-41 right now. And I think that is going to continue to change over time.
And you mean within 12 personnel, you want to see the split be more 50-50?
More 50-50 run pass.
Okay. All right. Well, that's it for us. Again, thanks to Mike Hazen and Jeff Munn and Max Starks all the way from London. Just Max was in London, not anybody else. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We've got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Just 2 home matches left. Don't miss this one. Phoenix Rising host regional rival New Mexico United on Saturday, October 4th at 7 p.m. for Breast Cancer Awareness Night. Grab exclusive Rising gear from a limited edition training top and merch line with a portion of proceeds supporting breast cancer research and treatment. It's a match with heart and high stakes. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Rivalry, purpose, pride, be there.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, why is the fall a great time for our listeners to get in touch with Turf Monsters?
Fall is great for planting season. So if you're looking to do some seasonal planting, trees, shrubs, whatever you need, we're a one-stop shop. We can do everything for you. We have the best reviews in the valley. We showcase our work. We have the best installers. We want your business. Customer service is our #1 priority.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave single, order in the app. Dave single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's, official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Let's go! On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard. Tippers are flaring.
is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Charlotte Speedway, Saturday at 1:30 on CW7 Arizona.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Bad news for the Arizona Cardinals. Running back Trey Benson has been placed on injured reserve. It's not the season-ending kind, but ESPN's Adam Schefter reported that Benson underwent arthroscopic surgery on his meniscus and that he's expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. At practice today, our Tyler Drake noted that Michael Carter and Amari DiMercado got the majority of running back reps. ASU football will play across the pond next season. It was announced today that the Sun Devils will face Kansas in Wembley Stadium next year. Mark your calendars for September 19th. Tickets go pre-sale next Monday, general sale next Thursday. And in the MLB playoffs, the Guardians tied up the series against the Tigers with a 6-1 win, so Game 3 tomorrow for those two. Right now in Chicago, it's not going great for the Cubbies. Top 6, 2 on, 2 out, and the Padres have a 3-0 lead as the Padres are looking to stave off elimination there. Later on, you've got the Red Sox looking to advance with a win tonight against the Yankees, while the Dodgers hope to eliminate the Reds in Los Angeles. Dodgers and Reds we will carry starting at 6 o'clock right here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Text PRO to 620-620 to book your free consultation.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock. On this Wednesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
You're working from home.
Yes.
Should I point for you? Should I
flex
for you?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
flexing, and I'm pointing, and I'm doing
Oh, look
all
at
the
you.
things that
Look at
Gambo
you.
would. Are you even watching? No,
No.
of course not.
Of course they're not. I'm just happy it's all up and running.
You're just sitting there. Look, I'm just happy you're not doing your best Shedeur Sanders to start the day. That's what I'm happy for. Did you see that? Did you see what he did today?
I know he's the third string guy.
Okay.
Did he call out Rex Ryan for always ripping on him?
No. In
Rex
fact,
is such a hater.
He did exactly the opposite today. Upon being not elevated to even the second string quarterback in Cleveland, now that Dylan Gabriel is the starter there, he mimed his responses to reporters today. So he mouthed the words, but nothing came out. In other words, to indicate that he was speechless over the decision to make Dylan Gabriel the starter and Joe Flacco the backup, Shedeur Sanders today was literally speechless. Mouth was moving, no words were coming out, no sounds were coming out. A hideously awful, terrible, bad look. Just like no wonder.
Oh man, I did not know that.
It just came down in like the last 45 minutes.
So just a meme.
Yeah, there's no.
Here's what it sounded like. It sounded like
nothing. But his mouth was moving. Like he was sitting there smiling, and his mouth was moving, but he's not speaking. No words are coming out of his mouth because he's
they benched Flacco.
Yep.
Gabriel's going to start. That's the London game.
Yeah, and Flacco.
That's the game in London.
But Flacco's still the backup, and Shedeur is still the number 3.
Number 3 guy.
And he was speechless about it and made the choice to address the media without speaking because he's speechless. Just no wonder the kid fell to the 5th round. I mean, just come on, man.
I mean, I think what you have to do is I think you have to give your support to Dylan. It's a great opportunity for Dylan. I'm going to help him any way I can.
That's what a good, unselfish teammate would do.
Yeah, good, unselfish teammate.
Yeah.
It's a great opportunity for Dylan. It's great that me and Dylan both have Joe. He's been in this league for a long time. He's won a Super Bowl. We're both going to rely on him a lot, to help us. But this is Dylan's opportunity, and I'm going to do everything I can to support him. And hopefully he goes out there and gets us a win against the Vikings. Boom, done.
None of that happened today.
Done. Everybody says, what a great guy you.
Yeah, none of that happened today. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show, shall we?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
They were speaking out at Cardinals headquarters today, though I doubt anybody will like the words.
Trey Benson is going to go IR to return. He came in Friday, and it's a knee, but he should be able to return at some point this year.
Confirming what we feared to be true when we saw the transactions that started the week. Trey Benson is going to go on the IR. Jonathan Gannon says he is going to be back, and he would not really indicate right now who the lead back is in the running room. Is it DeMercado? Is it Michael Carter? Is it Bam Knight? We're trying to figure that out.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if it's Michael Carter that gets the nod. They haven't made a decision yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's Michael Carter. That's just me speculating that I think it could be him. Remember, I was told by somebody in the organization the other day that on Benson, like, hey, on this injury, and it's like, hey, it's not as bad as it could be for sure, and that's all we had. So we knew he was injured.
Yep.
We knew he wasn't going to play this week, but we didn't announce, but we knew he wasn't going to play. It seems like he got injured on the game on Friday, and that he played through the injury on Thursday and then played through the injury. And on Friday, it was like, hey, my knee got arthroscopic surgery, and now he's going to be out 4 weeks. What I feel more than anything, instead of thinking about, the Cardinals, what are they going to do at running back, this was a really great opportunity for Trey Benson with James Conner out to go, hey, establish yourself as the main guy. Go establish yourself. They don't need a running back. You're the guy. You're going to take the Bulls by the horn. You could be the featured back on this team going forward. And now that gets derailed. Because by the time he comes back, we're halfway through the season. And then it becomes a little bit of an uphill battle because you've missed 4 weeks. You're coming off of a minor surgery on your knee, and I don't know how much he can do. So my first initial thought is I feel bad for him because I like him, and I know you like him, and this was a really golden opportunity to get the reps and show that you could be the number one guy.
Yeah, no, and I echo that. And to me, it also speaks to kind of this broader thing that we've all been waiting on this season, and we're still waiting on it, and that's for these second-year players to take that jump. And so far, that really hasn't happened, whether it's Marvin Harrison Jr., whether it's Isaiah Adams, whether it's Trey Benson. Now, it sucks for Benson because he got hurt. Max Melton looked like he was going to take that jump. He hasn't, right? Like we all knew how important it was for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025 to have players who were drafted a year ago make that leap into year two. And for Trey Benson, it's not going to happen anytime soon. And I feel for him. You're right. I do like him. I was rooting for him this year. Was rooting for him to show us all why they drafted him and why they didn't draft a running back last year. And now we have to wait on all that. And you say Michael Carter. Here's Jonathan Gannon today on Michael Carter's locker room presence.
He's fun to be around, man. He's got a smile on his face. He's positive. He works at improving his game. He'll do anything you ask of him. Loves ball. He's been a great teammate. He'll go out and play well.
Here's Michael Carter to our own Tyler Drake on what's been a roller coaster of a week so far.
Yeah, it's been a lot. I'm not gonna lie because you go from Pat Tillman 1 week to starting the next. It's a lot. Ooh, that's a lot. You can say that like it's not, but that's kind of a lot. So, but I got a great support system, like unbelievable. I got the best. I feel like. From my parents, friends, and family, like everybody. Just opportunity, you pray for a moment to showcase your talent. And here it is, right? So I think it's as simple as that.
And just to clarify, Gambo, to everybody out there listening, when he says Pat Tillman, the scout team player of the week is named the Pat Tillman Scout Team Player of the Week for the Cardinals, and he wears a special Pat Tillman jersey to kind of indicate that he was the standout on the scout team for that week. So that when he says, I went from Pat Tillman to the starter, that's what he means. Like he was a standout on the scout team, and now he's the starting running back, or could be the starting running back.
Look, I'm going to continue to say it. Depending on what happens this week, I think you're going to have to look at trade possibilities. I know we brought it up with Darren Urban a couple weeks ago, and that was when Connor got hurt. But now Connor's hurt and Trey Benson is hurt. And I think you're going to have to look. I mean, could you get, is Breece Hall available? You look at the bad teams like the Jets, and you try to see, is there anybody that can we get Breece Hall? And there might be some other guys out there. I haven't done a deep dive into it, but if I'm Monty, I've got to look. Can I give up? Can I give up a late draft pick? Can I get a player for a fifth, for a sixth rounder that could come in here and help this running back room? You got Carter, you got DeMarcado, you got Bam, but I think you need more.
Yeah, I haven't done a deep dive on it either. But Mitch just points out, look at this Titans team that's coming in town this week. Tony Pollard is a good NFL running back.
NFL back.
And that's a team that clearly isn't going to be going anywhere anytime soon. I know, look, it was a regime ago. But remember, the Arizona Cardinals, once upon a time back in the day, lost their tight end. And in a season with expectations, they went out and got Zach Ertz, right? There wasn't any wasting time. There wasn't any, again, I know that was a different GM and that was a different era. But that team had expectations, and they weren't going to let a tight end injury derail that. So they went out and got somebody. I think you certainly can give it a week or two to see how you do with what you've got. But I would concede that at this point, with RB1 and RB co-1 down, you got to at least think about it, right? Depending on what you think of this season is still salvageable and how effective you think Trey Benson is going to be when he gets back. I think that's part of the equation too. How soon until he's back, and how effective will he be when he gets back?
Well, right. But I got to get somebody in here now. We've got 4 games. We're halfway through the season. Look, the Cardinals have cap space. They got about $19 million. Hall's cap hit is not much. It's about $3.5 million. Guy's averaging 4 yards a carry through 3 games. I got to look. I have to look at it if I'm Monty. I know that they trust their guys, and I know they love the roster that they built. But now you're 1 guy down. You're 2 guys down. Like there does come a point where your depth really gets challenged, and we're at that point right now with the depth at running back. So just for me, I'm going to call the Jets, and I'm going to see what it would take to get them. I'm going to call other teams, and I'm going to see what it would take, because I think I need another guy in that room that has experience.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we've got questions that need answers when it comes to the Arizona Diamondbacks and their future. And one of the top questions is that starting rotation. What does it look like next season? We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. Both teams in last place in their division. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5? Huddle. Pre-game gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. They've got so many great things going on at Sanderson Ford right now. We are in October, and it is Bronco month. It's the first ever Bronctober at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. You could lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for just $399 a month for 36 months. How great is that? You can lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for just $299 a month for 36 months. You can purchase a new F-150 STX Super Crew for just $44,899, plus get 3.9% financing for 72 months. Don't miss the Bronctober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction. That's Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Scottsdale's so nice we're doing it twice. October 15 through 18 at Westworld. The Fall Auction, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Hundreds of collector cars in the all-new indoor Barrett-Jackson Fan Zone. Food, drinks, and live entertainment. Get tickets now at barrett-jackson.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other.
so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. We'll get deeper into the Cardinals-Titans matchup, and we'll explore whether or not Cam Ward is right about his own team. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Thanks to everybody who is making us a part of your day. A special shout-out to our friends in Wickenburg. Thank you for hanging out with us here out there in out in Wickenburg. In the meantime, this is Mike Hazen talking earlier today with Wolf and Luke on how it's been tough to process this season.
Yeah, it's hard for me to process it too. It's a very complicated season. Is where I'm at. As you could imagine, you know, we get paid to win and lose win and lose games, but like it all comes down to that. And so very much at the forefront, we know that's why we're here. How it all comes together and what happens is all just usually excuses to me. But if we're just dealing with what the dynamics were during the course of the season, certainly losing those three pitchers early had an effect on what was going to happen during the course of the season. I don't think most teams lose their number one starting pitcher and then their two best bullpen guys, and it doesn't leave a mark, you know, and it certainly left a mark for us.
Yeah, that was Mike Hazen earlier today with Wolf and Luke. He had his season-ending press conference yesterday as well. We're going to go back-to-back D-back segments here in this part of the show because there's a lot to kind of unpack when it comes to the Diamondbacks. But it does sound like if we're going to parse from what was said yesterday and today, pitching, starting pitching in particular, is very much the priority for the Diamondbacks this offseason.
Yeah, what's going to happen is they are going to extend the qualifying offer to Zach Gallen. He is going to not accept it. So let's just start with that. That's first and foremost. They don't see a situation in which he would accept the qualifying offer. Now, you extend it. That way, if he signs somebody else, he signs with somebody else and it's over $50 million, you get a pick at the end of the first round. A lot of people don't know how that works, but just in case you don't, I'll mention it. So, number one, extend the qualifying offer to Gallen. He's not going to accept it. He'll go see what's out there. They have interest in bringing him back. Top starting pitchers get about $25 million a year. He's going to get maybe a little bit south of that, but he's not going to sign for $15 million with somebody. They do have interest in Merrill Kelly too. I think there's a chance they could bring back one of the two. So now here's what I think the plan is. You've got Fott, Nelson, Erod. If you could bring back either Kelly or Gallen, then you rely on one of the young guys until Corbin Burns comes back at the All-Star break. Now, the young guys would be, you're talking about Dylan Ray, Cole Drake, who they just traded for, Mitch Bratt, Yumin Lin. They need one of those guys to step up and get the job done. Now, they may not need that guy for the whole year. The expectation is that Corbin Burns will be back at the All-Star break, and at that time we'll have had a full month of rehabbing, and pitching and everything too. So not like, hey, he's back at the All-Star break and he needs a month. They think that he'll have a month to prepare and then be back at the All-Star break.
Interesting.
Yes, so that is the feeling. But you're looking at Dylan Ray, Cole Drake, Mitch Bratt, Yumin Lin to probably fill one of those spots until Corbin Burns comes back. If you can't get Gallen and you can't get Kelly, well, then you're out there in the free agent market trying to get a starting pitcher. So that's where they are right now. Starting pitching will be the number one priority for them in the offseason to make sure that they've got the right starting rotation.
On the topic of bringing guys back, here's what Hazen had to say today with Wolf and Luke on Zach Gallen's future with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Listen very closely to the soundbite.
I try not to put any possibilities of those things. Obviously, we're going to be in the market. Everything's possible. I think we have a good relationship with the players that are here and the ones that we traded. We work hard at that. There's a reason for that. I think that having players that want to play here is important to us. It's not, at the end of the day, the biggest factor, as we all know, in a market. The dollars are going to talk, and they should. Players should be in a position to maximize their earning potential, and I appreciate that about this sport. Like you can't run against that. You have to run with it, in my mind. And we'll see what happens. Look, I don't think it's realistic we're going to put the band back together. I think that we're going to try to be in the marketplace in all ways, and pitching is going to be a focus for us.
I don't think it's realistic we're going to get the band back together, was one of the pops there.
Yeah, which means you're not going to bring Gallen and Kelly back. They'll try. They like them both.
Yeah.
Because they think that both guys will age well. They think both guys, that neither relies on velocity. Both guys can pitch well. So I think that that's what's going to happen, is that they'll try for those two guys, but there's a chance that Gallen signs somewhere else and Kelly signs somewhere else. Well, now you're down to Nelson, Fott, and Erod, and now you got to go get somebody else. But I do think the number 5 start is going to come from one of their young guys, Burnsy. I don't think they're going to go sign 2 starting pitchers. I would expect that they're going to sign 1. And again, the belief is that Corbin Burns is back at the All-Star break.
Well, maybe that means they can spend a little more money on the one that they're going to go get, as opposed to taking a big salary and dividing it in 2 for 2 different. If they're going to lean on one of their minor league guys to step in and fill that spot, maybe that means they can spend a little bit more. Look, I heard every word Mike Hazen said, and I was in particular interested in how he kind of distinguished between, the guys who were here and who are free agents and the guys we've traded, clearly referring to Merrill Kelly when he said that kind of earlier in that soundbite. If you listen to what he said, all right, there's like a Corbin Burns lesson in there too, all right? Guys who want to pitch for the Arizona Diamondbacks, that's fine and well. It's great Corbin Burns wanted to pitch close to home. The money has to work. At the end of the day, it's all about the dollars. And Zach Gallen can want to pitch for the Arizona Diamondbacks all he wants, but the money that the Diamondbacks offer him to do that has to be in the same neighborhood that he's going to get somewhere else. If it's not, we're talking about nothing here. If it's not, it doesn't matter whether Zach Gallen wants to be back here or not.
Yeah.
Ultimately, he's going to, which is why I think you and I both answered the question yesterday. Who do we think is going to be back with the Diamondbacks? Merrill Kelly is just going to be cheaper than Zach Gallen is. I mean, he just is. And if we're talking about a team that's got to cut payroll a little bit, as much as I'd like to see Zach Gallen back, unless we're all really misreading his market value, he is going to be more expensive than Merrill Kelly is. And that, in the end of the day, that's probably what matters most here.
The wild card is that the Diamondbacks have a group of position players that all, could show might have interest from other teams. Now, I'll just throw them all out there. Lawler, Alec Thomas, Jake McCarthy, Blaze Alexander, Tim Tawa, Adrian Del Castillo. Could you get a younger starting pitcher for one or two of those? If you don't get Gallen, you don't get Kelly, you're out there and you don't like the free agent market because they always overpay for free agency. Could you go out there and go get a starting pitcher from another team? The way they got got a starting pitcher when they traded Jazz Chisholm, the way they got a starting catcher when they traded an outfielder. Can you swap one or two of your young position players for a starting pitcher? That's the wild card and something that they will absolutely kick the tires on.
Yeah, the only thing I would wonder about that is that with, starting pitching being such a premium, like every team that they don't want just 5 starting pitchers, they want 6 starting pitchers, they want 8 starting pitchers, right? Because they know they're going to have to call upon those guys. If you're going to go make a trade with a team and they're going to give you, say, their 7th best starting pitcher overall, their 2nd best starting pitching prospect, that ain't going to be cheap either, right? Like in terms of what you're going to have to give up to get that guy. Because we've seen it from the Diamondbacks this year. You can't have enough starters in your system. No. You can't. And every team needs a 6, a 7, and 8. And if you're going to go ask for somebody's 6 or 7 or 8, it's not going to come cheap when it comes to what you're going to give up to get him. Jazz Chisholm was one of the top prospects in baseball when the Diamondbacks dangled him to get Zach Gallen. If you're going to get a decent starter back, you probably have to start with a deal like that. And I don't know if you can get him with a Tim Tawa. No disrespect to Tim, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, and just remember, and keep this in mind because I think this really factors in, like I said. They expect that when Burns is back, he will have had a full month of rehab by the All-Star break. So the expectation is whenever the All-Star break is usually, the first week in July?
Second week of July.
Second week
of July, typically.
So I would say that they expect that he will start throwing around, starting his rehab around the middle of June.
Yeah.
And by the time the All-Star break comes away, this is the early diagnosis, if that's what you want to call it, is that he'll have a full month of rehab before the All-Star break even comes.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we'll stay with the Arizona Diamondbacks because there's a lot more about this offseason to talk about. That includes the corner infield spots, third base, first base. How do they fill those when trying to fashion a contender next year? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union, where you can get all of the benefits that come with banking, checking accounts and savings accounts and loans. You can just do it better at Global Credit Union. And by better, I mean more money in your pocket. Global members, when it comes to their banking and their loans, they pay low to no fees on their accounts. They get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And because of that, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It absolutely makes a difference when you go with Global Credit Union. It's why I'm a member. They've got 10 branches throughout the Valley. They've got an easy-to-use mobile app that always puts you in control of your finances. They've proudly served Arizona for over a decade, and you can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Ready!
Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Bad news for the Arizona Cardinals. Running back Trey Benson has been placed on injured reserve. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported that Benson underwent arthroscopic surgery on his meniscus and that he's expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. At practice today, our Tyler Drake noted that Michael Carter and Amari DiMercado led the practice drills at the position. Both of them are expected to see time on Sunday. You can see the full injury report from today's practice right now on ArizonaSports.com. ASU football will play across the pond next season. It was announced today that the Sun Devils will face Kansas in Wembley Stadium next year. Mark your calendars for September 19th. Tickets go on pre-sale next Monday and then to the general public next Thursday. And in the MLB playoffs, we've got one final so far. The Guardians tied up their series with the Tigers with a 6-1 win, so they'll have a Game 3 do or die tomorrow. It is looking like we will have a Game 3 in the National League as well, as the Padres are up on the Cubs 3-0 in Chicago. That one's in the top of the 8th inning. If the Padres hold, they will force a Game 3 tomorrow afternoon. Red Sox and Yankees are about a half hour away from getting started. Red Sox looking to clean sweep the Yanks and advance to the next round. And then later tonight, right here on 98.7 FM, Reds and Dodgers Game 2. Dodgers up 1-0 on the Reds, looking to send Cincinnati home early. Again, that starts at 6 here on 98.7 FM. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. What does this Cardinals defense need to do against rookie quarterback Cam Ward on Sunday? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports
All right,
app.
we're going back-to-back here on the Diamondbacks as we welcome you back into the Burns and Gambo show, kind of talking about what the plan is for the offseason, with, of course, Gambo doing the Gambo thing and kind of finding out some of the answers and some of the direction and giving us some pretty good hints in terms of how this thing is going to go. The other thing, Gambo, that was emphasized yesterday, and this will be a good Kickstarter for a conversation about the corner infielders and what they're going to do about this.
Okay.
The other thing that was really interesting from yesterday, I thought, was how much Mike Hazen emphasized the defense. And I'm going to read a quote from you, and it's a little out of context, but he said these words yesterday, quote, "I think we're capable of having a little less, maybe, thunder in the middle of the lineup if we're offsetting that with a much better defensive team. I think if it was a 60-40 call right now, I think it's probably more defense than it is selling out for the bat," close quote. And all I could think about when he said that was Blaze Alexander. All I could think about when he said that was, and he repeatedly mentioned Blaze Alexander at third. And all I could think about was, okay, I don't know if they need a third baseman this offseason. He might feel like they've got one in Blaze Alexander.
Right now, as we speak today, Blaze Alexander is your third baseman to start next season. It's that's what the lean is. The lean is that Blaze is going to be the guy at third base. I will tell you that first base is not a priority for them. It's not. Now, I'm not saying they have it locked down, but it's less of a priority than any other position, first base. You've got Pavin Smith, you got Locklear, you got Tawa. That's three guys. None of them are ideal. I get it. Pavin struck out way too much this year. Locklear had an opportunity, didn't take advantage of it. I like Tawa a little bit, but you could also go get a first baseman on the cheap. It's just, unfortunately, it's just that's the position. You could always go get Josh Bell type out there for nothing. So first base is the least priority. Third base, gut feeling, Blaze, based on, and you know me, it's based on discussions. Right now, the feeling is Blaze Alexander is going to be the guy at third base. I don't think they're going to go out and sign a third baseman in free agency. I don't think they're going to go trade for one. I think it's more than likely that Blaze is that guy.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, he repeatedly mentioned Blaze at third base. We saw it in this. I mean, look, if you were going to attach what happened in the last 2 months of the season to one guy, that one guy is probably Zach Gallen, but the other one guy is probably Blaze Alexander in terms of, hey, tell me why the Arizona Diamondbacks were sellers at the deadline and were able to get back into this. And if I had to answer that with one player, like I said, Gallen's probably my number one answer. Blaze Alexander is probably a number two because Blaze represented what I thought was the type of player they had when they made their run to the World Series in 2023. And nothing against Gino. He was fantastic. But it seemed like the organization went more towards power and pop and run production and got away from their identity a little bit. I think Blaze Alexander got them right back to what that identity is. Great defense, aggressiveness on the bases, not as much of a power bat, but much more in the mold of that 2023 team. That's what I thought when I watched them play.
Yeah, I think the concern with Blaze is if he gets regular at-bats at third base, will he produce? He hit 218 in September, 218, with no home runs. So he had 78 at-bats with no home runs, and he hit 218. Everybody loved, what he was able to do. Like,
good point.
Good point. It's a concern.
Yep.
Because, can he hit it? Listen, baseball, for as far back as we go, your corner infielders are usually guys that are going to hit for power. It is the Gino Suarez type. Now, Gino played pretty good defense previously. I didn't think this year he had as good defensively. But, you're usually looking for production there. If you're going to put Alec Thomas in center and say Jake McCarthy's playing left and Blaze doesn't hit home runs and your first baseman's not going to hit home runs. I mean, you need power in a lineup somewhere. Now, you could rely on Marte and you could rely on Corbin Carroll to hit some home runs, and hopefully Gabby Moreno comes around a little bit. So I think the feeling is, and again, there's only so much money to go around, the priority starting pitching. After that, I think that first base is the least issue for them. First base, that they feel we can get a first baseman, we're not worried about that. Third base, I feel right now that the priority is starting pitching and bullpen, and I think that they feel comfortable with Blaze at third base.
Which then brings us to Jordan Lawler.
Okay.
And the top prospect, not the top prospect, but one of the top prospects in baseball. Their top prospect in their system for the last couple of years. It's been a very uneven stretch for him.
Yeah.
He becomes one of, if not the most interesting player of the offseason, I think, for the Arizona Diamondbacks. By far.
Yeah.
By far.
As we speak today, Jordan Lawler is not locked in any position. He's going to have to earn his way on the team. Now, Gurriel's out. He's out. Now, there's a feeling that Gurriel could come back. You know, they believe it or not, the Diamondbacks worked with the Cardinals, the Arizona Cardinals guys, on the ACL repair. You don't see a lot of ACL injuries in baseball, right? You see elbow injuries, not ACL injuries. So the Diamondbacks worked with the Arizona Cardinals.
Interesting.
As far as, it's very interesting.
That's interesting.
It's very interesting because those guys know more about the Cardinals guys know a lot more about ACL repairs than the Diamondbacks guys.
So if anybody on the Cardinals needs Tommy John, there's like a tit for tat. They could go to the Diamondbacks.
You know what? Come to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Somebody gets hurt and they need Tommy John surgery. You come to the Diamondbacks. The Cardinals, yes, the Cardinals guys did absolutely. They did rely on the Cardinals guys with the ACL repair for Gurriel. There's a feeling that Gurriel's going to be able to come back, and play at some point. So I don't think they're going to sign a left fielder. I don't think so because they expect Gurriel will come back, but they will give Lawler an opportunity to get some outfield reps. So that's where, you might see a position change. They had worked him at second, then that wasn't working. And let's work him exclusively at third base. He'll be the replacement for Gino Suarez. Well, now that may not be the case. So he's not locked in any spot right now, but I would think that Lawler will get some opportunities to play a little bit in the outfield. They got Jake McCarthy, they got Alec Thomas, they got Corbin Carroll, they got Barossa, they got Tawa. They will take a look at Lawler. Remember, they also got Tommy Troy and Walt Schmidt as well, who had a good year in Double-A. So you got a couple other guys that are right on the horizon of being ready. Maybe not Schmidt as much, but Tommy Troy could be. So Lawler's going to have to battle it out with those guys and maybe take his outfield glove and get some reps and be ready to play.
Yeah, I know Walt Schmidt is one of the more intriguing prospects. So is Tommy Troy. I think Lawler, and I think it was yesterday, Mike Hazen said that Lawler was going to play winter ball again this offseason. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if he gets some of those outfield looks there in winter ball to see if he can handle it. Because I think when I say he becomes the most interesting player, I mean a position change seems like it could almost be inevitable at this point with his defense in the infield and how questionable it was. And I certainly think if you're talking about dangling players for trades, his name, and this is just me speculating, you have your info, this is just me talking here. I think Jordan Lawler dangling his name out there becomes a really interesting storyline to watch this offseason in terms of what could he fetch you? What has his stock taken enough of a hit? Has his stock taken enough of a hit that he wouldn't bring you as much as you would want? Or is there still somebody out there in baseball who believes in him where you could dangle him and get some of the things that you need if you were to put him on the trade market? That's where I think he's the most interesting name in the offseason for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Out of all the young guys that they have, right, and I think that they are going to be active in the trade market because of Del Castillo and Tawa and Blaze and Jake and Alec and Jordan. The most valuable guy out of all of those is still Jordan Lawler.
Absolutely.
Yes, he's still the most valuable guy. He's the guy that you can go get a younger starting pitcher for. You make one of those trades. Like I'll give you Jordan Lawler. It's almost like
it's Jazz Chisholm. It's Jazz Chisholm all over
again.
It's Jazz
Chisholm, exactly.
It's Jazz Chisholm all over again.
I'll
Chisholm for Zach Gallen all over again.
Right. Don't discount that. Don't discount that as a possibility.
I'm not discounting it. I'm hyper focused on that. Like I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not sitting here calling my shot. But that, to me, is one of the top things in the offseason to look at to see if they do that.
He still has more value than all. And you could say, well, Alex a great center fielder, and he's got a lot of at-bats, and Jake 2 years ago lit it up. But it is Lawler that has the most value as far as being able to bring back a younger star. If Lawler gets traded, it will be for a starting pitcher, a younger starting pitcher.
My Chemical Romance is headed to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets are now on sale, and you can win a pair now by texting the word romance to 620-620 for your chance. Again, text the word romance to 620-620. ASU, they appear to be getting everything they could have possibly hoped for on and off the football field. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Weekly and Marana mornings.
ASU football, it's easy to come out and say, we want to be the team of the decade. We want to be the next big thing in college football. We want to be the kings of this newly formed Big 12. But then you have to execute it on a week-to-week basis, and it's exhausting. You're dealing with one super competent team, well-funded team, large staffed team after another. These are really good vested football programs, and you've gone toe-to-toe with two of them in successive weeks and found a way to win both games. That, to me, is tremendously impressive.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning two homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo show. Lauren, sorry your Cubbies are losing in the bottom of the 8th. The Padres 3-0. I hope your mood is not reflected in the poll question.
It is not reflected in the poll question.
Merrill Kelly.
Also, this game has been an absolute snooze fest. It's been
what
so
a catch
boring.
right there.
That was a very nice catch
It
by
was a nice
Tatis
catch.
out there, right? But I have not been paying enough of attention to know whether it was a snooze fest or not. But Cubs are losing right now. There could be a game 3 in this one. I don't think Merrill Kelly is an option for today's question. Is it?
No, because
Okay.
that would mean that Merrill Kelly became an Arizona Cardinal since the last time we've checked in.
Well, I
so-
mean, we're finding out that the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks are, doing
Sharing
each other's
doctors,
medicals, sharing
so-
doctors. So maybe there's a chance. What is the poll question today?
So does Merrill Kelly want to play running back? Yes or no? That's really the question.
No, Merrill Kelly. That's the answer.
Yes. So the poll question today is, who will lead the Arizona Cardinals in rushing yards come season's end?
I thought you were going to say, what Diamondback would make the best running back for the Cardinals? Now, that's a question. What Diamondback player would make the best running back?
Alec Thomas.
Would it be Alec Thomas?
Alec Thomas is the first name that popped in my head. Corbin's too small. He'd get destroyed.
James McCann?
Not
I don't think
fast
he's got any
enough.
speed.
Not
I don't
fast
think he's
enough.
got any
Jordan Lawler
speed.
is from Texas.
Lawler.
maybe?
He's too small.
How about Dre Jamison?
Not that Alec.
Jake McCarthy?
Not that Alec Thomas he's not a tall
Ryan
guy.
Nelson?
But he's.
Yeah, wait, wasn't Jake a quarterback in high school?
I think so.
Could he translate that?
I have to look, but Alec Thomas was the first name because he's got speed and he's got decent size.
Yeah, but if you hit him,
little
if you hit him, you might kill him.
Well, but you could say that about all of them, though. I don't know if there's a guy on the roster that you could say if you hit him, it might kill him.
That's not the
question.
That's not the poll question.
The question is, who's going to lead the Arizona Cardinals in rushing yards at the end of the season?
And we've got some options.
Okay.
Trey Benson, Amari DiMercado, Michael Carter, Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray.
Michael Carter. Michael Carter. He says with I don't know. Michael
I
Carter.
hope that everybody
As you
who's
said-
watching on YouTube got to see that because you said Michael Carter and your face said,
I don't know. Michael Carter.
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray's leading the way with 48% of the vote. Then Amari DiMercado with 19%, Michael Carter with 18%, and Trey Benson with 16%.
Interesting. So
How about another player from another team?
Do you think they could get one in time for them to be the leading rusher? Maybe. You could write in other if you want, I suppose. Let's see how many of those we get on the poll question. If you want to write in other. Because Gambo's really driving this go trade for a running back train.
I am.
You are the conductor of the trade for a running back choo-choo.
Yes,
Drive
I
it.
am.
Yeah. We'll see if that happens. All right, that's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where it's at. So ASU football back in the AP top 25. 4-1 on the season, 2-0 in the conference so far. Off to a terrific start. Jordan Tyson might be a first-round draft pick. Sam Levitt would appear to be.
Oof.
Okay, well, all right. I was being
let's
conservative.
Let's lock that in.
Okay, Jordan Tyson's gonna be a first-round draft pick.
Let's
Sam
lock that
Levitt
bad
is
boy in.
playing much better. Everything's coming around because today we got a double dose of really good news from ASU football. The first we were expecting, the Big 12 made it official. They're going to be playing Kansas in London next season. And the second, it has been approved, Gambo, for them to get their big-time practice facility, their $35 million new football practice facility listed as ASU's top priority in the university's capital improvement plan has been approved. Construction will begin in January 2027. ASU will take occupancy of the new football practice facility in February of 2020.
Wow, Cardinals getting a new facility.
Right.
ASU getting a new facility. The Suns just recently got a new facility. We've got all these enhancements coming to the D-back Stadium with that approval.
Everybody's getting a new house, Gambo. Everybody's getting a new house.
Well, Mitch isn't getting a new house, but okay, maybe not everybody's getting a new house, but the teams are indeed. The Mercury and their beautiful facility right across the street.
Mitch is looking for places in Italy. He just got back from there. He's
true.
ready. He wants to go move back there.
It's everything that we said it was going to be. It's an indoor facility. They're going to take an existing parking lot that's very close to Mountain America Stadium. They're going to convert it to a turf field. It will replace the Verdi-Dickey Dome bubble on the other side of rural, so they don't have to walk across the street there.
But you remember when they put that bubble up? We were around when they put that bubble up. It was like, man, it was the biggest thing. Yeah. Although it took a while to cool the damn thing down in the summertime, but that bubble was like, oh my God, they finally got a bubble, right? Because they had to practice outside all the time. That bubble was a welcome sign, but now it's like outdated and doesn't work anymore, so now they get a whole new facility.
Well, they want something that's closer. They want something that's got more of the modern amenities. They certainly want something that makes tailgating for fans during the hot portion of the season, the first half of the season, much easier and much more convenient, and that's what this place will serve as on a Saturday as well. So like Kenny said at the beginning of the season, when you're the 11th team in the country or now the 25th team in the country, you should have this facility. You should have this available to you.
Yeah.
And they're getting it. And they're getting it. And it's all coming together for ASU. And then on top of that, there has also, and we'll talk with Graham Rossini about this tomorrow, the renovation to the basketball arena is all part of this. That's like $100 million deal. That's going to be done by December of 2029, according to the paperwork. So ASU, Michael Crow doing the thing, putting the money into the facilities to make the projects around which athletics need to run, football and men's basketball, to make those better products.
Wow. So the basketball is part of this.
Yes, the basketball is part of it. Yep.
It's going to be a renovation to the arena, right?
Yeah,
not a new arena,
not
just
a new
complete
arena. Renovation. The story, I first saw it on SunDevilSource.com from our buddy Chris Cartman, who mentioned that. So he wrote, ASU intends to build a new football practice facility and renovate Desert Financial Arena. The new football practice facility will cost about $35 million. The renovations to Desert Financial Arena will cost about $100 million. Construction work on each project will begin in January of 2027.
I mean, to be honest with you, that's a pretty good selling point to the next ASU basketball coach. Hey, what are you laughing at? Like,
I'm laughing at the bluntness at which you said that, but I don't know why I'd be surprised by that. That's why I was laughing.
When they go hire a new coach, that's a good selling point. We're renovating our entire arena. It's going to be new. It's going to be state of the art. We're going to have new this, new that. It's a good selling point to somebody, because it is. I mean, look. I mean, you saw Elvis Presley there in the '60s. I mean, come on.
Billy Joel in the '80s. Nice try.
Okay, close enough. Close enough.
First concert I ever saw was in that building. It was Billy Joel in.
It was Sonny and Cher. It wasn't Billy Joel. Admit it. You saw Sonny and Cher there.
Yeah, I wasn't even born when Sonny and Cher were touring America, so no.
Yeah, it's long overdue. But let's call it like it is. 99% of the resources right now is going into football. They're doing everything they can to keep this train running. It's the gravy train. They got to do it, and I totally am on board with that. I really am. Put everything you got into football, all the resources into Kenny and the program, because if ASU football is thriving, then the other sports will piggyback off of that.
September 19th, 2026, by the way, is
when
ASU will play Kansas.
Let's really go.
At Wembley Stadium. I'd be all for it. Yeah,
I'm in.
And Lauren, okay, so Lauren and Mitch, cameras aren't on them, but if they were, you would see them saying, yes, let's push this. Let's all go. Let's do it. We all want to go to London. Hey, Maloney, I know you're listening back there in your office. We all want to go to London as part of this game.
Our
all
passports are ready.
They are up to date. Mitch just used
I've
his.
Got mine.
Mine's ready to go.
Mine's ready to go.
Lauren is prepared. We don't care that we have to do the show at 10 o'clock at night until 2 o'clock
What's
in the
the
morning.
date? What's
Those
the date?
are the hours I thrive anyway.
September 19th, 2026. That's when it is.
September 19th. Okay.
2026.
I'm looking this up. I'm being honest. So we could leave on the 18th. That's a Friday.
Okay.
And then we'll return on. You want to come back Monday?
Well, we got to do some shows from back there. I mean,
if you're a company that would like to sponsor the Burns and Gambo shows, trek across London.
We'd really like to go, but we might need to do a couple shows back there. We might need to leave like on Wednesday.
Finding flights. There's a direct flight right from Phoenix right into London. There you go. We leave at 8:40 and we get in at 2:40. So we leave at 8:40.
That is the flight I took like a year and a half ago.
There you go.
Bernsey, economy 608, premium economy 1623. I think we splurge a little bit. We go premium economy. You get a little extra leg room. You get a little bit bigger seat, a little bit better meal.
Shoot the moon. Why not, right? Let's go for it. Let's see what we can
I'm
get.
not saying we're taking business class. That's 5808. But yes, we can fly out at 8:40 at night and be in at 2:40 the next day.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, while we continue to push for this a year from now, the Cardinals and their offensive struggles have kind of hogged the headlines. What about the defense? And what about their battles? And what about where they can improve? We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Arizona sports host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
The energy's high, and that's what it's going to take. It starts now.
The best part about Devin is he wants to be here just like we want him here.
We want a team that Arizona and Phoenix can be proud of.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. It's almost Suns season. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
There's no doubt about it. Pro Smile Dental Implant Center, locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, can give you back the confidence, and they can give it to you right away. How many of you are struggling with your smile? How many of you your teeth aren't great? You need your teeth fixed. You've got gaps between your teeth. Your smile's not good. Poor oral care. Maybe some teeth are larger than the others, and you always hide your smile. You don't laugh very much. You hide your smile. Going on job interviews, family photos, all of that stuff is tough on you. I get it. Trust me, I get it. And at Pro Smile Dental, they get it too. Your entire smile is designed on site, not in 4 different places. You can get a custom designed temporary smile to try out in 1 day. It's the color, the shape, the size you want. If you like it, within 2 weeks, you've got your entire new smile. Now, nobody is better than Pro Smile. Their oral surgeons are there, not general dentists doing the surgery, but oral surgeons. They're the only implant center where the lab, mills, technicians, anesthesiologists, and ADA board-certified oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists are all on site. You can have a brand new smile within 2 weeks. All you have to do is text PRO to 620-620, and we'll get you all the information so you can finally get that new smile. Don't forget, they've got interest-free financing available and financing up to 10 years. Text PRO to 620-620.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Chronic pain can be very bossy. What do I mean? It tells you what you can or can't do. Sometimes it even has the audacity to keep you from working.
I missed almost 3 weeks of work, and I was no longer able to play tennis. The pain was really debilitating sometimes. I missed Thanksgivings.
Abby was ready to put the bossy bad back in her past. And that's when she discovered QC Kinetics and their non-surgical treatments for pain. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine with tens of thousands of satisfied patients, people who have experienced real lasting relief without drugs and without surgery.
It has just been the most life-changing, amazing experience. Not only life-changing, but career-saving. I get to continue to do the career that I love. I'm playing tennis again.
Stop letting that joint pain boss you around. Start with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Running back Trey Benson has been placed on injured reserve for the Cardinals. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported that Benson underwent arthroscopic surgery on his meniscus and that he is expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. At practice today, our Tyler Drake noted that Michael Carter and Amari DiMercato led the practice drills at the position. Both of them are expected to see plenty of time on Sunday. We've got the full injury report available for you right now on ArizonaSports.com. ASU football will play across the pond next season. It was announced today that the Sun Devils will face Kansas in Wembley Stadium next year. Mark your calendars. It's September 19th, 2026 is the date. Tickets go on pre-sale on Monday. They'll be on general sale next Thursday. And in Major League Baseball's playoffs, we're just about wrapped up for both. As a matter of fact, it just went final now that I say that. The Tigers forced a Game 3 against the Guardians, or other way around, apologies. The Guardians forced a Game 3 against the Tigers with a 6-1 win today. And then the Padres forced a Game 3 against the Cubs with a 3-0 victory today. So we'll have 2 more baseball games tomorrow guaranteed. Will we have 4 more? We'll find out soon. Red Sox and Yankees just about to get underway. Red Sox up 1-0 on the Yanks. And then the Reds and Dodgers, with the Dodgers up 1-0 in that series. That one starts at 6:08, and we'll have coverage starting at 6 right here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy, and if you need your roof checked, you can save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or head on over to AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Cardinals are down their top 2 running backs, so is there any chance they can still get the running game going? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
As you can tell from the look ahead there for the midday show, most of the focus 4 games in for the Arizona Cardinals has, rightfully so, been on the offense, the offensive struggles, what needs to get better there, the run game, Marvin Harrison Jr., Kyler Murray, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But from a defensive standpoint, you look at it, Gambo, when you're talking about the Cardinals, and I imagine this will be a good get right for them. At least it better be a good get right for them game this week.
If it's not, we got some.
If we got some problems, right? If
somebody's got some splaining to do.
Yeah, if there's not a get right on multiple levels, then something went very, very wrong. But the defense has not gotten hardly any of the attention at all because we've been so hyper-focused on the offense. And why not? The defense is 6th best in the NFL in points allowed per game. But you peel it back a little bit, and you can see why Nick Rawlis wants a little bit more from his defense. The big plays they've allowed per game, about the same from a year ago. The turnovers they're forcing per game, about the same from a year ago. Sacks per game, actually a little down from what they did a year ago.
Okay, that's crazy.
It is crazy. They're 2 sacks per game. They averaged 2.4 last year. And that's Theo Mackey, put that up from AZ Central, so we thank him for using that. 2 sacks per game, down from 2.4 last year. So you can see why Nick Rawlis probably wants a little bit more from his defense.
Were you just about to go Theo Ratliff on me right there?
I
think you were bringing up the former NBA player Theo Ratliff.
I'm not sure where I was going with that.
I could have sworn you were going Theo Ratliff right there.
I don't remember what I was. But it was not Theo Mackey. I know that. So I want to make sure I give credit where credit's due.
Boy, if you peel it back, right, there's two ways to look at this. I love the way you're looking at it. I really do. I think it's interesting. I could also look at it like they haven't given up more than 23 points in any of the games they've played. They've given up 13 in one, 16 in another. So twice they've been under 20, and then 22 and 23. Not once has anybody scored 25 points against them.
I mentioned that they're sixth in the NFL in points per game allowed. I mean, I did not mention that. It's just
I thought this past week, you had the Calais sack, the D-Rob sack, the Sweat sack. You're still missing guys. I mean, Will was out. Garrett was out. Nolan's out right now. So I do think you're without some key players. But it is interesting that Rallis wants more because I think that so far the defense has outshined the offense quite a bit with the way that they've been playing.
Oh, I think that goes without saying. But it's also given the amount of investments they made on the defensive side. You're right; they're missing a lot of those investments, in particular from the draft. This was Nick Rallis yesterday on what he's learned about his defense a quarter of the way into the season.
Yeah, a couple details, schematic things we definitely want to incorporate. But I think the biggest thing, and it just goes into our philosophy as a team, is we need to do a better job of winning the explosive play and the takeaway battle. And that's what I talked to the players about. I'd say the last two games there was too many explosives, and that's not a formula to win games. And then we got to continue to try to take that ball away. I will say it's on their mind, and there's been some good attempts at the ball, but you got to keep taking those shots on goal, and hopefully it comes to fruition. So those, to me, are the biggest things right there. It's the square root of who we are.
More numbers coming your way, and this comes from our own Tyler Drake, who points out that in the first 2 weeks of the season, the Cardinals defense allowed 5 explosive plays of at least 20 yards or more. Okay. In the last 2 weeks, they've allowed 10 explosive plays of 20 yards or more. So they've doubled it in the last 2 weeks. And that's where the injuries probably come into play a little bit, especially in the secondary. I would imagine the injuries come into play a little bit. But that's something that you hear Nick talking about is a big – now, again, it's probably, hopefully, going to all look a lot better when we're here Monday and we're talking about the Titans game against Cam Ward. But when the schedule turns to Daniel Jones, who's off to a great start, Jordan Love, who's off to a good start, right? Like then you've got to make sure you're really buttoned up in that area because you put all of your investment in the offseason into making this defense much, much better.
Yeah, there's no question. The takeaways is interesting. Remember Will Johnson was at the New Orleans game? The first game he had that interception called back because of a penalty?
That was the first game, yes.
That was the first game against New Orleans. I did think that he would be a big factor in them being able to take the ball away because a big, strong corner, and he's known for that, but he did miss the last game. The explosive plays is interesting. You obviously gotta cut that down, and Seattle had quite a few, right? I mean, Seattle had some big plays against them, especially Jackson, Smith, and Jigba had some really big plays. But that was I know I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Took me 29 years, but I am attempting to speak proper English at times. But I think that was a product of not having Will and not having Garrett, and Max did his best, but they were just that back-breaking over-the-shoulder catch for 22 yards. That's an explosive play. Max had his moments, but he did lose some one-on-one battles there, and that happens. I could probably make the argument that that's because of being without some key players in that game.
Sure.
Defensively, but it's fascinating to look at. We don't know. Look, somebody asked me the other day about B.J. Ojulari. So I'm like, who?
Yeah, the forgotten man.
B.J. Ojulari and Darryl Washington. You might as well just put their faces right next to each other. If you remember D-Wash, it's almost like, geez, I don't know.
Well, yeah, at least when D-Wash played, he was productive for his first couple of years of his career. We haven't seen B.J. Ojulari at all. Jonathan Gannon was asked about the explosives that you're giving up defensively, and he said, yeah, sometimes depending on who you're playing a scheme where you know you're going to give up an explosive or two because you're blitzing extra or you've chosen to blitz extra, and you kind of take that risk. But there are other times when it's just not acceptable to give up explosive plays defensively.
And I do think we have to do a better job of keeping the explosive play battle down as it relates to defense on that side of the ball. So, we We have to do a better job. You can't have a 5-play drive that goes 70 yards and they score a touchdown. Like, that's not good defense. So, and he doesn't call it accordingly like that. So I think it's self-inflicted explosives we got to minimize.
Yeah, the plays where they're trying to limit explosives and they give them up anyway are the ones that really. And I watched the whole answer today. I was watching his press conference online, and those are the ones that get under his skin the most when they're trying to avoid them, and it happens anyway.
Then this is a good get-right game because the Titans just announced that anything over 5 yards is going to be considered an explosive play for them.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, as the Suns prepare for their preseason opener coming up on Friday and their trip to China, is there a player that they added in the offseason who maybe needs to be getting more attention than he has been? And we'll tell you who that might be next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Geraldo Perdomo talking about what happened at the trade deadline and how he wishes it didn't happen at the trade deadline. There was no reason for the front office to keep that together at the trade deadline.
No, I agree.
The way that they were playing, I don't think I've ever seen a team as affected by trade rumors. Had they been playing competent baseball around the deadline, I don't think Mike Hazen is as quick to do it.
Well, listen.
And we might be previewing a wild card series right now.
Absolutely.
But they played their worst baseball right around that time. They made it an easy decision.
They sure did.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's That's 602, the number 2, then REP, AIR for Parker & Sons.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a Football Thursday where we'll give you our picks ATS and we'll break down a key NFC West matchup between the 49ers and Rams. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo Show into the 3 o'clock hour. A shout out to our friends and listeners in Peoria who are joining us on today's Burns and Gambo Show. Thank you to those in Peoria. As we turn our attention to the Phoenix Suns, who are about to embark on the preseason. They'll be in Palm Springs playing the Lakers on Friday, and then it's off to China. 17-hour plane trip from here to China.
Man.
Yeah, 17 hours, Gambo. Now, NBA players travel way. You talk about business class, first class. It's all first class when those guys travel, right? It's a little different than sitting coach for 17 hours flying to China, but it's still a long time to be on an airplane.
It's a long time to be on an airplane.
Yeah,
it is a long time. I go to Europe a lot, and that,
You do?
Yeah, I go to Europe. I go to Europe a lot. But 17 hours, I don't think I've ever done a 17-hour flight. I've had 24-hour travel days. I haven't done a 17-hour flight.
Yeah, it's a long time to be on a plane, that's for sure. But that's what they're going to be. A couple of preseason games in China against the Nets, then on their way back. They got one more preseason game after that. Then the regular season opener is not that far away, October 22nd against the Sacramento Kings. So, 3 weeks from today?
3 weeks from today?
3 weeks from today is
the opener.
Is the Suns' regular season openers 3 weeks from today? They're taking on Sacramento.
No Beal.
No. So today
enjoy the Suns again.
Today on I mean,
I can enjoy the Phoenix Suns.
Maybe
again.
we'll see.
We'll see how long that lasts.
We'll see how long. We'll see how long the not winning part lasts when it comes to being able to enjoy the Phoenix Suns. We'll see about that. But today, I thought it was interesting, and it got me thinking a little bit about the Suns. Today on ESPN.com, our good friend Bobby Marks, he was doing his team-by-team training camp storylines. And on the Phoenix Suns, his training camp storyline, what to watch for, the organizational reset. Okay, fine. We know about the organizational reset. No KD, no Beal, et cetera, et cetera. He also said Mark Williams was something to watch for. And I thought this was interesting only because, given everything that's gone down with the Phoenix Suns, I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about Mark Williams. I've been more focused on the rookies. I've been more focused on the new backcourt with Jalen Green. I've been more focused on Dylan Brooks and kind of what his addition means to the team, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to lie to you. I really hadn't thought that much about Mark Williams until he said one of the players that Matt Ishbia is referring to when it comes into players that want to be here and buying into the Suns culture is Williams. Williams is rookie extension eligible until October 20th. After the All-Star break, he averaged 29 minutes per game, 15 points, 11 rebounds, and a career-high 1.3 blocks. His 44 games played were also a career high. How focused should we be on Mark Williams going into this season?
A lot. Nick Richards is not a starting caliber center. He's a 2 or a 3. Malawach has a lot of potential. I know we're all very excited about him, but he's a young kid. He's so young, and he's going to take some time. Williams, when healthy, is a top 15 center in the league. He can compete with just about anybody, and he's young. The Lakers tried to acquire him, but they didn't like the medical, and so they bowed out on that. I think it's something to keep your eye on, because I think in the end, you could have, if it works out the way I think they would like it to, going forward, your centers would be Williams and Malawach. I don't think Richards would be a guy that you have to. If Malawach develops and Williams stays healthy, those are your two main centers. So I think that's why I think it's interesting to look at that.
Well, I'm sure that's the plan, but for me, the hope, and this is where things get kind of complicated. When you spent all that draft day maneuvering to get Malawach, right? Like I mean, at some point, if this goes right, he needs to be the man. You know, he needs to be the man.
By when? By when?
Well, by 3 years from now.
Okay.
He needs to be not a year from now, not even really 2 years from now, because I understand he's a kid and he's on a developmental arc that's going to take a while. I totally get that, but given how limited your assets were for the next 5 years, you spent a ton of them to get Kamon Malawach, a ton. Mm-hmm. And the plan has to be he becomes a stud. And if he doesn't become a stud, whether it's in a year or 2 or 3, you kind of shot your shot, and you might have missed if you didn't hit on Kamon. And that's where Mark Williams, that's I think why I'm not thinking about him that much. In the short term, sure, okay, of course. In the short term, he needs to play a valuable role. In the long term, it needs to be Kamon Malawach, or they made a big mistake on draft night in June. Big mistake. Yeah, I think. That's my opinion.
I spoke with a team that was looking at Malawach, and they said, look, he's got all the tools. He's just not ready. Can't really jump that well, but, the light comes out of this kid. His personality is amazing. He's just got to get quicker at reacting. He needs more touch. His shot blocking is not great. He's not going to come in and win games for you now. He's a developmental guy. He's 19 years old. That's why the Williams thing is really fascinating to me, as to why. And I'm just going back to my notes here because I spoke with a team that was looking at Williams too and the medicals, and they said there really was no record as to why the Lakers didn't want him. It's just Charlotte didn't disclose all the information. There was a foot injury, there was a back injury, there was some other things, and they found this is what I was told. They found his physical troubling. That's all they told me. They found his physical troubling. Charlotte didn't disclose a lot of the information, and when the Lakers got him, the foot, the back, and it was something else. Foot, back, and there was one other injury. And they just found it troubling. Now, they passed on him, and then he went on. He played every game, and he played really well. So I don't disagree with you on Malawach. I think you're right. I wonder what the timeline is for a kid who just turned 19 years old.
I think my timeline is being very generous.
3 years. 3 years is fair.
I don't think I'm being demanding.
Yeah. So then why couldn't you, if Williams works out, keep Williams for 3 or 4 years? He could be your starter for now, and then eventually you could either trade him or he could be the backup.
At some point, you're going to have to transition him to the backup, and you're going to have to give the bulk of the minutes to Malawach. That's right. And you don't want him blocking Malawach. You don't want him. Now, I agree. In year 1, this isn't a conversation to have. There's no blocking of Malawach. But in year 2, as Malawach starts to get better, he better command more of those minutes over Mark Williams. And I don't want Mark Williams getting in the way. That doesn't mean you shouldn't have him on the roster, but you also just have to make sure you keep everything in proper perspective here. And I think the proper perspective is everything you gave up to get Kamon Malawach and how invested you are organizationally that he works out, because you spent so much of your capital. And it's easy. Look, the concern on Mark Williams, it's not that tough to figure out. There have been 246 NBA games that were played by the Charlotte Hornets in the last 3 years.
Yep.
He's played in 106 of them. That's it.
Yeah, it's not good.
106, which is why I don't know if
Nick Richards. That's why you keep Richards, because Malawach isn't ready.
And if you saw this, I don't know if you saw this today, Mark Williams won't play in the preseason opener against the Lakers in Palm Desert. Right now, he's done everything in practice except for live 5-on-5. They're being very, very, very cautious with Mark Williams in an attempt to avoid the injuries that have plagued him in the past. And they've been upfront about that. Jordan Ott's been, look, quote, we know Mark's history, and we're trying to change it. We're taking an approach. He's been out here, and he's been good. But he's not playing in the preseason opener. Sounds like he's going to be very limited for much of the preseason. They want to take their time and be very, very careful with him. Given 106 games out of 246, you can see why. See why.
And that's why I think that they've got the 3 centers, right? Williams is there.
Yeah.
Richards is your backup. Malawach can sit and learn and get a few minutes here and there just to get his feet wet. If Williams goes down and can't play, now you've got Richards as your starter, and Malawach could be your backup at 15 minutes a game.
When we come back, what does Steve Zinsmeister want to see from the Diamondbacks next season? We're going to ask the D-backs broadcaster. He'll join us here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. Both teams in last place in their division. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5?
Huddle.
Pregame gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
It's brand new at Liberty GMC, and I think you're going to absolutely love it, especially if you don't like getting work done to your car the way I don't like getting work done to my car, because to me the whole thing just feels like a giant waste of time. And it's not. It's important, but I don't want to waste my day dealing with it. And at Liberty GMC, you don't have to, because brand new to the Liberty GMC service department is concierge service. They will pick up your vehicle. They'll perform the service. They'll return the vehicle to you. You're a small business owner. It's great. You crave convenience of this service. It's great. Either way, you don't have to go anywhere. They'll come, get your car. They'll take it. They'll fix it. They'll bring it back. And that's it. You're not wasting any of your day or any of your time. They'll also diagnose your engine code. You know, when the engine light comes on, the check engine light, they'll offer a complimentary engine code diagnosis to tell you what's what with your car and give you a little bit of peace of mind. Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
Are you ready for a smile makeover? Have you dreamed about a beautiful new smile that you can be proud of? If the answer is yes, then let's get you in for a free consultation with ProSmile Dental, where they specialize in no prep or minimal prep cosmetic veneers. Have Arizona's top cosmetic dentists customize your smile with the Valley's only on-site cosmetic dental lab, where they custom create your designer smile with the exact color, shape, and size that you want. ProSmile has locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Bad news for the Arizona Cardinals. Running back Trey Benson has been placed on injured reserve. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported that Benson underwent arthroscopic surgery on his meniscus and that he's expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. You could see the complete injury report and the other moves that were made right now on Arizonasports.com. ASU football will play across the pond next season. It was announced today that the Sun Devils will face Kansas in Wembley Stadium. Mark your calendars for September 19th, 2026. Tickets go on pre-sale next Monday, general sale next Thursday. And in the Major League Baseball playoffs, the Guardians tied up their series with the Tigers with a 6-1 win. Padres forced a Game 3 as well against the Cubbies, a 3-0 win in Chicago. Right now in the Bronx, the Yankees came out to an early lead thanks to a Ben Rice 2-run homer. They're up 2-0 on the Red Sox, trying to force a Game 3 in their series as well. That one's in the bottom of the second with one out. Later tonight, we'll have Dodgers and Reds. The Dodgers looking to advance past Cincinnati. You can hear that Game 2 starting at 6 o'clock right here on 98.7 FM. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. What does this Cardinals defense need to do against rookie quarterback Cam Ward on Sunday? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here on Burns and Gambo on this Wednesday. We've been talking a lot of Diamondbacks baseball today with the season unfortunately over. Baseball postseason is continuing. Yankees are already up on Boston 2-0
Let's
right
go.
now in the bottom of the second as they're trying to force a Game 3 in that series. And joining us right now via the video to talk a little Diamondbacks baseball, it is our In the Booth segment, and it's Diamondbacks broadcaster Steve Zinsmeister who joins us here via the video on ArizonaSports.com, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and here on Arizona Sports. What's up, Zins? How we doing?
Good, guys. Good. Not exactly the radio booth like I was hoping in October, but here we are nonetheless.
Yeah, here we are.
We are here. Let's start with the decision to bring Torey Lovullo back. He's got 1 year left on his contract, no extension. Ken Kendrick goes on with us the other day to talk about it. Give me your feelings on the decision to bring Lovullo back.
Yeah, I have the unique privilege of being in the manager's office every day before every home game, and I get the opportunity to ask the burning questions that are on everybody's mind after games. And so I just appreciate the heck out of Torey because he's always willing to explain what went down, why it went down, why not a different decision. And so in my everyday job, I have a lot of important conversations with the manager, and I appreciate that. I think there's two main areas that managers get judged on, maybe one of them more unfairly than the other. Number one being the in-game stuff, strategy, substitutions, bullpen usage. Those things are very out front and forward-facing. And then the other thing is, quite frankly, what Torey is so good at, which is all the behind-the-scenes stuff and the management of people and basically having to keep a 26-guy family together for the course of 162 days or 162 games in 180 days or whatever it is. It's a hard job. And I think the things that Torey is really good at is the behind the scenes, the building of relationships, the development of players, and the coaching aspect of management. So I'm really glad that Torey's back. I think he fully understands that this next season, the wins have to come. That comes with the territory. And so I'm glad that he's back. I don't think there's anybody who is misconstruing this as anything other than what it is, which is the Diamondbacks need to win games in 2026.
Yeah, and Mike Hazen was putting a lot of responsibility on his plate for not giving Torey the kind of roster that maybe would be needed for those wins to come. And I'm curious from your perspective, and what do you think the priority should be this offseason for the Diamondbacks? What would Steve Zinsmeister like to see them focus on this offseason when making these choices?
Yeah, I mean, from a personnel standpoint, like from the front office's standpoint, I think there's a lot of holes to fill, obviously. First base has got to be a priority on some level because I mean, we got down to the final 2 weeks of the season and frankly, they didn't have one. They had to kind of makeshift first base for the last couple of weeks. Is Tyler Locklear the answer long-term? Is Pavin Smith going to play there again next year? Are they going to teach Adrian Del Castillo how to play first base? Is Vargas or Tawa, what does this mix look like? I think that might be a position that they go and look externally at some different options, whether that's via free agency or trade. Obviously, and Gambo's done a lot of good reporting on this, but the starting rotation has to be addressed. I mean, right now you only have 60% of it filled with guys that are known commodities. Otherwise, they might be looking at some younger names to try to fill in the back part of that rotation. And then obviously they're going to have some conversations about some former Diamondbacks that maybe could re-sign with the team, or maybe they go external and look at other options. So starting pitching is up there. I think first base is going to be there, but the real important factor in all of this of how they fill out the roster is what positions can you fill internally? And I think that's going to help them decide what they do at some of those other key places.
Yeah, and I'll stick with look. First base is the least of their when they put their list together. Starting pitching and bullpen are the priorities. First base is way down on that list because you've got Pavin, you got Tawa, you got other guys, Locklear, that could play it. Even though those guys are not proven, they do have guys that can man it. Third base, I don't know, Steve. Me and Bernsey talked about it earlier. I mean, right now, based on what I've heard, I think it's Blaze Alexander's job to lose. I think that they feel comfortable with him there. That doesn't mean that if a trade presents itself that gives them a third baseman, that they wouldn't pull the trigger on it. But I think right now they kind of like what they've seen out of Blaze.
Yeah, and I guess that's one of the positions that I was talking about, right, where can you fill that spot internally? Then that saves you a little bit of dough to go after some other key positions. So, yeah, you've got two primary options at third base, right? Blaze Alexander, who obviously his big arm plays really well at third base. He's going to make a lot of those rangy athletic plays that, frankly, a guy like Gino Suarez wasn't going to make those plays all the time. The trade-off with Blaze is occasionally he's going to boot a routine ball, but he's also going to make a lot of wow plays, both with his arm and his legs. Lawler, I think, unfortunately, he had 4 errors over the span of 2 days at a time when this team was getting winning expectations thrown back on their shoulders late in the season. So that experiment ended a little earlier than I think they wanted it to. But which one of those guys is going to find a position, a home at another position? And that could be Lawler. It could be Blaze. Blaze played some outfield a little bit before he kind of found his home at the hot corner. But I would certainly say that he impressed more at third base. And I think they would feel pretty comfortable defensively. Every conversation I've had with people behind the scenes comes back to this. We will bring in the players that play their position defensively really well. That's the identity they want for 2026, whether it means a slightly less good offensive player, I guess is the way to put it. They want to make sure that their defense is up to snuff to start the season in 26.
Steve Zinsmeister is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, joining us via the video. I want to ask you about Corbin Burns. He declared the other day when they were cleaning out their lockers that it's his anticipation he's going to be back by around the All-Star break. Gambo, through his reporting, has basically suggested exactly the same thing, that he could be ready, ramping up the month before the All-Star break, so he's ready to go at the All-Star break. How does that change what they do this offseason, and how does that sort of frame up what they do this offseason to give themselves a team that's good enough to hang in there until they can get Corbin Burns back, because he could really change the dynamic once he does?
Yeah, it almost gives me a similar vibe to 2024 when early in the year they lost Eduardo Rodriguez, they lost Merrill Kelly, and they knew they were probably going to get them back in August, early August. And that was kind of the vibe. Bernsey was what you just said, like, all right, how do we hold things over until our horses are back in the rotation? And things went the way that they did, and we know how that ended. But with Corbin Burns, yeah, he mentioned the All-Star break. I believe him, frankly. I wouldn't doubt the guy. Torey Lovello did say something in a press conference a couple of weeks ago about how they were hoping to get their ace back at the All-Star break. And nobody had really put that timeline out for us as clearly as that. And so to hear it from Torey, to hear it from Corbin, I totally believe that they're hoping to get him back in the rotation sometime in July.
I look at the young pitchers. Now, we know that they've got Ryan Nelson, Erod, and Fott. Maybe they bring back Gallen or Kelly, not both, but maybe they can get back one. And until Burns gets back, there are some real talented arms in the minors. Dylan Ray, Cole Drake, Mitch Bratt, Yumin Lin. Do you like any of those guys? Do you feel like any of those guys could be ready to handle a role until Corbin Burns comes back?
So of the guys that you mentioned, Dylan Ray will likely be added to the 40-man roster. I believe he's eligible for the Rule 5 draft. So they're going to probably try to find a way to protect him, I would think. Yumin Lin was a really nice piece going into last year. He got hit in the face. I'm not sure if he's been the same level of pitcher since then. So I don't know if he would make that jump after spring. But spring training in 2026, frankly, is going to have a handful of position battles that will really matter. That fifth spot in the rotation, like you said, could be a spot that's open. Cole Drake is probably the closest to ready in terms of having experience at the AAA level. I think Mitch Bratt finished the year in AA, although he was really, really good, and that might be the guy to watch moving forward. They have some other great names in the system who might be a little ways away. I'm interested to see who of those guys that are sitting at AAA right now might be willing to take that next step up to start the next season.
Yeah. Steve, we appreciate the time as always. Thanks for coming on, talking on the Diamondbacks with us. We appreciate and enjoy your work. I'm sure we'll catch up with you at some point during the offseason, man. Thanks for coming on.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
You got it. Steve Zinsmeister, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. When we come back, as we are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, Sam Levitt went into this season seen as a top quarterback in the FBS. We're almost halfway through the season. Where is he now? That's coming up on Arizona Sports.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's the anniversary sale at Brooklyn Betting, and it's game on, Basinonians. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Upset your fantasy team stinks? Well, get over it. And get yourself over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the anniversary sale. Mattresses, sheets, pillows, adjustable frames, it's all 25% off during the anniversary sale at Brooklyn Betting. 30 years of the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning two homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. We'll get deeper into the Cardinals-Titans matchup, and we'll explore whether or not Cam Ward is right about his own team. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, it gives me a lot of confidence. I tell our guys all the time, this league, it's going to be a one-possession game. More than not, it's going to be a heartbreak, one-possession game in this league. Over the last 10 years, it's proven. So we have to be able to win the margins. We have to be able to win in the late. We have to be able to win 2-minute drills. We have to be able to operate under pressure. And the one thing that he does at a high level is when the ball's in his hand and the game's on the line, more times than not, good things happen. And he did that again.
It's Kenny Dillingham talking about Sam Levitt, his quarterback, who he obviously, Gambo, has a ton of confidence in, as you would expect. And certainly Sam Levitt has rewarded that confidence with what happened last year and what's happened this year. He has not had the best of seasons up until this point. He certainly had his best game of the year last time out against TCU, but through it all, they're 4-1 on the season and 2-0 in conference. And it's he might not be living up to the individual expectations, but certainly the team expectations, they have lived up to those up until this point for ASU, without doubt.
Yeah. I mean, I still think he's got a chance to go down as one of the best ASU quarterbacks. I mean, they were talking about him being a first-round draft pick, talking about him being a Heisman contender at the beginning of the year. The loss in Starksville takes a little bit of the luster off of that. And you're right, he hasn't played great, but he hasn't played poor.
No. I'm trying to say he has. I'm not trying to say he has.
Yeah, he's played good, but there's another level to his game. We all know it, and it's probably coming. It took a little while to make sure more guys were involved, but we saw Asubio get involved and Matea get involved. It's not just Jordan Tyson, and now they have the faith in Raleek Brown and what he can do. So I like what they were able to do. I love what they were able to do in taking down TCU at the end of the game and how well he played and all the big plays that were made. There. It's just a matter of. It's a different team. Like there are a lot of pieces that are back that are the same, but it's a different team from last year, and the way people treat them are different. So every game, everybody's gunning for you, man. Everybody's out to get you. You're not this school coming in from the Pac-12 that was never any good. You're the Big 12 champs, the defending champs, and everybody wants to beat you now.
Yeah, and understand when I'm saying this about Sam. It's not. I'm speaking specifically of the Heisman expectations that he had in the offseason, of the first-round draft pick expectations that were there in the offseason. Those individual achievements and those individual things, I don't think he's lived up to that yet. Doesn't mean he can't get there, but I think in terms of those, that's where it's been. I'm not disappointed in Sam Levitt. I don't think he's had a bad season. I don't think he's been a poor quarterback. I'm just talking about where that bar was set for him was incredibly high. Maybe the highest it's ever been set for a quarterback, you could argue, in the history of ASU football. I don't know if we ever had as much that we were expecting out of the QB1 for ASU that we were expecting out of Sam ever. And right. I just don't know if he's failed. He hasn't gotten there yet. It was interesting. Today on ESPN.com, they were ranking every Power 4 quarterback 1 month into the season. And, of course, this is very clickable. Like, where's my guy? Click on the link. I want to see where my guy is. And Sam Levitt was number 31 on the list. He was behind 6 different quarterbacks in the Big 12.
Yeah, that seems crazy to me.
Brendan Sorsby from Cincinnati, Jalen Daniels from Kansas, Sawyer Robertson from Baylor, Josh Hoover from TCU, Rocco Becht from Iowa State, and Morton from Texas Tech. We're all ranked ahead of Sam Levitt at number 31.
Yeah,
but
Sawyer Robertson he beat. Josh Hoover he beat. Last year he beat the hell out of Rocco Becht in the Big 12 championship game. It's just because he hasn't played to the level that you expected him to play at. I mean, that's just probably why. But it's coming. At the end of the season, he's going to be ahead of most of these guys, if not all of them, in my opinion. It is crazy to me that you've got 6 quarter. Now, this is a really good quarterback conference. Let's not forget that.
Oh, yeah, it is.
This is a really, really good conference for quarterbacks, like star-studded. But he's not the 7th best quarterback in this conference. He's much better than that.
No, he's not. And I like it's kind of like a power ranking. I don't really care about the number. I care about what you say. And the same applies here to me. I don't necessarily care that they had Sam Leavitt 31st, though I would agree with you. He is not the 7th best quarterback in the Big 12. I like what they wrote about him, though. After an offseason of pretty large hype, Leavitt stumbled out of the gate in 2025, but he's picked up steam since then. And they point out in his first 2 games, his total QBR was 42. In his last 3 games, his total QBR is 73.6. In his first 2 games, he was completing 57% of his passes. In his last 3, it's up to 67%. Yards per dropback was 5.7. Now it's up to 7. Interceptions, he had 3 in the first 2 games. He's had none in the last 3. There's you can see it. You're talking about, you specifically said, when is that version of Sam Leavitt gonna show up? I think it's starting. We might be starting to see the ascent of Sam Leavitt into that space that he was last year that led him to be a Heisman candidate. When you stand back and you look at the totality of the last 3 games, you can maybe start to see that ascent a little bit in his game.
The Pittsburgh Steelers sent 3 scouts to the ASU game against TCU Friday night. 3 scouts were there. They've seen him before as well. They sent scouts to watch him against Northern Arizona, and that was week 1. Obviously, all the hype there. They didn't shy away from that. They didn't see him in week 1 against NAU and say, we don't want to see this kid again. They sent 3 scouts to the TCU game. 278 yards, 2 touchdowns. He ran it 13 times for 62 yards. He had a really good game. So if you start to look at, the big board and all of that stuff, he's going to be highly ranked. People are going to – you could sit there and rank the quarterbacks in the conference, and it's going to be a lot different than what the NFL scouts think about the quarterbacks for the draft. And that's the only point I wanted to get out.
Not all these guys that I just mentioned are going to translate to the NFL the way Sam Leavitt potentially could. These other 6 guys in the Big 12.
He's number 89 on the NFL mock draft database big board. That's number 89. Jordan Tyson's number 12. So 89 puts you right in that, if you were 89, you're probably
end of the third round. Yeah, it's the end of roughly the end of the third.
Yeah, but I think if you were doing an NFL draft right now, he would be higher than most of those guys that are on the list. Maybe 1 or 2 are ahead of him. But I think he does project pretty well going forward. But like you said, he's starting to play better football right now. That was a terrific game against TCU. Scouts are coming out to watch him play. They like him. He's fine. He hasn't had that wow me moment yet.
He has not had the wow me moment yet.
And maybe that's coming, but we haven't had it yet.
No, I think what's also interesting about this list, and we can debate these names all we want. I look at the 4 names that are directly ahead of Sam Leavitt. Morton at Texas Tech. They're going to see him in 2.5 weeks. It's up to the ASU defense to keep doing what they've been doing. Rocco Becht from Iowa State. They're going to see him the first weekend in November. It's up to the ASU defense. You know what I mean? Josh Hoover, we saw what ASU's defense did to him. Sawyer Robertson, we saw what ASU's defense did to him. I mean, all these quarterbacks that are supposedly better than Sam Leavitt, what I find interesting is that ASU is going to play most of them. ASU has already played 2 of them. And ASU is 2-0 against the 2 that they've already played, not because of anything that Sam necessarily did, because of what ASU's defense did when they were playing those quarterbacks. And that, to me, continues to be the real unsung story of the 2025 ASU Sun Devil football team, is their defense and what they've done to some of these stud quarterbacks out there.
Sure. I mean, just put the wins together. Look, people also like winners. And, that's going to matter. Like, if you win last year and, you win again this year, you find ways to win. There's a lot to like about him. His scrambling ability is sensational. He's got, and I've seen it 2 or 3 times this year, and I call it like Kyler Murray-esque. And he had one in the last game. This running, spinning, making a guy miss a tackle and gaining an extra 12 yards. Now, He hasn't perfected the slide yet.
Yeah, no.
and
Still working on that.
He's a little awkward, and I'm worried about some of the big hits that have been coming his way. He did have the fumble last week. That he didn't throw an interception, but he did have the fumble. But his ability to quickly make that determination of when to run usually leads to success. There's not a lot of times where it leads to failure. A lot of times it leads to success. He's very good at seeing the field that way. There's a lot of intangibles that he has too, and just a great leader. So I like him. What he does this season will ultimately determine how far ASU goes. If he plays really well, they've got a real chance to repeat or at least get back to the Big 12 championship game.
4 o'clock reset time is next when we're back here on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and they do an absolutely fantastic job of helping people every single day. Stuart Willis, my financial advisor, I highly recommend them. 5 locations in the Valley. They're local. They're right here. He's also a fiduciary. Look it up. Being a fiduciary goes a long way because they are very responsible for having your best interest at hand, and they do a terrific job with financial planning, retirement planning, estate planning, and just making sure that you have a plan. And that's a lot of people don't. A lot of people just save money, but you don't really have a plan. At some point in your life, you start to think about it. You start to think about the end of the road. You start to think about, when you want to stop working. And then you start thinking about what you want to do. Are you going to have the money for it? And that's where Stuart Willis comes in, making sure that you've got a plan in place that you can help get to where you want to go. No, not everybody knows exactly. It's like college, right? A lot of guys kids are in high school and they're not sure what they want to study in college. Well, a lot of people don't know what they want to do in retirement, but you do get to that point where you're like, okay, here's what I think I want to do. That's why I recommend calling Stuart at 602-877-PLAN and getting a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT, moving Team 6. Hey, listen, why do you guys do what you do and work the way that you work?
It's all about team. Especially with hiring, we go by character.
Yeah.
We want good people that care about the customer.
That's hire a lot of veterans, do you not?
We do, yeah. That is our goal, 100%. We want them to be a part of a team, part of a family. That's why we have great team leadership that helps our guys get to be great at what they do.
Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy. Especially we do follow-up calls with customers. Your guys were amazing. They are incredible. They treat us with so much respect. We go for our military because they go in, they get the job done right, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, and Turf Monsters builds great pickleball courts, and you've got a great incentive going on now, Mike.
We are offering 15% off through Thanksgiving on all full court pickleball installations, and we customize to your space. You heard that right, 15% off, but you must act now. We want your business. Customer service is our number one priority.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Running back Trey Benson has been placed on injured reserve for the Cardinals. ESPN's Adam Schefter has reported that Benson underwent arthroscopic surgery on his meniscus and that he's expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. At practice today, our Tyler Drake noted that Michael Carter and Amari DiMercato led the practice drills at that position. Both of them are expected to see a good chunk of time on Sunday. ASU football will play across the pond next year. It was announced today that the Sun Devils will face Kansas early in the season at Wembley Stadium. Mark your calendars for September 19th. Tickets will go on pre-sale next Monday, general sale next Thursday. And in the MLB playoffs, Guardians tied up their series with the Tigers with a 6-1 win, so a Game 3 tomorrow there. We'll also have a Game 3 tomorrow in the National League. Padres forced a Game 3 against the Cubbies with a 3-0 win. And right now, the Red Sox are looking to take the 2-0 series sweep. The Yankees not going down easy. It's the top of the 4th inning, and the two are tied at 2 apiece. Top 4, 1 out, nobody on for Boston. Later tonight, Reds and Dodgers, LA hoping to advance to the next round. The reigning champs looking to get past the Reds. You can listen to that game starting tonight at 6 o'clock right here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Halfway home on this Wednesday afternoon. Speaking of home, that's where Gambo is today, broadcasting from his studio there at his house. In case
Home on
you're
the
watching
range.
on YouTube, that's where he is right now. He's even got that cute little roof over his head if you're watching on video. But he's there. We're here. Lauren's got the 4 o'clock reset. Top stories of the day. Take it away, Lauren. What's up?
All right, guys. Well, let's dive into the top story of the day, and that is courtesy of Jonathan Gannon.
Trey Benson is going to go IR to return. He came in Friday, and it's a knee, but he should be able to return at some point this year.
Jonathan Gannon then went on to expand when the Trey Benson injury occurred.
I honestly think it happened a little earlier in the game. I didn't get to the exact play that it happened, but I think it actually happened earlier in the game, and he kind of played through it, and then he came in on Friday. That's why I didn't have it for you guys on Thursday after the game, but he came in Friday and it was sore.
According to Adam Schefter, Trey Benson underwent arthroscopic surgery on his meniscus. He's expected to miss at least 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, it's kind of
devastating blow. Just devastating blow. Your number 1 running back is out. Your number 2 running back is out. Your depth is severely tested. I think they've got to look at trade options. I think you got to go call some teams, even though he's designated to return. Connor's not. So I'm a little worried about that running back room right now, and we all should be.
I'm worried about the running back room. I also acknowledge they need to run block better up front because that has just been terrible so far to start the year. I mean, even when James Conner was healthy, they didn't have a great running game. Even when Michael Carter was, or not Michael Carter, when Trey Benson was healthy, they didn't have a great running game. So I hear what you're saying about the running back room, and it looks very, very thin. But until they start block better up front, I don't know if it matters who's in the room that much, you know?
We're going to have another 41-17 pass-to-run ratio.
Potentially. I mean, that could be the plan moving forward for the team. They've hinted at offensive changes, and whether they want it or not, they might be forced into it now because of the situation.
And the Cardinals injury report is out, and it is a laundry list once again. Here are the highlights from it today. Darius Robinson did not practice with that pec injury. Evan Brown limited with a hamstring. Greg Dortch limited with a collarbone. Will Hernandez limited with a knee injury. Will Johnson limited with a groin injury. Zay Jones limited with a concussion. Bilal Nichols limited with a neck injury. And the Titans injury report highlights are J.C. Latham and both Calvin Ridley did not practice today.
All right. Cardinals have a lot of names on that list. The one, and there are a few that pop. Will Johnson obviously is one. Will Hernandez is another. Darius Robinson, too, is a guy who, man, they're just that. His NFL career has not gotten any traction so far at all, and that's got to be a worry over there.
Yeah, he put something out on Instagram. Did you guys see that?
No, I did not.
No.
I trust the next chapter because I know the author.
Ooh.
I trust the next chapter because I know the author.
That was Darius Robinson?
Darius Robinson.
Okay. I mean, it could...
Somebody sent it to me. I don't follow him on Instagram.
I don't either.
I have an Instagram. I love it, but I don't follow him on Instagram.
Yeah, cryptic social media posts are buyer beware when it comes to trying to read into what those mean. But that's interesting to note.
Yeah, Darius Robinson looked very uncomfortable leaving that game. And the Browns, they've decided to go with Dylan Gabriel this weekend as their starting quarterback. They're benching Joe Flacco, and Shedeur Sanders will remain backup number 3 behind Joe Flacco. I would play you the sound of him miming his response today, but that's absolutely pointless.
What Lauren said is absolutely correct. He mimed his response. He opened his mouth, he moved his mouth, but no words came out to indicate that he was speechless over the fact that he has not at least been promoted to the number 2 spot. Jarrett Carlin tweeted me when we were talking, or texted me when we were talking about this earlier. From prime time to mime time. That's what Shedeur Sanders did today. I mean, it's just, you can see why he fell. If he's going to pull crap like that on a day like today, you can understand why he lasted all the way until the 5th round. I can only imagine what sort of nonsense he pulled in all those interviews that he had pre-draft. I can only imagine.
I will give his mom some credit because she came out and she tore Rex Ryan a new one, and I agree with her. I agree with Shedeur Sanders' mom. She ripped Rex Ryan, called him evil for the way he criticized Shedeur. Now, you may not like Shedeur, but Rex Ryan was like, this kid talks and he runs his mouth. I could be a starting quarterback with his arms crossed. Get your ass in front row and study and do all of that. His mom came out and stuck up for him.
Wow. Okay.
Good for her.
All right.
All right, and moving on to Thursday night football. That may be tomorrow, but I'm already getting everybody ready because it might just be a snooze fest because the Niners are taking on the Rams. But the Niners have ruled out Brock Purdy with his toe injury, Juwan Jennings with a ribs and ankle injury, Ricky Pearsall with a knee injury, Jordan Watkins with a calf injury, and George Kittle with a hamstring and Brandon Ayuk with a knee are both still out.
Good night, everybody. Rams win 31-0.
Now that I'm the interim GM of my team, when do these transactions go through?
Are you talking about waiver? Today.
Like trades and stuff. Oh, today?
The waivers went through today if you put in for somebody.
Okay.
Did you get who you wanted?
I don't know, I think I got 2 guys, but I thought
You better hire a GM, man. That's all I gotta say.
It's been 3 days, and it's already not going well.
You better hire a GM for your fantasy football team.
GM.
You really do. I don't think you can be trusted.
I don't want to do this, but I had to fire my GM. I had to fire Sean.
I don't think you can be trusted to do this on your own.
Sean lost his job.
That's a divisional game coming up on Thursday night. Doesn't look like it's going to be a very good one.
No, and while Gambo looks for a GM, I'll update the MLB playoffs. The Guardians beat the Tigers today 6-1, so there will be a Game 3 in that one, along with the Padres beating the Cubs 3-0, Game 3 in that one as well. The Red Sox and Yankees are currently underway. It is tied 2-2 in the bottom of the 4th, and the Dodgers look to eliminate the Reds tonight. That one will start at 6, and you can listen to it right here on 98.7.
So we got 2 Game 3s already. Maybe there will be a 3rd or a 4th. But the Padres got a big home run from Manny Machado in the 5th. The Guardians erupted. That was a 1-1 game going into the 8th. They erupted for 5 runs in the 8th there. And it was Trevor Story who came up with the tying 2-run single for the Red Sox to tie that one up 2 apiece in the third. And that game is underway right now.
Big hit. It was a big hit for Carlos Rodon as the Yankees try to avoid the sweep.
And ASU football, they are headed over the pond next year on September 19th. ASU will face off against Kansas at Wembley Stadium. Those tickets go on sale on September 19th. Pre-sale tickets go on sale next Thursday.
Gambo, I have you know I've already had individual conversations with the program director, general manager, and director of sales around here about trying to get us all to London. I've planted the seeds already. I'll have you know. See if we can make that happen.
I think we go. I think we go.
We'll try to make it happen. We're gonna try. We're gonna try and see. Yeah,
I'll take you to the Churchill Museum. I love the Churchill Museum.
The Churchill Museum is great.
I love it there.
I'd love to see.
I really do.
I'd love to see.
It's so amazing. You don't want to leave.
So there we go. We're trying, Gambo.
Come on, ASU, if you hear us,
send
help
us.
us out.
Take
Come
us.
on, we'll do
go.
whatever you need.
We'll go.
I could get us on the team plane.
Okay.
I mean, I could.
All right. So then
you want to do that?
So then,
then we just show up.
We're
just
show
like,
up.
hey, station.
We're here.
How you doing?
Yeah. Okay.
We're going to do the show.
That tells me it's going to be a little more complicated than that, I'm guessing.
Maybe just a little.
You always make things so complicated. I don't think it's that hard. All right, I didn't get Matthew Stafford, so I need another quarterback. Somebody got him instead of me.
How dare they?
So you got outbid.
Well, I don't know. How could I get outbid? I was in last place. I was 0-4. Why would I not get all my waiver claims?
You have to bid dollars for them? I don't even know how it works.
No, it's
a reverse order or something?
Yeah.
I don't know, Gambo. You need a GM. Hire a GM.
And finally, we'll end with the WNBA Finals. Those are set. The Mercury will be taking on the Aces for the championship.
I wanted the Fever to win. I wanted the Fever.
We all did. And Friday at 5 in Vegas is game 1 of that one. For what it's worth, the Aces are favored over the Mercury in terms of who will win the championship.
The WNBA Finals for the first time ever is a best of 7. So the games that are guaranteed to be in Phoenix are Wednesday, October 8th, and Friday, October 10th is when games 3 and 4 will be here. If a game 6 is necessary, that would be on Wednesday, October 15th. So I imagine that building is going to be electric. They're going to want it to be.
Would you take Jackson Dart or Trevor Lawrence as your quarterback this week?
Trevor Lawrence.
He's playing at against Kansas City, though. Yeah, you still go Trevor Lawrence?
I still go Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And with that crucial fantasy football decision, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank God we were all a part of that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, Jonathan Gannon. He's not on the hot seat, is he? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen is joining us right now. You mentioned Torey Lovello in there. How much did that improbable run after the trade deadline weigh into the decision to bring him back?
I felt like he brings a lot to the table. The work he puts in, it's not a given that a team that loses 8 of its opening day starting players at the deadline with 2 months to go, playing the hardest schedule in baseball from September 1st on, and playing to the last couple days. If I'm going to penalize him for the things that I penalize him for, and I also have to look at the positive stuff too.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP-AIR for Parker & Sons.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a Football Thursday where we'll give you our picks ATS and we'll break down a key NFC West matchup between the 49ers and Rams. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Welcome back, Burns and Gambo Show, 4 o'clock hour here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. And a shout out to all of our listeners and viewers in Phoenix who are joining us right now. Thank you for joining us if you're in Phoenix, as we are talking about the Arizona Cardinals in this game coming up against the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. And it comes with the territory, I suppose, when you're 0-4 to start the season and they're having conversations about whether you're one of the worst 0-4 teams ever to start a season 0-4, because that's the conversation they're having in Tennessee. It kind of stands to reason that your coach is probably going to be on a little bit of a hot seat for something like that. And Brian Callahan's seat is very, very warm. I know there are some people in the fan base, the Cardinal fan base, who are concerned that maybe they would do something with Callahan before this week's game, and that might give them a little bit of a spark going into this week's game. Hasn't happened. It's not going to happen. But Brian Callahan is number one on this list from CBSSports.com in terms of coaches who are on said hot seat.
Yeah, it is. All the talk out of Tennessee is just like they even got a column right out, and a column out in one of the Tennessee SB Nation that covers the Titans. Here's your head coaching kick. You can get Mike McCarthy, Matt Nagy,
sure,
Cliff Kingsbury projects as an in-demand candidate. Brian Flores. It's like they're already, the body's still warm. And they're already like, here's who he could replace him with. Like, they want him out. Like, they're obviously.
If we were doing Nashville Sports Talk Radio, we'd be doing exactly the same thing right now. He's gone. Really, it is just a question of when and how, and is it the end of the season? Is it whenever their bye is? I don't even know when their bye week is. But if we were doing the Burns and Gambo Show live from Nashville, we're talking about exactly the same thing, right? Like, it's not a surprise.
He's 3-18. He's had 21. Between last year and this year. So he was. So last year he was 3-14. He was 3-14 last year. So that's 17 games in his first year. Now you say, okay, you want to improve on that, and you start off 0-4. So that's not a really good spot. There's just a lot of problems, right? They're 28th in points per possession. They're 32nd in offensive points per game. They don't have a good team. They're playing a rookie quarterback who's just not ready to play. There's no creativity in the offense. All the fans are very upset with the roster, so they've really struggled. So he becomes the first quarterback that everybody's predicting is going to get fired.
Yeah, and I don't want to be cavalier about a person's job. Okay, I'm not. That's not my intention here. It's just
it doesn't matter. It's in Tennessee.
It's the modern reality of coaching in the NFL, though, right?
Yeah.
That's just how it goes, and that's where they're at now. What's interesting about this list that you provided earlier
is that there is also another name on the list. It's a little further down. It's certainly not number 1, and it's certainly not in the top 5.
Yeah, Mike McDaniel's number 2 with Miami.
Jonathan Gannon was number 8 on the list.
He was number 8. Yeah,
he was number 8 on the list.
He got now. They listen. They went to 9. Like they got to 9.
Did you see who number 9 was?
John Harbaugh.
Yeah. Okay. Stop it. His seat's
John
not
Harbaugh.
hot. Okay. Just stop that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they
honestly,
say there's a 0.1% chance he'll be fired by the Ravens.
Then don't put him on the list.
I know.
Then what are you doing putting him on the list?
Because the season has been really bad. They're 1-3.
Yeah, he ain't going anywhere. He ain't going anywhere. And you know what? Neither is Jonathan Gannon. He ain't going anywhere this year. I mean, it would.
No.
Go ahead.
It says Arizona beat 2 bad teams and had close losses to 2 good teams. The jury is still out on the Cardinals and Gannon. Fair? It's fair? I mean, they're not saying he's one of the top 3 candidates to get fired or top 5 or top 6. I mean, he's right below Harbaugh, which means he's not getting fired, and he shouldn't be fired. I mean, he's only been there for 2 years. He's 14-24 in his career, 14-24. They should win this week to make it 15-24. But I don't think, we had a lot of debate on this in the beginning of the season. What warrants a good season? What are the expectations? I get it, right? I understand all of that. I think there's a way to not make the playoffs and still feel good about Jonathan Gannon as the head coach. Now, we always judge things. I mean, you're going to judge an offense right now that doesn't have their number 1 running back all season long, and right now doesn't have their number 2 running back and is dealing with all these injuries. But it is what it is. Other teams go through that too. I get it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to say more.
I mean,
the tone of your voice made it sound like you were going to say more there.
Yeah, I know. You usually read me pretty good. No, I don't think that he's on the hot seat. I don't think. Now, if things went to hell in a handbasket and they ended up with 4 wins and 13 losses, we could have that conversation. It'd be really bad. But I don't think that's going to be the case.
I think the difference is, and look, we're not in Tennessee, we're not in Miami, we're not covering these teams who have legit coaches who are on legit hot seats, as closely obviously as we're covering the Arizona Cardinals. But I think just like the Torey Lovello conversation. Okay, at the end of the day, wins and losses are the standard by which things are judged, okay? And Mike Hazen's been very clear about that, but he's also been clear about his responsibility in the wins and losses. But there is something to be said, too, for the culture of the organization and the room and the dynamics and how it works and things like that. Eventually, Jonathan Gannon will be judged on wins and losses. And eventually, if this thing doesn't get turned around, then, yeah, we will be having this conversation about him. I just think given where the state of the culture of the organization was when he took this job and how much building of the culture needed to be done in the last 2.5 years, we're too far away right now from wins and losses being the only thing we're judging Jonathan Gannon on. It's a thing, and it's part of the evaluation, of course, and it's been it's too early to tell this season whether it's going to go the way anybody wants it to go. But you can't not talk about the culture either. You can't not talk about how the room works either. And I think one of these days we'll get to the point where it's more about wins and losses. We're just not there yet when there's still work to be done in terms of the room and how it works and what the expectations are. I think Jonathan Gannon is a really good head coach in the NFL in terms of how he works a locker room and how he works with players. They just need more wins to justify that. And that's why I don't think he's on any kind of a hot seat right now.
No, and I can't see Michael Bidwell not giving, these guys more opportunities to see what they can do with the roster. It's hard to just – and I know you say it all the time, and it's true. I mean, you could turn things around very, very quickly in the NFL. That doesn't mean you're doing it the right way. The right way to do it is to build a foundation through the draft where you could have sustained success for a period of time.
Yeah.
And that's different than let's just go out and sign a bunch of free agents.
But that's also where drafting right comes into play too. And that's where, Marvin Harrison Jr., it's got to get better. And
Darius Robinson,
it's got to get better. And Isaiah Adams, it's got to get better. And you know what I mean? Like the Max Melton, it's got to get better. That's where, honestly, I'm more concerned about that than I am whether Jonathan Gannon should be on a hot seat or not. I mean, so much of this equation is dependent on the players you drafted being really, really good. and being a part of it. And that's what I'm worried about more than anything. That hasn't happened yet. You know, go ahead. Say I got a cut here to play, but I want to hear what you have to say about it.
Play the cut. Go ahead.
It's more funny than anything else. But it kind of speaks to the uncertainty of the Cardinals. Kyler Murray did his press conference today.
Okay.
And he was asked about his reaction to the new facility that was announced yesterday, the brand new practice facility that's going up in North Phoenix. Listen to what he had to say.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Beautiful, yeah. Hope, well, I don't know what's coming out, but hope I'm here to see it. Right? And it's like,
sure, because it's,
of course. I mean, it's funny because it's funny, but it's funny because it's true. And there is a little bit of hey, I kind of hope I'm around to see it. You know what? Hey, Kyler, join the club. I kind of hope I'm around to see it too. I don't know. It's one of those things where
it's 29?
2028.
So that would mean he plays all of 26, all of 27.
And it would be ready.
If he's still here, he's on another contract.
Yeah.
If he's still here, he has been re-upped to another contract.
And he knows it. That to me is what's funny about it, but also revealing about that quote is that while we all got a chuckle out of it, he knows what's at stake. He knows what's on the line for this season and all of that. So
that was funny. That was definitely funny.
That was really funny. Yeah, I thought you might enjoy that. Coming up next here from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. What will the Diamondbacks do with one of their 3-star players this offseason? We're not talking about Corbin, and we're not talking about Perdomo. Who could we be talking about? Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona sports host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
Yeah, the leadership aspect is going to be more important than ever this year.
I believe in Devin Booker. He's our guy, and we're building around him.
It's extremely exciting what we've done and also where we're going.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Running back Trey Benson has been placed on injured reserve by the Cardinals. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported that Benson underwent arthroscopic surgery on his meniscus and that he's expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. At practice today, our Tyler Drake noted that Michael Carter and Amari DiMercato led the practice drills at that position. Both of them are expected to see a good amount of time on Sunday. ASU football will play across the pond next season. It was announced today that the Sun Devils will face Kansas in Wembley Stadium next year. Mark your calendars. It's September 19th of 2026. Tickets will go on pre-sale next Monday and then to the general public on Thursday next week. And in the Major League Baseball playoffs, Guardians tied up their series with the Tigers with a 6-1 win, and the Padres forced a Game 3 against the Cubbies with a 3-0 win in Chicago. Right now in the Bronx, the Yankees have retaken the lead, a 3-2 score now over the Boston Red Sox in the bottom of the 5th inning, 1 on and 2 out. Yankees hoping to force a Game 3 as well as they trailed the Red Sox 1-0 in this series. And then later tonight, Dodgers look to advance past the Cincinnati Reds. If they can get a win tonight, that game starts at around 6 o'clock, and you can listen to it right here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. The Racefar NASCAR Xfinity Series Championship is on. Live from Charlotte Motor Speedway this Saturday at 1:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Cardinals are down their top 2 running backs, so is there any chance they can still get the running game going? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
As we usually do, baseball season ends around here, and we spend a couple of days kind of deconstructing what happened with the season and what's going to happen next. Obviously, there are a lot of decisions to be made this offseason, a lot of important players who may or may not be back, trades that may or may not go down, and the expectation is still going to be for the Diamondbacks that they will be a team that can contend next year. That's been made very clear when Ken Kendrick was on with us on Monday. Gambo has been very clear by Mike Hazen and Torey Lovullo. They still expect this team to be very relevant and very good. Question is how they're going to get there. And one thing that we haven't talked that much about in a while, and I think we're both kind of, readying ourselves for a lot of Ketel Marte rumors over the offseason, is Ketel. And whether after the way things went down the last couple months of the season, whether he is going to be back or not, or whether the Diamondbacks use this opportunity to see what kind of offers they could get for Ketel Marte, given how much controversy kind of surrounded him over the last 6 weeks or so.
I'm going to be very careful with how I say this, because the Diamondbacks are not actively shopping Ketel Marte. Their core, their leaders are Geraldo Perdomo's the leader. He's had a chance to step in. He's been the leader. He's the number one guy. And then I think Corbin is going to be number 2 on the leadership. Ketel Marte is not a leader. And I think they're hoping that Gabby Moreno can step up with a little bit of experience and, move into that level as well. I believe they're going to try to bring back McCann as a backup catcher. They would like to bring him back.
Makes sense.
here's the thing on Cattell. It is what it is. He asks for days off. He doesn't want to play all the time. He's not a leader, but he is a great player on an incredible, incredible contract. The reason why the Diamondbacks will get a lot of calls on Ketel Marte is because he's a great player on a really, really good contract. You look at Kyle Tucker. How much is he going to get, Lauren, in free agency? $200 million? $225 million? What's his value? Ketel's making like $100 million. Teams are going to call because of the value of Ketel's contract. You could go pay somebody else double the money what you're paying Ketel. Like what he produces for that money is almost ridiculous. Will they, can I tell you that they're not going to listen to offers? No, they will listen to offers if teams call, but they're not giving him away. If somebody says, I'll do a 2 or 3 players for Marte, we're talking about players that can come onto your team right away, not prospects.
Right.
But like, hey, I'll give you a starting pitcher, a first baseman, and a third baseman for Ketel Marte. Okay, done. But are they going to actively look to trade Marte and be like Beal last year? We knew Beal wasn't coming back. We knew Durant wasn't coming back. I would say right now it's more likely that Ketel comes back. But I also can't tell you that they won't take calls on Ketel. Does that make sense?
No, it does make sense. And I think that Ketel, because of that contract, I wonder what the quality of those calls are going to be like. I can't sit here and say that I know for sure how good those calls are going to be, but there's a little voice inside my head, Gambo, that's telling me that they at least have the chance to be intriguing calls, that they at least have the chance to be a call that maybe Mike Hazen thinks about. Now, you're absolutely right about one thing. It's a non-negotiable. If you're going to move them, it ain't for prospects. It's for now guys. It's for Major League ready, right now guys, some of whom have established themselves, some of whom are young, many of whom are controllable, right? Like it's very much you're not doing this for the 19-year-old single-A prospect who might be good 3 years from now. I just don't think that's the kind of deal you're doing this. That's just my guess anyway. Will Mike Hazen get a call this offseason that makes him think about it? I'd be surprised if he didn't. Because of that contract and because of Ketel, I'd be surprised if he didn't get a call that at least made him think about it this offseason.
Put it this way. Teams call about Ketel, Perdomo, Corbin Carroll all the time. But when you start to talk about like, hey, okay, let's just say you get a call for Ketel. What would it take to get Ketel? Well, you know what? I need your number 2 pitcher, and I need your starting third baseman, and I need they never call back.
Mm-hmm.
Like they never call back. Somebody calls you, one of those places. They call, hey, would you be interested in selling your house? Yeah, $2.5 million. Well, do they ever call back when you tell them that?
No, they do not.
No. Like, yeah. I tell you what, I will sell my house. It's I really value my house. It's worth a lot of money. But you know what? I want $2.5 million for it, and they don't call back. And I think that's what happens. I think somebody calls on Marte, and they have, right? The Diamondbacks get calls on all their players, and nobody's untouchable. But the price is so high to move one of their key guys that, okay, thanks, appreciate it, thanks. Okay, just wanted to know what it would take to get him. Now that I know, and then nobody's calling back and saying, hey, you know what, I want to revisit that trade that you talked about.
I wonder if that changes this offseason. I wonder if
I would say no.
You don't think okay, yeah, because I just wonder if there's an offer out there that at least makes them think about it and go, just because Ketel's been, it was such a difficult way to end the season. Now, I will say this. I think once it was all out in the open, and Ken Kendrick talked about this the other day when he was on with us, once everybody acknowledged it and kind of taught and brought it out from the shadows and talked about it and dealt with it and acknowledged it, it seemed to get better. Ketel had a couple of stretches at the end of the season where it seemed like he was more like Ketel Marte, but you just can't tell me that it wasn't a problem for this team the last couple of months of the season. I know they performed past it, but it was a problem for them.
It was, and I don't know if you just got to have to deal with it. I mean, that's how he is. He is, and here's the problem with Marte. Like, the problem is if he comes in, he says, I want a day off. I don't want to play today. And you're like, I need you to play today. This is a big game. And you force him to play, but then he shuts down. Like, he shuts down. He doesn't swing the bat. He doesn't play. He doesn't want to play. Like, you're asking somebody to do something that they don't want to do, and then they come back, and they're not going to give you 100% because they don't want to be there. But to the point that we were just talking about, Kyle Tucker's. I'm just using Spot Track because that's what we're. Kyle Tucker's Spot Track, is that what it's called? Spot Track.
Spot Track.
Spot Track value is currently estimated at $498 million over 12 years. Approximately $41 million a year. $41 million a year. Ketel Marte is making $19 million every year. he's $16 million next year, then $12 million, then 20, 22, 22, 11. He's on a 6-year, $116 million deal.
And that's why I think somebody might call.
You're going to get calls.
That's why. Well, that's why I think somebody might make an offer that at least causes the Diamondbacks to think about it. That's why, right there.
Yeah, that's why. I'm not. I mean, I don't think they're actively trading him. But if a team says, "Hey, we need a star player," well, how much would Kyle Tucker cost? $300 million. What would Marte cost? 2 starting players. Okay, and we save $200 million. Yeah, and you save $200 million. So I could trade 2 players. And I could save $200 million, and I could go get Ketel Marte. Okay, that's why you're right. There are going to be calls on Ketel Marte.
Yeah, will there be one that's interesting enough to listen to? I was trying to look up Ketel Marte's numbers over the last month and a half of the season, and I chose that series in Colorado because that's kind of
he wasn't good.
When Geraldo Perdomo had his "let's go talk to the media" moment, I'm going to go stand up for Ketel. That happened when they were in Colorado in the middle of August. From that moment on, Ketel Marte hit .253 with a .752 OPS, 5 homers, and 18 RBI in 38 games. It wasn't good. I mean, it wasn't as bad as I thought, but it wasn't good either. It certainly, I guess the point I was trying to make, they made this big push, and for a lot of it, they were doing it without Ketel. He had that big. He had a couple big games against Texas, but for the most part, they made their big push without Ketel Marte being a huge contributor to it when it was all said and done. He wasn't a key piece to it.
No, you're right. You're right. It's
the last week of the season he performed better, but there was a stretch there where he was not giving them much of anything at all. They kind of did in spite of him.
Yeah, I would. We can't sit there. I wish I could say they're not going to trade him, but I can't say that. But I also think it's probably, I would say unlikely without saying highly unlikely.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to get called.
Shedeur Sanders was speechless over one of the big stories in the NFL today, although is that what it was about? There are other things happening league-wide as well. We'll tell you all about it on the Burns & Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. Both teams in last place in their division. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5? Pre-game gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
It's the anniversary sale at Brooklyn Betting, and it's game on, Basinonians. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Upset your fantasy team stinks? Well, get over it. And get yourself over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the anniversary sale. Mattresses, sheets, pillows, adjustable frames, it's all 25% off during the anniversary sale at Brooklyn Betting. 30 years of the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. And Mike, you've got a great special going on if people sign up for the turf maintenance program.
Turf maintenance and cleaning is very essential to the longevity of your turf. Give us a call. We're giving up to $250 off on all cleanings, depending on size of project. We offer a 3-step process like none of our competitors in the business.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren with an update on our social media poll question of the day. You can find it on X. Want to vote in that? Lauren,
what
take it away.
Diamondback player would make the best running back on the Arizona Cardinals?
That was not the question.
The YouTube chat did weigh in.
Oh, did they? What did they say?
Tim Tawa.
Oh, yeah.
Tim Tawa would be a good one.
Tawa.
Yeah, Tim Tawa would be a good one.
A little Tawa power. I like that.
He would be. Yeah, that's a good answer. Thank you for the YouTube chatters for chiming in on that.
There you go.
Yeah.
That feels like the right answer.
It does. He kind of looks like a football player, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's
what about Adrian Del Castillo?
Is he quick enough?
Is he fast enough? I don't think of Adrian Del Castillo as being super fast. Tawa's got some sneaky athletic, like center field athleticism. He plays
the
center
broad
field.
shoulders.
Yeah,
too.
it's just he just kind of looks like a football player with the. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, I like that.
That
Tim
was a good
Tawa,
answer.
that's our guy.
That was a good answer.
All right.
We'll see if we can make that happen. What is the actual question today?
The actual poll question today is who will lead the Arizona Cardinals in rushing yards come season's end?
Hold on. Tim Tawa played quarterback and set Oregon State records with 11,000 passing yards, 143 touchdown passes, and 714 completions.
There you go.
Yep.
He shared a backfield with running back Elijah Molden throughout their youth and high school football careers.
He's a football player.
There
Sign
you go.
him up.
All right, YouTube got it right.
Sign him up.
We got the right answer on that one. But what is the answer for this one? So
Love is the answer.
Love is not the answer in this
That's a great song. Love is the answer.
It's a fine song. Who will lead
Focus, Gambo.
Who
I need you to
will lead
focus
the
here,
Arizona
Gambo.
Cardinals
Come
in
on.
rushing yards come season's end? Is it Trey Benson, Amari DiMercado, Michael Carter, or Kyler Murray?
Kyler Murray.
Michael Carter.
Kyler Murray still leading the way in this one with 47% of the vote. 20% going with both Michael Carter and Amari DiMercado, and 14% going with Trey Benson.
I mean, I get Kyler Murray. I really do. I feel like if he ends up being the answer to that question, boy, something went really... I mean, something has already gone really wrong, but something really is going to go wrong. He should not be your leading rusher. You know? Like, I understand why you, Gambo, are voting for him and why others are voting for him. Boy, but something went really wrong if he's your leading rusher when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So that's poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where it's at. Taking a look around the NFL, the big story of the day, obviously, is Shedeur Sanders. And it's funny. It's not even Shedeur Sanders. The story of the day is that Joe Flacco got benched and Dylan Gabriel's going to take him. But somehow, Shedeur Sanders...
He made it about himself.
It's shocking how he has this ability to make something that's not about him.
He made it about him.
It helps that ESPN is more than happy to talk about Shedeur Sanders whenever it's convenient for them to do so. So he's kind of got that behind him. But Dylan Gabriel was announced as the starting quarterback this week. Joe Flacco was the backup. And then Shedeur Sanders did the weirdest thing today. He took a few questions. he mouthed the answers to the questions, but he didn't use his voice.
Yeah.
And like he was miming
a silent answer.
Yes, he was miming his answers. And apparently this went on for a couple of minutes. A team media relations staffer ended the brief exchange with reporters. Sanders said he was responding to critical comments about the quarterback from Rex Ryan on Get Up earlier in this week. You got that, Mitch? You got something for me?
Outstanding coach. All right. But why the hell isn't he putting Shedeur Sanders? We're all waiting to see this Shedeur Sanders be the guy or Gabriel, whatever. Something's missing. Something's missing with this kid. This kid talks. He runs his mouth like I could be a starting quarterback with his arms crossed like this. Get your ass in the front row and study and do all that. If I know, the whole league knows. Quit being an embarrassment that way. You got the talent to be the quarterback. You should be. You should be embarrassed that you're not the quarterback now.
We'll see if they make a change there.
Told reporters last week, I know if you see the quarterback play in the league right now, I know I'm capable of doing better than that. He also said he believed he was ready to play. I don't know why Rex Ryan's having a conniption here. What's the big deal? The kid said, I know if you see the quarterback play in the league right now, I know I'm capable of doing better than that. He's confident in himself. He also said he believed he was ready to play, and Rex is losing his mind over that.
Yeah,
why?
I can't speak to the Rex thing. I don't know why Rex is losing his mind. I know that Shedeur Sanders was a first-round talent who slipped to the 5th round. So it's not just one team that looked at Shedeur Sanders and decided they did not want to take a flyer on him. There were multiple teams, multiple rounds, who looked at Shedeur Sanders and decided they didn't want anything to do with them. And I think that speaks more to this situation than anything else. And I think the immaturity that he showed, because, today is supposed to be about Dylan Gabriel, getting his first NFL start and being named the starter. Shedeur Sanders made it about him today. That to me is the shame of it. I get he wants to respond to Rex Ryan, but Shedeur Sanders made today about him and not about Dylan Gabriel. Yeah. And that kind of sucks. That kind of sucks for Dylan Gabriel.
What he should have done is not been silent. He should have said, this is a great opportunity for Dylan. I'm real excited for him. He's worked really hard. Yep. We've got a young quarterback room. We're all working the best we can. I'm here to support him in any way possible. We're trying to win a football game. Joe. Learn from Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco, Russell Wilson, guys that have been demoted. They understand how this works, right? You don't go guns a-blazing. You say all the right things. Flacco did. Russell Wilson did. Shedeur Sanders needs to be complimentary of Dylan Gabriel. He needs to be supportive of Dylan Gabriel. It goes a long way. It goes a long way when you show your support for a guy like that.
And you can still do that and be confident in your abilities. You can still do that and believe that you should have gotten the opportunity or that you will be ready when you're called upon. But when and whether what he did today was about Dylan Gabriel or was about Rex Ryan, it's kind of another reason why you can see why he fell. There were reports all over the place that he didn't interview well, that teams were that he just came in with a set of expectations and his draft day slide was almost historic. What happened to him that day? What happened to him that weekend? And stuff, again, the Rex Ryan thing. Yeah, Rex is going to be Rex, and I'm not trying to excuse him or anything like that. It's just it's stuff like this that makes him very easy to not root for him. It makes him it sucks. It sucks for Dylan Gabriel, I think. So anyway, that's what's going on there. What's going on in San Francisco is that half of their team is not going to be able to play on Thursday Night Football against the Rams, and it would seem that the continuing trend of the 49ers just not having bodies available to play is going to continue for San Francisco. They have ruled out Brock Purdy. They have ruled out Ricky Pearsall. They have ruled out Juwan Jennings for Thursday Night Football. None of those guys will play against the Rams.
Wow. So the Rams, good chance for the Rams to go to 4-1 and kind of take control of this division. Now, they lost a tough game against the Eagles. That's their only loss. Outside of that, they've played pretty good football, right? Puka Nacua is having an amazing year. Stafford's been healthy. Remember all the concerns in camp about Stafford? Oh, can he stay healthy? Can he stay healthy? So far, so good. Quarter of the way through the season, so far, so good with him.
The only healthy receivers on the 49ers roster, DeMarcus Robinson, Kendrick Bourne, Sky Moore, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling. That's it, with Mac Jones throwing to them. And Mac Jones did okay against the Cardinals. There's some people who think that Brock Purdy, that he's trying way too hard to justify the contract that he was given in the offseason, that even when he is healthy, he's not playing very well. I'll tell you the other team that this means a lot to, the Seattle Seahawks, who are 3-1, and who some people think, I know you think, could be the team to win this division with their defense and the strong start that they're off to. This completely benefits them, too, because San Francisco looks like this injury thing is going to be haunting them all year long.
Yeah, and look, it could also benefit the Cardinals if this is the best division. And I know San Francisco has a win over Arizona, and and there'll be a tiebreak involved. But if you can win the next game against them, you're even up 1-1. I think that if this team, we went through it yesterday, as all the teams in the NFC and how many are really good, and how many, if there's a chance 3 teams from the NFC West can get in, and it's the Rams, Seattle, and the Cardinals because the 49ers fall flat on their face, then so be it. That could help Arizona too. If one of the contenders for a playoff spot falls on their face, 49ers look like they're a possibility, that could absolutely benefit the Cardinals if they get their stuff together.
When we come back, speaking of the Cardinals, first it was James Conner. Now it's Trey Benson out for a period of time. Who is going to run the ball now for Arizona? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Mark your calendars for Saturday, October 4th at 6 p.m. for the Beatitudes Campus Gala. Beatitudes Campus is dedicated to its mission of igniting purpose and vibrancy throughout life's journey. Celebrate 6 decades of community, care, and connection at Beatitudes Campus on October 4th for an evening of music, candlelight dining, and stories that inspire. Proceeds go towards enhancing the programs and services that help residents thrive. Get your tickets at beatitudescampus.org. That's beatitudescampus.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine, and that is why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery, and they're getting lasting relief from QC Kinetics, where they use advanced cellular level treatments and regenerative medicine to revitalize your aching joints using growth factors from your own body. So if your back or knees or shoulders hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Do not let them tell you that more pills or surgery are your only choices. Thousands of patients around the country are finding a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. So look beyond the old solutions. Call QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's
single, get it for a buck. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hi, Kurt Hudek here for Augusta Ranch Golf Club in Mesa, Arizona. We're excited to announce the opening of Buckets, our brand new outdoor food and beverage outlet next to our Top Tracer range. Buckets and the 21 Bay Top Tracer range provide a beautiful setting to enjoy yourself day or night with a cold draft beer or a canned cocktail and a recently lit putting green. Open till 9:30 p.m. It's the perfect venue to work on your game or entertain your group or organization. For more information, go to AugustaRanchGolfClub.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals running back Trey Benson has been placed on injured reserve. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported that Benson underwent arthroscopic surgery on his meniscus and that he's expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. We also have today's first practice report. Some notable names on the list on both sides of the ball. You can see the full report right now on ArizonaSports.com. ASU football will play across the pond next season. It was announced today that the Sun Devils will face the Kansas Jayhawks in historic Wembley Stadium. Mark your calendars for September 19th, 2026. Tickets go on pre-sale next Monday and then available to the general public next Thursday. And in the Major League Baseball playoffs, 2 finals and 2 of them resulting in Game 3s. The Guardians tied up their series with the Tigers with a 6-1 win, and the Padres forced a Game 3 against the Cubbies with a 3-0 win of their own. Right now in the Bronx, it is a tight one. 3-3 the score. Trevor Story doing all the heavy lifting for the Red Sox, driving in all 3 of their runs. Carlos Rodon trying to hold down the Sox for the Yanks. That one's in the top of the 7th. A runner on second and nobody out. And then later tonight, the Dodgers are hoping to eliminate the Reds and advance to face the Phillies. They will play at 6. That game you can listen to right here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Damon Allred. Cardinals running back Trey Benson was placed on injured reserve with a knee injury. ASU plans to spend $135 million on Desert Financial Arena renovations and a new football practice facility. And Diamondbacks team leaders say they need to fix slow starts to the season. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
And along that, the top story of the day.
Trey Benson is going to go IR to return. He came in Friday, and it's a knee, but he should be able to return at some point this year.
They don't know exactly when, or they're certainly not going to say exactly when, but he's out at least 4 games for the Arizona Cardinals. And now running back 1 is down, running back 2 is down, and they got to figure out a way, Gambo, pronto.
Yeah, I mean, I think, my gut feeling would be Michael Carter becomes the number 1 guy. You've got Bam, you've got Amari, so those are your 3. I think the organization has to look outside and see if there's a team you could pry a running back from. Could you get Breece Hall from the Jets? Could you look at some of these teams that are having, could you get Pollard from Tennessee? I mean, there's enough, good running backs, 1 and 2 running backs on teams that aren't very good. They might be willing to, take a draft pick. Their season's going nowhere. And I think there's a lot to play for the Arizona Cardinals. So I want them to add. I'd like them to add. I mean, do they think that they can get by the next 4 games with what they have? That's a great question. I'm sure they do. Michael Carter's, he's been a starting running back before. He had some good years with the Jets. I like him, but I think that you'd be wise to start scouring the possibilities for trade if you're Monty Ossenfort.
He's averaged 4.2 yards per carry for his career. Now, obviously, the bulk of that came with the New York Jets back in 2021 and 2022. In 2021, his first year in the league, he 639 yards rushing, 4 touchdowns. But 4.2 for his career is certainly not bad. There hasn't been a lot lately. Yeah. Jonathan Gannon, in talking about this injury, talked about Michael Carter's locker room presence.
He's fun to be around, man. He's got a smile on his face. He's positive. He works at improving his game. He'll do anything you ask of him. Loves ball. He's been a great teammate. He'll go out and play well.
Of course, the other options, Amari DiMercato, though I can't imagine he's going to be much of an option in this situation. He seems much more of a third down complementary back. Then there's Bam Knight, who was the kind of the shock of the cut down day, right? And the shock of the final 53-man roster. Here's Gannon on Bam Knight.
There's a reason we kept him, and I think he's been working on his game. He's playing on fourth down as well. But I think he's a big, strong, explosive guy that can run the rock. So he'll get his touches.
But to your point about adding somebody, and I'm not being dismissive of it at all. I certainly think it's something worth considering. But I do think the frustrations and the failures of the run game start with the offensive line. And you probably, before you go deciding whether you need another running back or not, it probably starts with fixing your poor run blocking and how bad it's been all year long. Before, you know what I mean? Before you start scouring the trade deadline to see if you can bring somebody in, that's probably the number one thing that needs to get fixed on the Arizona Cardinals is their offensive line and their run blocking. Maybe you fix that and see if that fixes the run game before you give up future draft picks, and then decide if that doesn't work, then maybe you go look for a body. But I feel like you got to start there.
But do you have to have Will Hernandez play some games before you can fix that?
Well, I don't know. Is Will Hernandez going to play this week? I think we're getting to the point. I'm at the point. I don't know where they are. I'm at the point where the moment Will Hernandez is available to play, he needs to play. The minute he's available, he needs to be out. I think there's a tone, not that it's Isaiah Adams' fault, but I think there's a tone of physicality that Will Hernandez brings that he needs to remind that offensive line how to play with. And I think they desperately need that. I don't know.
Right. So like that, like if he's not available this week, that's you just.
I just know the run game's not going to get better if you go trade for another running back and they're still blocking it the same in the front.
I understand what you're saying.
Not going to get better.
Absolutely a fair point. It's a fair point, but you hope that it will get better. Look, the trade deadline's not now. You've got time, and you might be able to
I don't even know when the trade deadline is in the NFL. Do you?
I think it's November. Let me see. NFL trade deadline is
November 4th.
November 4th. Yep, November 4th. November. So you got time. You got a month. It's November. So you've got plenty of time to figure, to get Trey Benson back. But in the meantime, thank God you're playing Tennessee this week. Imagine if you were playing the Rams this week, or, a better team, Tampa Bay this week, and you were without your number one running back, your number two running back, Will Hernandez isn't playing, you're as banged up as you are. Look, you should beat Tennessee, even with, starting Michael Carter. You should be able to beat Tennessee, because you still got more weapons than they do, and they're a mess. But I still want to get the running game situated. The running game wasn't good when Connor was playing the first couple of games.
That's what I mean about the offensive line.
Yeah,
that's
right.
my whole point about it, is that it's not like it was great before all these injuries happened. Even with good running backs back there, the running game wasn't very effective.
No, it wasn't good, and it has to get fixed. If it doesn't get fixed, they're not going anywhere. You can't have 41 passes to 17 rushes each week like they did last week. You can't have that. Gannon knows it. He wants to be more balanced.
Yep.
The game plan, because of what the Cardinals are doing and how good Seattle is, they didn't want to run the ball that much in that game.
Yeah, and you're right, and they can't be that unbalanced. There's no doubt. They had a specific plan for Seattle. They thought that was the path to winning. I certainly think that whatever changes they're going to do offensively, whatever tweaks they came up with during the mini bye, I suspect it's going to be a little bit more passing. I suspect it's going to be a little bit more an attempt to get some explosive plays downfield and to get more of the downfield passing game as part of the strategy overall. I guess mostly,
you don't want to blame a whole season on injuries, and you don't want to say, well, the injuries, because every team gets injured in the NFL. Every team's got to deal with it. Hell, look at what the San Francisco 49ers are going through, and
my goodness.
Cardinals can't even hold a candle to what.
But that could derail them.
Of course it could. Oh, and I'm not saying the injuries can't, but injuries are a fact of life in the NFL. They happen to everybody, and you've got to figure out a way to deal with it. I guess my concern is that here we are a quarter of the way into the season, and we're still waiting on these second-year players to make their mark with the Arizona Cardinals, and it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. What were the Pro Football Focus grades for those guys? Were not very good.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I'm glad. Thank you for reminding me on that one, because that was in my email, and I'm pulling it up right now. Give me just a second here, because I had it right in front of me a second ago. Here it is, right here. The and this was from Teo Mackey. I want to make sure I got that one right, because I got it wrong earlier today. He tweeted this out a couple of days ago. Pro Football Focus grades for last year's 7 picks in the first 3 rounds of the draft. Okay? So first 3 rounds, the Cardinals had 7 picks. Marvin Harrison Jr. is a 59.3. Darius Robinson's a 35.5. Max Melton is a 44.9. Trey Benson is a 62.3. Isaiah Adams is a 41.6.
Ooh, boy.
Tip Ryman is a 55.1. And Elijah Jones hasn't played enough to be eligible. You can put whatever stock or what little stock into Pro Football Focus you want. That ain't good. That ain't good. That is problematic how little you've gotten. And with Trey Benson.
Who concerns you the most out of that group? D-Rob?
Darius Robinson.
Yeah.
With honestly, probably, well, I was Marvin Harrison's number 2. But Max Melton's close too. Like it's tough for Max. He didn't have Will Johnson last week. They're not going to have Garrett Williams. It's going to be a tough gig for Max Melton until they get some of those guys back. But I really thought he was going to make that jump, and it has not. And I thought he was poised to early in the season. I thought he played well. It feels like he's played better with Will Johnson out there with him than he has without. And that's probably true for a lot of guys in his position.
My ultimate judge on these things is how many of these guys are going to get a second contract from the Cardinals. That's a few years away. But that is my ultimate. Who's going to have their option picked up? Who's going to get a second contract? That type of thing.
And you're 100% right to use that as the ultimate gauge of success.
Yeah.
That is the gauge.
Because if we're sitting here in 2028 and all these guys are gone, failure.
Yes. Failure.
If we're sitting here in 2028, that would be a failure.
Yeah, it's funny. Marvin Harrison Jr. was talking with the media today, and he talked about going down on one knee after he caught that touchdown pass. And he said, quote, "I was thanking God, really. I always thank him, but that one meant a little more to me." And with the touchdown, Harrison acknowledged, quote, "It was good to see one go through the hoop." Close quote. Like a basketball shooter who's 0 for 9 and just needs to see the ball go through the hoop. That was Marvin Harrison Jr.
You would like after 2 years to be able to look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 draft picks and feel like I know for certain that these guys are going to be here for 5 years.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I don't know about a lot of those guys.
Mike Hazen has a big job this offseason to improve the Diamondbacks roster. We're going to rapid fire our way through the things he's got to figure out next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I think Torey Lovullo, through all of this, still resonates with his players. You heard from Zach Gallen. You heard from Corbin Burns. You heard from Brandon Pfaadt. These guys, by and large, love playing for Torey Lovullo, even though the results haven't been there.
Players understand decency and kind-heartedness and empathy, and they get all that from their manager. So if they're in a situation now to give a yay or a nay to a manager, the thumb up or the thumb down, I have a hard time thinking that you're going to put the thumb down on somebody who's been so fundamentally decent to you as a person.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team because it is the only mortgage company I've used since I moved to Arizona. I had somebody ask me recently, like, do you really use all the companies you talk? Yes. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't do a commercial unless I knew these companies and I I used these companies, absolutely. The Lund Mortgage team has always been my mortgage team. From Stan Lund to Lisa Lund to Matt Oliver, I always trust them with all of my mortgage needs. They've done a great job for me. They're helping a lot of people right now get pre-approved for a mortgage for free. Absolutely free. You get pre-approved for a mortgage. It's a great way to go. The Lund Mortgage team has helped so many people out getting pre-approved for a mortgage, and they can help you. Build that equity that's yours. And a lot of people want that. They want the American dream of buying a home, but you just think, you get stuck in this rut of always renting. Well, you'd be surprised how much of a house you can afford. But the way you do it is you call the Lund Mortgage team, you get pre-approved for free. And that way they can tell you exactly what type of house you can afford. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go online at lundmortgage.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. We'll get deeper into the Cardinals-Titans matchup, and we'll explore whether or not Cam Ward is right about his own team. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, over the course of 3 different segments today on the Burns and Gambo Show, as we appreciate everybody listening here on the Burns and Gambo Show, especially people listening in Chandler right now. Thank you, Chandler, for listening on Burns and Gambo.
Chandler High.
Chandler High.
Wolves.
Home of Miss Chelsea.
Chelsea,
right? That's
Chelsea,
right.
Yeah, Chelsea was a Chandler High grad.
That's right.
That's right.
The Gambo's thrown a lot of information over the course of 3 different segments at you today in terms of the Diamondbacks. And so we're going to try to, rapid fire consolidate all of them into one.
You ask, and I'll do the best I can.
Starting pitching rotation. How do they fill it?
They got Nelson, they got Fott, they got Erod. They're interested in bringing back either Merrill Kelly or Zach Gallen. They are interested. And they also have 4 young pitchers that they are looking at to possibly fill a role until Corbin Burns comes back. And he should be back by the All-Star break next year. Now, those pitchers are Dylan Ray, Cole Drake, Mitch Bratt, and Yumin Lin. They're hoping that at least one of those guys steps up and can take a starting role for them next year.
Mitch Bratt had a really good year in AA. He's kind of the one in there that I have an eye on. And when it comes back to to bringing back Zach Gallen, to getting the band back together, it's going to be a money thing when it comes to Zach Gallen, right?
It is. I mean, they're going to extend him a qualifying offer. He's going to decline the offer. Okay, mark my words. They'll extend him a qualifying offer. He'll decline it. That way, if he leaves and he goes somewhere else and he gets more than $50 million, you'll get a compensatory pick at the end of the first round. The average price for, good starting pitch is about $25 million. So that's what he might be. I think Ken Kendrick is interested in bringing him back. I think they will try. They like both guys, and neither one of them relies on velocity. Both are aging very well. So I do think that there's a chance they could bring one back, but they're definitely not bringing two back. If they can't get either guy back, then you would look at a potential trade that could maybe land them a starting pitcher.
But they need to go get one. They know that. And bringing back both, as nice as it sounds, Mike Hazen even went on the midday show today and said, look, I don't think we're going to be able to get the band back together. And so I don't know if we can sit here and count on both. What's interesting is that in the last 24 hours, Mike Hazen has spoken a couple of times about the importance and the prioritization of defense in making this roster next year. And it's hard not to think about Blaze Alexander at third, what they're going to do at first base, and maybe not looking for necessarily the best offensive players out there for those positions, but the best defensive players for those positions.
Yeah, a lot of people are upset about what I tweeted out about first base. First base is not a priority for them. It's less of a priority, put it that way. It's the least priority. The Pavin Smith is there, Tyler Locklear, Tim Tawa. They could get a first baseman.
Mitch is booing you behind the glass. I wanted you to know that. The camera's not
is
on.
A free agent.
He's booing you. So yeah.
Like all these people, they're going to get Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso just opted out of like $25 million a year.
They're not going to get.
They're not
Newsflash: they're not getting Pete Alonso. No.
Like I understand it. First basemen are pretty easy to get, though. You could get one if you don't like this group. Now third base. Gut feeling right now is that there's a heavy lean towards Blaze Alexander at third base. Now, again, they're open to trades with some of their position players. Guys like, Jake and Alec and Adrian Del Castillo and Tim Tawa and maybe even Jordan Lawler. And if that brings back a first baseman or a third baseman, so be it. All bets are off. But if it doesn't, I would expect that their priority is starting pitching and bullpen. And then after that, maybe an outfielder because you're not going to have Lourdes Gurriel for a good portion of next season.
Yeah, I'll defend the fans on this one a little bit in that at least at third base you can say they've got in-house options in Blaze Alexander or in Jordan Lawler. At first base, there doesn't appear to be anybody who's really an option in-house. Locklear was just meh, okay, when he got here. Everybody else they played at the position after Locklear got hurt was not really a first baseman and is more of a utility guy. I mean, at least at third they've got options. I can understand why the fans might not Pete Alonso, but why they might want something else other than what they've got because they really just don't have anything at that position. Unlike third, where they've got some options. So I'll defend the fans on that one a little bit. I feel like that one, I don't think they've got any really in-house options for first base, and they need to be mandated to go out and look outside the organization to get something. I just don't know what they have.
Yeah, and I think it's possible they have a different first baseman from that, but I don't expect that they're going to spend their free agent money, a big portion of the free agent money, on a first baseman.
Jordan Lawler.
Starting pitching. Jordan Lawler.
Jordan Lawler.
Jordan Lawler is he's gonna have to earn his way onto this roster. He's not getting anything. Nothing's being handed to Jordan Lawler. In fact, I think that he could probably pick up an outfield glove and try to get some opportunities to play in the outfield. Gurriel is out. He's got an ACL injury. The Diamondbacks have actually worked a little bit with the Arizona Cardinals on that because the Cardinal guys are more familiar with ACLs than baseball guys are. So I think Jordan Lawler could get some opportunities, but if Blaze is your third baseman, it's more likely that Lawler goes into that outfield mix and tries. And now that's Jake, that's Alec, that's Barossa, that's Corbin, that's Tommy Troy, that's Walt Schmidt. There's a lot of guys there. So, and I also think that Jordan is probably the guy that's still going to fetch you the most in any trade if you wanted to trade him. So that's where we are with Lawler.
I think Jordan Lawler becomes the most intriguing player of the offseason for all the reasons that you just mentioned. Is there a potential move to the outfield? Are they so concerned about his defense that they're ready to give up on it? I mean, there was
it was bad, but it was a small sample size of bad. How much stock do they want to put into a small sample size of bad when it comes to giving up on him in the infield? Does he have outfield potential? Do they dangle him? Is he the Jazz Chisholm for their next Zach Gallen-like trade, and is there a team who still believes in the upside and the potential for him? I think.
Well, how about you? Are you ready to give up on him too? Like, are you ready to say, you know what? If you got a good offer for Lawler, I'd take it.
If I got a good offer for Jordan Lawler, like that.
Okay.
I really would. It seems unfair to say that because he's still so young and we haven't seen a lot at the major league level. I would absolutely think about using him as sort of the bait at the end of the hook to see if I could get that kind of deal that got me a Zach Gallen type 5-6 years ago. Yeah, I'm there with Jordan Lawler. The outfield thing intrigues me, though. I'm not going to because the bat was coming around for him at the end. He was just unplayable because you couldn't trust him over at third base, and I wonder if he's got a future in the outfield because you just won't have to worry about that defense the way you would on the infield.
Nobody's taking away Corbin Carroll's spot. I don't think Lawler's a center fielder. I think it'll either be Alec or Jake. And now you go to left field.
Yeah, it'd be left field.
You've got Barossa, you've got Tawa, you've got Troy, Schmidt. Is he better than all of those guys?
Yeah, based off of his pedigree, he should be better than those guys in terms of his ability to impact games at the plate.
But if he is not going to be good defensively, Hazen's cut.
But I don't know how he's going to be defensively in the outfield.
Right.
That's what I'm talking. Right. Moving him to the outfield. And then finally, Ketel Marte and the future when it comes to him.
Their leaders are Perdomo and Corbin Carroll. That's their leaders. Marte is a great player that is a very difficult player to manage. Very difficult player to manage. He wants days off. He wants times off. He's not a leader. He's difficult. But the thing about Ketel is he makes a third of what all the other top players are going to get. Go look at what Kyle Tucker is going to get in free agency. Ketel's on a 6-year, $106 million deal. Like, the value of that contract is tremendous. Teams are going to call for Ketel Marte. Now, I'm not saying the Diamondbacks are going to trade him. I mean, I think they prefer to keep him. But it doesn't mean if somebody calls and says, we'll give you a 2 or 3 player for 1, that it's not something that they would consider because you have to. But a lot of times you ask for so much that they never call back. A lot of times you're like, hey, what would it take to get Ketel Marte? You know what? Let me look at your roster. Okay, I want this, this, and this. All right, let me get back to you. And then they never get back to you. So, but I think the one thing about Marte that's going to be intriguing to a lot of teams is if you want to go sign a star player, you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yes.
Where Ketel is a fraction of that.
Yes.
I mean, he's a third of what some of these guys are going to get. And you'd only have to give up players to get him. So that you've got to weigh that. Do I want to pay $200, $300 million for Kyle Tucker or $100 million for Ketel, but I have to give up a couple of players?
Yeah.
So I think there will be calls for Ketel. I don't know if they're going to trade him or not. I don't know.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, no football game for ASU this week, but that doesn't mean that there isn't news when it comes to London and renovations and new facilities and Sam Levitt, and we'll talk about it all next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Cardinals host the Titans Sunday at State Farm Stadium. Both teams in last place in their division. One team at 500, one team at 0-4. Will the Cardinals send them back to Nashville 0-5? Pre-game gets going early Sunday morning. Kickoff at 1:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center because I actually went there and had LASIK surgery. So I sit here and I tell you on a regular basis that I went to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, I had LASIK surgery, and I can, give you some great advice on how to go about doing it. I went and I was struggling with my eyesight. I didn't want to wear glasses. I didn't want to wear contact lenses. So I went to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, and I had a vision correction procedure done, and it's one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the team eye doctor for the Suns and the Diamondbacks, and he'll do a great job for you. He's got locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and the LASIK surgery is fantastic. It was really terrific for me. Vince Marotta had it done there, too. I don't wear glasses. I don't wear contacts. I'll be 59. Next month, I'll be 59 years old. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. Absolutely no issues at all with my eyesight. He also offers 2 years of interest-free financing, which is something that's very, very popular. 2 years interest-free financing. Just contact the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
Arizona's only professional bull riding team, the Ridge Riders, are back in action at Desert Diamond Arena October 10th through the 12th. Feel the heat of the desert as the Ridge Riders defend their home dirt, battle for glory, and fight for bragging rights against the toughest teams in the league. This is bull riding like you've never seen before. The most exciting, heart-pounding sport in America. Get your tickets now at PBR.com or Ticketmaster.com. Presented locally by Wix Filters, engineered for experts.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I'm Mitch Burrell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Cardinals placed running back Trey Benson on injured reserve today. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported that Benson underwent arthroscopic surgery on his meniscus and that he is expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. To see the latest from practice, including today's injury report, you can find it right now on ArizonaSports.com. ASU football will play across the pond next season. It was announced today. The Sun Devils will face the Kansas Jayhawks in Wembley Stadium next year. Mark your calendars for September 19th, 2026. Tickets go on pre-sale next Monday. General public gets it next Thursday. And in the MLB playoffs, the Guardians tied up the series with the Tigers with a 6-1 win. Padres forced a Game 3 against the Cubbies 3-0 win. And we've got a very close ball game happening right now in the Bronx. In the top of the 8th inning, there's nobody on and 2 out in a 3-3 game between the Yankees and the Red Sox. If the Red Sox win, they advance to the next round. If the Yankees win, we've got another Game 3 tomorrow. And then tonight, Dodgers, they're looking to eliminate the Reds in Los Angeles, while the Reds are looking to stave off elimination for one more night. You can hear that game coming up in about 30 minutes right here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. The NASCAR Xfinity Series is shifting into high gear. Live from Charlotte Motor Speedway, Saturday at 1:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Hey, it's Luke. What does this Cardinals defense need to do against rookie quarterback Cam Ward on Sunday? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, here I thought there wasn't going to be anything to talk about this week with ASU having the bye. Plenty to talk about with ASU this week.
We're going to London.
Jolly good.
We're going to London.
Go to London. Give me some fish and chips, won't you? Let's do that, right? Let's get on a plane. Go to London.
Fish food's not that great there, but it's okay.
You know what? I don't care. If I went to London, it's all right. You know, I hear the gin is excellent. It's kind of like between that or
duty free, I believe.
I believe so. Between that and Ireland, I believe that's kind of the birthplace of gin.
know.
So let's go and find out. Right? Am I right? It's like London or Ireland, right?
Yeah, it's London.
It's London.
I had a lot of gin in London, and it was very tasty.
It was very tasty. Yes.
Yep.
So let's go. Let's find out. I don't care if the food sucks. I want to check it out. Next year. And the even better news for ASU fans on this is that they're not the ones giving up a home game. Kansas is the one giving up a home game. But it was made official today. It's been in the rumor mill for a couple of weeks now. We even asked Graham Rossini about it 2 weeks ago, I think, in hypotheticals. But it wasn't finalized. But they got it finalized now. September 19th of next year, ASU will play Kansas at historic Wembley Stadium in London, the first FBS teams to play a college football game in London. Very cool that it gets to be ASU.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. I mean, it's great for the brand. I mean, we talk about ASU, fans everywhere, which is fantastic. You want to get those fans out when you're in Cincinnati, when you're in West Virginia, and when you're in London. It also gives a great opportunity for the Sun Devil faithful that go on all the road trips to have a great road trip. I mean, how cool is it when we wake up and we're watching an NFL game in Dublin, Ireland, and it was a college football game in Dublin, Ireland, and now your team is relevant enough to go play a game in London. That's fun, right? That's fun. You don't make a weekend out of it. You might make a vacation out of it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you could go on a lot of these road trips. You make a weekend out of it. Hey, let's fly out Friday. We'll go to the game Saturday. We'll stay Sunday and come back Monday. I think London's a little bit different. I mean, London's like, let's go for a week.
Yeah.
That type of thing. So I think that's where it's a little bit different as an ASU, faithful and an alum that goes on these trips. It's fun. It's exciting. You're happy your team's doing it.
I got a bunch of ASU alum who are in my friend base, and I know they're already talking about, hey, do we go, and how many days do we spend back there? Because you're absolutely right. It's why we joke about sending the show, and we're going to go, and who knows, maybe it's not a joke, we will go. But I don't want to go for just 2 days. I would want to go for like 4 or 5 days. And see London and experience the city and take in all the history. And,
I'll take you to the Harry Potter Museum.
I'm not that interested
we'll
in the Harry
fly
Potter.
the broom.
I'm probably more interested in the Churchill Museum than I am the Harry Potter Museum.
It's hard to get to the Harry Potter place. It's hard to get to. You got to take like 3 different trains. It's hard.
Now,
but it's fun. It's fun.
We'll have Graham Rossini on tomorrow, and he'll have more details. But I'm reading a couple of tweets that I bookmarked about this when this news came down. Number one, and this is from Chris Cartman, he points out that ASU will have a bye week after playing Kansas in London. So they'll when they come back from London, they'll have the week off after that to kind of get reacclimated. And then at some point, they're going to play Hawaii in a non-conference game after they play Kansas. So that's number one.
Is that home or away, Hawaii?
I believe that's a home game. I think that'd be pretty nuts for them to get off of a plane from London and then turn around and take a plane to Hawaii. But I'm pretty sure that's a home game. Number two, Graham Rossini, and this is from DevilsDigest.com, Rossini said this game in London does not carry a financial incentive. They're not making more money by going to play in London. They're doing this for the exposure. And this game, and I think you asked him about this when we had him on a couple of weeks ago.
The cost?
It's going to be more expensive to take the team there, to take the program there, right? And so because of that, it's not going to be the same kind of moneymaker that it might be, or they're not going to get extra money because they've agreed to play this game in London. They're doing it for the exposure. They're doing it for the, hey, Ma, look at us, we're in London sort of thing. And the unseen benefits that might come when it comes to playing an international game like that.
Yeah, I think you get the attention of the whole country when you're playing overseas like that, whether you're an NFL team or a college team. When you've got that game, I think people want to see, how do the fans react? I mean, it's different, right? So I think that you do get a lot of eyeballs on you, not just there, right? Not just the exposure there, but It'll be a big television game. They'll promote the heck out of it. Yep. College for Big 12. The Big 12 will promote the heck out of it. The Big 12's in London. That's a big deal. Not the SEC, not the Big 10, but the Big 12.
Yeah, it is a big deal, and I'm glad to see ASU as a part of it. The other news about ASU that came down today, and again, we'll talk with Jonathan Gannon about this tomorrow, or not Jonathan Gannon, pardon me, Graham Rossini. I was looking at a tweet from Jonathan Gannon, or about Jonathan Gannon. We'll talk with Graham Rossini tomorrow about plans being revealed for a new football practice facility that's going to cost about $35 million. And then renovations to Desert Financial Arena where they play basketball that will be about $100 million. Both of those plans have been approved and they are moving forward. Construction on each project will begin in January 2027. ASU football will take occupancy of their new indoor football practice facility in February of 2028. Completions of the renovation of the basketball arena should be done in December of 2029. So
that's this 26, 27. So 3 more years of basketball playing there without the renovation.
Yeah, and I would imagine, much like we saw with the Suns arena, and probably what we need to get used to seeing at Chase Field.
Yeah,
you're going to have to work around the renovations, right? Like they're going to be ongoing, and I'm sure you'll pause some of them during the basketball season. But you want to get this thing flipped as relatively soon as you can. So I would imagine, like PHX Arena was, it might be a little bit of a mess there for a couple of years, but it's certainly worth it with the payoff at the end.
Yeah, and I think, listen, I look, they are going to court a new coach, so I think that's something that you could sell to a new coach. Hey, you're coming in here. Yeah, we have an old, outdated building, but we've committed this much money to it. It's going to be state of the art. We're going to have new locker rooms. We're going to redo the floor. They're going to redo a lot of it, so they're going to make it look new. So I think that's a good selling point to whoever the next coach is.
No doubt, and certainly something that could be used in that. And then the football program. I mean, we've talked a lot about this indoor practice facility. Yeah, they've got the Dickey Dome across the street, across rural there. They want something a little bit closer. They want something probably a little nicer than just a, giant bubble to practice under, and certainly this will be that.
Oh, the bubble was such a big deal when
it was. It's funny. You mentioned that earlier, and I remember when they built the bubble, and it was a while ago. They built the bubble, and everybody was like, well, why do you need to go to Tonazona now? You don't. You got the bubble. You can get out of the heat. You can practice in there.
Who was it that hated going there? Was it Todd Graham?
Erickson.
Erickson hated going.
Erickson hated going to Camp Tonazona. And that was right around the time they built the bubble, I think. And so it was very much why? Why would we go? We got everything we need right here. We got this bubble, but
grumpy old man didn't want to take a 2-hour
ride. Well, that, and they needed to do some improvements to Camp Tonazona too, because they kept getting rained out and they had to go into Payson to practice. So they replaced the field up there. But it'll be great for tailgating. It'll be a great, another thing to sell recruits on. Yeah, it's going to be hot here, but look at this facility, and it's right here next to the stadium, and it'll make practicing better, and it'll make the fan game day experience better. So, I mean, like, all in all, good week to be ASU. You're 4-1, 2-0 in the conference. You're starting to live up to those preseason expectations. Buildings are being built. Things are happening. Trips are being planned to London. Things are happening for ASU.
Yeah,
it's great.
You had the defensive player of the week and the special teams player of the week coming off of that win, right?
Yeah.
Right. Prince Dorba and Jesus Garcia both got the awards for player of the week.
Jesus Gomez.
Jesus Gomez. Excuse me. Jesus Gomez was the special teams player, even though he missed 2 field goals. And then Prince Dorba, who had one of the best strip sack fumble recoveries you'll ever see in your life. That was incredible. He got Defensive Player of the Week.
My Chemical Romance is headed to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets are now on sale, and you can win a pair now by texting the word romance to 620-620 for your chance. That's romance to 620-620. Steve Nash is working for the Phoenix Suns again, and this time it's not about nostalgia. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
At least Trey Benson, it doesn't sound like he's going to be out for the year, but it could be a little while here. Those are significant injuries. The issue the Cardinals are having this year is when they get hit with a rash of injuries, they're all at the same position.
Man, I'm ready to see Amari DiMercato. I thought Amari DiMercato would do a good job being put in a situation where he could stoke it, pound it, catch the ball coming out of the backfield, and actually pick up blitzing linebackers as well. I think Amari is capable of doing all of that. So I'm okay with Amari DiMercato getting a shot to run the ball.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers. You can go online at cbrothers.com. That's cbrothers.com, and you can find out everything that they have. If you need any plumbing repair, right now they've got tankless water heaters. They have regular water heaters. If you need a toilet bowl replaced, or you need a toilet bowl unclogged, or you've got some drains that need clearing, they do it all. They even offer a free sewer camera inspection when you go to Christian Brothers. They offer good money. You offer water heaters as well. So if you're looking for a plumbing issue to be fixed at your house, don't forget they also have zero down financing available, and they do a great job with that. Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. 49 years of helping people with all their plumbing needs, AC needs, and electrical needs, and they'll do a great job for you, whether you need a new AC unit, whether you need a plumbing issue or an electrical issue. All you have to do is call the great people at Christian Brothers, and they'll do a great job for you. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Gambo, I have to compliment you on your professional read of that live spot during the last break, because in the middle of it, the Yankees took the lead 4-3.
They did. I was watching Jazz Chisholm coming all the way around for first base.
I was very impressed.
On the base hit. I'm watching it. They're going to send him. They're going to say he got a running start. He was kind of going with the pitch, and then kind of bobbled it around there in the corner, and he great slide, just a great run by Jazz. Finally, this has been frustrating to watch. Because we go down 1-2-3, so 1-2-3, 1-2-3, 1-2-3. It's that first Tigers-Indians game, there was 27 strikeouts in that game. 27. Schoolville struck out 14, but they had 13. It was some of this baseball gets crazy.
The what game? The Indians game?
The Tigers-Indians first game where Schoolville struck out 14.
The Tigers-Indians game?
Yeah, the Tigers-Indians game. There was 27 strikeouts in the game.
He doesn't even know. The Tigers-Guardians game?
Oh,
yeah, there it is. There it is.
The Guardians Did I say Indians?
3 times. We kept giving you an out to correct it. You wouldn't do it. It's like the Indians?
That one was unexpected.
Yeah, that's okay. I struggle with that one too a little bit.
I am on YouTube, and I don't see, like, the picture of my house or whatever you guys have going on there.
There's a red roof over your head.
A red roof?
Don't you see the red roof over your house? Over your head?
Yeah, I don't see it.
Yeah, there's a yeah, right there. Anyway, Yankees, Red Sox, that's on right now. If we're talking about what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening, brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Coming up as soon as we're done here on Burns and Gambo, it's going to be game 2 between the Reds and the Dodgers. Let's see if the Reds can follow the trend of the day to win to force a game 3. The Yankees are 3 outs away from doing it. They'd force a game 3 in their series. The 2 earlier games, they were forced a game 3 by the Guardians and the Padres winning. So who knows? Maybe the Reds can make it 4 for 4, and we'll have 4 deciding game 3s tomorrow. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, it'd be kind of fun, right?
I'll take it.
4 win or go home games? That sounds like a call-in sick day to me.
Oh,
that
good
sounds
idea.
like it's the Mitch and Gambo show to me.
Yeah.
I can't go out.
Oh, you've already got Halloween off. You're good.
What do you mean I'm good? It's not, first of all, 1, it's not up to you. Appreciate the input, but it's not exactly up to you. Number 2, that's for a wedding. That's not
make it a Mitch and Lauren show.
Oh, you're saying like we both should take the day off?
Yeah.
Mitch and
Look,
Lauren
the
are
4 hours with her behind the scenes is enough. I can't
Oh,
do 4 hours. Yeah.
At least my team's in the playoffs.
Wow. You should be sniping at each other the whole show. That actually might be kind of fun.
Yeah.
Just put you 2 in a room and let you just complain at each other about your lives and everything. That actually might not be bad. Actually, on second thought, that probably wouldn't be very good.
Mitch could be like, at least my football team's won a Super Bowl in my lifetime.
Yeah, Lauren.
3 times.
Lauren concedes that to a certain extent. Yeah.
I absolutely concede that.
Yeah, but then you can come at him with the Cubs versus the
But then
Giants.
he's gonna go the Giants. That's because Mitch picked up the Giants for BS reasons. He can't just root for the Rockies.
It's so true.
He loves all the Denver teams except
He
for
was
the Colorado
smart.
Rockies.
He was smart. I'm not going to invest my fandom in that garbage team. He was smart.
It's not.
Poopfecta.
It is poopfecta. They fired their general manager today. You can't imagine why.
We keeping a buck right now. We ass.
That's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening. And then we await game 1 of the WNBA Finals is coming up on Friday. We found out last night it's going to be the Vegas Aces, not the Indiana Fever. The Suns play their first preseason game coming up Friday.
Against DeAndre Ayton and the Lakers.
And then it's off to China for a couple of games against the Nets. A 17-hour flight awaits the Phoenix Suns on Sunday. We don't have a ton of time to talk about it, but I thought it was a good story that we both saw today about Steve Nash. And the hiring of Steve Nash might be more than just a nostalgic ad. This was at ArizonaSports.com. Kevin Zimmerman wrote it, and he pointed out that Nash has been there on the practice court since training camp began. He has been very present. Other current and former head coaches have been there as well. Steve Clifford's been there. Tom Thibodeau was there. I think it was yesterday. But Nash has been very present, which kind of leads to this idea that his hiring wasn't just a symbolic, hey, let's take a trip down memory lane kind of deal.
Yeah, I mean, I think Matt takes a lot of pride in bringing guys back from the organization. I mean, Amari and Sean and the Rafters, and I think bringing Steve back. And the only thing that I thought about with Steve is, Steve was a head coach. Does he want to get back into head coaching? But Jordan was with him in Brooklyn. I don't think he's going to stab his own guy in the back to get the job. So, but it is somebody for Jordan to lean on that, that knows this market very well, knows the fan base very well. And, especially, to me, I look at it and like, how much can you help book? How much, I've always thought that Kurt Warner would be so good for Kyler Murray. Kurt Warner would be so great. I really wish they would just hire him and bring him in as an advisor to sit with him and watch film and teach him the way nobody else can. Can Steve Nash help get more out of Devin Booker than other coaches can because the way he saw the floor as a point guard?
Yeah, and that is a good point. And I think there's some validity to it. I also think, and I go back to the coaching search over the summer, something that ended up not happening for the Suns was hiring an experienced head coach to be an assistant for Jordan Ott. That didn't happen. He doesn't have that guy on his staff. And I'm not saying that means Steve Nash is going to be around every day acting in that function, but I think he's kind of filling that role a little bit, or at least he could fill that role a little bit as a you want to call him a veteran head coach in this league or not, that's up to you, but he's done it. He's been a head coach in this league, and he kind of knows the ins and outs of it. And I wonder if that's part of the reason why he's been around, because the Suns did not hire a veteran head coach to be on Jordan Ott's staff, and maybe that's a role that he can fill to a certain extent.
But he probably doesn't want to be a coach where he's